After leaving the army at the end of the border war, Wang Jianjun took his comrades to Xiangjiang, starting off by kidnapping a Triad boss for ransom. He then founded an umbrella-like security company and made his first pot of gold by smuggling second-hand machinery back into the mainland. Soon after, he started a newspaper and opened factories focusing chiefly on the burgeoning video game industry. Taking advantage of the negotiations in 1982, he bought up large swathes of Xiangjiang assets at rock-bottom prices. From then on, the livelihood of countless workers depended on him, and none dared lay a hand on what he controlled. While everyone else was still fighting over a single street, he was already laying out his plans for the entire Hong Kong island. When the fierce dragon finally crosses the sea, the true storm has only just begun. This era does not belong to those who merely follow the rules, but to those who rewrite them. In the early hours of May 5, 1981, on the front line at Phoca Mountain along the southwestern border, a ceaseless roar of artillery thundered through the mountains. It was the largest clash since the counterattack against Vietnam in 1979. Unwilling to accept their previous defeat, the southern enemy, emboldened by the backing of the Soviets, repeatedly provoked along the border, and thus this new war erupted. Wang Jianjun was a squad leader in a regiment stationed on the southwestern frontier. He and his younger brother Wang Zhengwo had enlisted together in 1979. Having gone through the counterattack and countless border skirmishes, he was a veteran truly tempered by war. Yet at this moment, Wang Jianjun stood staring blankly at the wall of artillery fire ahead, the continuous rumble echoing in his ears, leaving him utterly dazed. He was in a state of having just transmigrated. In his previous life, he had been a trader from Heilongjiang, a black market dealer who had frequently slipped into the war zones between Russia and Ukraine to sell civilian drones and electric vehicles. During his final deal, he was accidentally blown up by a drone strike from the Ukrainian side. There was no one he could even protest to. He had finally finished absorbing this body's memories, yet the current scene was enough to make his mind go completely numb. This Wang Jianjun was from Zhangzhou in Jixing, born into a family of martial artists. The year before he enlisted, his father had accidentally killed an opponent in a bout, and unable to live with it, took his own life in atonement. His mother, consumed by grief, passed away less than a year later. At 18, Wang Jianjun enlisted, taking his 16-year-old younger brother with him. They happened to arrive just in time for the self-defense counterattack against Vietnam, and years of battle had forced him to grow up quickly. Moments ago, however, he had been knocked unconscious by an enemy grenade blast, and thus the current Wang Jianjun had come into being. All squads, get ready. The moment the barrage stops, we rush forward and wipe out those enemy fire points. The squad leaders nodded one after another, then quickly checked the men and supplies under their command. Glancing at his younger brother beside him, Wang Jianjun lowered his voice and said, "Stay with me later. Don't act on impulse. Relax, bro, I'm not a kid anymore. I'm a 3-year veteran now." Wang Zhengwo spoke with utter confidence written across his face. Looking at that young face brimming with confidence, Wang Jianjun felt a bitter ache in his heart. At just 18, an age that in his previous life would barely make him a high school student, his brother had already been struggling on the battlefield for 3 full years. Because of his former line of work, he had often set foot on battlefields, so the sound of artillery alone did not frighten him much. After merging with this body's memories, he felt better than ever before. Blessed with his family's martial arts, 3 years of hard-won combat experience, and the Black Dragon 18 hands his former SWAT officer father had taught him, he was confident that on this battlefield, he could protect both himself and his younger brother. Good. Listen to my orders. We'll lay out our tactics now. Our objective is the fire point on height No. 2. Mengzi, get ready with the Bangalore torpedoes, check them carefully, and be prepared to blast a path on my command. The explosive specialist He-Meng nodded fiercely, his eyes fixed on the minefield ahead. The others checked their gear one last time, waiting for the final order to launch the assault. As the dense artillery fire ahead gradually subsided, a crisp bugle call for the charge sounded from the rear. With the notes still echoing, Wang Jianjun led his entire squad in a swift charge up the mountainside along the base of the slope. A burst of dense machine gun fire hissed over the soldiers' heads. Seasoned veterans, all they immediately dove for cover and launched a rapid counterattack. From a cement pillbox on the slope, the enemy's fire poured down like rain upon the charging troops below, and soldiers kept falling under the bullets. Seeing his comrades cut down in droves, Wang Jianjun felt his blood surge straight to his head. Damn it. This won't do. If this keeps up, how many more will die? I've already lived one life, but they're all still so young. His eyes growing moist, Wang Jianjun seethed with burning rage. Rocket launcher. Here. The gunner quickly crawled over to him, dragging a Type 69 40mm rocket launcher. Wang Jianjun grabbed it, pressed himself tight against the rock face, and loaded around. With a sharp whoosh, a long tongue of flame spat toward the pillbox and plunged straight into its firing slit. A thunderous explosion followed, and the bunker was destroyed. Soon the other squads followed suit, rockets streaking out one after another toward the enemy fire points. The hillside echoed with continuous rolling blasts. Squad leader, you're amazing. Hit it with one shot, the gunner shouted excitedly beside him, momentarily exposing his body outside the cover. Wang Jianjun's heart clenched, and he yanked the man back. A bullet snapped into the rock where the gunner had just been, leaving a fresh hole. Do you have a death wish making such a rookie mistake? Staring at the bullet hole so close at hand, the gunner swallowed hard, his face filled with lingering fear. SQ squad leader Wang Jianjun waved a hand to cut him off, tossed the rocket launcher back to him, and fixed his gaze on another enemy firepoint ahead. Smoke grenades. 5 of them at 3 o'clock. One after another, smoke grenades burst ahead, and thick smoke quickly obscured the enemy's line of sight. Crawl forward, move. The squad scrambled through the newly shrouded zone. Explosives man He Ming rolled to a stop near a firepoint and hurled his Bangalore torpedo fiercely toward the enemy position. A violent blast erupted, and the enemy position was successfully taken out. Leading his squad into the shattered emplacement, Wang Jianjun saw wounded enemies still twitching on the ground and immediately ordered his men to finish them off. A series of gunshots rang out, and the position suddenly grew much quieter. The soldiers then automatically fanned out, swiftly searching for supplies and replenishing their ammunition. Squad leader. The platoon leader wants us to immediately support 2nd Squad sector. The radio man ran up to Wang Jianjun and reported hurriedly. Move, comrades. Top up your ammo and rally towards 2nd Squad at once. After receiving the order, Wang Jianjun wasted no time in rousing his men. The enemy's weapons and equipment were not so different from their own, and much of the ammunition was interchangeable, making resupply convenient. As Wang Jianjun reached out to take a grenade from a fallen enemy, he suddenly realized it had vanished into thin air. Thinking he had imagined it, he reached for another grenade, and that one abruptly disappeared as well. This time he clearly saw it happen, and at the same moment, he sensed something stirring deep within his mind. As the thought formed, a vast space unfolded within his consciousness, inside which the 2 grenades lay quietly side by side. This, the golden finger. Wang Jianjun muttered in disbelief. Big brother, what finger? Wang Zhengwo nearby heard his voice and turned to ask. His younger brother's eyes darted around curiously. He seemed to have heard something about golden fingers. A golden finger. Wang Jianjun's train of thought was cut off. It's nothing, I was seeing things, he said quickly. Hurry up and refill your ammo. At that moment, Wang Zhengwo scurried over with a sly grin and secretly handed him a thick stack of banknotes. Bro, U.S. dollars. And rubles too. I found them on some officer. Wang Jianjun shot a quick glance at the stash and his heart skipped a beat. Well, now that's quite a thick wad. He wanted to scold his brother and remind him that all spoils were supposed to be handed over, yet his hand moved of its own accord, snatching the cash and stuffing it swiftly into his pocket. The corrupt instincts of his former life as a profiteer surged back into his mind. As soon as he stuffed the banknotes into his pocket, he immediately began experimenting. With a mere thought, the banknotes appeared in the spatial realm within his mind. With another thought, the banknotes reappeared in his pocket. He repeated the experiment several times back and forth, and finding no major problems, quickly began collecting supplies across the battlefield. Explosions thundered. The area held by 2nd Squad was a relatively gentle slope with few covers for concealment, and the soldiers were pinned tightly at the foot of the hill, unable to move. Old Liu housed the situation. Leading his entire squad over, Wang Zhengwo shouted to 2nd Squad's leader, LV Chinkai. Jianjun, it's good you're here. Those damned enemy soldiers have built 2 bunkers in staggered positions along the slope. No matter which one we attack, we get pounded. It's suffocating me with frustration. Here's the plan. In a moment, we'll throw out all the smoke grenades from both squads. Each squad focuses on one bunker. We must finish this battle quickly. Fine. If it really doesn't work, we'll have to call for artillery. After the 2 finished discussing, the soldiers of both squads moved into action at once. Explosions rumbled again. After 2 explosions, the hilltop was finally taken. Wang Jianjun then received orders to lead his entire squad to dig trenches around the high ground and set up a defensive position. 3 days later, artillery boomed continuously. Damn it, the enemy has gone mad. This unbroken bombardment has lasted 2 hours already. Medic Lu Minxing spat out a mouthful of dirt. Minxing, don't lose your temper. The enemy's shelling should end soon. They don't have that much ammunition to waste. Wang Jianjun said reassuringly. According to the memories of his previous life, this enemy counterattack would not last long before being crushed by their forces. The truly brutal fighting would come more than 10 days later, when the enemy launched a large-scale counteroffensive. That would be real carnage. In this period, he had to stockpile as many weapons and as much ammunition as possible. Looking at the few dozen scattered guns and the heap of bullets stored in his spatial warehouse, Wang Jianjun could not help a throbbing headache. These days had all been defensive battles. The enemy deployed fewer troops, and to avoid attracting attention, he only secretly took small amounts of weapons and ammunition each time. However, over these few days, Wang Jianjun discovered that his younger brother Wang Zhengwo seemed to be a gifted scavenger of corpses. In just these few days, he had collected 5 or 6 wristwatches and a pile of assorted banknotes. He had not yet carefully counted everything. Meanwhile, 2 of their comrades in the unit had already fallen. A standard squad in their army had 9 soldiers. Even though Wang Jianjun's was a reinforced squad, it only had an extra medic and a radio operator. The death of his comrades once drove the Wang Jianjun with a mind shaped by a previous life to the edge of madness, but he quickly suppressed such thoughts. On the battlefield, mercy had no place, and he had no time to grieve. Relentless enemy assaults would never allow him the luxury of sorrow. More than 10 days later, the heights of Faka Mountain faced a frenzied enemy counterassault. Machine guns outside the foxhole roared in continuous bursts, and the enemy seemed utterly indifferent to how many of their own died, hurling themselves into attack without rest. By this time, only 5 men remained in Wang Jianjun's squad. A bullet had punched a hole through Wang Jianjun's calf, though fortunately it had not hit the bone. He had been struck by a stray shot while scavenging bodies under cover of darkness, and the incident had taught him a harsh lesson. Squad leader, the enemy has already attacked 5 or 6 times today. If this goes on, the brothers, He Ming said, face full of sorrow. No matter how hard it gets, we must hold the line. Our reinforcements are almost here. Just hold on a bit longer. Think of the older generation. On the Korean battlefield, their conditions were far worse than ours now. Again and again, Wang Jianjun spoke to calm the soldiers' hearts, yet was he not also brainwashing himself? We are soldiers of a new era. Behind us lies our homeland. As soldiers, we must live fighting for our motherland and die with our position sharing its fate to the very end. Wang Jianjun shouted slogans to rouse everyone's morale. In the following days, their unit launched a counterattack. Leading the only 4 remaining soldiers, he charged madly down the mountain against the attacking enemy forces. At the forefront, Wang Jianjun's Type 56 assault rifle chattered without pause. Big brother. Suddenly a startled cry rang by his ear, and the next moment he was slammed aside. A gunshot cracked. A spray of blood burst from Wang Jingwo's shoulder. He had seen someone aiming at his elder brother and had hastily rammed him aside, taking the bullet in his stead. Little brother. The rifle spat a wild burst of bullets toward the enemy opposite. He hurriedly helped his younger brother up from the ground, his face stricken with grief. Since enlisting, his brother had seemed favored by fortune, surviving 3 years of war without a single wound, and now he had been shot for the first time to save him. This drove Wang Jianjun completely over the edge. Perhaps it was the lingering resentment of his past self, or perhaps the comradeship forged with Wang Jingwo over these long days, but whatever the reason, he lost control. Staring with bloodshot eyes, Wang Jianjun said, "Little brother, I swear from this day on I will never let anyone point a gun at you again." 1 month later, the fighting gradually subsided. A gunshot cracked. No organization, no discipline. Wang Jianjun, do you have any sense of discipline left? The army has repeatedly emphasized that prisoners must not be killed, yet you went and gunned them all down in one go. In the regimental headquarters, Regiment Commander Zhang Yuanchao slammed his belt onto the desk again and again, pacing the office in circles as he cursed at Wang Jianjun. Report, Commander. Wang Jianjun's eyes were bloodshot, as well a killing aura about him that could not be hidden. Only a veteran like the regimental commander, hardened by countless battles, could suppress this wolfish youth before him. Report, Commander. I cannot deny the fact that I killed prisoners. But every time I see them, I think of the comrades who fell on the position. So many of them, all so young. As he spoke, tears began streaming uncontrollably down the face of this iron-blooded man. Second Squad Leader LV Chunkai had just gotten married. His wife is carrying their unborn child. He never even had the chance to see his child once, and now his wife and child have become a widow and an orphan. Then there's Zhang Minxin from 3rd Squad. He told me his elderly father has been ill for years and depends on medicine, and every month he sends his allowance home. He was the pillar of his family. His younger siblings are still little, and now the whole household has lost its support. And there were Zhang Xiaolei, Wang Xiaohu, Lu Yong, Zhang Chong. Name after name poured from Wang Jianjun's lips. At this moment, the regimental commander fell silent as well. What could he do? This was war. The only thing he could do was see to his soldiers' affairs after their deaths. Placing his palm gently on Wang Jianjun's shoulder, he said, "Enough. I understand all the pain in your heart. Like you, I too clawed my way out of the battlefield. I understand it all. But discipline is discipline. It is the legacy of our army. This incident has caused too great an impact. You gunned down dozens of prisoners in one go. Your lust for killing is far too strong. I have arranged for your discharge. Based on your merits, I could have promoted you further and even planned to recommend you to a military academy, but..." Regiment Commander Zhao Yuanchao looked at the promising young man before him, his face full of regret. "I have written you a letter of recommendation. After you return to your hometown, you can take this letter to the police bureau in Sangzhou. The bureau chief is an old comrade in arms of mine. He will arrange things properly for you." "Commander." Wang Jianjun suddenly raised his eyes to look at the middle-aged regimental commander, deeply moved in his heart. Truly, for a soldier who had erred as he had, it was no small thing for the commander to go to such lengths on his behalf. "Go on. Your younger brother is still waiting for you in the hospital." The commander waved his hand, tucked the recommendation letter into Wang Jianjun's chest, and sent him out. "Southwest Military Region Hospital. Your brother's injury is not severe. He can be discharged at any time. However, he may not be able to lift heavy objects with his left arm in the future, as the injury is on the scapula. The current medical standards in the country can only guarantee this much. but it won't affect his normal life, said instructor Zhou Wei to Wang Jianjun outside the ward. Hearing about Wang Jiangwo's condition, he felt a pang of worry, but relieved that it wouldn't impact his normal life. Thank you, instructor. I will go with my brother to handle the discharge procedures shortly. Good, it's good that you can accept it. What a pity for a soldier like him. The instructor patted him on the shoulder and left. At noon, the two brothers Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo arrived at the regiment to complete the discharge procedures. Upon entering, they found medic Lu Mingxing demolitions expert He Meng and cook Zhang Wuqiang there. What are you doing here? Wang Jianjun asked, puzzled. Squad leader. We are also here to discharge, He Meng replied with a grin. As Wang Jianjun was about to say something, the image of his fallen comrades on the battlefield flashed through his mind, and he opened his mouth to say, it's better to be discharged. Soon, everyone completed their discharge procedures. As they were leaving, the company commander called Wang Jianjun over, saying, now that you're discharged, be sure to control your temper. Life out there is different from the army. There are many rules. Go home and find a good girl, start a family, and live a stable life. After speaking, he handed Wang Jianjun an envelope saying, inside is 5,000 yuan, 3,000 from the regiment commander, 1,000 from the battalion commander, and the remaining 1,000 split between me and the instructor, 500 each. Consider this as us leaders being incapable and unable to keep you. Take it and get out of here quickly before I change my mind. After saying this, the company commander turned and went back to his office. Wang Jianjun clearly saw that the commander's eyes were moist. Watching Wang Jianjun salute toward the office and walk away, the company commander murmured, what a good soldier. The few of them arrived at the local train station under the escort of the army's special vehicle. Observing the bustling crowd at the train station of this era, Wang Jianjun was filled with a sense of reality. Big brother, where are we going? Do we still have a home? Wang Jingwo's weak voice came from beside him. Wang Jianjun was taken aback. Yes. Do we still have a home? Their parents had passed away one after another, leaving the two brothers to rely on each other. Now could they still live at home? Even if there was space for him, could his heart still find a home? This year was 1981, and the national economy was slowly recovering, but various policies were still constantly changing, which was not suitable for Wang Jianjun's temperament. Looking at his brother's healing shoulder, Wang Jianjun's eyes suddenly lit up. They could go to Hong Kong Island. There were advanced hospitals that should be able to cure the injury on his shoulder. The two brothers had saved a fair amount of money on the battlefield. Moreover, Wang Jianjun believed that with his skills, he could make a name for himself in Hong Kong Island. At that moment, Lu Mingxing and He Meng came over asking, squad leader, what are your plans for the future? Lu Mingxing was from Guangdong, while He Meng was from Hunan, and both had many siblings at home, which would only add burdens to their families. Work was hard to find these days. Seeing the two of them looking at him with eager eyes, he immediately understood their intentions. You little rascals. Wang Jianjun lightly scolded, realizing why they were also discharging. It seemed they had long been planning to follow him, so he didn't hold back and immediately shared his thoughts with them. Squad leader, wherever you say to go, we will go without any objections. Good. Since you are willing to follow me from today on, don't call me squad leader, call me big brother. After all, I am older than both of you. Now that we're all discharged, it's not fitting to call me squad leader. Yes, big brother. They all laughed together. That night, they bought train tickets to Guangdong. Benefiting from just discharging, they boarded the train to Guangdong in the name of visiting a comrade. Along the way, everyone followed Lu Mingxing to learn Cantonese, wanting to integrate into the future society of Hong Kong Island faster, as language was essential. Wang Jianjun had previously learned English and Russian, but had never learned Cantonese. Along the way, he absorbed Lu Mingxing's knowledge like a sponge. Shenzhen City. At night, Chico Wharf. Wang Jianjun and the others took out the prepared large truck inner tubes, each wearing one, as they entered the river, swimming hard forward. Fortunately, they had endured much on the battlefield, and this difficulty was nothing compared to the ordinary swimming training in the army. The splash sounds around them indicated that there were many others attempting to cross the border at this time. Most of those escaping to Hong Kong during this period were desperate individuals who couldn't survive in the mainland, unlike before when they fled just to live better. On October 23, 1980, the anti-encroachment policy was cancelled and immediate capture and release was implemented. This greatly increased the difficulty of escaping to Hong Kong, but it also caught the attention of some black forces looking to take advantage of this opportunity. Many escapees, without understanding the situation, were caught by these forces. The men were sold to work illegally, while the women. As the domestic economy improved slightly, escaping to Hong Kong gradually became less common, and those who did instead turned into smugglers or adventurers like Wang Jianjun with a military background. Soon they swam to the opposite shore. Wang Jianjun and the others quickly crawled into the bushes to gather. Looking at the river they had just crossed, there seemed to be a raging fire burning in Wang Jianjun's eyes. Hong Kong Island, here I come. He quickly took out a bag wrapped in oilcloth from his pocket containing a simple map and a military compass. Everyone pulled out their respective packages, revealing large Black Star rifles before their eyes. 1 weapon per person with 3 magazines. Hurry up and replenish your strength. Everyone hurriedly loaded their ammunition while munching on the military rations they had acquired. The food tasted like American goods. A few minutes later, relying on the night and the simple map, they figured out their approximate location. We are approximately here in Tunman. Next we will walk straight through Yuan Long and finally head to Kowloon walled city. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone responded softly. Let's go. They quickly disappeared into the jungle. It was dawn. At the foot of a mountain by a roadside, a van was quickly chasing a Crown sedan ahead. Daddy, I'm scared. A little girl in the back seat of the Crown car cried. Be good, Ashan. Daddy will shake them off soon. They can't catch up with Daddy. Lu Wenjie comforted his daughter patiently while driving. This morning they even blocked him at home. Since the stock price plummeted in March, his factory had been losing money. Someone had set their sights on the land of his factory, which was a garment factory left by his father. He would never sell it no matter what. After driving off several groups of people, these punks had come after him. This morning they even blocked him at home, and now he was forced to escape with his daughter. Silly Chong, this place is secluded enough, give him a warning shot. Yes, boss. A yellow-haired thug took out a handgun from his pocket and fired a shot ahead. As for his marksmanship, well, very much like a gangster. Bang! A gunshot startled not only Lu Wenjie, who was driving, but also Wang Jianjun and his brothers nearby. Stop! There's gunfire, prepare for battle. Stop! Gunfire, prepare for battle. Wang Jianjun's voice was low, and almost as soon as he spoke, 4 figures crouched like leopards, swiftly sliding into the drainage ditch and the tall weeds by the roadside. Their movements were synchronized without a sound, even the rustling of the grass was minimized. This was an instinct honed from 3 years of battlefield fighting. Wang Jianjun pressed against the cold wall of the ditch, peering out with one eye to observe the activity on the road. It was just dawn, and the morning mist in the mountains had yet to disperse, wrapping the highway in a grayish-white haze with visibility limited to just a few dozen meters. Ahead, 2 beams of car headlights were wildly swaying. A black Crown sedan sped recklessly ahead, followed closely by an old white van, which had half of its body protruding onto the road. The gunshot moments ago had come from within the van. Brother, the other side has 1 car and 1 gun. From the sound, it's a 38. Their shooting skills are terrible. Wang Jiangwo was beside him, speaking in a low voice, his eyes fixed on the van. The safety of his large black star had long been disengaged, yet Wang Jianjun pressed his hand down. Don't shoot. Wang Jianjun's gaze swept across the van, and he clearly saw a yellow-haired thug leaning halfway out of the passenger window, wielding a revolver and cursing, eager to fire again. With these few scattered soldiers, the gunfire is too loud. Let's finish this quickly. He was all too familiar with the caliber of the Hong Kong gangsters. Armed with a gun, they dared to act like kings, lacking even the most basic sense of vigilance, not even looking around, while pursuing half of their bodies hanging out of the car, practically turning themselves into live targets. Compared to the enemy forces they encountered on Faka Mountain, these people weren't even worth polishing their shoes. No wonder they were ridiculed in their past lives for Hong Kong's underground forces. Himeng, there's a stone left from road repairs 30 meters ahead. Go push it into the middle of the road and force them to stop. Jianguo, once the car stops, your job is to seize the gun. You must not let him have a chance to pull the trigger. Minxin, keep an eye on the Crown car. Don't let the people inside panic and cause trouble and block their escape route. 3 silent nods conveyed the orders instantly. Himeng crouched low, using the cover of the weeds, and dashed out like a silent wild bull. He was the demolitions expert, his raw strength honed to perfection on the battlefield. Gritting his teeth, he pushed the stone weighing over 100 pounds to the center of the road, blocking the van's path. Almost the moment the stone settled, the van had already charged into view. The driver, a lowlife, was cursing at the Crown car in front of him. When he saw the stone in the middle of the road, his soul seemed to fly away. He slammed the brakes and wildly jerked the steering wheel left. Screech. The piercing sound of tires screeching cut through the morning mist as the van skidded and crashed violently into a roadside tree, the front crumpling inward and the engine stalling. The several lowlifes in the vehicle, not wearing seat belts, tumbled about, their curses and cries mingling together. Damn, can't you drive? My arm. Damn it. The yellow-haired thug hit, and with his forehead smacking against the windshield, dazedly pushed open the car door, raising his gun to curse. But as soon as he stepped out with one leg, not even seeing the situation around him, a hand like an iron claw suddenly grabbed his neck. Wang Jiangwo's figure flashed out like a ghost from behind the tree, locking the neck with his left hand, while his right twisted up his arm, the movements so fast that only an afterimage remained. With a crisp crack, the thug's arm was dislocated, and the revolver in his hand, without ever touching the trigger, fell into Wang Jiangwo's grasp. The intense pain shattered the thug's mind. He wanted to scream, but his throat was locked tightly, unable to breathe. His vision darkened, and he was directly pinned to the ground by Wang Jiangwo, his knee pressing against his lower back, unable to move an inch. All of this took less than a few seconds. The remaining 4 lowlifes in the van finally reacted, cursing as they grabbed steel pipes and machetes from inside the vehicle, pushing the door open and charging out. Accustomed to street fights relying on their numbers, they completely disregarded the few old camouflage-clad figures in front of them, swinging their steel pipes at Wang Jianjun. However, just as their pipes swung halfway, Wang Jianjun had already closed in on them. In combat, there's never any back and forth. It's all about the shortest distance, the fastest speed, and maximum lethality. Wang Jianjun sidestepped to avoid the steel pipe's trajectory, his elbow crashing hard into the opponent's chest. Bang! With a muffled thud, the thug felt as if he had been hit by a truck. His ribcage felt like it was about to shatter, he couldn't catch his breath, and his body curled up like a shrimp, dropping the steel pipe with a clang. Wang Jianjun didn't give him a chance to recover, driving his knee upward right into his abdomen, causing the thug to crumble to the ground, writhing in pain, unable to even cry out. On the other side, He Ming faced two thugs wielding machetes. He didn't bother to dodge the incoming blades. With hands big as fans, he reached out and grabbed the back of both their necks, crashing their heads together. Thud! The two heads collided solidly, producing a sound that was painful to hear. Both thugs rolled their eyes and fainted on the spot, collapsing to the ground as their machetes flew far away. The last remaining thug had just pushed open the car door when he saw all four of his brothers, who hadn't lasted even 10 seconds, fallen to the ground. The steel pipe in his hand clattered to the ground, his face turning as pale as paper. The bravado he had just shown when pursuing was completely wiped away, leaving only sheer terror in his eyes. He had fought countless group battles in his life, but had never seen a fighting style like this. No yelling, no extravagant moves, each strike precisely taking down an opponent, the coldness in their eyes resembling that of a killer. This was the true aura of someone who had seen blood and taken lives, unlike their street bravado, which was on an entirely different level. Run! Run fast! He screamed, turning to dive into the grass by the roadside, but after just 2 steps, he was tripped by Lu Minxing, who had circled around from the side, falling hard into the mud. Lu Minxing stepped on his back, his knee against his waist, twisting his arm behind him, causing him to cry out in pain and dare not move. From the moment the van crashed to a halt until all 6 lowlifes were taken down, it took less than a minute. The highway fell silent again, with only the low groans of the remaining thugs echoing. Wang Jianjun glanced over the scene and nodded at Wang Zhengwo. Wang Zhengwo immediately understood, unloaded the revolver he had taken, dumping the bullets out and throwing both the gun and bullets into the drainage ditch. Quickly they tied up the 6 lowlifes securely with their shoelaces and ripped clothing strips, gagging them and stuffing them into the back of the van, locking the doors tightly. From start to finish, their large black star had never even turned off the safety, yet not a single shot was fired. At this moment, the crown vehicle in front gradually came to a stop. Lu Wenjie sat in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel tightly, his entire body trembling. He had just watched the entire process clearly in the rearview mirror. He originally thought he would surely die today, but he never expected that 4 people would suddenly appear in this desolate place at the foot of the mountain, resolving the thugs who had chased him for over half an hour in less than a minute. He looked at Wang Jianjun, who was approaching, dressed in worn-out camouflage that had faded, with a tall stature, a face weathered by time, and eyes as steady as a deep pond. The lingering aura of killing intent around him made Lu instinctively tense up, fearing that he had just escaped the tiger's den only to fall into the wolf's lair. "Why, you guys?" Lu Wenjie's voice trembled, yet he still mustered the strength to push open the car door, standing in front of the back seat, afraid of scaring his daughter inside. Wang Jianjun halted his steps, raised both hands to indicate he meant no harm, and spoke in the somewhat awkward Cantonese he had just learned. "Sir, we mean no harm. What happened just now was merely a coincidence. Are you all right?" Just as he finished speaking, a soft sob could be heard from the back seat. Lu Wenjie quickly turned around and pulled his daughter, who was curled up in the seat, into his arms. The little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, with 2 small braids, had tear-streaked cheeks, trembling in fear as she clung tightly to her father's neck, not daring to look up. Seeing this, Lu Minxing took out a piece of fruit candy wrapped in oil paper from his pocket. This was something he had obtained from the American rations he captured on the battlefield, which he had saved for comforting injured and frightened soldiers. He walked over, squatted down, and held out the candy in front of the little girl, his voice soft. "Little sister, don't be afraid. The bad guys have all been chased away by us. Here's something sweet for you." The little girl timidly lifted her head, glancing at Lu Minxing and then at her father. When she saw Lu Wenjie nod, she cautiously took the candy, whispering, "Thank you, uncle," and slowly stopped crying. Only then did Lu Wenjie completely relax, holding his daughter and deeply bowing to Wang Jianjun and the others, his tone filled with gratitude. "Thank you, brothers. If it weren't for you today, I really wouldn't know what to do with my daughter. This great kindness will not go unthanked. I, Lu Wenjie, will remember it. It was just a small effort." Wang Jianjun waved his hand, casting a glance at his car. "Why were those people chasing you?" Lu Wenjie revealed a hint of bitterness on his face side and recounted the events that led up to this. He ran a clothing factory located in Tsuan, one which was a legacy from his father. Earlier this year, the stock market crashed, leaving the factory with a large amount of unsold goods, leading to financial issues that attracted many people eyeing his factory's land. They pressured him to sell it multiple times, and since he refused, their tactics grew increasingly aggressive. They directly found local gangs to block the factory gate. His wife took their son back to her parents' house, and he took his daughter out a day late. He didn't expect that this morning they would block him at his own doorstep. With no choice, he had to drive away with his daughter, only to find the thugs daring enough to shoot at him on the road. After speaking, he looked at Wang Jianjun and the others hesitated for a moment, and then asked, brothers, from your accents, it seems you just came from the mainland. Wang Jianjun did not hide it, and nodded. We are retired soldiers from the mainland, just arrived in Hong Kong, seeking a way to survive with no place to settle yet. Lu Wenjia's eyes instantly brightened. He was worried about not having anyone to protect him and his factory, and today, he encountered these four lifesavers. He had witnessed their skills firsthand. Not to mention a few street thugs, even if dozens of them came, they would likely not be a match for these men. What was even more precious was that they were retired soldiers, disciplined and acted steadily. Far more reliable than those treacherous gangsters. Moreover, they had saved his and his daughter's lives, and he had to repay this kindness. Brothers. Lu Wenjia immediately spoke, his tone extremely sincere. If you don't mind, please stay at my home for now. My house is not far ahead with a place to stay and hot water and food. You just arrived in Hong Kong, unfamiliar with the place and matters regarding your identity. I will take care of them. I have run a factory for over 10 years, and I have acquaintances in the police and civil affairs departments. It won't be difficult to arrange for you to have legal status. It absolutely won't cause you any trouble. Wang Jianjun and the others exchanged glances, seeing intent in each other's eyes. Having just arrived in Hong Kong with neither identity nor a place to settle, they were worried about where to go next. Lu Wenjia's proposal perfectly alleviated their urgent predicament. Furthermore, Lu Wenjia was a legitimate businessman, not involved in illegal activities aligning with their path. With the conversation reaching this point, there was no reason to refuse. Wang Jianjun extended his hand to Lu Wenjia, saying solemnly, "Then we will trouble Boss Lu. We will remember this kindness, brothers." "Not a trouble at all. Not at all." Lu Wenjia tightly grasped his hand, overwhelmed with excitement. "It's I who—" "Let's go, we'll head home first." He returned his daughter to the back seat, glanced at the van behind them, and asked Brother Jianjun, "What about the people in that van?" "Don't worry, they're all tied up and can't escape," Wang Jianjun replied calmly. "If you don't want to attract trouble, we can leave the vehicle here if someone will handle it later. If necessary, we can call the police we know to come and take care of it." Lu Wenjia thought for a moment and gritted his teeth. "I'll call the familiar police right now. I've tolerated these thugs for too long." He had refrained from calling earlier to avoid spending money, but now that his life was almost lost, he no longer cared about paying the police a little fee. 10 minutes later, the crown vehicle restarted and slowly drove away from the road at the foot of the mountain. Wang Jianjun sat in the passenger seat, watching the sky gradually brighten outside the window and the increasing number of Hong Kong street scenes by the roadside, lightly tapping his knee with his fingers. He knew that his first step in Hong Kong was secure. The next step was to obtain a sum of seed capital, whether for treating his injured younger brothers or for starting a business. Money was essential. As for the money he had captured from the battlefield, after counting, he had less than 200,000 various banknotes. If converted to Hong Kong dollars, it would be around 5 to 60,000, which was not very useful for him at the moment. Currently, besides cash, he also had over 20 various brand watches, more than 200 automatic rifles, including AK-47S and M16S, as well as dozens of the military's Type 56 rifles. He also had dozens of SVD sniper rifles. In addition, there were ammunition boxes piled up like small mountains, including grenade boxes and various bullet boxes. He hadn't counted them specifically, but there were plenty, and of course there were also 2 light machine guns from the Type 56 squad, plus a scattered bunch of military canned food and other supplies. These were all the spoils Wang Jianjun had obtained on the battlefield. In a place like Hong Kong Island, as long as one wasn't rebelling, it would definitely be enough. As the crown car drove into Tsuen Wei Garden Phase 2, the morning mist had completely dispersed. "We've arrived, this is the place." Lu Wenjia turned off the engine and got out first, holding his still sleepy daughter Aishan. A few people followed him upstairs as Lu Wenjia took out his keys and unlocked the door. Wang Jianjun's gaze swept across the entire room. The layout consisted of 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, with the living room tiled in off-white anti-slip tiles, furnished with a leather sofa and a glass coffee table. The balcony faced the distant waters of Tsuen Wan, and the bedrooms, kitchen, and bathroom were all present. In mainland China, such a house was already a rare, decent residence, but in Hong Kong, where every inch of land was precious, this was indeed a genuine luxury mansion. In 1981, a house like this in Tsuen Wan was priced at over 400,000 Hong Kong dollars, equivalent to a regular worker enduring 20 years without eating or drinking. "Feel free to sit, brothers, don't be shy." Lu Wenjia placed Aishan on the sofa and turned to take out a few cans of chilled cola from the fridge, handing them over one by one. "Let me first explain today's arrangements. In the morning, we'll go to the tailor shop on Zhong'an Street to get you some fitting clothes. Then we'll head to HSBC to exchange your foreign currency. In the afternoon, you'll make a trip to the Social Welfare Department and the Labor Department to get your temporary IDs and work permits issued under my clothing factory. It will be absolutely secure. In the evening, you'll stay in the dormitory of my factory at the Tech C industrial area, which is a 10-minute drive from here. The factory is currently not in operation. There are plenty of empty rooms, quiet and safe. No one will check." Lu Wenjia meticulously considered everything, even accounting for the team money needed for handling the paperwork and the cost of buying clothes, all of which he took upon himself. Wang Jianjun, holding the cold can of cola, shook his head and pulled out a tightly wrapped cloth bag from his old camouflage backpack. As he opened it, stacks of US dollars, rubles, and a few sparkling Swiss watches were revealed, dazzling to the eye. "Boss Lou, we appreciate your kindness, but we will cover the costs for clothing, meals, and services ourselves." Wang Jianjun placed the cloth bag on the table, his tone brooking no refusal. "Please just take us to the bank today to exchange this money into Hong Kong dollars." Lu Wenjie looked at the money on the table, completely stunned. He had been running a clothing factory for over a decade and had seen quite a bit of money, but the thick stacks of US dollars pulled out by these veterans who had just arrived from the mainland left him speechless, not to mention the few watches that clearly had considerable value. He originally thought he was providing shelter for a few desperate brothers, but now he realized they were not here to seek a way out. They had come to Hong Kong with their savings. "Brother Jianjun, this is money obtained from the battlefield, clean money," Wang Jianjun replied calmly, providing no further explanation. To survive and bring something back from the battlefield was a testament to their abilities. Lu Wenjie promptly caught on and nodded. "All right, I'll take you to HSBC. I know the manager at the Tsunwan branch well." At 9 a.m., the group first went to the most field was a testament to their abilities. After changing out of their worn camouflages and into fitting white shirts, crisp trousers, and shiny leather shoes, the four men, originally marked by the hardships of battle, instantly transformed. Their years of military life and battlefield experiences had etched a tall and robust demeanor into their very bones. Standing there with straightened backs and steady gazes, the unique aura of soldiers was unmistakable, drawing the attention of the shop staff. Wang Jianjun insisted on paying for the clothes, shoes, and socks, totaling 1,800 Hong Kong dollars. Afterwards, the group headed straight to the HSBC Tsunwan branch. With Lu Wenjie as a familiar customer vouching for them and the bank's willingness to accept large foreign currency exchanges, the process went exceptionally smoothly. The counter staff, wearing white gloves, counted the US dollars and rubles one by one, with calculators clicking away. When the final figure was revealed, even the staff accustomed to large transactions couldn't help but glance at Wang Jianjun and the others. "Sir, the total exchange amount is 593,200 Hong Kong dollars. In 1981, the purchasing power of the Hong Kong dollar was at its peak. A 1,000-square-foot luxury apartment in Tsunwan was only about 400,000. A factory worker's monthly salary barely reached 2,000, and a bowl of wonton noodles cost just $2. 593,000 in this era of Hong Kong was an amount that ordinary people could only look up to. Lu Wenjie stood by, utterly shocked and speechless. He had initially thought he was helping these brothers, but now he realized that his own savings were insignificant in their eyes. What impressed him even more was that Wang Jianjun showed no signs of excitement upon seeing this vast sum of money. He appeared as if he was merely counting a pile of ordinary paper. This calmness was not something an ordinary person could possess. Due to the lack of formal identification, Wang Jianjun could only request the bank to withdraw all the money in cash. The bank manager specially found a sturdy black bag to pack the stacks of brand new Hong Kong dollars. Walking down the street with a heavy bag of cash, He Meng and Wang Zhengwo instinctively placed their hands on their waists, where their pistols were hidden, their eyes cautiously scanning the surroundings. Such a large sum of money was enough to attract a violent confrontation. However, Wang Jianjun remained calm. He knew too well that in Hong Kong, money was both courage and foundation. With this money, their brother's injury was taken care of, and they had the strongest backing to establish themselves in Hong Kong. In the afternoon, Lu Wenjie hurried to the Social Welfare Department and the Labor Department. In 1981 Hong Kong, it was nearly impossible for mainland immigrants to obtain legal status, but obtaining temporary work permits under a legitimate factory was the most reliable shortcut. Having struggled in Tsunwan for over a decade, Lu Wenjie was more than familiar with the channels for getting permits. With connections already made with familiar clerks, it took only 2 hours to obtain 4 laminated temporary IDs. The IDs had 1-inch photos of the 4 men attached, clearly printed with their names and addresses. Jiexing Garment Factory, Tsunwan Taxi Industrial Area, valid for 1 year. Holding the thin card, Wang Jianjun felt the last stone in his heart finally drop. With an ID, they were no longer the kind of immigrants who could be caught and released at any time. In Hong Kong, they had finally qualified for a place to settle. In the evening, Lu Wenjie drove the group straight to the Taxi Industrial Area. This was the core industrial hub of Tsunwan in 1981, with garment factories, electronics factories, and plastic factories lined up next to each other, the air filled with the mixed scents of fabric dyes and machine oil. Jiexing Garment Factory was a 3-story old factory building. The first floor housed the production workshop with dozens of sewing machines neatly arranged and piles of fabric and finished garments collecting a thin layer of dust in the corners, clearly having been out of operation for some time. The second floor contained offices and storage, while the third floor was a workers' dormitory with private bathrooms. The entire building was quiet, as it was currently closed. Lu Wenjie opened the door to the largest dormitory on the third floor, where 4 iron-framed beds were laid with fresh bedding with tables, chairs, and a hot water kettle fully equipped, and the windows were bright and clean, clearly having been cleaned in advance. "I hope you brothers can endure staying here for now. Once things stabilize, I will help you find a better place to live." Lu Wenjie smiled as he handed over the keys, and placed the roasted meat, beer, and boxed meals on the table. "We'll eat here tonight. I specially ordered roasted goose and char siu from a nearby tea restaurant, both renowned dishes in Hong Kong." As they sat down and exchanged toasts, the atmosphere gradually warmed up. After a few beers, Lu Wenjie became more talkative, discussing his clothing factory, the stock market crash earlier this year, the embarrassment following the cancellation of overseas orders, and the helplessness of being forced into a corner by the Triads, his eyes filled with bitterness. Wang Jianjun set down his beer can and looked at him, finally asking the question he had been holding in all day. "Boss Lu, tell us about those people chasing you today and the underground forces in Hong Kong. We are new here and don't understand the rules. We need to know the details to avoid causing you trouble." Upon hearing this, Lu Wenjie's expression immediately darkened. He sighed and set down his chopsticks. Gangdao looks prosperous on the surface, but beneath that gloss lies the underworld. The most powerful are the four societies, Sini and 14K, He Sheng He, and Heanal, which have effectively divvied up the island's territories. In Kowloon, the dominant force is He Sheng He. "The thugs who chased me today are from He Sheng He's Kowloon Tanko." He paused, then added, "The ringleader is a blonde called Sha Chong. He is the right-hand man, the enforcer for the Tanko boss Sang Biao. Sang Biao is a notorious hard man in Kowloon, his hands stained with blood. He used to live off coercively buying factory land at bargain prices and collecting protection fees. Later, he opened several gambling dens and drug stalls and made a tidy sum. He hasn't taken on this kind of job for a long time. Whoever financed such a large operation to hire him remains unknown. This year the stock market collapsed, many factories went under, and people seized the chance to snatch land. My factory sits at the heart of Dishiguo Dao, adjacent to the docks and the highway, long a target. Several times they came knocking, offering prices that weren't even a third of market value. I refused to sell, so they sent thugs to block the factory gates every day, frighten the workers, smash my office. So the workers dared not come to work and the factory ground to a halt. My wife took our son back to her mother's place. I meant to take a Sean there as well, but I was a step too late. This morning they even blocked my own front door." He Meng slammed his beer can on the table and spat. "Those sons of bitches. Cowards who prey on the weak. If they come again, I'll put them out of commission." "Brother Meng, don't be impulsive." Lu Wenjie hurriedly waved his hand, his face full of dread. "These society men are most revenge-minded. You beat their juniors, and then the elders arrive. The cycle never ends. Besides, they're in bed with certain cops, well fed with team money. Even if you beat them, it's we who will end up suffering the consequences. It isn't that I didn't want to call the police. I've tried, but it was useless. The officers make a perfunctory visit, then those men retaliate with even greater ferocity. What's more, those societies have deep-pocketed backers. People like us can only swallow our pride and endure." Lu Minqing pushed up his glasses and asked quietly, "Then don't they have anyone they fear?" "They can't possibly control all of Hong Kong," someone replied. "They fear those crueler than themselves, those richer and more powerful. Those who, if provoked, could bring about lethal retribution." Lu Wenjie sighed. "I'm just a small factory owner, no background, no clout. Naturally, I'm an easy target." A hush fell over the men. On the battlefield, they faced armed enemies, open combat. Life and death decided by skill and will. But Hong Kong's underworld is the gutter hidden beneath prosperity, endless scheming, and reprisals. It is an entirely different animal from the battlefield. Wang Jianjun tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze distant. In his previous life, he had been a profiteer on the Russia-Ukraine front and had seen countless underground dealings. At root, they are all the same. Bully the weak, fear the strong, everything boils down to profit. The more you cower, the more they take. Be ruthless and confident, and they will think twice before touching you. He looked at Lu Wenjie, calm, yet radiating an unquestionable authority. "Boss Lu, rest assured. From today on, Jiexing Garment Factory is under our protection. Sang Biao or He Sheng He. If they dare to come, we will meet them head on. But Brother Jianjun, they have numbers and the Tanko backing them." Lu Wenjie fretted. "Numbers and backing." A cold edge creased Wang Jianjun's mouth. "The four of us never flinched when a Vietnamese battalion charged at Fakashan. A handful of street thugs can't turn the world upside down." He wasn't boasting. Men who crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood are leagues above the street gangsters who brawl for turf. Wang Jianjun cast a glance at two black woven sacks in the corner. While the others talked with a brief motion of thought, the two heavy bags of Hong Kong dollars vanished, tucked away into a mental space inside his mind, joining the cache of weapons and ammunition. When he finished, he spoke slowly. "Boss Lu, you needn't be afraid. We won't bring trouble to you, but we will never allow you to be bullied. For the next few days, we'll stay at the factory and watch over it. If Sang Biao is sensible, he'll back off, and everyone goes on quietly. If he's not and insists on courting death, we won't mind helping Kowloon rid itself of a pest." Night. After seeing Lu Wenjie off, Wang Jianjun went out alone and returned carrying a large parcel. "Where did you get that package?" Wang Jiangwo asked as he saw the sizable woven sack in Wang Jianjun's hands. It looked heavy, and he hurried to take it. Wang Jianjun waved him off. "I had a comrade bring it when I was back on the mainland. His family has relatives here." He mumbled an evasive answer. He did not want his brother to pry. Inside the bag were 5 AK rifles, 2 Type 56 submachine guns, a military ammunition crate, 20 hand grenades, and 4 bayonets. They all inhaled sharply at the sight of the arsenal. Wang Jiangwo and the others rushed forward, each grabbing a familiar weapon and beginning to handle it. He Ming even sniffed a gun. Yes, this is the smell. Beyond the initial shock at seeing the weapons, the men were left elated. Seasoned veterans of the battlefield cannot sleep soundly without something at hand. The brothers tacitly avoided asking where the weapons had come from. Everyone has secrets after all. All right, no need for me to teach you how to use them right. Wang Jianjun joked. Brother, who are you insulting? They shot back and laughter filled the room. Enough. Now let me explain the situation. Wang Jianjun's smile vanished as he grew serious. We've made it to Gangdao successfully, and our identity papers will be ready soon. We have to survive. This little nest egg won't last long. He scanned the room and said, I have an idea. Listen to me. Brothers, speak. Well, follow you, they replied. Wang Jiangwo agreed at once. He Ming and Lu Minqing nodded vigorously in assent. Now Gangdao's underground forces are everywhere. Honest businessmen like Boss Lu endure continuous harassment and threats. Oh, what happened today is only a small sample. I am convinced Boss Liu's plight is not unique. That is our opening. Though OG has been formed and policing has improved somewhat, this is still a capitalist society where money reigns. None of those societies lack funds, and they have even larger financial backers. So I propose we set up a security company, recruit men with service backgrounds like ours, and provide security for factories and companies solving these threats when they arise. Hearing this, the others were momentarily unsure. He Ming suddenly asked, Brother, what if those societies refuse to cooperate? You said we can't use guns, didn't you? Exactly. Brother, there are only a few of us. If we aren't allowed to use firearms, how much security pay can a few factories really give us? If you ask me, we might as well take the guns and wipe out those casinos and drug dens in one sweep. Then the money would be ours. Wang Jiangwo said, his face half in puzzlement. Foolish. Wang Jianjun glared at his younger brother, scolding loudly. Do you think you're some kind of bandit? Robbing with a gun may bring quick money, but those people are not good folks. Once they're dead, they're gone. But what about us, brothers? Once we draw our guns, we'll be wanted across the whole island, living life on the run. There have been precedents years ago. Many who came over thought just like you. Damn it, their mindset is exactly the same as you. They believed that robbing a few gambling dens was for the greater good, but in the end they gradually turned into thieves of jewelry and gold, resorting to kidnapping and extortion, becoming the very people they initially despised. They became the ones feared by everyone on the island. They are different from us. They might arrive on the island with nothing, but we have over 500,000, and soon we'll have legitimate identities starting off at a higher level than them. Wang Jianjun looked at Wang Jiangwo with disappointment. We don't need to take risks like them. Wang Jiangwo, seeing his angry elder brother, wanted to say something, but hesitated, mumbling softly, Then why do you bring so many guns? Hearing Wang Jiangwo's mumbling, Wang Jianjun replied sternly, I brought the guns not to rob, but to protect. When we entered this factory today, didn't we see many sneaky people? They are spies sent by some gang. I suspect they will come to stir trouble tonight. These guns are to deter them. Of course, we don't need to be the nice guys. We can catch the leader and make them negotiate for their people, which will help establish our reputation. As long as we don't cause any fatalities, the police won't have any evidence against us. Upon hearing Wang Jianjun, the brothers perked up, gathering around to listen to his next plan. Seeing their reactions, Wang Jianjun couldn't help but chuckle. Damn, they're all violent maniacs. If I hadn't corrected them in time, the island would probably have to deal with more of those gangsters. Wang Jianjun knew that once they revealed their guns tonight, the others would inevitably treat them as part of a major gang. The shadow of the big gang over the local gangs on the island probably still lingers even now. Even now, the police on the island dread the mention of the big gang. However, Wang Jianjun couldn't care less. Even if he had to borrow the big gang's name, he had to fire the first shot. Apart from their ability to kill, the brothers have no other skills. Based on his past life experiences, Wang Jianjun can manage to make a living, but times have changed. He still has to explore this path, leading his brothers step by step. As long as they avoid fatalities, he understands his brothers' tempers. Once they see blood, it won't just be 1 or 2 deaths. Of course, Wang Jianjun doesn't have a good temper either. If truly provoked, he wouldn't mind letting the island's gangsters witness what firepower really means. As Wang Jianjun was explaining the upcoming plan to his brothers, the roar of a car echoed at the entrance, followed by the metallic sound of sticks banging on the door. Wang Jianjun and the others instinctively sprang to their feet, their AKs automatically clicking into place. Wang Jianjun was the first to step out of the room, with He Ming and the others quickly following. Open the door, you bastards. The banging was accompanied by shouts and curses. Wang Jianjun and the others approached the gate, looking at dozens of thugs outside brandishing sticks and shouting. He Ming was about to rush forward when Wang Jianjun pulled him back. Then Wang Jianjun tucked the 5 or 6 guns behind him, using the night for cover. The people outside wouldn't notice they were armed. The leading thug, seeing someone coming out, smirked. What guts? A few of you dare to come out. Where's your boss? Tell him to come out, or we'll report you to the police. Wang Jianjun walked up to the gate without saying a word, staring straight at the leader, and said, "Are you the head of this gang?" The others were momentarily taken aback by Wang Jianjun speaking Mandarin. "Oh, a mainlander." The leader, a thug in his early 20s, was initially stunned, then sneered, stepping closer, his face nearly pressed against the iron bars. This person was the head thug under Sang Biao, known as Turkey, and was also the sworn brother of the Foolish Chong, who was captured during the day. This morning, when Foolish Chong was arrested by the police, he learned it was a few newcomers from the mainland who caused the trouble. Immediately, he gathered dozens of brothers sneaking over in the dark to settle scores for Foolish Chong and to force Lu Wenjia to sign land documents, not taking these mainlanders seriously at all. "I thought you were some tough guys, but it turns out you're just a bunch of broke mainlanders." Turkey puffed out a smoke ring which landed right on Wang Jianjun's face, dripping with contempt. "What? Does Lu Wenjia, that coward, not dare to come out and send a few watchdogs to block us?" Behind him, dozens of thugs burst into laughter, their steel pipes and blades clanging against the iron bars, followed by a barrage of vulgarities. Wang Jiangwo and the others clenched their weapons tightly, their temples bulging, but they were held back by a glare from Wang Jianjun. Wang Jianjun's expression was unyielding, his eyes fixed coldly on Turkey. Through the gaps in the iron bars, his voice was as icy as steel. "I'll ask you again, are you the head of this gang?" "Oh, quite bold, aren't you?" Turkey laughed arrogantly, leaning forward, his chest pressed against the iron bars, pointing at Wang Jianjun's nose and scolding. "So what if I am? You bastards better open the door and kneel down to me, then call Lu Wenjia out, or I'll tear this factory apart and toss you into the sea to feed the fish." Before he finished speaking, Wang Jianjun suddenly moved. It was so fast he left only a shadow behind. His hand shot out through the gap in the iron bars, grabbing Turkey by the open collar of his shirt and yanking him back. Bang! Turkey was slammed against the iron bars, his face wedged between the cold iron bars, his nose instantly bleeding. The arrogance from before shattered in an instant. Before he could react, a cold glint from a triangular military dagger was pressed against his throat, the blood-soaked tip making his skin sink slightly, the icy sensation shooting up his spine. "Say another word, and I'll let your corpse lie here today." Wang Jianjun's voice was low and devoid of emotion. Truth be told, if he weren't holding back, he would have wanted to take them all out. Turkey's body instantly stiffened, the cigarette in his mouth falling to the ground, a faint wetness spreading in his pants. He could clearly feel the sharpness of the dagger. If the other party applied even a little force, this weapon, capable of causing easy bloodshed on the battlefield, would pierce his throat. "Big brother, please spare me." Turkey's voice instantly changed pitch, trembling uncontrollably. "Let's talk nicely. Let's talk nicely." Outside the bars, the dozens of thugs exploded into chaos, raising their steel pipes and knives high, rushing forward and shouting, "What the hell? Let go of my boss. Bastard, you're looking for death. Let go. Otherwise we'll rush in and kill you." Their chaotic shouts in Cantonese filled the air with cries of "what the hell" echoing, making Wang Jianjun, who had just learned Cantonese for a few days, feel overwhelmed. He furrowed his brow, suddenly pulling out the big black star from his waist with his left hand, pointing it at the sky and pulling the trigger. Bang! The deafening gunshot exploded in the silent industrial area, instantly drowning out all the shouts. "Shut up!" Wang Jianjun shouted fiercely, his gaze sweeping over the crowd outside. "What the hell are you all If you make one more sound, the next shot won't be fired into the sky." The moment the gunshot cracked, the rowdy gangsters froze mid-shout, choked into silence like ducks with their necks clamped, their faces paling instantly as they instinctively recoiled. What truly shattered their composure was yet to come. Wang Jiangwo, He Meng, and Lu Minxing surged forward in unison, lining up behind Wang Jianjun. 3 gleaming AK-47s snapped up in perfect synchrony, their black muzzles aimed squarely at the crowd beyond the iron gate. Safety's disengaged fingers resting lightly on the triggers. They stood ramrod straight, eyes cold and unblinking, not a single superfluous movement betraying them. The sheer weight of their killing intent pressing down like an invisible vice. "Don't move," He Meng bellowed, his voice booming like temple bells. "Hands on your heads. Drop to your knees. One twitch, and I'll riddle you full of holes." The gangsters outside were utterly broken, their courage evaporated. An AK-47. Not one, but 3. To Hong Kong street thugs, such a sight was unheard of. Even the rumor of automatic rifles brandished openly would have been unthinkable. Only a few years earlier had the Daquan gang, gangsters from mainland China, dared storm gold shops with long guns or wage bloody wars against Triads, slaughtering without mercy and leaving no survivors. A terror so deep it had carved itself into the very bones of Hong Kong's underworld. These men before them hailed from the mainland, fired without hesitation, wielded AK-47s and struck with ruthless speed and precision. Who else could they possibly be, if not the Daquan gang? "Daquan! It's the Daquan gang!" someone shrieked, voice trembling, and instantly a man crumpled to his knee. Once the first fell, others followed. Dozens collapsing in waves, hands locked behind their heads, faces buried deep in their arms, terrified of drawing the barrels, gaze muttering frantically. "It's got nothing to do with me, boss. I was just here to back them up. I didn't lift a finger. I was summoned by Fire Chicken. Spare my life, boss. I'll never dare again." In an instant, the swaggering mob dissolved into abject, one-sided surrender. Wang Jianjun swept his gaze across the neatly crouching crowd and tilted his chin toward Wang Jiangwo. Open the gate. Bind them all. The iron gate groaned open. For men, rifles leveled advanced upon the dozens kneeling with hands clasped behind their heads. Not a single soul dared flinch. The garment factory warehouse held ample coarse jute rope and plastic zip ties, used for bundling fabric. With battlefield efficiency, the four moved among the captives, each dragged forward, wrists bound tightly behind their backs, mouths gagged, then strung together like grasshoppers and herded into an empty ground floor storage room. In under 10 minutes, every last one of the dozens was subdued, secured, and contained. Only one remained. The 16-year-old lackey who'd clung to Fire Chicken's shadow, shrinking to the very rear, throughout, too terrified even to cry out. Wang Jianjun crouched before him, slapped his cheek twice, then yanked the cloth from his mouth. I'll give you a chance to live. The boy trembled violently, words stammering, Be boss. Please, say it, say it. Go back and deliver a message to your boss, Sang Biao. Wang Jianjun spoke calmly, yet each word carried irrevocable authority. His men are in my hands. If he wants them back, he must bring HK000 in person to Jiexing Garment Factory by noon tomorrow. He paused, then added, voice edged with steel, bring as many men or weapons as he dares. But remember this, any deception, any trickery, and he'll be burying his brothers himself. Understood? Yes. Yes, sir. The boy nodded frantically, his head bobbing like a rice-pecking chicken. Get out. With a light kick to his backside, Wang Jianjun sent him scrambling headlong out of the factory, so panicked he didn't even glance back for the shoe he'd dropped. Inside the warehouse, Fire Chicken hung bound to a pillar, watching Wang Jianjun's retreating silhouette, his whole body convulsing with fear. Only now did he grasp the truth. He hadn't tangled with mere mainland gatekeepers. He'd provoked a pack of deathbound fugitives clawed straight from hell. Meanwhile, in a mahjong parlor belonging to the Hisheng Ho Triads Xinhuan branch, smoke hung thick in the air. Sang Biao lounged in a high-backed armchair, idly shuffling tiles while two underlings massaged his shoulders. Before him sat beer and braised delicacies, waiting confident for good news from Fire Chicken. In his mind, a handful of unfamiliar mainlanders, no matter how tough, could never withstand a charge by dozens armed with pipes and knives. Tonight he was certain Lu Wenjia's shabby factory would fall, and those mainland brutes would be crippled, delivering long-awaited vengeance. But before he could declare a winning hand, the parlor door crashed open, and the same young thug tumbled inside, collapsing to his knees with a wail, Brother Biao. Disaster. Sang Biao slammed his tiles onto the table with a sharp crack, brow furrowing. What's the panic? Where's Fire Chicken? What's happening? Fire Chicken, he's been captured, the boy sobbed, voice cracking. All the brothers we sent, they've all been taken. What a... Sang Biao shot upright, kicking the table over, bottles shattering across the floor. Dozens of men, defeated by 4 mainlanders? Hey, are you mocking me? No, Brother Biao. They're not ordinary mainlanders. They're the Daquan gang. Daquan gang members. The boy scrambled forward, words tumbling out like gunfire. They carry AK-47s, 3 of them, and pistols too. Fire Chicken barely spat 2 curses before they seized him through the gate, pressing a combat knife to his throat. Everyone froze. We couldn't move. The name, Daquan gang, struck like thunder. Sang Biao's jowls quivered, his arrogance evaporating, his face draining of color. He'd ruled Xinhuan for over a decade, and knew precisely what those 3 words meant. A few years prior, a dozen Daquan gang members, armed with AK-47s and hand grenades, had stormed the 14KS Yaomak T branch, gunning down its leader on the spot and leaving dozens dead or wounded. The police hunted them for half a year, only to suffer heavy casualties themselves, still failing to make an arrest. Others robbed gold shops or raided racecourses, each a hardened killer fresh from battlefields, striking without restraint, spilling blood at the slightest provocation. Few local triads dared confront the Daquan gang heathen. He'd assumed they were just desperate mainland drifters begging for scraps in Hong Kong, never imagining they were Daquan gang members wielding long guns. Damn it, that fool Xiao Chong. Why provoke them? Sang Biao paced furiously, chain-smoking, nerves frayed. Damn it, they've snatched dozens of my men, and demand HK000 for their release. His senior advisor stepped forward, face grim. Brother Biao, we cannot fight this heathen. These Daquan men are reckless. Life means nothing to them. We can't afford that kind of war. Moreover, they hold dozens of our men captive. If we push them too far, if they execute hostages, we'll lose all credibility in Xinhuan and face impossible explanations before the elders. So what do you suggest? Pay them 20,000. Sang Biao gritted his teeth, pained yet wary. What if they take the money and refuse to release the men? Or worse, return again and again demanding more? First go see them. Retrieve our men, the advisor sighed. Most Daquan gang members seek only profit. So long as we pay fully and avoid confrontation, they rarely escalate to annihilation. Besides, they fired rifles inside an industrial zone and possess long guns. If this escalates publicly, the police will hunt them relentlessly. They fear exposure even more than we do. Sang Biao halted, crushing his cigarette but into the tabletop, his jowls twisting, eyes burning with dread and bitter resentment. After decades of dominance, he'd never once been cornered, never forced to pay ransom at his own doorstep. Yet these were the Daquan gang, gun-wielding fanatics who valued life less than breath. No matter how much it galled him, he dared not wager his life, or his men's, against theirs. Damn it, he snarled, jaw clenched. At noon tomorrow, I'll go myself. I'll meet these Daquan gang bastards face to face. Let's see just who the hell they think they are. Meanwhile, atop the third floor of Jiexing Garment Factory, Wang Jianjun stood by the window, a cold, knowing smile playing on his lips. He understood Hong Kong's triads perfectly, cowardly before strength, arrogant before weakness. The more you yielded, the more they pressed. But show them true ruthlessness, the willingness to die, and they'd shrink back in fear. Borrowing the Daquan gang's fearsome reputation to launch this opening strike would yield both ransom and dominance in Sunwan. From this day forward, no one would dare threaten Jiexing Garment Factory, and he and his brothers would finally stand unshaken in Hong Kong. Wang Zhengwo sidled up, grinning. Big brother, you're brilliant. This is far easier than robbing them outright. Wang Jianjun glanced back at his brother's gleaming, exhilarated eyes, shook his head in mock exasperation, then broke into a quiet, genuine smile. Damn it. Sure enough, every last one of them was a battlefield-born berserker. Early the next morning, Lu Wenjie arrived at the factory and heard about last night's events, breaking into a cold sweat. Fortunately, Wang Jianjun and a few others were there, otherwise these gangsters would have set the factory ablaze, leaving him with nothing. Wang Jianjun shared his plans to start a company with Lu Wenjie. To his surprise, Lu Wenjie was unusually excited and expressed his willingness to help when it came to recruiting veterans from the mainland. Brother Jianjun, I may not be able to assist you with other matters, but when it comes to hiring employees, I am well versed. There are hundreds of factories of all sizes on Hong Kong Island, and the current market isn't great. Most of the people coming from the mainland who want to settle down work in these factories. Even in their garment factory, there are 2 workers with military backgrounds. Lu Wenjie stated that he could take charge of recruitment, as many workers are currently at home or doing odd jobs due to the poor market. He quickly rushed out in his car. Before long, he brought in 2 men in their 30s. From their demeanor, they seemed to be veterans, though the military aura around them had faded considerably, likely due to the years spent in society, making them more relatable. Unlike Wang Jianjun and his group, who had just come down from the battlefield, emanating an unmistakable aura of violence. Jianjun, let me introduce you to Lin Yaodong and Chen Weigua. These 2 are employees from my factory and have both served in the military on the mainland. Wang Jianjun stood up and walked over to the 2, sizing them up before suddenly saluting them. The 2, seeing Wang Jianjun's salute, instinctively returned the gesture. Wang Jianjun looked at the 2 and nodded in satisfaction. Their instincts were still intact. I am Wang Jianjun, just retired this year. I believe Boss Lu has already told you why I came to find you. Now I'm reiterating, I want to establish a security company. As you can see, doing legitimate business on Hong Kong Island is indeed challenging. My aim is to counter violence with violence, but unlike them, we are a legally registered company. While speaking, Wang Jianjun observed their expressions and added, I believe you can work steadily in the factory, and you don't seem to be the kind of people who would cause trouble. We are all former soldiers, so I won't beat around the bush. I will offer you a monthly salary of $3,500 with food and accommodation provided. Each time we go on a mission, there will be a subsidy starting at $500. Can you accept this? Upon hearing the monthly salary of $3,500, Lin Yaodong's eyes lit up. This was significantly higher than his current salary of just over $1,800, not to mention the additional subsidies for missions. Lin Yaodong and Chen Weiguo were from Guangdong province, having arrived in 1979. When they first came, they faced many setbacks and had initially planned to take a roundabout route, but Chen Weiguo disagreed. Later, they met Lu Wenjie and decided to work steadily with him. All right, a monthly salary of $3,500 plus subsidies. What more needs to be said? We'll work with you. Next, Wang Jianjun and the others began discussing the basic situation of the military with Lin Yaodong. The 2 were from the military district in Guangdong, having been injured and discharged in 1979. Hearing about the situation on Hong Kong Island from their fellow townsmen, they couldn't resist coming over. The 2 had met during their journey and supported each other when they first arrived on Hong Kong Island, otherwise they might have gone astray. Good. Later, follow Jianjun to familiarize yourself with the equipment. At noon, we'll be negotiating with Sang Biao. You 2 will fit right in. At noon, Sang Biao's group arrived at the garment factory in 3 vans. In the empty workshop, Wang Jianjun sat at a table, while he Meng and the others stood behind him, in inexplicable pressure washing over Sang Biao. Seeing the bulges at their waists after so many years of experience on the streets, he knew exactly what that was. In one corner, Lu Mingsheng was holding an AK, keeping watch over his captured underlings. Brother Sang Biao stopped 3 meters away from the table, clasping his fists and greeting, his posture very formal. I am Sang Biao, from the Xinghe, Qianwan faction. I apologize for last night. My underlings acted thoughtlessly and offended your faction. I came today to make amends. Wang Jianjun lifted his eyes, but did not stand or respond, merely tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Silence was the greatest pressure. Sang Biao's heart sank, and he hurriedly stepped forward, forcing a smile. Are you from the big circle? It was my oversight not to recognize your status, and I inadvertently trespassed on your territory. The underlings we captured last night are just foolish kids. I hope you can show mercy and let them go. Seeing this, the lawyer immediately stepped forward, presenting a black canvas bag with both hands on the table, unzipping it to reveal stacks of brand new Hong Kong dollars neatly organized. A discerning eye could tell it was 2000. Boss, this is the 2000 ransom you requested, not a cent less. All here. The lawyer spoke respectfully, not daring to raise his head. Our brother Biao said that as long as you release the people, this matter will be considered settled. From now on, Jiexing Garment Factory will be friends with us and Shenghe. No one will dare to stir trouble here. Wang Jianjun gestured to Himeng. Himeng stepped forward to weigh the bag and quickly counted it, nodding slightly. The money is clear. Wang Jianjun said lightly. Mingxing released them. Lu Mingxing complied, returning his weapon to the formation. The captured gangsters, feeling as if they had received a reprieve, crawled towards Sang Biao, not daring to raise their heads. Sang Biao let out a long sigh of relief. Just as he was about to bow and take his leave, Wang Jianjun's voice rang out again, each word as cold as ice. You are brother Biao, right? We need to clarify things up front. Sang Biao's heart, which had just relaxed, rose to his throat, and his back stiffened. Please speak, brother. We just arrived on Hong Kong Island, operating a legitimate security company protecting legitimate businessmen. Wang Jianjun leaned slightly forward, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing into Sang Biao's eyes. Please inform all factions that I do not wish to see anyone harassing my clients. If you want to fight for territory or collect debts on Hong Kong Island, that's your business, and I won't interfere. But if you dare to touch my business or harm those I protect, don't blame us for being rude. He paused, his tone sharp and unrestrained. All my brothers are survivors from the battlefield, having killed and seen blood. Their tempers aren't exactly mild. Sometimes, even I, as the older brother, may not be able to stop them. This statement was neither light nor heavy, yet it felt like a gun pressed against Sang Biao's forehead, sending chills down his spine. Having been in the underworld for more than a decade, Sang Biao understood all too well how terrifying those who had crawled out of a sea of corpses could be. They feared neither gang rivalries nor revenge. When pushed to the brink, they could do anything. Having been in the underworld for more than a decade, Sang Biao understood all too well how terrifying those who had crawled. I will convey your message immediately. In Suanwan, if anyone dares to touch your business or your clients, you won't need to lift a finger. I, Sang Biao, will be the first to take them out. That would be best. Wang Jianjun waved his hand. You take the people, and I will keep the money. From now on, let's not interfere with each other. After speaking, Wang Jianjun tossed a token to Sang Biao adorned with a red and white umbrella design. Below it were the words Protection Umbrella, along with a string of foreign text. This is our company logo. In the future, any place that hangs this sign will be my client. I hope brother Biao's men won't accidentally make mistakes again. Sang Biao hurriedly acknowledged this, not daring to linger for even a second. He took his disoriented subordinates and hurriedly jumped into the van, pressing the accelerator to the floor, speeding away and disappearing at the end of the industrial area. The workshop fell silent in an instant. Lin Yaodong and Chen Weigua stood aside, watching with hearts pounding and spirits stirred. They had endured humiliation on Gangdao for 2 years, and never before had they felt so uplifted. By their soldierly skill, they had asserted authority in the streets, protected their business, and lived uprightly. Big brother, that thug will probably never dare come back, Wang Jianguo could not help saying. Wang Jianjun rose, his gaze sweeping the empty workshop before drifting to the rows of factories outside the window in Quanwan. The sun was just right, and the air was clear. He said softly, he may not dare again, but that does not mean others will. People rarely mourn until they see the coffin. For the moment, though, there should be no trouble. He turned to the 6 men, his voice steady and authoritative. From today on, our security company is officially standing on its feet. On Gangdao, we can buy our own skill, carve out a place for ourselves. Yes, they replied in unison. 6 voices rang out and made the workshop itself seem to tremble. Each pair of eyes shone with resolve. Once on the battlefield, they had guarded the border. Now on Gangdao, they would guard their livelihood, the steadiness of honest merchants and the dignity owed to veterans. Wang Jianjun raised a hand and assigned tasks on the spot. Yaodong Weigua, you two have been on Gangdao the longest and know the routes. Today take Zhangwo and Himeng out and recruit our people. He paused and set a hard rule. Only discharged mainland veterans with clean records, free from pornography, gambling, and drugs, those who can follow rules and obey orders. Their pay will not match yours, but the base salary is 1500 with board and lodging provided. Assignments bring allowances, and the harder you work, the more you earn. We will not support idlers nor harbor crooked men. Rest assured, big brother. Lin Yaodong answered immediately, chest thrown out. Every comrade we know is an upright man. Men who bled and fought on the battlefield, none of them have evil intent. Also, Wang Jianjun added, if we meet comrades in desperate straits with nowhere to turn, bring them back first. If their character is sound, we will take them in. We all crawled out from the hail of bullets. If we can lend a hand, we must. At those words, Lin Yaodong and Chen Weigua felt their eyes instantly grow warm. They knew all too well the taste of being without kin, and without hope, had they not supported one another they would likely have perished long ago in Xiangang. Yes, we guarantee to complete the mission. The four turned and left. Wang Jingwo tucked a stack of pre-printed recruitment slips into his pocket. He Ming adjusted the pistol at his waist, and with Lin Yaodong and Shun Weiguo set off straight for the factories and dock labor markets of Quanwan. As they departed, Lu Wenjie stepped forward, jingling his car keys with a smile. Brother Jianjun, it is time for us to move. I have already taken care of things at the Min's Hengshu. Today, we can get your identity cards. Wang Jianjun raised an eyebrow. Weren't we told to wait half a month? On Gangdao money makes the wheels turn, Lu Wenjie chuckled. I slipped the clerk 2,000 as a T fee and used your HSBC asset certificate as collateral. This little matter is nothing. They drove straight to the Quanwan Min's Hengshu. True to form, Lu Wenjie led Wang Jianjun through the hall into a back office without delay. The clerk was politely efficient, asking no unnecessary questions. After checking the information and taking fingerprints, within half an hour 4 laminated Gangdao identity cards were handed to Wang Jianjun. Wang Jianjun held the thin card, rubbing his name with his fingertip. A heavy stone of anxiety he had carried for so long finally dropped away. Having fought his way out of the smoke of Fakashin and smuggled ashore through icy waters, he had long been an undocumented He, who liable at any moment to be arrested, detained, and deported back to the mainland. With this document, he could finally claim a proper route in Xiangang and stand with dignity. Thank you, Boss Lu, he said earnestly as he pocketed the ID. There's no need for thanks. Lu Wenjie waved him off. Come, let's register the company. I've already spoken with the registration agent. The paperwork is ready, and we can submit the application today. The two hurried to the Xiangang company registration office. The agent Lu had engaged was an old acquaintance with high efficiency. Armed with their legal documents and proof of registered capital, he submitted the application on the spot. Wang Jianjun had already decided on a name, Baohusen Anbao Company. The company emblem would be that classic redand white umbrella. The 3 traditional characters would read Baohusan, and beneath them the English words Umbrella Corporation. At first, the agent warned that the name was too blunt and did not fit local naming habits, and Lu Wenjie also advised choosing something milder. But Wang Jianjun would not relent. Our business is to be a protective umbrella for honest merchants, Wang Jianjun said firmly. A straightforward name is easy to remember. Clients will instantly know what we do. Use this one. The agent could not argue further and submitted the application under that name. Fortunately, the paperwork was in order and the registered capital sufficient. The application was accepted that day. The agent pounded his chest with assurance the formal company registration certificate and business registration would be ready within 3 days. When they left the registration office, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Sunlight lay obliquely across the streets of Quanwan. Wang Jianjun stared at the receipt in his hand and felt an unexpected lightness. The corporate shell was erected and legal status secured. Next came finding a fixed base. Boss Lu, I want to ask you something, he said from the passenger seat. Are there any cheap factory buildings for sale in Quanwan? Location doesn't matter. Secluded is fine, even preferable. It must be large with a yard capable of housing people and serving as a training ground. The key is that it be cheap. At that, Lu Wenjie frowned and hesitated, gripping the steering wheel as indecision crossed his face. There are cheap factories, but they are a bit odd. Odd? How odd? Wang Jianjun's eyes lit up. Along Qingshan Gonglu at the foot of the hill, there's a closed television set factory. A 3-story brick and concrete building with a yard of over 2,000 square meters, 3-meter-high walls, warehouses, dormitories, and offices. More than enough space. Lu Wenjie sighed. But 6 months ago, 2 night shift workers died there. One fell from an upper floor, another lost consciousness in a warehouse. Investigations called them accidents, but soon after the night guard went mad shouting that he had seen ghosts, and word spread that the factory was haunted. In 1981 on Gongdao, from high officials to ordinary folk, belief in feng shui and ghosts ran deep. A cursed house no one dared touch. A factory where people had died and rumors claimed haunting was even more untouchable. The owner, surnamed Huang, had run the factory 5 or 6 years. After that incident, the workers all fled the bank pressed for repayment, and the factory went under. He is desperate to sell and clear his debts. He's asking 800,000. It's been on the market for nearly half a year and no one has inquired. People here are superstitious. Even if it were given away for free, no one would dare move in. No sooner had he finished that sentence than Wang Jianjun laughed outright. Haunted. In the cat's ear cave of Faka Mountain beside him lay the bodies of fallen comrades, and he had seen enough scenes of death amid the relentless artillery fire. He feared not the dead. Oh, what was there to fear from elusive ghosts? If a ghost dared to appear, he would send it on. Moreover, with an asking price of 800,000 based on the land price in Hong Kong, it was merely a bargain, and with the ghostly reputation the price could be further negotiated. Boss Lu, this is it, Wang Jianjun decisively stated. You contact Boss Huang now, and we will go inspect the factory right away. I don't care whether it is haunted, as long as the price is cheap and the building is sound, that's all that matters. Lu Wenjie was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized. This man before him was a battle-hardened warrior who had clawed his way out of a mountain of corpses exuding a murderous aura heavier than that of the temple's Zhongkue. He feared no ghosts. He immediately ceased his attempts to persuade further, pulled over to the side of the road, picked up the car phone, and dialed. On the other end, Boss Wang, upon hearing that someone wanted to buy the factory, became so excited he could barely speak, clearly repeatedly mentioning he was nearby and could arrive in 10 minutes, fearing that Wang Jianjun would change his mind. 20 minutes later, the crown vehicle stopped in front of the television factory along Qingshan Road. The factory was indeed remote, backed by a green hill surrounded by wasteland 2 kilometers away from the nearest residential area, quiet enough to serve as a training ground for a security company without disturbing the residents. A 3-meter-high wall surrounded the entire factory area, and the rusty iron gate emitted a shrill creak. Inside it was indeed spacious. Directly ahead was a 3-story office building flanked by production workshops and a large warehouse with a courtyard the size of half a football field, a flat concrete surface perfect for combat and formation training. The factory structure was intact with no damage to the roof or walls. It had just accumulated a layer of dust after being abandoned for 6 months, with some weeds growing in the courtyard. The workshop equipment was in good condition, with 2 black and white television production lines well maintained. A little cleaning would make them usable. Wang Jianjun inspected the place inside and out, growing more satisfied with each passing moment. This location seemed tailor-made for his security company. Remote and discreet, there would be no one to disturb. The courtyard was large enough to serve as a training ground. The factory, warehouse, and dormitory were all complete, needing only minor repairs. The wall was tall and secure, easily able to withstand any potential gang confrontations. Boss Wang. Boss Wang. A middle-aged man wearing glasses and a troubled expression rushed in, panting. It was Mr. Huang, the factory owner, and upon seeing Wang Jianjun, he looked as if he had found a savior. Are you satisfied with the factory? The structure is absolutely fine and my equipment was well maintained before. I even planned to introduce new equipment, but who would have thought such a thing would happen? Although the factory is a bit run down, it can be put to use with some tidying up. I'm quite satisfied with the factory. Wang Jianjun cut straight to the point. However, you are well aware of the situation here. The price of 800,000 is too high. Mr. Huang's face stiffened and he quickly replied, Boss Wang, this price is already the lowest. For such a large factory area, the land alone is worth much more. The land may be valuable, but it requires someone willing to buy it, Wang Jianjun said calmly. You've had it on the market for half a year. Besides me, has anyone else inquired? The bank loans must be accumulating, interest increasing by the day, right? If this drags on, the bank will seize the factory for auction and you'll be left with nothing. His words struck directly at Mr. Huang's Achilles heel. His face turned pale, his lips trembled for a moment, and he gritted his teeth. Then how much are you offering? 300,000. Wang Jianjun held up 3 fingers, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. This is a firm price. If you agree, we will find a lawyer to sign the contract and pay the full amount today. If you refuse, I will leave right now. 300,000. Mr. Huang's eyes widened, instinctively wanting to refuse, but the words caught in his throat. He knew full well that this factory was a hot potato. If it dragged on any longer, the bank would forcibly reclaim it, and he wouldn't even get 10,000. Moreover, once this opportunity was gone, there would be no second chance. He hesitated for a full 5 minutes, then stamped his foot decisively. Fine. 300,000 it is. Let's sign the contract today. The 2 parties quickly reached an agreement, immediately finding a law office to finalize the sales contract and transfer of ownership. Wang Jianjun took out cash from his space and paid the full amount of 300,000 in one go. In that moment, when he received the land deed and the factory keys, Mr. Huang let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if he had shaken off a deathly curse and had struck it rich. Meanwhile, Wang Jianjun looked at the land deed in his hand and felt he had struck an unbelievable bargain. 300,000 for such a large factory area in land-scarce Hong Kong was practically a windfall. Both men felt they had hit the jackpot. Returning to the factory area, the sky had darkened. Wang Zhangwo and the others had long since returned, having recruited 18 retired soldiers, and were waiting in the courtyard. Upon seeing Wang Jianjun, they immediately gathered around. Brother, did it work out? Wang Zhangwo asked excitedly. It worked out. Wang Jianjun shook the keys in his hand. From today onward, this will be the base of our protection umbrella security company. Everyone cheered, and the 18 veterans brought by Lin Yaodong looked at the spacious factory area with shining eyes. Wang Zhangwo, holding the keys, eagerly went to open the warehouse door to check the situation inside. As he pulled open the heavy iron door, darkness enveloped him. He turned on his flashlight and was instantly stunned in place, then erupted with a surprised shout. Brother, come quick. There are good things in here. Wang Jianjun and the others hurried over, and the beam of the flashlight swept across the warehouse, leaving everyone in shock. Inside the warehouse, rows of wooden boxes were neatly stacked. Upon opening, they found them filled with brand new 14-inch black and white televisions still in their foam packaging. Over 200 units, alongside many new electronic components and circuit boards, all in perfect condition. Wang Zhangwo's eyes lit up, rubbing his hands together. My goodness. So many televisions. How much could Lu Wenjie followed behind, looking at the stack of televisions and sighed helplessly. Ah, this is the root of Boss Huang's downfall. This batch was produced 2 years ago when black and white televisions could still sell for $700 to $800 each. Since last year, color televisions have become the trend and no one wants these black and white models anymore. The price has dropped to $200 and still no buyers. All of them are stuck here. Having sat here for nearly a year, they were just a pile of space-consuming scrap metal. Upon hearing this, the excitement on everyone's faces instantly faded. If they couldn't sell in Hong Kong, no matter how good the product, it was useless. But Wang Jianjun looked at the stack of televisions and his smile only grew wider. Scrap metal. In his past life, he was a smuggler along the borders, fully aware of the value of this batch of goods. In 1981, in mainland China, let alone color televisions, even having a 14-inch black and white television was a sign of wealth, and every evening the entire village would gather at a home to watch TV. A brand new black and white set could sell for over $1,000 with demand far exceeding supply. Money couldn't even buy one. This batch of scrap metal that no one wanted in Hong Kong could be a massive fortune if transported back to the mainland. This was no mere surprise, it was a bonanza of startup funds delivered right to his doorstep. Wang Jianjun patted Wang Zhengwo on the shoulder, smiling as he said, "Silly boy, this isn't scrap metal. This is our company's first pot of gold. We've struck it rich." The last rays of the setting sun filtered through the windows of the warehouse, casting light on the towering pile of televisions and on the group of veterans. From a dilapidated garment factory workshop to their own factory base, from 4 homeless stowaways to a formal company of over 20 people. From having nothing to holding a factory goods and a legal identity. All right, everyone, let's get moving and tidy up quickly. Tomorrow we'll hire a professional cleaning company to give the place a thorough overhaul. Still elated, the group instantly stirred at the mention of hiring a cleaning company. Boss, why bring in outsiders? With so many of us here, surely we can handle it ourselves. Voices erupted in overlapping enthusiasm. Don't worry, boss. We've done every kind of labor imaginable. You just rest easy, otherwise it'd be an insult to the wages you've paid us. Exactly. We can repair doors and windows, replace fixtures. Anything needed. I'll buy the materials first thing tomorrow morning. Boss, even if you tried to hire a cleaning company, I doubt any would dare set foot here. Ha ha ha. A wave of hearty laughter swept the room. After all, this television factory had long carried a notorious reputation. Few would willingly venture near it. Fine then. If everyone's this eager, I'll entrust the work to you. Yao Dong, come by my office later to collect the funds. These past few days' efforts won't go unrewarded. He also added the material budget, instructing Yao Dong to disburse funds for purchases the next day. Wang Jianjun himself realized, finding a cleaning company on short notice would indeed be difficult. Mr. Lu, I'll need your help producing a batch of durable, wear-resistant uniforms. I'll deliver a simple design sketch tomorrow. Oh, no trouble at all. I make my living doing exactly this. Truth be told, I should thank you for the order. Lu Wenjie readily agreed. The following morning, Wang Jianjun left behind a simplified uniform design, reminiscent of modern police training attire, featuring a protective umbrella emblem on the left chest beneath, which appeared the 3 traditional Chinese characters for umbrella followed by the English name Umbrella Corporation. A magnified version of the same emblem adorned the left sleeve. The caps were black tactical-style headgear with a redand white umbrella insignia as the badge. 200 sets were ordered outright. Lu Wenjie hurried off with the blueprints. Meanwhile, as Wang Jianjun led the team in renovating the factory, local Triad factions learned that Sang Biao, the fearsome enforcer, had been decisively defeated by a group of mainlanders. Rumors spread that the newly founded Umbrella Security Company operated under shockingly audacious rules. Reactions among rival factions varied. Some scoffed, others grew anxious, while still more remained aloof and indifferent. Not a single faction dared test their resolve. When 3 days passed without any provocative moves from the gangs, Lu Wenjie spearheaded a wave of interest. Small factory owners across the industrial zone began lining up to sign security contracts. Umbrella Security Company. After 3 days of renovation and repairs, the entire compound was transformed. A gleaming new company sign replaced the old one at the main gate, freshly repainted and radiant. Every interior and exterior surface of the workshops was refurbished, and newly ordered training equipment had already been installed inside. All machinery and equipment had been carefully packed for shipment to mainland China. Just days earlier, Wang Jianjun and Lu Wenjie had partnered with a mainland agency based in Hong Kong to sell the entire inventory, including black and white televisions and numerous accessories, for HK0. Today marked the official founding of Wang Jianjun's company. Through persistent networking over 3 days, he assembled a workforce of 100 employees. Most were demobilized soldiers, militia veterans, or mainlanders with rigorous military training and proven ideological integrity, all aged 20 to 30, robust and energetic. Lu Wenjie arrived early with a dozen small factory owners, and even invited reporters to cover the launch and generate publicity. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Wang Jianjun escorted the attending entrepreneurs to the reception room. Thank you all for gracing our inaugural ceremony today. Your presence speaks volumes about your trust in our company's reputation. So without further preamble, let's proceed directly to business. Wang Jianguo distributed stacks of documents, and the guests immediately began reviewing them. A bespectacled middle-aged man adjusted his glasses and scrutinized the pages closely. I acknowledge the pricing may raise concerns, but I found no viable way to revise these figures realistically. They must reflect 1980s era economics, small factory income levels, and broader socioeconomic context. Should you have constructive suggestions, please share them. I sincerely appreciate your input. Umbrella Security Company Service Offerings. Corporate Services. Tier 1 Bronze, HK100 per month for the Umbrella Company emblem. Scope daily patrols around client premises and factory perimeters, response to threats, vandalism, theft, and related incidents. Tier 2 Silver, HK500 per month for the Umbrella Company emblem. Includes all bronze tier services plus 2 to 3 fixed posts stationed within the factory grounds operating in rotating day and night shifts. Umbrella Security guarantees full compensation for losses incurred due to external threats during the service period. Tier 3 Gold, HK100 per month for the Umbrella Company emblem. Includes all silver tier services plus high-value cargo escort, as well as premium offerings such as debt recovery and accounts receivable collection. Cargo escort fee, HK500 HK100 per assignment scaled to item value. Debt recovery fee 15 of recovered amount. Personal protection services. Tier 1 Bronze guaranteed personal safety within specified time frames. HK100 per day. Tier 2 Silver comprehensive 24-hour protection. HK500 per day. Tier 3 Gold elite personnel delivering exhaustive threat mitigation and round-the-clock full-spectrum protection. HK100 per day. Note: clients may not deploy security personnel for illegal activities. Violation nullifies service and forfeits all fees. The reception room, a recently converted large south-facing office on the 3rd floor, boasted freshly whitewashed walls and clean cement flooring. A long conference table dominated the center, laid with freshly brewed chrysanthemum tea. Though austere, its crisp, disciplined ambience stood in stark contrast to the grimy, chaotic dens of Hong Kong's Triad societies. Wang Jianjun sat at the head of the table, impeccably dressed in a newly tailored black tactical uniform, posture, erect expression calm and resolute. The bold redanned white umbrella emblem on his left chest shone vividly beneath, which the 3 traditional Chinese characters for umbrella were rendered in sharp, commanding strokes. Below them, Umbrella Corporation appeared in clean, precise lettering. An enlarged version of the emblem on his left sleeve radiated quiet, unassailable authority. Behind him stood Wang Jianguo, Himing Lin Yaodong, and Chun Weiguo, likewise clad in tactical uniforms, standing ramrod straight, eyes keen and unwavering, exuding the unmistakable aura of seasoned military discipline. The assembled factory owners felt both instinctive trepidation and an unexpected sense of reassurance. Within 3 minutes of receiving the documents, murmurs rippled through the room. The dozen-odd attendees were small factory proprietors from Tsuen 1 industrial zone, plastics, hardware, textiles, electronics components, each scarred by years of Triad harassment. For over a decade, they paid regular land fees to the Ho Sing with Triad led by Sang Biao. Yet their factories were still vandalized, goods still stolen, and grievances swallowed silently, teeth clenched and blood swallowed. Now, hearing that a group of mainlanders had just dismantled Sang Biao's operation, and backed by the trusted local figure Lu Wenjia, they'd come cautiously, tentatively hopeful. Yet seeing the clearly itemized fees laid out in the contract, their confidence wavered once more. The first to speak was the bespectacled man seated at the front, Mr. Zhang, owner of a nearby printing plant among the most severely victimized. Last December, his printing press had been smashed, costing him over HK100, a loss from which he still hadn't recovered. He adjusted his spectacles, lifted his gaze toward Wang Jianjun, and spoke with cautious, measured inquiry. Mr. Wang, with all due respect, your bronze tier monthly fee is substantially higher than the territory fees we previously paid Ho Singhua. I simply wish to ask what precisely distinguishes paying you for this emblem, and what we once paid Triads as protection. As soon as these words were spoken, the murmurs below instantly ceased, and dozens of gazes turned to Wang Jianjun. This was the most pressing question in everyone's mind. They had been conned by the society for many years and had long been afraid. Afraid of paying without results, afraid of receiving money only to find the society colluding against them, afraid that while they sent away the wolf at the front door, the tiger would come in through the back. Wang Jianjun leaned slightly forward upon hearing this, sweeping his gaze across the entire room. His voice was not loud, but each word was clear and resonant. Boss Zhang asked a good question. This issue is also the first point I want to clarify with everyone today. First, the society collects your protection fees only to ensure that they won't destroy your factory, but what about people from other factions coming to cause trouble, steal things, or extort? Do they take responsibility for that? Most likely they won't. They might even join forces with other factions to extort you further. Moreover, they don't just make you pay protection fees. You've also had to cough up for festival fees and mediation fees, right? But our protection company is different. When you purchase our services and display our badge in the Tsun-1 area, no matter which society or troublemaker dares to touch your factory or cause you issues, we will handle it all the way through. Second, when the society collects money if your factory is damaged or items are stolen, will they compensate you? No. They will simply say we will investigate, and in the end it will come to nothing while still expecting you to pay mediation fees. But we are different. We are a legitimate registered company, and contracts of silver level and above are clearly outlined in black and white. As long as the losses are due to malicious destruction or theft by external forces, once verified, we will provide full compensation within 3 days. Third, the society collects protection fees. This year it's 8,000, next year they dare to raise it to 10,000, and the year after that to 15,000, creating all sorts of excuses without end. If you refuse to pay, they will smash your factory. But our contract is for 1 year, guaranteeing the same price for the duration of the contract. Upon renewal for the second year, the price increase will not exceed 10, with no hidden charges or malicious price hikes whatsoever. He paused, directing his gaze at Boss Zhang, his tone calm, yet assertive. Boss Zhang, last year your printing machine was smashed, resulting in losses of over 100,000. After paying the protection fee to the society, did you receive any compensation? Boss Zhang's expression stiffened, then he bitterly shook his head with a sigh. Let alone compensation, those people didn't even ask a single question. The very next month, they raised my protection fee by 1,000, claiming my factory caused trouble and that they needed to expend extra effort. Upon hearing this, the bosses present nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting shared bitter experiences. This was the norm for small bosses like them in Hong Kong, treated like lambs to the slaughter by the society, extracting every ounce from them with no recourse. This is the difference, Wang Jianjun said, tapping the table. The society sees you as lambs while we see you as clients. What you pay for is genuine peace of mind, a solid assurance, not just empty words. As soon as he finished speaking, Boss Li, who owned a hardware factory, immediately interjected with a hint of urgency in his voice. Boss Wang, let me ask one more question. We all know that you dealt with Sang Biao a few days ago, but he is one of the 4 major societies in Hong Kong. There are not just him in Tsun-1, but also people from 14K and Sun Yan. If they join forces to cause trouble, can you withstand it? If you can't handle it and run away, won't our factories displaying your badges become targets for the society, suffering even worse fates? This question was sharper and more realistic. These small bosses feared nothing more than having to choose sides. If they followed Wang Jianjun today, and he couldn't withstand the pressure from the society, and fled, those left behind would inevitably face the society's furious retaliation, leaving them with no escape. The reception room fell silent. In an instant, all eyes fixed on Wang Jianjun's face, waiting for his answer. Wang Jianjun, however, smiled, stood up, and walked to the window, pointing at the hundreds of trainees practicing in the yard below. In the yard, about 100 men in black training uniforms stood in neat formations, their movements synchronized. The sound of their combat training was so intense that it made the windows shudder, and the murderous aura was palpable even from a distance. Fellow bosses, take a look for yourselves. Wang Jianjun turned around, his tone carrying a fierce edge honed from blood and battle. All of my brothers here are retired soldiers from the mainland, coming straight from the frontline battlefields. They've braved gunfire and emerged from piles of corpses, their hands stained with blood, having witnessed real life and death. Those ruffians from the society, seeing so many of us brandishing their knives and shouting fiercely, do they dare to really fight? They operate in the underworld for money and a good life, valuing their own lives greatly. But my brothers, we have nothing to lose, so we fear nothing. He'll say this plainly: if anyone dares to smash my clients' livelihoods, I will smash their turf. If anyone dares to touch my people, I will ensure they leave Tsun-1 horizontally. I, Wang Jianjun, put my word on it. As long as you sign the contract and display our protection badge, we will stand firm for you, even if the sky falls. Don't mention just even if all 4 major societies come, we will still take them on and withstand it. If we run the factory and equipment will be right here, you can call the police at any time. I cannot escape. There was not a word of falsehood in this statement, nor any empty promises. It was all solid confidence. The bosses present looked at the training team below and listened to Wang Jianjun's words, feeling a significant weight lifted from their hearts. Having mixed in Hong Kong for so many years, they had learned to read people well. The young man before them was not a street thug boasting, but a true tough character who had seen blood and had real skills. If he said he could withstand it, then he truly could. Seeing this, Lu Wenjie immediately smiled and chimed in, fellow brothers, I've known you all for over a decade. When have I, Lu Wenjie, ever let you down? Look at my Jiexing clothing factory. How bad was it before Sang Biao harassed us? Coming to cause trouble every few days, the workers didn't dare to come to work, and we couldn't deliver goods, almost leading to bankruptcy. But since Brother Jianjun came a few nights ago, Sang Biao sent dozens of people to smash the factory, all of whom were dealt with decisively by Brother Jianjun. Now Sang Biao doesn't even dare to come near my factory. I dare to bring everyone here today because I've experienced it myself. Brother Jianjun is truly capable of getting things done for us and ensuring our safety. Lu Wenjie had run a factory in the Tsun-1 industrial area for over 10 years and had excellent connections. As soon as he spoke, the last remnants of doubt in the crowd dissipated. I have one more question to ask. A textile businessman boss, Chun, raised his hand. Boss Wang, does your golden level service also include recovering debts? Is the 15% commission true? In Hong Kong in 1981, triangular debts were rampant with deadbeats everywhere. Many small bosses had sent out goods but couldn't collect their payments. When seeking the society's help to collect debts, they would take at least 30% or even half of the payment, leaving little in hand and easily inviting trouble. Of course it's true, Wang Jianjun immediately replied. The golden level service includes one free debt recovery service per year. For any additional cases, we only charge 15% with no additional fees whatsoever. We only take the service fees stipulated in the contract. We don't take a single extra cent. But let me be clear, we only help recover legitimate debts. We won't touch gambling debts or loan sharking, as those are illegal pursuits. Furthermore, the person owing you money must have the ability to repay. We don't do things that force people to sell their children or daughters. That's a good deal. That's incredibly cost-effective. Boss Chen's eyes lit up instantly, and he slapped his thigh. Last year, I had over 100,000 in receivables that someone defaulted on for almost a year. When I sought the society's help, they wanted to take half my money, and I couldn't bear to do it. Boss Wang, I want to sign up for the golden level service. The moment he spoke, the room instantly erupted into an uproar. I work the numbers. Bronze level is 10,000 Hong Kong dollars a month, about 2,000 more than the usual site fee. But before, when we paid the syndicates, our goods were stolen in factories, smashed with nobody to help. Over a year, the losses were far more than a few tens of thousands. Now for 10,000, you get daily patrols, someone to handle incidents, and compensation. It is a bargain. Boss Wang, this isn't business, it's practically charity. He'll take bronze. Boss Zhang pushed up his glasses and was the first to agree. He'll pair with Boss Zhang. Our two factories are closed, let's pool for a silver level. We'll set a guard post between our factories with 2 shifts that will work perfectly. I signed for silver. My warehouse is full of electronic components and used to be robbed every day. The losses were huge. With a fixed post on duty, I can finally sleep soundly. He'll take gold. I often haul goods to the docks and used to be waylaid and extorted. I need escort services. A dozen bosses traded remarks. Their earlier worries vanished, and they clamored to sign. Seeing this, Wang Jiangwo and a few others stepped forward with contracts and pins, processing signings one by one. The reception room buzzed with activity. After sending the bosses off and glancing at the signed agreements on the table, Wang Jianjun gathered He Meng and the others for a meeting. Mengzi, you will oversee protection umbrella securities duty operations. Take these contracts and draft patrol routes. Yes, big brother. Rest assured I will complete the task. He Meng rose, assuming the solemn posture of a pledge. Minxing Yu and Yao Dong will go to the used car market and buy 5 minivans in good condition. Then take them to a shop to paint them matte black and affix our protection umbrella company insignia. After arranging the practical matters, Wang Jianjun began to recount the day's gains. Brothers, today marks our official opening. Don't be complacent. The real test is yet to come. Those syndicates will not relinquish this plum easily. The next month will be when our reputation is forged. Whether we can make a decisive impact depends on the weeks ahead. Wang Jianjun reminded them briefly and then said, today we signed 17 clients, in total 5 gold contracts, 10 silver, and 2 bronze. The aggregate sum exceeded 1 million Hong Kong dollars. By custom, clients pay half up front on the day of signing, slightly over 550,000 Hong Kong dollars, with the remainder settled after 1 month of service. Hearing this, everyone beamed. The thought of earning over 1 million today delighted them, and none of them considered the Wang Jianjun placed the calculated accounts on the table and tapped the papers. The meeting room fell silent. Let me make the figures clear. These 17 contracts bring in just over 1 million across 3 months. With a full complement of 100 men at full pay, 3 months' wages alone would cost more than 1.07 million. After that deduction, there would not be much left. At that, the previously excited men froze. Wang Jiangwo scratched his head in disbelief. What? We signed over 1 million in contracts in a day, and this is all that's left. What did you expect? Wang Jianjun gave him a cool look. Our 100 brothers cost over 3,500 in wages per month. That's over 1 million for 3 months. That doesn't even include lodging and meals for the men, vehicle fuel and repairs, equipment wear, or reserves for client compensation. These are all expenses that must be paid. If we relied solely on these 17 contracts, we'd barely break even and would not make much profit. Bronze is simply to help us stake out territory. Once they hang our placard, sooner or later they'll upgrade to our gold. The real profit comes from add-ons, escorts, debt recovery, these clauses. If they want those services, they must upgrade to gold, and only then can they hire us for collections or escorts. Those are the major revenue streams. In addition, personal security work will follow naturally as our reputation. He Meng's excitement faded as he sat up straight. Big brother, what shall we do next? What to do? It's very simple. Wang Jianjun leaned forward, his gaze sharp. These 17 are our foundation, our showpieces to build a reputation. Over the next month, everyone must be on high alert and deliver impeccable service. If a client's factory is harassed, we arrive immediately. If goods are stolen, we recover them within 3 days. If troublemakers show up, we neutralize them. Factory owners in Hong Kong prize reputation and tangible results above all. If we protect these 17 factory owners across Kowloon, Kowloon, and Shinshibu will come to us. These 17 are only the beginning. The new clients that follow will be our true profit. He paused, then continued, meaning once the fleet is bought, assign patrol zones immediately. Gold clients receive 24-hour guarding, silver clients are patrolled every 2 hours, bronze clients get 3 fixed patrols daily, morning, noon, and evening. Keep meticulous logs, do not be careless. Yaodongweiwa, you two handle the team's daily training. Aside from those on duty, the rest must maintain 4 hours a day of combat emergency and drill training. We are a security company, not street thugs. Our confidence comes from being able to fight, defend, and resolve problems. Zhang Wo, you handle client liaison. Visit each client daily for follow-up and resolve any issues at once. The client's needs are our orders. Yes, they replied in unison. The earlier restlessness vanished. They finally realized opening and signing were only the first step. The real hard work lay ahead. Wang Jianjun looked at the group and spoke more slowly. On the day of signing, the clients paid half in advance. HKD 5500, enough to cover the brothers' wages for 1.5 months. Our cash flow is secure. And I guarantee that once we earn that reputation, within a month, new contracts will double. By then there will be ample funds not only to pay wages, but to give raises and bonuses as well. At these words, the atmosphere in the meeting room reignited. These men had come from battlefields. They feared no hard fight, only a lack of direction. Now that Wang Jianjun had laid the path clearly, they only needed to charge forward. After everyone left, Wang Jianjun counted his money. After deducting this month's wages and vehicle purchases, roughly a little over 500,000 remained. Sigh, we must hurry to raise more cash. Although Wang Jianjun had painted a rosy prospect for everyone, only he knew the real difficulties. New clients mean more security staff, and expenses will swell significantly. The road ahead is long. Damn, others who transmigrated are thriving while I'm in such a mess. It was easier back when I was a middleman buying and selling for clear money. We didn't need so many employees then, or it seems I must hire professionals to plan and manage things, he thought, rubbing his brow as he leaned back in his chair. Come to think of it, how did the other transmigrators get rich? I need to find a way to make money. Stocks. I don't know how. Historical opportunities. Now there seems to be a conglomerate about to collapse, Jianing Group. But I recall that happens after the Sino-British negotiations, which won't be until next year. Write novels. I can do that after Rebirth. My mind feels sharper, and I can still remember. Yes, keep that as a backup. What else is there in this period? The Plaza Accord. That's too soon. Better to stick to my old line. Being a middleman isn't bad. This period marks the beginning of the mainland's takeoff. There will surely be a shortage of industrial machinery. If I invested effort there. Without hesitation, once he formed a plan, Wang Jianjun set out. Suin 1 industrial area. Wang Jianjun walked alone on the road, observing the surrounding factories. Benefiting from the previous stock market crash, many bosses went bankrupt, resulting in numerous factories being idle and up for sale. As a middleman, he immediately realized this was an excellent opportunity for him to seize. Passing by a textile factory, he noticed the noisy atmosphere inside. After listening for a moment, it seemed the workers were demanding their wages. Wang Jianjun's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the opportunity he had been waiting for? He strode into the factory without anyone stopping him. Just then a person hurriedly ran past him. He quickly grabbed the other person, asking, "Are you here to demand wages too? How long have they owed you?" The other person, seeing Wang Jianjun's youthful appearance, assumed he was there for the same reason and complained, "Yes, this stingy Chow only pays us a few $100s a month for 12-hour shifts, and he still delays payment. I haven't been paid for 3 months. What about you? A few $100s a month. What the hell? Playing with lives for a few $100. Wang Jianjun was about to respond when he suddenly heard a loud shout, "Chow the stingy is here. Let's block him." Saying that, he pulled Wang Jianjun to run inside. "Pay the wages. Pay the wages." A crowd surrounded a chubby man shouting incessantly. "Quiet. Quiet. Everyone please be quiet. I Chow have always treated you well, you all should know this. I'm just encountering a bit of trouble right now. I hope you can give me a few more days. I am already looking for buyers, please give me a little more time. Bah. We work for over a dozen hours a day for just a few $100s a month, and you say you've treated us, well, you stingy Chow." The surrounding workers immediately retorted. "Yes. You want to deduct even this little money. If you don't pay us today, don't even think about leaving." Upon hearing the crowd's ridicule, Chow immediately countered, "Fine. I've always considered you all as family. Now that you're pushing me to this extent, I admit the wages are not high, but I worry that if I pay you more, you will lose your motivation to work. I'm doing this for your own good." Wang Jianjun suddenly burst into laughter. He felt like he had heard this saying before in his past life. However, his laughter caught Chow's attention. "You, that employee, which workshop are you from? What are you laughing at?" Wang Jianjun saw everyone looking at him and decided to stop pretending. He walked to the center of the crowd and said to Chow, "Boss Chow, nice to meet you. I'm not an employee of your company. I'm here to collect used machinery. I just heard you were looking for buyers and came to have a look." Chow instantly smiled. "Oh, why didn't you say so? Come. They'll show you the machines inside. They're all imported, definitely good stuff." He wasn't just putting on a show. In recent days he had met several buyers, but they were more interested in the land than the machines. He had been stalling as factories like his in Hong Kong were plentiful. Even if these machines were in good condition, they wouldn't fail. Today, coincidentally encountering Wang Jianjun to collect machines truly solved his urgent problem. Look, this is a large circular knitting machine, a shuttle machine, a spinning machine, all imported from Sakura country in Germany. Over there are flat machines, edge banding machines, and a bunch of imported ones. Buying all these machines cost over. Wang Jianjun squinted at the machines, finding them indeed to be 90% new. However, he dismissed the claim of over $1 million as nonsense. Although he had never worked in the textile industry, with his experience as a middleman, he knew these machines, even at 90% new, weren't worth much. The textile industry in Hong Kong was saturated. Such second-hand machines couldn't sell for a high price. Brother, I won't ask for much, just 9000, and you can take them all. Seeing Wang Jianjun was young, Chow thought he could take advantage of him. However, as soon as Wang Jianjun heard the price, he turned to leave. Hey, brother, don't go. The price is negotiable. Wang Jianjun turned around and calmly said, do I look like a fool to you? 900000. Are you crazy, or am I crazy? How about 50000? Take it all for 50000. Upon seeing Wang Jianjun's reaction, Chow immediately lowered the price. 2000, and he'll take everything. Not a cent more. If you want to sell, you pay on the spot and take the goods. If not, I'm leaving immediately. 2000. Why don't you go rob someone? With so many devices, you think you can package them for 20 grand. Upon hearing the price, Chow lost his composure. Wang Jianjun turned to leave, causing the workers at the entrance to become displeased and surround Chow. Why can't you sell for 2000? If someone is willing to buy, that's great. Don't you want to pay us? Yes, it must be sold. Second-hand machines are worth this price in the market. The workers didn't care whether the machines were imported. They had heard Wang Jianjun say he would pay on the spot and take the goods. If they sold, they could get their money immediately, and whether it was a loss or not was none of their concern. Watching Wang Jianjun walk further away, the surrounded Chow shouted loudly, sell. I'm selling. Wang Jianjun immediately stopped in his tracks, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He had intentionally mentioned paying on the spot to let the workers know that Chow had cash today. Once the contract was signed, Wang Jianjun instructed someone to notify Lu Minxing from the Protection Umbrella Security Company to bring money and a vehicle. Before long, Lu Minxing arrived with Lu Wenjie driving several large trucks. With the payment made, Wang Jianjun had all the machines packed. Before leaving, he also took away the remaining fabric inventory. Upon returning to the Protection Umbrella's base, everyone gathered around. Big brother, what are you going to do with these machines? He Ming and Wang Zhengwo looked at Wang Jianjun, who was directing the. Of course I'm selling them. What else could I do? Upon hearing it was about business, He Ming and Wang Zhengwo turned to leave uninterested. Fearing that Wang Jianjun would recruit them, Wang Jianjun shook his head and continued directing. In the afternoon, he had Lu Minxing help him obtain proof to travel to the mainland. The next morning, after everything was settled, he took Lin Yaodong to Shenzhen. Little did he know that during his absence, Wang Zhengwo and He Ming had caused quite a mess at home. In the past few days, the Protection Umbrella Security Company began gradually conducting business in the Tsuen-Wan industrial area. Every day, the training vans from the Protection Umbrella Security Company patrolled near these factories, causing many gangs to lose their sources of income. Several small-scale conflicts broke out that same day, and with the deliberate indulgence of the Hisheng, He group, many gangs entered the industrial area. That evening, a newly contracted silver-level client was set on fire, and 2 brothers on duty were injured. In anger, Wang Zhengwo and He Ming immediately found the gang's stronghold that night. It was said that gunfire lasted for a long time, followed by a great fire that burned everything clean. The next day's report stated that over 100 members of that gang had disappeared overnight, leaving everyone speculating what kind of enemies they had offended. Hisheng, He Sun Yi on 14KO and other major gangs were already aware and issued orders to their subordinates not to provoke the Protection Umbrella Security Company. In an instant, the reputation of the Protection Umbrella Security Company spread throughout the underground world. However, the Hong Kong police were in a dilemma, facing over 100 homicide cases in one night. They assembled the top investigation team, Triad Investigation Unit. What have you found out? Over 100 casualties in a single night. How will the citizens view us police? You have 3 days to find leads. Yes, sir. Huang Bingwen, with a look of distress, turned to the inspector beside him and asked, do you have any lead? Zhang Jiwei, Sir Huang. According to informants, the underground world believes it was done by the Protection Umbrella Security Company, but currently there is no evidence. The other party executed their actions cleanly, and their boss is currently not in Hong Kong. Keep a close watch on the Protection Umbrella Security Company, gather their information, and investigate their background. Yes, sir. While the police were investigating the Protection Umbrella Security Company, our protagonist was busy meeting various buyers in Shenzhen. In front of the booth at the Shenzhen Industrial Goods Trade Center, nearly 100 people surrounded it in layers, and the noise was almost loud enough to lift the roof of the exhibition hall. Wang Jianjun was trapped in the center of the crowd, having just signed a contract, and immediately 3 or 4 hands offered him new contracts accompanied by bundles of cash, eager to stuff the money into his hands on the spot. Beside him, Lin Yaodong was so busy that he could hardly keep his feet on the ground, handing equipment information to the factory directors who had gathered, while quickly writing receipts, sweat trickling down his cheeks, without a moment to wipe it away. Boss Wang, I came from Dongguan. I want that spinning and weaving production line. A2000 in full payment. Oh, I'll have someone bring the money over today. You absolutely must not sell it to anyone else. A middle-aged man with a beer belly squeezed to the front, slamming the official seal. He held onto the table, his voice booming. Director Liu, let's talk about first come, first served. I made a reservation with Boss Wang yesterday. Director Li from the Baoan Commune Textile Factory immediately became anxious, pressing down on the contract. My factory has been open for half a year, just waiting for this set of equipment to start production. Hundreds of employees are depending on it for their meals. I'll add 2000. I'll add 3000. Boss Wang, I'll bring you a truckload of live pigs as a deposit. You give me one of those 2 large round machines. The crowd was noisy, almost ready to fight over the equipment. No one could remain calm. This set of 90 new textile equipment, originally imported from Sakura country, was a hard currency that factory directors from the entire Pearl River Delta could only dream of. This was already Wang Jianjun's 3rd day in Shenzhen. On the first day after arriving, he didn't rush to sell goods. Instead, he and Lin Yaodong visited various industrial goods trade centers, factories in Lihu and Baoan, and village-run enterprises, getting a clear understanding of the market. In 1981, Shenzhen was just beginning to embrace reform and opening up. Foreign trade orders were pouring into the Pearl River Delta like snowflakes, and everywhere there were village and town enterprises eager to profit, yet everyone was stuck on the same deadlock: equipment. Domestic equipment had poor precision and low efficiency, making it impossible for the products to pass the quality inspections of merchants. Importing new machines required US dollars and foreign exchange, subject to layers of approval from the Foreign Trade Bureau and Planning Committee. Obtaining the foreign exchange quota allocated by the state often took half a year, and most township and village enterprises could not get the scarce quotas, watching as orders flew away. Understanding this pain point, the next day Wang Jianjun asked Lin Yaodong, a local from Huiyang, to spread the word through his old comrades from the commune. Boss Wang from Shangjiang has a set of 90 new textile factory equipment imported from Sakura country, available immediately, no foreign exchange quota required, no layers of approvals needed, payments can be made in RMB. Just come to the booth at the Shenzhen Industrial Goods Trade Center to view the goods. Initially, he had only brought this set of equipment that he had packed for 2,000 Hong Kong dollars from Boss Chow in Shangjiang purely to test the waters and see how big the market in the mainland really was. However, within half a day of spreading the word, the phone at the trade center was bombarded with calls, and factory directors from Dongguan, Guangzhou, and Huiyang rushed to Shenzhen overnight, waiting at the trade center's entrance before dawn to seize the equipment. Everyone quiet down. Wang Jianjun raised his hand to calm the noisy crowd, which instantly fell silent, all eyes turning to him. There is only one set of equipment. Whoever signs the contract and pays in full first will claim it. For those who miss out, don't be anxious. I have a list of equipment models here. You can register for what model and how many units you want with a 30 deposit, and the goods will definitely arrive in Shenzhen within half a month. Upon hearing this, the factory directors who had been fighting over the equipment immediately shifted their focus surrounding Lin Yaodong to register their orders, fearing that they would miss out. Director Li secured the 2 large knitting machines, paying the full amount on the spot, shaking Wang Jianjun's hand vigorously. Boss Wang, you truly saved my life. I ran to Guangzhou 3 times for these 2 machines. Oh, I exhausted myself trying to get the foreign exchange quota, and you really helped a lot. For the next 3 days, the booth was never quiet. The entire set of equipment was ultimately sold to the Dongguan State-owned textile factory for 138 million renminbi. In addition, he also received orders from 32 factories in the Pearl River Delta, ranging from industrial sewing machines and overlock machines to injection molding machines, hardware punching machines, and second-hand printing machines, collecting 40,000 RMB just in 30 deposits. Even the remaining dozens of rolls of imported fabric and accessories were snatched up by several small garment factories for 1,800 RMB. Adding it all up, the cash in hand reached 1,818 million renminbi. Lin Yaodong looked at the numbers in the ledger, his hands trembling. Taking advantage of the lull in the crowd, he leaned closer to Wang Jianjun's ear and whispered, Boss, that's too much RMB. We can't spend it in Shangjiang. Who says we can't spend it in Shangjiang? Wang Jianjun patted his shoulder, his eyes full of smiles. We can buy local fruits, vegetables, and medicinal materials with this money and transport them to Shangjiang for another profit. You see, the manufacturing industry in Shangjiang has been sluggish for the past 2 years, with factories closing down everywhere. Second-hand machines are worth nothing, while in the mainland everyone is scrambling for them. This business can keep us going for a long time. Being a dealer suits me. Wang Jianjun sighed as he looked at the thick stack of contracts. Earlier he had called Lu Wenjie to ask him to help acquire second-hand machines, but had no idea how that was going. He felt that Lu was rather vague on the phone, as if something was amiss. Having been here for nearly a week, it was time to return. Wang Jianjun took the money and began a large-scale procurement of vegetables and fruits directly using special channels arranged by the Shenzhen Special Economic Zone's Foreign Trade Bureau to transport them to Zhangjiang's agricultural markets. After all, they had been in this business before earning foreign exchange, and Wang Jianjun's direct exchange of machines was undoubtedly more convenient. At the Shanjiang border, Wang Jianjun returned to Shanjiang alone, leaving Lin Yaodong in Shenzhen to prepare for subsequent transactions. After getting into a taxi, Wang Jianjun, with the instincts of a soldier, sensed that someone was following him. He discreetly asked the driver to take him around the city for a few loops. Upon returning to the shelter, he immediately felt the sensation of being watched again. Great. His base. Upon entering the company and seeing Wang Jiangwo and He Ming, he intended to ask about the situation, but noticed their unnatural expressions, heads lowered, as if they had done something wrong. What happened? Wang Jiangwo and He Ming exchanged glances, and finally Wang Jiangwo stepped forward to explain the events of the last few days. Hearing that the factory under the protection of the Umbrella Organization had been burned down, Wang Jianjun stood up abruptly from his chair. At this moment, Wang Jiangwo hurried to his side and urged him to sit back down. Big brother, don't worry, we've resolved this matter. Wang Jianjun slowly sat back down, and He Ming picked up a teacup and poured a cup of tea for him. Did our brothers suffer any losses, eh? Wang Jianjun asked as he took the teacup. A few minor injuries. Two of our brothers on guard suffered some serious injuries and were sent to the hospital, but there are brothers guarding over there. That's good to hear. Wang Jianjun felt relieved and took a sip of tea, saying, so far it seems like nothing major. Exactly, big brother, what kind of trouble could arise? We still have plans to take revenge. He Ming, noticing Wang Jianjun's improving mood, said immediately, revenge? We should indeed take revenge, otherwise how would they fear us? I anticipated this long ago. Wang Jianjun had already known that these gangs were restless, and that giving them a warning would be beneficial. Right, big brother, your prediction was spot on. After they burned down the factory, Jiangwo and I took men to take them out, and in the end we burned everything down clean. He Ming spilled everything in one breath, and Wang Jiangwo didn't even try to stop him. Uffed. Wang Jianjun, who had just taken a sip of tea, spat it out. They burned everything. Oh, He Ming said proudly. But it's not like we didn't take their money and other valuable. Everyone was taken out. The bodies were burned clean with gasoline. Wang Jianjun looked at He Ming, and Wang Jiangwo opened his mouth, but still said nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, the office door was pushed open. Lu Miching entered in a crisp black security uniform with a pair of black-framed glasses perched on his nose, looking quite refined. He was holding a thick stack of contracts in his arms, and the cuffs of his pants were still a bit dusty, clearly just returning from duty outside. Seeing the atmosphere in the office and glancing at Wang Jiangwo and He Ming, who were both looking down, Lu Miching instantly understood what had happened. He placed the contracts on the table and first saluted Wang Jianjun, saying, elder brother, you're back. If I hadn't returned, this company would have been in chaos because of these two reckless fellows. Wang Jianjun pointed to the chair beside him, saying, sit down. You've worked hard these past few days. I heard from them that you've been leading the patrols. Yes, elder brother. Lu Miching sat down, adjusted his glasses, and spoke with a hint of helplessness. I really can't rest easy with their personalities. I feared they would cause an even bigger mess, so I had to personally lead the patrol during the day, reassigning all the duty points and patrol routes, and keeping an eye on them at night. He Ming scratched his head and chuckled a couple of times, saying, Miching, you've worked hard. Next time I'll definitely discuss it with you in advance. If you two could listen to advice, the sun would rise in the west. Lu Miching rolled his eyes at them, turning back to Wang Jianjun, his tone immediately growing serious. However, despite their recklessness, the results were surprisingly good. Previously, many factory owners were hesitant, fearing we couldn't handle a direct confrontation with the gangs. Yet overnight we dismantled one of their strongholds, and now all of Xinhuan knows that we, the Umbrella, can indeed get things done and keep them safe. I pushed the contracts forward, my eyes gleaming with undisguised joy. Over the past few days, not only have the factory owners in Xinhuan been lining up to sign contracts, but even those from Kuaicheng and Shamshui have come to us. More importantly, our business has finally stepped out of the industrial zone. Wang Jianjun raised his eyebrows in yes. Lu Miching nodded, flipping open the contracts to show Wang Jianjun. Several office buildings in Xinhuan and Simsha Sui, including trading companies, freight companies, and shipping agencies, have come to us to sign security contracts. They have been dealing with overseas clients for years with significant cash flow. They fear the gangs coming to collect debts, extort, or kidnap. Previously, they paid protection fees, but still faced issues. Now that they heard we eliminated a stronghold overnight, and that our fees are lower than those of the gangs with better service, they are all willing to cooperate with us. He paused briefly before adding, all these business contracts from the office buildings were negotiated by me. Jian Guo and Meng Zi are too impulsive and can't communicate well with these refined owners. In just these few days, we've signed contracts with 8 companies and office buildings, all of which are annual premium contracts, far more profitable than those from the industrial zone factories. Wang Jianjun flipped through the contracts and his eyes growing brighter with each page. He had previously planned that the security business couldn't be confined to the industrial zone. Our office buildings, shopping malls, and hotels in Hong Kong with a high profit markets for the security industry. Unexpectedly, with Wang Jiangwo and He Ming's reckless actions, we inadvertently established the Umbrella's reputation and forcefully opened the doors to business security. Good. Minxing, you handled this beautifully. Wang Jianjun put down the contracts and couldn't help but praise. Our company needs people like you who can sit down, negotiate business, and handle serious matters. After being praised, Lu Minxing's face turned slightly red. He adjusted his glasses and continued to report. Also, the second-hand machines you asked Lu Wenjie to help collect have already been gathered from 3 textile factories and 2 hardware factories, all with complete documentation stored in the warehouse we rented. Buy them. Get as many as you can. Wang Jianjun immediately made the decision. I have secured orders from 32 factories in Shenzhen and the deposits. Buy them. Get as many as you can. Wang Jianjun immediately made the decision. I have secured orders from 32 factories in Shenzhen and the deposits have been paid, but am worried about the lack of goods. You tell Lu Wenjie that here in Xiangjiang, as long as the imported industrial equipment is above 60 new and has complete documentation, whether it's textile, hardware, plastic, or printing, buy as much as possible. The money will directly come from the company account. No need to report to me. Understood. I will take care of it right away. By the way, elder brother, the money in the account is running low. If it weren't for Ming Zi and the others bringing back money from the gangs, we probably wouldn't have enough to buy so many machines. Wang Jianjun slapped his forehead, realizing he had been so focused on getting others to buy machines that he hadn't calculated how much money was left. No worries, the money issue has been resolved. Later you come with me to the agricultural market and calculate the time. It should be time to settle the payment. This time we have about 5 million in profit. Then Wang Jianjun inquired about the situation with the police outside. It turned out that the police had come a few days ago, but Lu Minxing had long since hidden the firearms, and the police found no evidence. Subsequently, Wang Jianjun instructed them to send the guns to the underground warehouse where he would handle them. That night, Wang Jianjun secretly stored these guns away where no one could find them. In the following days, Wang Jianjun had He Ming and the others take turns going out on duty. Staying in one place too long would draw attention. The police still hadn't uncovered any issues with the umbrella. They went about their business as usual, expanding operations, appearing completely unbothered. Upon hearing that Wang Jianjun had returned, Huang Bingwen decided to meet this young man from the mainland. Of course, he was not among those who held prejudice against the mainland. He was originally from Qingdao, Shandong, despite his family having been police officers in Xiangjiang for 2 generations. However, he still knew where his roots lay. The next morning, Huang Bingwen arrived at the umbrella company with 2 subordinate inspectors in plain clothes. While Wang Jianjun was in the warehouse directing the distribution of the second batch of equipment, he heard that a few police officers wanted to see him. After thinking for a moment, he decided to personally greet them at the entrance. Mr. Wang, I apologize for the intrusion. Huang Bingwen looked at the upright Wang Jianjun in front of him, dispelling many of his previous assumptions. Sometimes a person's first impression is indeed that strong. Not at all. Commissioner Huang, your presence is something we could only hope for. Please come in. After everyone was seated in the reception room, Wang Jianjun personally poured a cup of tea for Huang Bingwen and said, Actually, I could guess the purpose of your visit today, Commissioner Huang. Oh, then Mr. Wang, please do share. Huang Bingwen replied politely, taking the teacup. I had been doing business in the mainland, and when I returned to Xiangjiang, I heard many rumors. Upon returning to our company, I discovered that one of our brothers was injured and hospitalized. Combined with the police surveilling outside, it was easy to guess. Wang Jianjun looked calmly at Huang Bingwen and said, Since Commissioner Huang is here, let me be frank with you. This matter was not done by us. I'm not trying to make excuses. I just want to say that you must have already investigated what backgrounds we 4 brothers come from. Huang Bingwen nodded slightly in agreement. We brothers only want to make a living quietly and do not wish to get into legal troubles. If this matter had been done by us, that gang would not have survived to see today. Do you believe that, Commissioner Huang? Wang Jianjun asked, casually looking at Huang Bingwen. Before Huang Bingwen could respond, Wang Jianjun continued, These days we've also sent our brothers to investigate this matter. Now all of Xiangjiang believes our company was responsible for this incident, which severely damages our company's reputation. We are always a legitimate company, and being implicated in a murder case is not good for us in the long term. Huang Bingwen fell silent after Wang Jianjun's words. On the surface, what Wang Jianjun said had no issues, and he was even subtly reminding the police to solve the case quickly and clear their names. Does Mr. Wang have any leads? If so, we would appreciate it if you could share them with us. Certainly. Based on our investigations over the past few days, there are only 2 possibilities regarding this incident. The first is that a group of extremely professional military personnel attacked and eliminated them. The second is that it was an internal conflict with a dog-eat-dog situation leading to death and ultimately destroying the evidence by fire. You know, we brothers haven't been in Hong Kong long and are not familiar with the local affairs. Huang Bingwen looked into Wang Jianjun's eyes and asked, What would you do if it were you? Commissioner Huang, there is no if. If we had done it, there would not be so many gangs in Xiangjiang now. As he spoke, Wang Jianjun feigned disgust, saying, I just don't understand, in such a small place, where do all these underground forces come from? If I were to do it, I would definitely eliminate all the gangs. Since we don't want to live anyway, we might as well do something good for the citizens. Mr. Wang speaks quite straightforwardly. Huang Bingwen raised his teacup and took a sip, his tone completely relaxed. The issues with the gangs in Xiangjiang have been entrenched for a long time. They cannot be resolved merely with sheer determination. With your intentions, it would be better to adhere to your own principles and not get involved in murky waters. Huang Bingwen had already dismissed any doubts about the umbrella organization after hearing Wang Jianjun's account. Wang Jianjun felt reassured by Huang Bingwen's words. He forced a smile and said, I was just venting a little. But seriously, you should investigate the personnel who have recently arrived in the port. Of course, my brothers will cooperate with the investigation at any time. Wang Jianjun spoke with implied meaning. However, to the ears of the police, it sounded as if he was reminding them. Huang Bingwen wanted to ask more, but Wang Jianjun was unwilling to say anything further. Thus, they could only take their leave. Once outside, several police inspectors expressed their dissatisfaction, saying, this Wang Jianjun is too arrogant, claiming he will wipe out all the gangs in Xiangjiang. Huang Bingwen replied calmly, how do you know they are incapable? They're not simple. Now that he has provided clues, we need to act quickly when we return. A few days later, the Xiangjiang police captured a group of fugitives in Shamshui, uncovering a large cache of firearms, which led to them being charged with various crimes. The police managed to account for the citizens and their superiors. After hearing this news, Wang Jianjun chuckled, sorry, but you guys are not exactly good people either, so just take the blame for me. During the subsequent period, Wang Jianjun entrusted the matter of the umbrella organization entirely to Lu Mingxing, while he focused on trafficking machinery. August 1981. Recently, the mainland called together notable figures from Xiangjiang to discuss issues concerning the island, causing panic among some businessmen. Coupled with the Hong Kong government's interest rate hike policy, the real estate market in Xiangjiang faced a bubble burst, leading to more company and factory closures. Wang Jianjun seized this opportunity and made a significant profit. Now he had over 10 million Hong Kong dollars lying in his bank account, all earned during this period. Now that the surgery on Zhang Wo's shoulder was completed, his recovery was going well. Wang Jianjun enrolled him in a training class to prepare him for school. He couldn't let the 18-year-old age go to waste. Wang Jianjun drove his newly purchased 1981 model Land Rover Range Rover into the city. This time he planned to acquire a newspaper, having already done ample research. The Financial Daily was launched in April 1981 and was only 4 months old by August. Currently, it was short on funds and eager to sell. It focused on finance and was benchmarked against the Hong Kong Economic Journal. It was priced around 1.8 million Hong Kong dollars and had its own printing factory. The vehicle drove straight to Central and finally stopped at 121 Davao Road Central, downstairs from the Far East Development Building. Today, Wang Jianjun was dressed in a neatly pressed light gray suit, with Lu Mingxing helping him pair it with a pair of frameless glasses. In an instant, the former soldier who had descended from the battlefield, exuding an aura of ferocity, transformed into a refined and composed figure. His appearance immediately caught the attention of those nearby. Upon arriving at the Financial Daily's office, the receptionist paused upon seeing Wang Jianjun and asked, Sir, may I ask who you are looking for? Do you have an appointment? My surname is Wang, and I have an appointment with your editor-in-chief, Mr. Li. Wang Jianjun replied calmly, yet exuding an inexplicable aura. The young lattice face brightened, and she quickly led the way, saying, Mr. Wang, please come in. The editor-in-chief has been waiting for you. The editor-in-chief's office was small. A man in his 40s wearing thick glasses was nervously smoking. Upon seeing Wang Jianjun enter, he immediately extinguished his cigarette and welcomed him. Mr. Wang, right. I've long heard of you. I am Li Shu-Win, the editor-in-chief of the Financial Daily. Hello, editor-in-chief Li. I am Wang Jianjun. After the two took their seats, Li Shu-Win got straight to the point, saying, Mr. Wang, I won't beat around the bush with you. This newspaper has been in operation for 4 months since its launch in April, and the over 2 million Hong Kong dollars invested in the beginning have already run dry. Printing, distribution, and payroll are all costing money, though I simply can't sustain it any longer. He pushed a thick stack of documents toward Wang Jianjun containing the newspaper's asset list, distribution data, debt details, and license paperwork, all in order. The newspaper's news license, editorial team, and distribution channels are all ready to go, and it even has its own small printing factory with brand new equipment. The asking price is 1.8 million Hong Kong dollars, and the entire newspaper, including the license and assets, will belong to you. After finishing, Li Shu-Win nervously watched Wang Jianjun, his fingertips trembling slightly. He had already approached 3 buyers, and the first 2 either tried to take advantage of the situation to pressure him below 1 million or wanted to transform the newspaper into a gambling tabloid. He was ultimately reluctant to see the newspaper he founded become a gambling tabloid. Wang Jianjun lightly tapped his fingers on the table, but his mind was calculating. To be honest, 1.8 million was a bit high, but the advantage of this company was that it had no external debts and top-notch equipment. The team was bold and daring, unlike those old newspapers that had become complacent. Editor-in-Chief Li, what are your plans moving forward? Wang Jianjun did not directly answer the question. Instead, he asked an off-topic question. Li Shuwen was momentarily taken aback by this off-topic question, the anxiety on his face dissipating, leaving only confusion and melancholy. He let out a bitter laugh, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray, and rubbed his hands together, saying, "To be honest, Mr. Wang, I study journalism and media. With fervor, I came to run a newspaper hoping to create a serious financial publication. Now, having lost everything, I can't keep the newspaper. What else can I do? Pack my things and either go home or find a newspaper to work as an editor just to make a living." The bitterness and regret in his words were clear to Wang Jianjun. He continued to lightly tap on the table, speaking in a calm tone. Editor-in-Chief Li, I've read the newspapers you published over the past 4 months. The content is solid and the financial analysis is insightful. The reason you can't sustain it isn't due to a lack of ability, it's because the direction is wrong. Li Shuwen suddenly looked up, a flash of defiance in his eyes, but he didn't refute. After all the facts were before him, the newspaper was on the brink of closure, and it wouldn't help to be defiant. The elite financial market in Hong Kong has long been dominated by the Hong Kong Economic Journal. They have a fixed high-end readership. As a new newspaper competing with the same content is impossible. It's like doing business. They've already occupied all the high-end stores on the street, and you're opening an identical shop right next to them. It's no surprise that you'd lose money. His words struck home, and Li Shuwen's face turned red instantly. He lowered his head and mumbled, "I thought that if the Hong Kong Economic Journal could succeed, I could too." "You can, but not by following the same path." Wang Jianjun shifted his tone. "I accept the 1.8 million offer. We can sign the contract now. But I have one condition, which is not what was previously mentioned. I want you to stay and continue as the editor-in-chief of this newspaper." "What?" Li Shuwen stood up abruptly, nearly losing his glasses, looking at Wang Jianjun in disbelief. "Mr. Wang, what? What did you say? You want me to stay on as editor-in-chief?" He thought he had misheard. What buyer spends a fortune to acquire a newspaper and then allows the original owner to continue as editor-in-chief? The previous 2 buyers didn't even want to keep him, let alone the old employees. "Exactly." Wang Jianjun nodded with a smile, gesturing for him to sit down. "You understand newspaper operations, you know content editing, and the team you have is one you've built yourself. It's well coordinated, and bringing in a new person would only require them to readjust, which is counterproductive. By the end of the year, I will give you dividends based on the newspaper's profits. I will only set the general direction, and core sections of the newspaper, daily operations, and content management will be entrusted to you." Li Shuwen sat in his chair, stunned for a long time. He had already prepared to pack up and leave, but the new boss not only accepted the offer, but also promised him bonuses and to allow him to continue as editor-in-chief. It was like falling from the sky into a pie. He collected himself, stood up abruptly, and bowed deeply to Wang Jianjun, saying, "Mr. Wang, rest assured, as long as you trust me, I, Li Shuwen, will do my utmost to run this newspaper clearly for you. I will make sure you don't lose this 1.8 million. Don't be so excited." Wang Jianjun chuckled, helping him up. "I not only want you to continue, but I also want to make it the hottest newspaper in all of Hong Kong. Next, I want to do a complete overhaul of the newspaper. Listen to me and take notes." Li Shuwen quickly grabbed a pen and notebook, sitting straight, as if he were a student in class, not daring to slack off. "First, the newspaper will be renamed. From Financial Daily, it will officially be renamed to Umbrella Daily." At those words, Li Shuwen's pen faltered. He almost spoke up. The 3 syllables Baohu San carried a certain roguish undertone in Shanjiang. Would such a name be too outlandish for a newspaper? But when he looked up and met Wang Jianjun's resolute gaze, he swallowed his remark. "Second, the sections will be completely reorganized. The previous elite finance and international news sections will all be scrapped. They will be replaced by 3 fixed sections: economy, entertainment, and life. The remaining pages will be entirely reserved for serialized fiction. All of the old sections gone." Li Shuwen could no longer contain himself, astonished. "Mr. Wang, we are, after all, a finance paper. To shrink the finance section to a single column and cancel international news. What will this paper even be? How could it not be a paper?" Wang Jianjun smiled. "Newspapers are for readers. We publish what the public wants. Out of Zhangjiang's millions of citizens, how many wake up to pore over abstruse, elite financial analyses? How many care about distant international news in Europe and America? What they care about are matters close to home, things they can understand, use, and be entertained by." He paused, then explained each point to Li Shuwen with precision. "First, the economy section must stop writing those macro analyses meant for bankers and executives. Focus on 2 things. First, the market capitalizations of Zhangjiang's listed companies, which stocks rose, which fell, written in plain, unadorned language, without technical jargon, so even the market vendor aunties can follow. Second, the trends in Xinjiang real estate, which developments have cut prices, which neighborhoods have rising shop rents. Anything that touches ordinary people buying homes or running businesses must be thoroughly unearthed. The entertainment desk will have its own reporting team and do only 2 things. First, dig deep into showbiz gossip. Shaoxi stars Jiahe's actors, who is dating who shot a new film, which crew has fresh scandals. Uncover everything, we must become the fastest, most comprehensive gossip stronghold in all of Xinjiang. Second, handle film publicity and record releases. When a new film opens or a record is released, we will run special promotion pages and charge for advertising, creating another income stream. The life section is even simpler. Send reporters into wet markets, residential neighborhoods, and the alleyways to write about the ordinary comings and goings of people's lives, share practical household tips, how to pickle radish crisp, how to remove grease stains from clothes, how to rid the home of cockroaches. More importantly, monitor prices across the city, where pork has dropped in price, where rice is on promotion, which markets shortchange customers. Publish all of it. For ordinary people, the daily concerns are exactly those things of rice, oil, salt, and sauce. Li Shuwen's pen raced across the page. The more he wrote, the brighter his eyes became. He had previously tried to make the paper highbrow, believing obscurity equaled sophistication, and never imagined a newspaper could be run so down-to-earth and still be compelling. Xinjiang's millions of ordinary citizens revolve around daily necessities, celebrity gossip, and market swings. These are the things they truly want to read. What about the serialized fiction section? Li Shuwen hurriedly asked. What should we serialize? Martial arts novels. Mingbao relies on martial arts serials and sells steadily. If we do martial arts too, we may not compete. Not martial arts, said Wang. Do something new. Wang Jianjun opened his briefcase and laid a thick stack of manuscripts on the table. This is a novel I wrote called Longshi Yini about Guoshu. From street brawls to Guoshu masters, the content is undeniably vigorous. Serialize this 2 chapters a day without fail. The pen name is Shinji Ruming, a nod to a great author of a past life. Li Shuwen quickly began flipping through the manuscript. After only the first 2 chapters, he could not look away. Unlike Jinyang's martial world of sects and secret manuals, Longshi Yini depicts tangible Guoshu techniques, fierce physical combat with methodical moves. The protagonist begins as an ordinary student who chances upon a Guoshu master and steps into the martial path. The pace is electrifying and stirs the blood. Mr. Wang, this is spectacularly written, exclaimed Li Shuwen, closing the manuscript with excitement. With this novel, our paper will surely catch fire. It will certainly ignite, Wang replied, but we also need distribution. He smiled and revealed the decisive gambit. Most of Xinjiang's newspapers are wholesaled to newsstand owners. A paper might wholesale for a few dimes and sell for $1, leaving owners little incentive to actively promote it. We will change the rule. Leaning forward, he spoke deliberately. The revamped Baohusan Daily will have a retail price of $2 per copy. The wholesale price to all newsstand owners across Xinjiang will remain $1. In other words, for each copy they sell, they keep $1. The extra profit is theirs alone. The more they sell, the more they earn. Li Shuwen's pen clattered onto the desk. He was stunned. Having run a paper for 4 months, he understood the trade all too well. Most papers on Xinjiang streets retailed for $1. A newsstand owner cleared at most 30 cents per copy. Selling 100 copies a day earned only $30. But if Baohusan Daily sold for $2, the owner earned $1 per copy. 100 copies a day would net $100, 200 copies, $200. This was not selling newspapers. This was handing money to newsstand owners. Mr. Wang, won't this be too costly? Li Shuwen fretted. Our printing, distribution, and staff wages cost several dimes per copy. With a $1 wholesale, we will barely make a margin and give everything to the owners. Lose money. Wang Jianjun waved his hand. Newspapers have never relied on that retail change to make profits. They rely on circulation. Once circulation rises, factories, restaurants, and film companies across Xinjiang will compete to place ads with us. The advertising revenues are the real prize. How can thousands of newsstands across Xinjiang be expected to stop selling the established Dongfang Daily or Mingbao and enthusiastically promote our new paper? Only one way makes selling our paper more profitable than selling others. If they have an incentive to promote our copies to customers, our circulation will soar. Hearing this, Li Shuwen was thoroughly convinced. He had focused only on content before and never imagined distribution could be played like this. Mr. Wang, I understand, he declared. Rest assured, I will complete all the revisions within 3 days. He rose, straightening his spine, his eyes alight with newfound vigor. The previous despondency and agitation evaporated, and he seemed a different man. That afternoon, both parties signed the share transfer agreement. Wang Jianjun paid the full $1.8 million Hong Kong dollars on the spot. Kaijing Daily was officially renamed Baohusan Daily under Wang's sole ownership. The following 3 days, the entire newsroom went utterly mad with work. At Wang's instruction, Li Shuwen reorganized the team into 3 editorial departments: economy, entertainment, and life, and recruited a batch of bold young reporters to form an entertainment paparazzi squad, staking out Shaosher film sets and celebrities' apartment doors daily. Reporters in the life department plunged straight into wet markets and residential districts, chatting with market aunties and small shopkeepers, collecting household tips, and tracking price fluctuations across Xinjiang until they could hardly rest. The busiest place was the typesetting room. Wang took out a layout plan from a later era: clean, generous, bold headlines, richly illustrated. Entirely different from the dense, tiny type style that dominated contemporary Xinjiang papers. Several veteran layout masters initially resisted, grumbling that they had set type the same way for decades and readers would not accept the change. But they were soon proved wrong. Within days, the new style and content began to stir interest, and the old objections were silenced by results. 3 days later, the newly revamped Umbrella Daily was officially launched across the entire Hong Kong. The night before, Li Shuwen and his team worked through the night to print the first issue, delivering it to various newsstands in the city before dawn. At first, although the newsstand owners had heard about the revenue-sharing policy, they were still apprehensive, mostly daring to take only a few dozen copies to test the waters. However, as soon as the market opened in the morning, things spiraled completely out of control. At a newsstand in Tsim Sha Tsui, the owner, Uncle Wong, held up a copy of the Umbrella Daily and enthusiastically recommended it to customers buying newspapers. Hey, fresh off the press, the Umbrella Daily. Celebrity gossip, real estate information, the latest novels. It's all here. Passers-by who initially didn't pay attention gathered around upon hearing about the celebrity gossip and life hacks. An elderly lady buying vegetables picked up the newspaper, flipped to the lifestyle section, and saw an article titled, 3 cents to get rid of cockroaches at home. Her eyes immediately lit up. This is great. This is practical. They'll take a copy. A few young men flipped to the entertainment section, saw exclusive behind-the-scenes stories of Dylan and Jiang Dawei along with the latest gossip about new rising stars, and immediately pulled out their money. They'll take a copy. This gossip isn't available in other newspapers. Moreover, those readers who flipped to The Dragon and the Snake became completely engrossed after just the first 2 chapters, buying the newspaper on the spot and squatting beside the newsstand to read, shouting, "Boss, will you be selling this newspaper again tomorrow? They'll come buy it every day." By noon, all the copies at Uncle Wong's newsstand had sold out. Looking at the money in his hand, he calculated his earnings, realizing he had made dozens of dollars in just a morning, far more than he had ever made selling newspapers before. He immediately called the publishing department, shouting to order an additional 500 copies. Such scenes played out simultaneously at newsstands across Hong Kong. The owners, who had initially taken only a few dozen copies for testing, sold out before noon, frantically calling the publishing department to request more prints. Those who had hesitated to order goods, seeing the next-door newsstand crowded with customers, also became anxious and began calling for stock. The publishing department's phones were ringing off the hook while Li Shuwen stood in the printing factory, watching the machines work furiously to print more copies, and called Wang Jianjun, his voice trembling. "Mr. Wang, it's exploded. Completely exploded. The initial print of 500 copies sold out before noon. Now we've printed an additional 100 copies, and orders keep coming in." Wang Jianjun, sitting in his office, heard the commotion on the phone and smiled slightly. It was within expectations. In the following days, the sales of the Umbrella Daily skyrocketed like a rocket. On the first day, sales reached 150 copies. The second day, 10 copies. And on the third day, it surged past 10 copies, firmly placing it among the top 3 newspapers in Hong Kong, second only to the Oriental Daily and Ming Pao. All of Hong Kong was shocked by this suddenly emerged newspaper. People in the newspaper industry were dumbfounded. A small paper that had been on the brink of collapse for 4 months changed owners, revamped its layout, and sold 300 copies in just 3 days. This was simply unbelievable. In the editorial office of Ming Pao, Jin Yong held a copy of the Umbrella Daily, flipped through its sections, and looked at the serialization of The Dragon and the Snake. Smilingly said to the editor beside him, "This new owner is not simple at all. This newspaper is going to become our formidable competitor in the future." Ordinary citizens were also completely enamored with the Umbrella Daily. Housewives bought it daily just to check the supermarket price information and life hacks in the lifestyle section. Young people chased it every day for the exclusive gossip in the entertainment section, and everywhere on the streets, discussions about the martial arts plot inside were rampant. Martial arts is a lethal skill. It should only kill, not perform, to be called martial arts. Cool. Many students in a secondary school even practiced according to the story's plot, fantasizing about becoming top experts like Wang Chao. This author must be a top expert. A look at the bright and hidden strength. Wow, fighting seems like a painting. He must be a master. Many students began discussing the author Wang Jianjun. Of course, Wang Jianjun set the story's background in Hong Kong. The newsstand owners were also raking in profits. Each one displayed the Umbrella Daily in the most prominent spot at their stands, eagerly promoting it to every customer more passionately than selling any other product. After all, selling 1 copy earns $1, and such a good deal is hard to find even with a lantern. At the newspaper office, Li Shuwen led his team busy every day without a moment's rest, yet everyone was spirited. With sales rising, advertisers came flocking. Restaurants, factories, film companies, and real estate developers lined up to negotiate advertising partnerships. The ad fees skyrocketed from a few thousand per page to tens of thousands, pulling the newspaper from a loss to profitability. That afternoon, when Wang Jianjun walked into the newspaper office, all the employees stopped their work, stood up in unison, and shouted, "Good day, boss." Everyone's eyes were filled with admiration and gratitude. If it weren't for Wang Jianjun, they would have been unemployed long ago. Now not only had their salaries doubled, but they also gained recognition in the Hong Kong newspaper industry, receiving respect wherever they went. Wang Jianjun smiled, waved his hand to signal everyone to continue their work, and turned to enter the editor-in-chief's office. Li Shuwen hurriedly followed him and placing the latest sales report and advertising contracts in front of him, his face flushed with excitement. Boss. The latest data shows that yesterday our sales have surpassed 350,000 copies. The advertising contracts are already booked until next month. This month we will exceed 2 million Hong Kong dollars in profit. Wang Jianjun skimmed through the report, nodded, his heart calm. For him, this Umbrella Daily was his voice, his ticket to integrating into the upper class of Hong Kong. With the serialization of the newspaper, The Dragon and the Snake became an absolute hit, and people began discussing the realms described in the book. Many well-meaning individuals went to various martial arts schools to inquire whether these realms were real. Many martial arts schools confirmed the existence of the concepts of bright and hidden strength, although they were uncertain about the subsequent realms. Those in the newspaper office didn't care whether it was true, they only knew that since the martial arts school said it was real, it must be. Once the report was released, the number of people signing up at various martial arts schools exploded. The heads of these schools were all grinning from ear to ear, starting to promote The Dragon and the Snake. And the novel enjoyed another wave of popularity thanks to this windfall. However, as of now, no one knew who the author was, only this mysterious pen name. The employees of the Umbrella Daily were tight-lipped, and to this day no useful clues had been revealed. One day Wang Jianjun had just come out of a property company, having bought several apartments, none too large, just 3-bedroom units. Indeed, they were 1,000 square foot luxury homes that Hong Kong people dream of, but they were merely a small base for him and his brothers in Hong Kong. The location was in the Tsuen Y Garden Complex, right next to the Tsuen Wan Sea. Opening the window, one could see the sea view. Wang Jiangwo would be going to the University of Hong Kong soon, so he needed a fixed address. Living in the company dormitory wasn't a long-term solution. This time he bought a total of 4 apartments. Besides himself and Wang Jiangwo, He Ming and Lu Mishing each got one as well. After all, these were his brothers who had fought side by side on the battlefield, and in Wang Jianjun's heart, they were all like younger brothers. After buying the house, Wang Jianjun drove directly to the Kowloon Trading Center, where he had recently invested 2 million to purchase shares of the Jianing Group. The stock had been rising during this time, but he knew that the good days for Jianing Group were coming to an end. He had entered the market a bit late, gathering the 2 million by the end of June and using 5 times leverage to enter. Now at the end of August, the stock price was at 17. The stock price was not far from the peak of 17.9 in September. He needed to cash out quickly. After some operations, and with the regret of the trading manager, he paid a month's interest on the leveraged financing. He left with a total of over 6 million, including the principal and profit. In just 1 month, over 6 million. Easy money. In a good mood, Wang Jianjun aimlessly strolled down the streets of Kowloon. Ever since he crossed over, he had not had a moment of leisure. He was either busy fighting or helping his brothers start businesses, as if something was constantly urging him from behind, making it so he hadn't enjoyed himself properly in the past few months. He had only just turned 20 after all. Of course, in his past life, he was only in his 30s and still a bachelor. In late August 1981, the afternoon heat in Hong Kong had not yet dissipated. The sticky sea breeze carried the aroma of fishball stalls and the gasoline scent of double-decker buses wafting through the streets of Kowloon. When he reached the intersection of Mong Kok Road, a crowd had gathered by the street with cameras, reflectors, and someone holding a light board clearly filming an outdoor advertisement. Wang Jianjun did not join the crowd, but instead walked across the street leaning against a green-painted utility pole, hands in his pockets, curiously watching from behind his sunglasses. In front of the camera stood a girl in a cream-colored cotton long dress, her fluffy black curls slightly lifted by the wind, revealing her smooth forehead and softly contoured profile. She smiled at the camera, her dimples shallow, radiating brightness like the afternoon sun. She was Zhong Chuhong. In 1981, she had just gained fame overnight from the story of Hu and Yue, rising from being an overlooked Miss Hong Kong contestant to becoming a favored newcomer of Shaw Brothers, with advertisement offers pouring in. Today she was shooting an advertisement for a women's clothing brand under Shaw Brothers for their autumn collection. Her performance was exceptional, hitting the mark in just a few takes, and the director joked about finishing early. Ahong, ready. Last take, 3, 2, 1, action. As the director's voice fell, Zhong Chuhong immediately adjusted her expression, smiled at the camera, and was just about to recite the advertisement lines when she caught sight of a figure across the street. The man leaning against the utility pole wore sunglasses that concealed his eyes. His tall figure was upright like a pine tree, with his shirt sleeves rolled up, revealing strong, well-defined arms. The afternoon sun fell upon him, outlining his rugged profile. The bustling crowd around him seemed to fade into a blurred background, leaving him standing quietly in the light and shadow. Zhong Chuhong's mind went blank in an instant. Her advertisement lines got stuck, mispronouncing 2 words in a row, and her voice trembled slightly. Cut. The director furrowed his brows and called for a stop, his tone laced with confusion. Ahong, what happened? You were doing great just now. Why did you suddenly zone out? The surrounding crew members looked over. Zhong Chuhong snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly bowed to everyone, apologizing. I'm sorry, director, I zoned out. Let's do another take, I promise it will be fine this time. As she apologized, she couldn't help but glance over at the street again. However, the spot where the man had stood was now empty, the green-painted utility pole standing there all alone. Zhong Chuhong felt an inexplicable emptiness in her heart, a vague sense of loss she couldn't articulate. She steadied herself, suppressing the image that kept swirling in her mind, and finally managed to finish the last take smoothly. That's a wrap. The director called out, smiling as he patted her shoulder. You worked hard today, Ahong. Your performance was good, but I don't know where your soul flew off to at the end. Zhong Chuhong smiled shyly, taking the towel handed to her by her assistant to wipe her face. The assistant leaned in teasingly. Sister Hong, what were you looking at just now? Your eyes were so fixed. Oh, I've never seen you zone out like that during a shoot. It's nothing, just the weather is too hot. Oh, I got a bit distracted. Zhong Chuhong took a sip of water to cover up, but her mind kept replaying the figure leaning against the utility pole. After wrapping up and saying goodbye, she drove her newly purchased red Beetle towards her home in Tsimsha. The sky had already darkened and the neon signs by the street lit up. She moved slowly with the flow of traffic, and when the red light came at the intersection, she stepped on the brakes to stop. Glancing inadvertently at the adjacent lane, her heart skipped a beat, and her breath halted for half a second. In the adjacent lane, there was a black first-generation Range Rover parked. The man in the driver's seat casually rested one hand on the steering wheel, while his other hand rested on the lowered window fingers, pinching a half-burned cigarette. He still wore those black sunglasses, and the lines of his profile were sharp and clean. He was the same man who had captivated her attention that afternoon. Zhong Chuhong's heartbeat quickened, as if it were about to burst from her chest. She stared fixedly at the car beside her, completely unaware that the red light had turned green. The car in front had moved a few meters ahead steadily, but she remained frozen in place until the car behind her honked, urgently jolting her back to reality. In her flustered state, she intended to step on the brakes, but her foot almost by instinct pressed down on the accelerator instead. The engine roared to life, and the front of her car shot forward, colliding with the rear of the Range Rover with a loud thud. The honking behind her abruptly stopped, and drivers from the surrounding cars poked their heads out to watch the commotion. Zhong Chuhong's mind went blank, her face turned pale. Panicked, she unbuckled her seatbelt and rushed out of the car, feeling both flustered and embarrassed. Of all the people to hit, it had to be the one who had occupied her mind all afternoon. The door of the Range Rover opened, and Wang Jianjun stepped out, walking around to the back of the vehicle to take a look. The rear bumper had a slight dent and some paint chipped off, but it wasn't a major issue. He looked up at the girl walking over, quickly removing his sunglasses to reveal a pair of deep, piercing eyes. Zhong Chuhong stepped into his line of sight, her heart raced even faster, her cheeks flushed bright red. She hurriedly bowed deeply, her voice trembling. I'm sorry. I zoned out and didn't notice the red light turning green, so I hit your car? Rest assured it'll cover all the repair costs, whatever the amount. While she continued to apologize, she looked up and finally saw his face clearly. He was even more handsome than seen through sunglasses, with deep-set eyes and a high nose. Though his features were strikingly rugged, his gaze was not cold, even carrying a hint of casual amusement. Wang Jianjun recognized her as the girl from the advertisement shoot earlier that afternoon, Xin from the story of Hu and Yue Zhong Chuang. He had recognized her from across the street earlier. He just hadn't approached her, not expecting that in a twist of fate she would. He couldn't help but chuckle, his voice deep and magnetic, tinged with a teasing undertone. It's fine, just a minor scratch, no need to be so nervous. I thought that movie stars in Hong Kong drove as steadily as they act on screen. At that moment, three scruffy young men approached, and upon seeing Zhong Chuhong's face, their eyes lit up. One of them whistled loudly and lewdly shouted, "Hey, isn't this the big star Zhong Chuhong? Had a little car accident. Do you want us brothers to help you out? Come with us to the bar nearby for a drink, and we'll sort this out for you, how about it?" The gang leader smirked and reached out playfully toward Zhong Chuhong's arm. Before she could react, Wang Jianjun stepped forward and firmly positioned himself in front of her. With a casual flick of his wrist, he slapped aside the thug's outstretched hand. A motion that appeared effortless yet sent a sharp cry of pain tearing from the man's throat as his forearm flushed crimson. His smile vanished. His gaze turned glacial as it swept over the three thugs, and from his lips came a single ice-cold word: leave. That one syllable carried a suffocating pressure, chilling the spine. It was the aura of slaughter, forged in mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, not something street thugs could withstand. The trio flinched at his stare, yet hesitated, unwilling to lose face before the growing crowd of onlookers. The leader gritted his teeth and blustered, "Who the hell are you? Butting into other people's business. Think you'll walk out of Nathan Road today?" Before the sentence finished, Wang Jianjun blurred forward, seized the leader's wrist in a reverse grip, and applied just enough pressure. There came a soft, sickening crack. The thug howled, crumpled to his knees, his face draining to parchment white as cold sweat erupted across his brow. "I said leave." The remaining two thugs stared paralyzed as their comrade writhed in agony. Realizing they faced a true master, they paled and scrambled to haul him up, fleeing headlong. No threats, no defiance, only raw, unvarnished fear. The onlookers burst into laughter, someone even clapped and shouted bravo. Wang Jianjun released his grip, smoothed the creases from his shirt cuff, and turned back to Zhong Chuhong, his expression softening once more into gentle warmth. He smiled. It's over now. Zhong Chuhong gazed at the broad, steady back shielding her, a mountain unmoved by storm. Her earlier panic dissolved like mist replaced by profound safety, and an undeniable fluttering stirred deep within her heart. Her cheeks flushed deeper still. Fingers twisting nervously at her skirt hem, she murmured softly, "Thank you. That won't do." Zhong Chuhong insisted, lifting her eyes to meet his, bright, earnest, sparkling like starlight. "I collided with your car, and you rescued me. I must make amends. How about this? I'll treat you to dinner. There's a cha-chan tongue just ahead, very close. If you refuse, my conscience won't rest." She tilted her head slightly, her plea tender and tentative, like a fawn trembling on the edge of trust and power. Wang Jianjun watched her sincerity, then glanced at the neon lights blooming along the street, felt the evening breeze, light, easy, perfect, and nodded with a quiet smile. "All right. Then I shall accept your kindness without hesitation." At once Zhong Chuhong lit up, eyes crinkling, dimples dancing, her radiance outshining the city's neon glow, leaving Wang Jianjun momentarily breathless. They parked nearby and walked side by side toward the cafe. The evening wind stirred her long wavy hair, strands occasionally brushed his forearm, carrying the faint clean scent of shampoo. Zhong Chuhong stole a sideways glance at the man beside her. Street lamp light traced the strong clean line of his profile, his posture remained upright and unwavering as he walked. She whispered shyly, "May I ask your surname?" "Wang Jianjun." "Mr. Wang, I'm Zhong Chuhong, but please call me a Hong," she replied, beaming. All the way she chattered like an eager child, asking questions, sharing small worries. Her presence warm and radiant, gently dissolving the weariness that had settled deep in Wang Jianjun's heart over half a year. Inside the cafe, golden light bathed the space. They sat by the window. "Wow, you're the owner of Umbrella Daily," Zhong Chuhong exclaimed, eyes alight with excitement. Our film crew debated endlessly whether the martial arts in Dragon and Serpent Chronicles were real. "Oh, you've read?" "Well, not really. Mostly the guys read it." She stuck out her tongue, embarrassed. Haha. Wang Jianjun chuckled at her charm, surprised to find conversation with her so effortlessly soothing. Merely being near her calmed his spirit, melting away the lingering sharpness he'd carried for so long. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing. Just struck by how utterly charming you are." The sudden confession flushed her cheek. Seeing her blush, he refrained from teasing further. Having never courted anyone, across 2 lifetimes, he had no idea how to speak to a woman. An awkward silence fell between them. After a long pause, Zhong Chuhong regained her composure, then inwardly groaned, "This wooden block. All tease, no follow-through." Just then salvation arrived, in the form of a waiter. As the dim sum arrived, Zhong Chuhong leaned forward, eagerly. "Try this pineapple bun. It's amazing. And these cream-filled piggy buns. Oh, and this one, and this one." She transformed instantly into a cheerful foodie, enthusiastically recommending her favorite treats. Wang Jianjun picked up a pineapple bun and took a bite. Warm bread layered with cool butter, savory sweet. It wasn't unpleasant, but decidedly foreign to his northern palate. Watching him taste it, Zhong Chuhong pressed eagerly, "Delicious, right?" Meeting her hopeful gaze, he instinctively nodded yes. "Delicious. He told you. Have another. I'm watching my figure lately, so I can't eat too much." Wang Jianjun's temples throbbed faintly. This is going to be complicated. When they stepped out of the cafe, Wang Jianjun exhaled quietly in relief. Truth be told, he dined almost exclusively at the office lately, meals prepared in familiar northern style. This sudden immersion in southern fare had been unexpectedly jarring, though technically not a proper meal. After all, without steamed buns, one hasn't truly eaten. Laughing and chatting, they strolled leisurely toward the parking lot. Suddenly, a dozen thugs burst from the roadside, surging straight toward Wang Jianjun and Zhong Chuhong. At their head stood the same thug whose wrist Wang Jianjun had broken moments earlier, his eyes burning with venom as he snarled, "Damn you. So bold just now. Dare lay hands on me. Today you'll learn who rules Nathan Road. And that filthy bitch." Before the obscenity escaped his lips, Zhong Chuhong stiffened, instinctively shrinking behind Wang Jianjun, her fingers clutching the back of his shirt. Feeling her tremble, he gently patted her arm. "Don't worry. I'm here." Thud. Wang Jianjun gave the thug no chance to rant further. An enemy given voice is a threat allowed time to strike. In one fluid sidestep, his open palm slammed into the man's throat. GHK. No scream escaped. His eyes bulged wide, hands flying to his windpipe as he collapsed to his knees, face purpling, body convulsing violently, unable even to rise. His movements left afterimages, darting through the throng with lethal economy. Every step, every strike landed precisely where anatomy betrayed weakness. No wasted motion, no superfluous flourish. No cinematic acrobatics, only stark surgical efficiency, one blow, one fall. Elbow strikes, wrist locks, joint reversals, knife hand chops. The killing techniques of the Black Dragon, 18 hands flowed from him, deliberately restrained, avoiding fatal points, yet striking each nerve cluster, pressure point, and structural hinge that induced instant incapacitation. Some gasped for air, collapsing mid-step, others screamed as joints dislocated, still others went limp as vital nerves ignited. None lasted beyond a single exchange. Bystanders stared stunned. A playful aside, Chong Wei says you don't know kung fu. A jest, nothing more. Bystanders surrounding the scene stared in utter disbelief. One quick-witted onlooker blurted out, martial arts are techniques for killing. Guoshu. This is Guoshu. In recent days, Hong Kong had been captivated by the storyline of the Dragon and Serpent Chronicles, and upon witnessing this novel combat style, people instinctively associated it with traditional Chinese martial arts. As the crowd swelled, and some even pulled out cameras to take photos, Wang Jiangwo, heedless of the falling dusk, immediately donned sunglasses and hurriedly dragged Zhong Chuhong away. Ironically, without the sunglasses, he appeared ordinary, but the moment he put them on, an unmistakable aura of cool confidence radiated from him. Nearby undercover journalists swiftly raised their cameras. They had originally intended only to surreptitiously photograph Zhong Chuhong, yet now stumbling upon such a major scoop and linking it to the surging public fascination with Guoshu, they knew this would secure tomorrow's front-page headline. Wang Jiangwo kept pulling Zhong Chuhong along until she could run no further. Wait a moment. She gasped breathlessly. I truly can't go on. I've already run far enough. Wang Jiangwo, seeing the radiant yet winded beauty before him, flushed faintly. So preoccupied with fleeing, he'd entirely forgotten her physical limits, assuming she possessed stamina equal to his own. My apologies, I was too focused on running. Zhong Chuhong gazed at Wang Jiangwo, the man who moments earlier had dominated the street with overwhelming force, now blushing like a bashful youth, and burst into laughter. All right, let's find somewhere to rest for a while. She had never imagined this man possessed such an endearing side. Walking slowly along the road, Zhong Chuhong, fearing recognition, slipped on Wang Jiangwo's sunglasses. You were incredible just now. 3 punches, 2 kicks, and they collapsed. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Wang Jiangwo. Was that Guoshu? She asked, curiosity dancing in her voice. I suppose so. Wang Jiangwo hesitated. Had learned the Black Dragon 18 hands from his father in his past life, while in this lifetime the technique had only just been compiled by the Heilongjiang Provincial Armed Police Corps and remained unpublicized. Wow, so Guoshu really exists. Then what level have you attained? Her questions grew increasingly bold. Overwhelmed, Wang Jiangwo decided to tease her. I still have a long way to go, though if pressed I'd say I've reached the manifest strength stage. Wow, that's already extraordinary. People say the author of the Dragon and Serpent Chronicles is immensely skilled in Guoshu. Wonder how he compares to you. No, he's only at manifest strength too. Besides, novels are fiction, don't take them literally. Not true. You were clearly extraordinary just now. Chatting all the while, they soon arrived at the parking spot, neither realizing until that moment that their hands had remained clasped since their flight began. As parting drew near, Zhong Chuhong's eyes twinkled mischievously. My car's dented beyond safe driving. Would you mind giving me a ride home? Wang Jiangwo glanced at the Beetle ahead, its front crumpled deep into a crater. Very well, Miss Zhong. Please step into the car. Racing swiftly through the city, Wang Jiangwo arrived at Zhong Chuhong's rented apartment. She had recently moved out of her family home to live nearby Broadcast Drive for convenience during filming. Watching her graceful figure disappear into the building's entrance, Wang Jiangwo felt an unexpected pang of reluctance, a subtle, inexplicable ache stirring within his chest. He shook his head, trying to dispel the sensation, when suddenly a voice called out, "Hey." He barely lifted his gaze before a slender silhouette lunged into his arms, and warmth bloomed across his lips. His mind went momentarily blank. Though unmarried in his past life, he was no novice in matters of passion. Having witnessed every imaginable spectacle across the Russian frontier, he'd certainly never tended pigs, but he'd certainly tasted pork. Just as he prepared to respond, the woman slipped away with astonishing speed, leaving only a single phrase behind. See you tomorrow. Wang Jiangwo touched his lips, savoring the lingering warmth, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. See you tomorrow. Two fools, having exchanged not a single contact detail, already dreamed of their next rendezvous. Ignoring their shared regret, the next morning arrived abruptly. Bang. Wang Jiangwo jolted awake to find Wang Jiangwo and He Ming standing beside his bed. You two had better give me a damned good reason. He snapped, furious. He'd been dreaming of Zhong Chuhong, just as their kiss deepened, poised to advance further, only to be rudely interrupted. Wang Jiangwo, utterly unimpressed by the threat, grinned excitedly. Brother, you're famous. He Ming chimed in eagerly. Yeah, brother. You're a star. They thrust a stack of newspapers into his hands. Ming Pao, Oriental Daily, even their own Umbrella Daily. Every entertainment section crowned with his photo from last night's sunglasses on, facing down 17 adversaries alone. Ming Pao, Guoshu Master appears on city streets. Oriental Daily Cinema's rising star Zhong Chuhong meets Guoshu Master under moonlight. Street battle with hoodlums. Umbrella Daily mysterious Guoshu Master fights hoodlums for love. The authenticity of the Dragon and Serpent Chronicles deepens further. Sing Pao newcomer beauty Zhong Chuhong meets enigmatic man, revealed as Guoshu Master. Wang Jiangwo skimmed several headlines. What in the world was this? Each article grew more sensational than the last. While the headlines remained plausible, the content was pure fabrication. What nonsense was this about rivalry and jealousy among gangsters? And this one, romantic rendezvous with Zhong Chuhong, disrupted by jealous rivals forcing him to reveal his guashu mastery in self-defense. Why don't they write novels instead? Such boundless imagination. Which paper dared publish this? Wait, Umbrella Daily. Oh, our own paper. Never mind. Profit is never shameful. Having finished reading, Wang Jiangwo abandoned all thought of sleep, springing upright, only to find the two grinning gawkers still rooted in place, eyes wide, with gossip-hungry anticipation. What do you want? He asked, flustered. Brother, did you fall in love? Come on, tell us. We're brothers. We won't betray your trust. Wang Jiangwo leaned forward, brimming with curiosity. No, I'm just friends with her. Before Wang Jiangwo could press further, Wang Jiangwo turned sharply toward the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. He Ming sidled up behind him, grinning. Haha. Brother, I don't care whether you're dating or not. All I want to know is, do you really practice guashu? Wang Jiangwo shot He Ming a sidelong glance, spat out his mouthwash, and said a little, I'll teach you someday, but first get Wang Jiangwo out of here. Got it. He Ming sprang forward, hoisted Wang Jiangwo onto his shoulder, and marched him toward the door. Brother, you still haven't answered. Is she really our future sister-in-law? Wang Jiangwo slung over He Ming's shoulder, shouted his final question before vanishing from view. Last night, I forgot to exchange contact details. A genuine oversight. I hope she's still at home. As Wang Jiangwo had guessed, Zhong Chuhong was indeed at home, having taken sick leave. Everyone assumed she was hiding from reporters. That morning she'd been jolted awake by relentless phone calls, all demanding details about last night's incident. Her evasive answers only cemented everyone's suspicions. All right, it's really nothing. Yes, if anything happens, I'll tell you right away. Okay, bye-bye. After hanging up, Zhong Chuhong collapsed onto the sofa, stunned by the sheer magnitude of last night's fallout. Just as she prepared to rest, a car horn sounded below. Peering through the curtains, she recognized Wang Jiangwo's vehicle instantly, and rushed to open the window, waving enthusiastically. Oblivious to her attire, she dashed downstairs barefoot. Wang Jiangwo stared, momentarily stunned, her flawless figure subtly revealed beneath the loose-fitting pajamas. SSSHHHH. He nearly drooled. Strangely, in Zhong Chuhong's presence, he seemed transformed, like a different person, and, following his gaze downward, Zhong Chuhong glanced at herself, and let out a startled cry. Ah. Seizing Wang Jiangwo's hand, she dragged him back upstairs. The moment she stepped inside, Zhong Chuhong closed the door behind her with a swift motion, leaning back against the wooden panel as she caught her breath, her cheeks flushed crimson. In her haste to rush downstairs, she had completely forgotten she was wearing a sheer silk nightgown. Now under his gaze, every inch of her felt exposed and unervingly self-conscious. Please have a seat. I'll just change quickly, she managed, then darted into the bedroom and gently shut the door behind her. Wang Jianjun lingered for 2 seconds in the entryway before walking into the living room and settling onto the sofa. The apartment was compact yet immaculately kept. A knitted throw draped neatly over the sofa, several magazines, and a telephone resting on the coffee table, a cassette player perched atop the TV stand beside a tidy stack of tapes. Warm, livid, and unmistakably home. It stood in stark contrast to his own sparse utilitarian space. Nothing but a bed and a desk. Within minutes, the bedroom door opened. Zhong Chuhong emerged in a crisp white t-shirt and high-waisted jeans, her long hair swept up into a high ponytail that revealed the smooth line of her forehead and slender neck. Her face was bare, no makeup, softer than her screen persona, less dazzling, more effortlessly fresh, like a university student caught mid-bloom. They sat side by side on the edge of the sofa, leaving just a careful sliver of space between them. Silence settled, not heavy, not strained, but quietly charged, tenderly awkward, sweetly unspoken. You. Zhong Chuhong began, only for Wang Jianjun to cut in direct and unflinching. That was my first kiss. You're responsible for it. Huh? What? Zhong Chuhong froze. Did you just hear yourself? Is this your idea of a confession? And is this how you declare your feelings? Blunt as a hammer. 3 questions tumbled through her mind in rapid succession. Then with a soft scoff, she shot him a wry sidelong glance. Oh please. You got what you wanted and still play the martyr. And don't think you're the only one who's never been kissed before. You absolute blockhead. Fortunately, she hadn't yet plugged into the modern internet. If she had, she might have retorted with something far sharper. You're not just straight. You're 24-karat titanium alloy straight. Seeing the playful, knowing glint in Zhong Chuhong's eyes, the very same look that had haunted his dream last night, Wang Jianjun lost all restraint. He leaned in and kissed her sudden and sure. Startled, Zhong Chuhong instinctively pushed at his shoulders, then slowly her resistance softened. Her hand slid upward, circling his neck as she met his kiss with quiet, yielding warmth. Just as they surrendered fully to the moment, beep beep, beep beep, the pager strapped to Wang Jianjun's belt shattered the spell. The interruption jolted them apart. Twice in one day, first in a dream, now in reality. Though the earlier disruption had been illusory, the frustration flared hot and real within him. You better have something urgent. Zhong Chuhong buried her burning face deep into a cushion, her muffled voice trembling with flustered laughter. Go ahead, call them back. Over there. She kept her face hidden in the pillow, but lifted a hand to point toward the telephone on the side table. Gently, Wang Jianjun lifted the cushion from her head. Gazing at her blushing cheeks, he spoke with quiet sincerity. Ever since last night I've fallen for you. Will you be my girlfriend? Hearing such unguarded honesty, Zhong Chuhong's entire body warmed again. She murmured, voice low and tender. I felt it too. From the very moment I saw you last night. I was drawn to you instantly. Wang Jianjun pulled her close and folding her in his arms. They lingered in the shared warmth, until Zhong Chuhong softly broke the silence. You should really call them back. What if it's urgent? In those days, pagers were reserved for true emergencies, especially for someone like Wang Jianjun, whose business demanded constant responsiveness. She didn't want to delay anything important. Reluctantly, Wang Jianjun released her and glanced at the pager's display. Lu Minxing. With a sigh, he walked to the coffee table and dialed back. Hello, big brother, it's Minxing. Lu Minxing's voice crackled through the line. All right, spit it out. But Wang Jianjun's icy tone sent a visible shiver down Lu Minxing's spine. Damn, it is bad timing, isn't it? Did I just ruin Big Brother's golden moment? He muttered under his breath, recalling the news report from that morning, and how when he'd gone to Wang Jianjun's place early he'd found it empty. That alone was deeply uncharacteristic. Connecting the dots, especially after the headlines, he'd guessed the truth with unsettling accuracy. Big Brother, it is urgent. Remember how you asked me to keep an eye out for electronics factories? Well, this morning someone introduced me to a factory that manufactures tape recorders, and its owner is selling it outright. I've already done my due diligence. He's desperate, having lost heavily at gambling, and is asking just 2 million yuan. I inspected the site personally. 2 fully operational tape recorder production lines plus OEM work for digital watches and handheld game consoles. At 2 million, it's an absolute steal. The owner's still at the poker table right now. The other players, all our key clients, they heard I was scouting electronics factories and immediately tipped me off. Wang Jianjun's pulse quickened. This factory was extraordinary value. Hong Kong's electronics export boom was peaking, and though the operation was contract-based, its technical capabilities were flawless. But then came the question that gave him pause. What exactly did he mean? That the gamblers were our clients? Was this Minxing? Confirm this for me. Is it truly 2 million? And tell me honestly, did you orchestrate this? Wang Jianjun asked, voice edged with quiet skepticism. It wasn't virtue signaling, it was principle. Once moral boundaries erode, they vanish entirely. He refused to let his closest ally cross that line. Lu Minxing paused, startled, then laughed, relieved. No way, not even close. This guy's a nouveau riche. Made a fortune doing OEM work for Japan, then insisted on dragging old Huang and the others into high-stakes games. Now he's lost everything, and staked the factory itself at 2 million. Wang Jianjun fell silent. Truly, humanity never ceases to astonish, especially the gambler's warped psychology. Tell them yes, 2 million confirmed. Draft the contract immediately, and add 50,000 yuan as red envelopes for those clients. They made this possible. We owe them gratitude, not silence. Understood, I'll handle it right away. Oh, and Big Brother, would you like to come inspect the facility in person? Wang Jianjun hesitated, then nodded. He needed first-hand insight. Where did electronics manufacturing truly stand in this era? After hanging up, he turned and found Zhong Chuhong stretched across the sofa, legs elegantly crossed, palms propping up her chin, watching him with a slow, radiant smile. All done, she asked. Negotiating the acquisition of an electronics factory, he replied, sitting beside her, and without thinking drawing her into his arms. Pouting slightly, she whispered, so you'll be leaving soon. We've only just begun. Her expression, soft, inviting, utterly beguiling, made him lean in and brush a tender kiss across her lips. Come with me. Her eyes lit up. Really? Of course. You're my girlfriend. Besides, it's time I introduced. But what about this morning's news? Won't we be recognized? So what? We're falling in love, openly, honestly, without shame. Indeed, actors of that era embraced romance freely. Unlike the guarded secrecy that would later define celebrity relationships, once fan-driven love obsession culture took hold. Shamshui Pro Industrial Area. Li Feng Electronics Factory. It covers an area of about 3,000 square meters or 32,000 square feet. When Wang Jianjun drove to the entrance with Zhong Chuhong, Lu Minxing was already there, standing next to 4 people. Among them, a middle-aged man in a checkered suit stood dejectedly, while the other 3, dressed in a manner typical of factory owners, were chatting and laughing together. Seeing this situation, Wang Jianjun had already made a judgment in his heart. Without a doubt, the dejected one was the unfortunate soul selling the factory. As Wang Jianjun's car approached, everyone instantly perked up. Wang Jianjun opened the car door and got out first, then turned sideways to gently hold Zhong Chuhong's wrist, helping her down. The sunlight at around 10 a.m. was still a bit blinding, and Zhong Chuhong instinctively leaned closer to him. Lu Minxing was the first to react, quickly stepping forward and calling out, "Big Brother," his eyes sweeping over the arms of the two, suppressing laughter and refraining from making a scene. He hurriedly introduced, Big brother, this is Boss Huang, Boss Zhou, and Boss Li, all old clients of our security company. The news about the factory this time comes from these three gentlemen. The three middle-aged men dressed in polyester shirts, slacks, and leather shoes quickly smiled and stepped forward to shake hands. They were seasoned factory operators in Hong Kong, and even when they recognized Zhong Chuhong, they merely nodded politely, without asking a single gossiping question. Who would dare to speak carelessly to someone so closely protected by Wang Jianjun, who was also the center of media attention? Thank you very much, gentlemen. I appreciate your efforts, and I will definitely come to express my gratitude later. Mr. Wang is too polite. Boss Wang smiled warmly, saying, it's all a small matter. Our company is stable thanks to your protection. Saying thank you feels too formal. Let's keep it business, Minxing. After Wang Jianjun shook hands with several people, he instructed Lu Minxing to bring over the prepared check. Lu Minxing discreetly pulled the others to the side, handing each a red envelope. After returning, he pointed to the dejected middle-aged man standing nearby, saying, Big brother, this is the owner of Li Feng Electronics, Chen Guangli. Wang Jianjun looked up and met the other man's evasive gaze. Indeed, he had the typical appearance of a factory owner. In his 40s, slightly plump with a beer belly, his originally neat hairstyle was now half disheveled, his sideburns glossy with oil. His checkered suit was wrinkled, his leather shoes dusty, and his eyes were bloodshot, clearly someone who had stayed up all night gambling, losing all energy. Hello, Boss Wang. Chen Guangli hurriedly stepped forward to shake hands, his voice hoarse, his palms sweaty, radiating a sense of awkwardness and despair. As a factory owner, he understood how powerful a protector could be. Their lack of previous interaction was due to his factory being on the territory of the Sun Yuan. Their cooperation had been pleasant over the years, and he never felt the need to hire a protective service. In his view, security companies were merely licensed gangs. It was the same to whom he paid. He never expected their first business interaction would be selling a factory. Wang Jianjun spoke in a calm tone. Boss Chen Minsheng has briefed me on the situation with the factory. I will take a look first, and if everything is fine, we'll finalize the deal today. Yes. Please look around. The factory is definitely in good condition. Chen Guangli nodded eagerly, leading the way as if grasping a last straw of hope. Wang Jianjun naturally held Zhong Chuhong's hand, keeping her close as they avoided several boxes of scrap piled at the entrance. He leaned down and whispered to her, Stay close to me, it's noisy inside the workshop. If you feel uncomfortable, just let me know. Zhong Chuhong nodded and obediently followed him inside, her eyes filled with curiosity. The entire Li Feng Electronics factory covered over 3,000 square meters, with a square layout identical to most medium-sized electronic factories in Suanwan and Shamshui-Per in 1981. To the left upon entering was a two-story office building, and to the right were two adjoining double-story factory buildings. At the far back were the raw material warehouse and finished goods warehouse, with a three-story staff dormitory and a small canteen in the corner. Though small, it had all the essentials. Big brother, this is Factory No. 1. The first floor is the injection molding workshop, and the second floor is the assembly workshop, Lu Minxing introduced, as Chen Guangli hurriedly pushed open the workshop door. The roar of machines burst forth, instantly mixed with the pungent odor of heated plastic. 4 Toshiba injection molding machines were rumbling away while several workers wearing gloves were removing freshly molded radio shells and electronic watchbacks from the molds, with boxes of just-formed plastic parts neatly stacked on the floor. Wang Jianjun approached one of the injection molding machines, bending down to pick up a still-warm radio shell, his fingertips tracing the seam, then flipping it over to examine the internal precision. He looked up at Chen Guangli and asked, When were these machines purchased? How well are they maintained? They were all new Toshiba machines imported from Japan in '78. Chen Guangli quickly leaned in, his tone tinged with undeniable pride. I built my factory relying on these machines. I take care of their maintenance more than I do my own car. They have no issues at all. I have always done OEM work for Japanese brands with very high precision requirements. They're definitely up to the task. Wang Jianjun nodded without speaking, already having an understanding in his heart. In 1981, a 1978 Toshiba injection molding machine was still considered mainstream equipment. With such good maintenance, the market value of these 4 machines alone was worth $500,000 to $600,000. The factory was indeed not a scam. Ascending the stairs to the second floor led to the assembly workshop. The long workbench, over 10 meters long, was lined up neatly, with dozens of female workers sitting on small stools. With their heads down, they quickly inserted resistors, capacitors, and diodes onto PCB boards, their fingers moving so swiftly that their actions could barely be seen. At the end of the workshop, a wave soldering machine hummed away, releasing a faint smell of solda, while the overhead fan blew vigorously, yet it couldn't alleviate the humidity of Hong Kong. All these workers are experienced, having worked for 3 to 4 years. There are no issues with assembly or soldering. Lu Minxing leaned closer to Wang Jianjun's ear, saying, I've asked around, and Chen Guangli has 2 months of wages owed. As long as we cover that everyone is willing to stay without needing retraining, they can start working immediately. Wang Jianjun glanced at the circuit boards soldered by the female workers. The solder points were round and neat, with no cold solder joints or mis-soldering. They were indeed skilled workers, which made him feel more assured. In this day and age, having skilled workers in electronic OEM production was even more important than new machines. With this group, the factory could transition to producing the ultra-thin radios and LED handheld consoles he had planned, saving the time needed for acclimatization. Looking around, the environment was very typical of the era, chaotic with no safety awareness, focusing entirely on productivity. However, it was understandable, as it wasn't his previous life. After successfully signing the contract in the office, Chun Guangli happily took the freshly received check. Minxing, go tell the workers to take a break, and also ask someone to bring some watermelons for the workers to quench their thirst. Lu Minxing agreed and went to take care of it. In the office, only Wang Jianjun and Zhong Chuang remained. Zhong Chuang curiously asked, Jianjun, why do I feel like they are all afraid of you? Did you ever beat them up? In Zhong Chuang's mind, Wang Jianjun was someone who could fight very well, and these bosses must have been beaten up by him. Wang Jianjun lightly patted her head, saying, what nonsense are you talking about? Am I the kind of person who just beats people up? Zhong Chuang pretended to cover her face and fake cried, why you do? Look, you're even hitting me now. Look at you, still acting like a child. Wang Jianjun replied, feeling speechless. You're the child here, you stinky little brother. At 20. Since learning on the way that Wang Jianjun was a year younger than her, she enjoyed calling him stinky little brother when no one else was around. Huh. Wang Jianjun gazed at the cluster of people crowding the doorway, exasperated yet amused. What on earth are you all doing here? Do you have nothing better to do than come gawking? Absolutely, big brother. Wang Jingwo pushed forward, grinning cheekily. I just had to see what my future sister. He Ming and Lu Minxing stepped up beside him, calling out in unison, big brother. Then bowed respectfully toward Zhong Chuang and addressed her as sister-in-law. Unlike Wang Jingwo, they refrained from teasing. After all, today's headlines had set the city abuzz, and with the very subject of those reports now standing before them, even a fool could read the situation. Zhong Chuang's cheeks flushed faintly as she murmured softly, hello everyone. Wang Jianjun gently squeezed her hand and formally introduced her. This is Zhong Chuang, your new sister-in-law. He then turned to Zhong Chuang and introduced each man in turn. This is my younger brother Wang Jingwo. This is He Ming. This is Lu Minxing. Oh, and that quiet one over there is Chun Weigua. All my brothers. Chun Weigua's heart swelled with excitement at being introduced so plainly. Though he had arrived alongside Lin Yaodong, the latter was now rising rapidly, while he remained overlooked, stirring deep envy within him. After exchanging warm greetings, Lu Minxing chimed in aptly. Big brother, the watermelons have been unloaded, and all workers have been assembled at the workshop entrance. Would you like to address them? Let's go. Wang Jianjun nodded, still holding Zhong Chuang's hand, and led the group toward the workshop. In the open lot before the workshop gate, over 100 workers stood in neat, silent rows, their eyes flickering with anxiety, anticipation, and quiet uncertainty. Most had labored at the factory for 3 or 4 years, following Chun Guangli from prosperity into bankruptcy. Having gone 2 months without pay, they were already frantic. And now, with a new owner stepping in, no one dared guess whether their futures would brighten or darken. Lu Minxing directed staff to distribute watermelons among the workers, while Wang Jianjun stepped forward 2 paces. His voice rang out clear and commanding. No loudspeaker needed. My name is Wang Jianjun. As of today, I am the new owner of Li Feng Electronics Factory. The workers stood utterly still. Not a whisper broke the silence, every ear straining. I know your hearts are unsettled. Chun Guangli owes you 2 months' wages, and I accept that debt as my own. A ripple of hushed astonishment swept through the crowd the moment his words settled. He raised a hand to quiet them, then continued, by the end of today's shift, every cent owed to each of you will be paid, in full. Excellent. Someone shouted, and instantly applause erupted. The workers' nervousness dissolved by half, their eyes lit up with sudden hope. In Hong Kong's factories, it was commonplace for wages to vanish when an owner went bankrupt, so no one had expected the new boss barely settled in to begin by honoring every old debt. Beyond settling arrears, I have 2 more announcements, Wang Jianjun said once the applause subsided. First, starting this month, base salaries for all workers will rise by 200 Hong Kong dollars, and attendance bonuses and piece rate commissions will increase proportionally. At that, the crowd exploded. Cheers rose in waves, unrestrained and jubilant. They had once toiled relentlessly for only 700,800 Hong Kong dollars a month. Now a 10% raise placed them among the highest paid in the entire Sham Shui Ho industrial district. Second, Wang Jianjun's tone deepened. The factory will undergo reconstruction and expansion. Anyone willing to work diligently, with proven skill, will be retained. The larger the factory grows, the more each of you will earn. I, Wang Jianjun, swear this. So long as I remain at the helm, not one loyal brother or sister who works hard beside me will ever be shortchanged. His words hung in the air, and the ensuing applause thundered louder and longer than before. Clutching their watermelons, the workers gazed upon this astonishingly young new boss, his presence commanding, his resolve unmistakable, and the last shreds of doubt melted away, replaced by genuine reassurance and eager expectation. Zhong Chuang stood quietly aside, watching Wang Jianjun stand before the crowd, radiating authority and charisma, and her eyes shimmered as if studded with stars. Once the workers were reassured, the group returned to the second-floor office. The former office of Chun Guangli had been cluttered and chaotic, piled high with ledgers and debris, but Lu Minxing had arranged for it to be thoroughly cleared in advance. Now the spacious room held only a large executive desk and several sofas. Open area immaculate. Wang Jianjun guided Zhong Chuhong to sit on the sofa, while Wang Jiangwo and the others found seats, each leaning forward, eyes fixed intently on him, waiting eagerly for his next move. I've briefly outlined the factory's future plan with Minxing. I'll now lay it out clearly for all of you. Wang Jianjun leaned slightly forward, voice steady and direct. First, the entire compound will be completely renovated. From foundation to facade, a total transformation. Lu Minxing unfurled the factory's floor plan onto the coffee table, and everyone gathered close. The two existing double-story buildings, the left one will be demolished entirely and rebuilt as a modern three-story standardized production facility. Wang Jianjun tapped the blueprint. The ground floor remains the injection molding workshop. The second floor houses component insertion and welding. The third floor hosts final assembly, testing, and packaging, fully integrated along a streamlined assembly line. Each zone will be clearly partitioned and labeled. Floors will be coated with epoxy resin, walls painted crisp white, windows spotless. Nothing like the former disarray. Himeng scratched his head, puzzled. Big brother, isn't this just a production workshop? We managed fine before. Why go to such lengths? Isn't it wasteful? You misunderstand, Wang Jianjun smiled. Our goal isn't subcontracting, it's exporting. It's building our own brand and earning American dollars. When European and American clients conduct factory audits, they'll immediately favor us over chaotic, cluttered workshops. Our clean, orderly environment creates a powerful first impression, securing orders and commanding premium pricing. Moreover, workers perform more efficiently and stay longer when they labor in bright, well-ventilated spaces rather than stifling, disorderly ones. This investment pays for itself many times over. The group nodded in sudden understanding. Wang Jiangwo's eyes sparkled. Only you could see so far ahead, big brother. The right-hand building, a double-story structure, will be fully converted into a research development center. Wang Jianjun shifted his finger to the other side of the blueprint. The ground floor becomes a prototyping workshop, equipped with small-scale injection molding machines and testing devices dedicated solely to sampling and trial production. The second floor will be divided into private R&D labs, design studios, and meeting rooms, quiet, well-equipped, and purpose-built for researchers. At these words, the room fell momentarily still. Lu Minxing spoke first, his voice edged with surprise. Big brother, you mean we're launching our own R&D? In Hong Kong's electronics industry, over 99% of factories operated purely as OEM subcontractors, producing goods strictly to brand owners' blueprints and specifications, earning modest processing fees. Few dared invest in independent R&D. It demanded heavy capital, offered uncertain returns, and carried immense risk. Yes, R&D is non-negotiable, Wang Jianjun declared firmly. As long as we remain mere subcontractors, we'll always earn only sweat equity, forced to raise or lower prices at another's whim, our fate dictated by outsiders. Only by owning our products and our designs can we command true autonomy and reap truly substantial profits. He had long since resolved this. His mind held 4 decades of future product designs, aesthetic sensibilities, and engineering insights. Even minor refinements to appearance or circuitry would eclipse current market offerings, ensuring demand without hesitation. Also, central air conditioning will be installed throughout the entire compound, every workshop, office building, R&D center, and dormitory. Silence descended instantly upon the office. Wang Jiangwo nearly leapt off the sofa. Big brother, central air conditioning everywhere. That's astronomically expensive. Not a single factory in the whole industrial district has it. We all make do with ceiling fans. In 1981, in Hong Kong, central air conditioning was only installed in high-end office buildings, 5-star hotels, and large shopping malls in Central. Ordinary factories didn't even dare to think about it, or just the equipment and installation costs were astronomical. Install it, Wang Jianjun said firmly without a hint of hesitation. First, the summer in Hong Kong is muggy, and with many machines in the workshop, it gets even hotter. If we install air conditioning, the workers won't suffer while working, they won't be at risk of heat stroke or distraction, and the reject rate will drop. Second, as I said, when European and American clients come and see that we've even installed central air conditioning in the workshop, they'll know our factory is strong and professional, and they'll be willing to cooperate with us. Third, the research and development center must have air conditioning. If the R&D personnel can sit comfortably, they'll be able to focus on design. He had seen many standardized factories in his past life when he was involved in trade and knew how important a good production environment was. This initial investment may seem substantial, but it can quickly be recouped from orders and profits. It's a surefire, profitable venture. Everyone observed his resolute demeanor and no longer questioned him. His elder brother had never done anything without confidence, and since he said it was feasible, it must be. The plan is set. Minxing, you will contact the construction and renovation teams tomorrow to draft the design plans. If the quotes are reasonable, we must start work within half a month. We'll renovate the workshops one by one. First, we'll modify one workshop, allowing the workers to complete their current orders before moving on to another, ensuring no delays. Wang Jianjun divided the tasks decisively. Don't worry, big brother, I will definitely handle it. Lu Mixing quickly nodded in agreement. The second matter is hiring. We need to recruit on a large scale. Wang Jianjun held up 2 fingers. We'll categorize the recruits into 2 types. The first type is RD talent. We will recruit across all of Hong Kong: electronic engineers, structural engineers, industrial designers. As long as they have real skills, the compensation will be generous. The highest monthly salary for the same position in the market is 6,000, but we will offer 8,000. Those who perform well will receive bonuses based on the projects with no upper limit on earnings. In 1981, Hong Kong had many capable electronic RD talents, most of whom were working in large companies in Europe, America, and Japan. Local factories rarely retained personnel, primarily due to inadequate pay. Wang Jianjun directly raised the salary to industry-leading levels and added project bonuses, ensuring that they wouldn't struggle to find talent. Additionally, we will also recruit recent graduates from the electronic and design departments of the University of Hong Kong and Chinese University. For those willing to join, the base salary starts at 500 with free meals and accommodation mentorship and ample room for growth. The second category is production workers. We will continue to expand recruitment. Wang Jianjun continued. You should have Weigua go to various smuggling points to mainly recruit illegal immigrants from the mainland, bringing honest women to the factory, and after a month of work, we will help them apply for identification cards. As for the men, they will all be sent to a security company with the same promises. In these times without a household registration, their lives are miserable. If we can help, we will. Their compensation will be 1 level lower than the existing workers, but after 1 year, the pay will increase. When the new workshop is built, the production capacity will triple. We cannot afford any shortage of workers. After Wang Jianjun finished speaking, Lu Mixing said, Big brother, who will be the factory manager? I'm currently busy at the security company and have to contact Yao Dong about the machines. Lu Mixing was worried that Wang Jianjun would assign him more tasks. Big brother, let's be clear, you can't just put me in a tough position. Wang Jianjun replied with a stern look. All right, given your capabilities, I will personally take on the role of factory manager for now. Weigua is steady. Oh, I will cultivate him to take on this responsibility in the future. By the way, big brother, should we change the factory name? If we're changing it, what should we call it? Let's handle it while we renovate. Lu Mixing asked. Change it. It will be called Umbrella Electronics. From now on, our brand will be Umbrella at Home and Umbrella Abroad. Ignoring Lu Mixing's peculiar gaze, he was a naming novice anyway, and he had his reasons to be confident. He then glanced at Wang Jianguo and He Ming, who were playfully tussling. Never mind. These two are not suitable. Jianguo, I sent you to training class. How is your learning going? Wang Jianguo, who was in the middle of playing, suddenly froze. He hadn't expected Wang Jianjun to bring up this topic. Clearly his presence here indicated he hadn't been attending classes. How could he possibly be doing well? Seeing Wang Jianguo standing there speechless, Wang Jianjun felt his anger rising. He picked up a broom and was about to hit him. I sent you to school, and you actually skipped classes. Do you know that Hong Kong University starts classes in September? If you fail the exams and the teacher returns, you just watch me break your legs. Seeing his older brother lose his temper, Wang Jianguo, who had always respected him since their parents passed away, hurriedly hid behind Zhong Chuang and said, Sister-in-law, save me. My brother wants to kill me. Zhong Chuang knew Wang Jianguo was Wang Jianjun's biological younger brother. She quickly thought that this was the perfect opportunity to build a good relationship with her future brother-in-law. She quickly shielded Wang Jianguo behind her and said, Jianjun, let's talk this out. How can you hit someone? Wang Jianguo shouted from behind Zhong Chuang. Yeah, brother, I came to welcome my sister-in-law today. Besides, don't think I don't know you donated 1 million to Hong Kong University. How could they possibly keep me from going to school? Upon hearing this, Wang Jianjun almost choked on his words. Zhong Chuang walked over and gently tugged at him, taking the broom from his hands. Speak to Jianguo properly and don't resort to violence. Wang Jianjun saw that the situation was unlikely to escalate, and as he turned around, he noticed He Ming's stifling laughter nearby. What are you laughing at? I donated 1 million to Hong Kong University and secured 2 enrollment slots. Can you guess who the other one is? He Ming's expression suddenly changed. B brother, you must be sending Minxing to school, right? Congratulations, you answered incorrectly. Minxing has other plans. Here it's just you and Jianguo free. Who will go to school is a tough guess. Without waiting for his reaction, he led Zhong Chuang and Lu Mixing out. As soon as they stepped outside, they heard He Ming's wailing from the office. Big brother, I still have value. Ignoring his shouts, Wang Jianjun said to Lu Mixing beside him, hurry up and take care of what we discussed earlier. We need to groom a successor. I plan to send you and a few trustworthy brothers to study in Country M. Huh, Country M. Yes, I remember you were in the communications unit before being a medic, right? Yes, I was in the communications unit. Perfect, you will study electronic engineering and related subjects in Country M. Also get a sense of the market there. Lu Mixing looked bewildered and said, boss, my background in the communications unit doesn't seem relevant to this. I want to know how. Wang Jianjun said seriously, if I don't know, will they? The folks from Country M will, the Russians will too, but will it be useful? You still need to learn yourself. As for what you mentioned, those are not issues. How much can electronic components differ? Besides, it's not like I'm sending you immediately. It will be after the new year. During this time, make sure to research and study hard. Got it. Lu Minxing, who had just been laughing at Wang Jiangwo, and He Ming was now assigned to go halfway across the world to Country M. In Wang Jianjun's view, if one could understand high-tech communication devices, then electronic engineering would be similar. The specific headaches would be left for them to worry about. He certainly wouldn't. After lunch, Wang Jianjun quickly took Zhong Chuhong away as the company was already on the right track, and there was no need for him to make decisions for the time being. He took her to the film set. She was currently filming a TV drama called Floating Clouds, which Wang Jianjun had never heard of. The thought of her acting made him a bit uneasy, as no one likes to see their girlfriend in romantic scenes on TV, except for those with peculiar tastes. Upon arriving at the film set, many people gathered around, clearly intrigued by the news from this morning, especially since Zhong Chuhong had come directly with the person at the center of the topic. This was clearly a blatant display. The filming location was set in a studio on Broadcasting Road. As Wang Jianjun held Zhong Chuhong's hand and stepped inside, the previously noisy studio instantly quieted down, with dozens of curious and probing eyes fixed on their tightly clasped hands, revealing a mix of intrigue and barely concealed gossip. This morning's newspaper stirred the city with the headline, "Red Andy rescued on the streets, mysterious man faces 17 alone." The front-page photo clearly captured Wang Jianjun shielding Zhong Chuhong behind him, leaving all of Hong Kong guessing about the background of this martial arts expert. No one expected that just half a day after the news broke, Zhong Chuhong would directly bring people into the film crew, showing no intention of hiding. Under the gaze of so many eyes, Zhong Chuhong's cheeks flushed slightly as she instinctively leaned closer to Wang Jianjun, her fingers gripping his hand a little tighter. She had initially thought she would explain to familiar people once she arrived at the film crew, but with so many people staring, there was no time for greetings. Wang Jianjun noticed her unease and instinctively wrapped her hand fully in his palm. He glanced around at the crowd, while a few security personnel from the protection umbrella stood directly in front, blocking the way. Those who had been approaching paused instinctively, no one daring to come closer. Two security guards dressed in matching dark gray uniforms with a red and white protection umbrella logo embroidered on their left chests stood stiffly half a step in front of him, their vigilant eyes scanning the entire room, saying nothing. Just their presence quelled much of the restlessness in the studio. At this moment, the director Luo Zhuiyao had no choice but to step in. She was only 24 years old and had never encountered such a scene. "Ahong, you finally made it." Director Luo Zhuiyao hurriedly approached, script in hand. She had a gentle personality and was one of the few directors in the industry who did not engage in convoluted schemes. She had appreciated Zhong Chuhong's aura and had taken good care of her, treating her like a little sister. At this moment, she wasn't like others who only cared about gossip. She merely smiled at the two clasped hands and politely nodded to Wang Jianjun. "So this is the mysterious person who showcased his skills last night. Ahong, you should introduce him." "Sister Luo, you're teasing me. This is Wang Jianjun, my boyfriend." "Jianjun, this is Director Luo. She's taking good care of me and the crew." "Director Luo, please take care of Ahong." Wang Jianjun spoke calmly, nodding slightly. "Not at all. Ahong is a talented newcomer. She has great potential in acting." Luo Zhuiyao smiled and waved her hand, then turned to Zhong Chuhong. "There are 2 more scenes before it's your turn. Go to the makeup room and freshen up. We'll shoot other scenes first, no rush." Just as Zhong Chuhong acknowledged, a figure rushed over her co-star and close friend Chen Xiuzhu. Chen Zia's eyes widened as she grabbed Zhong Chuhong's other hand, teasing in a low voice, "Wow, Ahong, such a big deal happened, and you didn't breathe a word to me. If it weren't for this morning's newspaper, I would still be in the dark." "Sister Xiuzhu." Zhong Chuhong's face turned even redder as she tried to explain, but was interrupted by Chen Xiuzhu's laughter. All right, I won't tease you anymore." She looked up at Wang Jianjun, her gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. Seeing him looking at Zhong Chuhong with gentle eyes and no impatience, she smiled and nodded, as if acknowledging him. Wang Jianjun didn't interrupt their conversation. He simply let go of Zhong Chuhong's hand and softly said, "You go get your makeup done. I'll sit nearby and wait for you. Just call me if you need anything." Zhong Chuhong nodded, being pulled away by Chen Xiuzhu towards the makeup room. After a few steps, she couldn't help but look back at him, her eyes filled with joy. Wang Jianjun found a chair near a monitor that didn't block the way, and the 2 security guards stood not far behind him like 2 unmoving guardian deities. He observed the bustling studio filled with lights, tracks, cameras, and actors busy positioning themselves, while stagehands shouted continuously. Memories of the entertainment industry in Hong Kong from his past life slowly flooded back. The entertainment industry in Hong Kong during the 1980s appeared glamorous on the surface, but behind the scenes was all about capital manipulation and gang infiltration. Many talented and gifted artists were forced into drinking and acting, and those who resisted were often shelved, suppressed, or even faced ruin. Zhong Chuhong was just starting her career, her eyes still bright, and her nature pure, untainted by these sordid affairs. But if no one was there to protect her with her stunning looks that could captivate Hong Kong, she would inevitably fall victim. Previously in the story of Hu Yue, Chow Yunfat bullied her as a newcomer precisely because she had no background or support. Wang Jianjun gently tapped his fingers on his knee, slowly formulating a plan. What if he opened an entertainment company and had the protection umbrella security handle everything? If she still wanted, then he would sign Zhong Chuhong, provide her with the best resources and the strongest backing, allowing her to act with peace of mind, without needing to look at anyone's face, avoid any unwanted social engagements, and never suffer any grievances. Not just her, but also those talented artists without a background could be protected, along with stars from the mainland like Li Ji and Lao Qingwan, who were notably bullied. He wanted to see who would still dare to look down on people from the mainland. He was ready to turn the tables. Just as this thought settled, a somewhat arrogant voice nearby broke the tranquility of the studio. Ahong just arrived. Wang Jianjun looked up to see a man in a floral shirt with slicked back hair approaching, none other than Chow Yunfat. He had just gained some fame from the story of Hu Yue, and was at his peak of arrogance, wearing a seemingly friendly smile, while his eyes scanned Zhong Chuhong, who had just come out of the makeup room, with undisguised scrutiny. He had no idea who Wang Jianjun was, assuming he was just an ordinary boyfriend Zhong Chuhong found. After all, the newspaper only captured his silhouette, without mentioning his identity. No one in all of Hong Kong knew that the boss behind the flourishing protection umbrella company was this seemingly young man. When Zhong Chuhong saw him, her smile instantly faded, and she instinctively retreated half a step toward Wang Jianjun, merely nodding slightly, without saying a word. She still remembered how he had acted arrogantly and deliberately made things difficult for her on the set of the story of Hu Yue, pretending to be friendly in front of reporters while scheming to bully her behind the scenes. Seeing her distant demeanor, Chow Yunfat's smile froze for a moment. Then he looked at Wang Jianjun, who was sitting in the chair, scanning him up and down. His gaze froze when he spotted the security personnel behind Wang, guessing he was probably a wealthy man. However, he was currently at the height of his fame, feeling inflated. He didn't take it seriously at all, sarcastically saying, "So this is the hero from the newspaper. You look unfamiliar. I wonder where you made your fortune." Wang Jianjun did not stand up, nor did he even glance at him. He simply picked up the water cup handed to him by a staff member and took a light sip, too lazy to engage in conversation. In his eyes, this petty clown who had just gained popularity and lost his bearings was not worthy of conversation, not even on the same level. He would deal with him later. There were too many people around now, and he still wanted to save face. Seeing Wang Jianjun's dismissive attitude, Chow Yunfat instantly became furious, feeling that he had lost face in front of so many people in the studio. His tone grew sharp. "What? Not speaking? Are you a pretty boy? These bodyguards behind you must be paid for by Ahong. Ahong, be careful in choosing your friends." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire studio fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Chun Zia's expression changed. Just as she was about to intervene, she saw Zhong Chuhong's face instantly turn cold as she sternly said, "Mr. Zhou, please mind your words. He is my boyfriend, and it's not up to you to speak here." "Oh, you're defending him?" Chow Yunfat scoffed, wanting to say more, but suddenly met Wang Jianjun's gaze. That gaze held no emotion, and with just one look, Chow Yunfat felt his entire body freeze. The words he wanted to say stuck in his throat. Wang Jianjun said nothing, merely gestured with his chin to the side, signaling. The two security guards standing behind him immediately moved, stepping forward steadily, one on each side, grabbing Chow Yunfat's arms. Without uttering a single word, their movements clean and efficient. Chow Yunfat, caught off guard, panicked, instantly struggling and shouting, "What are you doing? Let go of me. Do you know who I am?" The two security guards paid him no mind. One raised a hand to cover his shouting mouth, dragging him toward the small alley outside the studio. Soon a series of screams could be heard. The entire studio fell into silence, everyone stunned. It was only then that they noticed the protection umbrella logo on the uniforms of the two security guards, instantly gasping in shock. Umbrella. The Umbrella Security Company, which has recently gained immense fame across the entire harbor city. It is said to have a powerful background, wiping out over 100 people overnight, while the police took no action at all. Of course, the police reported that they caught the killer, but the common people think otherwise. They believe that he has connections everywhere, and those people were merely scapegoats. Now all the factory owners in the fragrant harbor want to put up their company's sign. No one expected that this seemingly young man who accompanied Zhong Chuhong to shoot could command the people of Umbrella. Just moments ago, those who were gossiping and whispering suddenly lowered their heads, no one daring to glance their way again, even walking on tiptoe. Luo Zhuiyao was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure, smiling to ease the atmosphere. "All right, everyone, let's get ready. We will continue shooting the next scene." The machines in the studio started up again, but everyone's attitude had changed. The crew and makeup artists, who were previously indifferent towards Zhong Chuhong, became polite and attentive, and even the actors she performed with spoke to her with more respect. Zhong Chuhong walked over to Wang Jianjun, looking at him with warmth in her eyes. She knew that he had come today to support. "Did I scare you?" Wang Jianjun reached out to gently tuck a stray hair behind her ear, his tone softening to the point of being unrecognizable from before. Zhong Chuhong shook her head, smiling as she stood on tiptoe, and whispered into his ear, "Not at all with you here, am not afraid of anything." She then turned and walked to her shooting position, standing under the lights. In this scene, her performance was surprisingly good, with her emotions rich and her eyes lively. She nailed it in one take, prompting even Luo Zhuiyao to praise her repeatedly. Upon seeing Zhou Ruanfa, Wang Jianjun thought of this guy as one of the representatives of those who despised mainlanders in his past life. With this thought, a faint smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Let me as a mainlander have some fun with you. Over the next few days, the newspapers in the fragrant harbor struggled to catch news about the two, gradually cooling down. Of course, this was because Wang Jianjun had his reporters secretly transmit information to avoid being photographed. After all, reporters have their own circles. The two parties involved, however, completely immersed themselves in their own world, inseparable from each other. Now the Umbrella Daily had stabilized, sitting below the Oriental Daily and Ming Pao. It was impossible to overthrow the dominance of these two major newspapers all at once. The two companies were not foolish. Now the three newspapers formed a tripartite balance of power. The filming of Zhong Chuhong's Floating Cloud was already halfway through, and the remaining scenes were mostly concentrated in the studio, allowing for more relaxed timing. When she wasn't filming, the two of them would nest in the apartment on Broadcast Road, watching him sketch on the blueprints, or she would tie on an apron, clumsily learning to make him Cantonese broth. As the eldest in her family, she usually cooked some simple home meals, but in order to cater to northern tastes, she oversalted the broth the first time, causing Wang Jianjun to drink 2 large cups of water, patting her head and saying our Ahong's first attempt is already this delicious, much better than the tea restaurants outside. Zhong Chuhong felt both shy and warm, cuddling closer to his waist, her heart sweet, as if she were carrying a jar. In the past, when she suffered grievances on set, she could only hide in the makeup room and cry, but now, as long as she leaned into Wang Jianjun's embrace, she feared nothing. However, this sweet time didn't last long. Lu Mingsheng's call came through. The construction team had officially arrived, and the renovation project for Umbrella Electronics was fully underway. After hanging up, Wang Jianjun pinched Zhong Chuhong's cheek gently and smiled helplessly. It seems I can't be with you every day anymore. The factory is opening and a pile of tasks await my attention. Zhong Chuhong nodded understandingly, reaching out to tidy his shirt collar. The important matters take precedence. Oh, I have Luo Jie and Xiaozhu Jie taking care of me on set, and no one dares to bully me. When you finish your work, remember to call me, and I will make soup for you. Wang Jianjun felt warmth in his heart, leaning down to plant a kiss on her forehead before getting up and driving to the factory in Shamshuepa. Upon arriving at the factory gate, he heard the clattering sounds of construction from within. The originally dilapidated factory's outer wall had scaffolding erected. Workers were clearing out old equipment from the workshop, and Lu Mingsheng and Shen Weiguo, wearing hard hats, were discussing something with the foreman, their faces tanned from the sun. Upon seeing Wang Jianjun, they hurried over. Big brother, you're here. Lu Mingsheng wiped the sweat from his face and handed over a progress report. The construction team started yesterday, first demolishing the old factory on the right to prepare for the RD center. The production workshop on the left will remain to ensure the existing production line doesn't stop. Once the RD center is completed, we will renovate the production workshop. The supplier for the central air conditioning has also been contacted, and they can begin installation once the workshop walls are modified. Wang Jianjun glanced at the progress report and nodded. Keep a close eye on it. The quality must meet standards, especially for the dust-proof and anti-static treatments in the RD center, which must follow the blueprints I provided without any negligence. Don't worry, big brother, I'm monitoring it every day. Lu Mingsheng patted his chest in assurance and pointed towards the office building. The electronic engineers and structural designers you hired are all on site now. There are a total of 5 people. 4 are top graduates from the electronic and design departments of HKU, and 1 is an engineer we poached from Toshiba's plant in Sakura Country named Su Wenxuan, who is exceptionally skilled. They are all waiting in the conference room on the 2nd floor. Wang Jianjun's eyes lit up, patting his shoulder. Well done. What he wanted were young people with enthusiasm and skills who weren't constrained by outdated thinking, along with engineers who understood industry technology, perfectly able to transform his ideas into tangible products. In the conference room on the 2nd floor, 5 newly hired RD personnel sat upright, quietly discussing. They were all lured by the industry-leading salary offered by Umbrella Electronics, but no one expected that the young owner of this thriving electronic factory would only be in his early 20s. When Wang Jianjun pushed the door open, they immediately stood up and greeted in unison President Wang. Wang Jianjun waved his hand, signaling them to sit down, and without beating around the bush, spread a stack of blueprints across the table, stating straightforwardly, the reason I called you all here today is for one thing: to determine our first batch of new products for Umbrella Electronics. I have already drawn the basic design for the appearance and functionality. Let's see together if it can be realized technologically and if the costs can be controlled. The group immediately leaned in, looking down at the blueprints, their eyes widening in surprise. The blueprints depicted 3 entirely new tape recorder designs. Completely different from the uniform black plastic boxes currently on the market, the tape recorder on the blueprints features smooth, curved lines without any sharp edges. The indicated material is aluminum alloy with a primary color of bright silver, showcasing delicate metallic brush textures, exuding a sense of refinement and high-tech just from looking at the blueprints. What astonished them the most was a row of LED lights designed on the front of the device by Wang Jianjun marked as audio synchronization running lights. Mr. Wang does this. Marquee lights synchronize with the rhythm of the music. The old engineer Su Wenxuan, who was brought over from Toshiba, was the first to react, his tone tinged with surprise. He had worked in the electronics industry for over a decade and had never seen anyone design something like this for a tape recorder. Exactly. Wang Jianjun nodded, pointing at the blueprint as he explained, currently the tape recorders on the market all focus on speakers and recording functions, leading to excessive homogenization. If we are to create something, it must be different from what others offer. He tapped on the marquee light design on the blueprint. Young people in Xiangjiang enjoy going to dance halls and parties. They love excitement and new things. When we play music on this tape recorder, the lights will flash and sync with the rhythm. Just placing it there will make it the center of attention. Do you think they won't buy it? The others exchanged glances, instantly understanding. Indeed. The tape recorders currently available are all designed for home use with no consideration for young people's preferences. This marquee light design, while flashy, precisely hits the mark with the youth's desires. That's not all. Wang Jianjun turned a page of the blueprint. We will have 3 models, the high-end version with dual cassette and 4 speakers featuring automatic flip and lossless recording, made with a metal body and marquee light, targeting high-end households and audiophiles. The mid-range version will have a single cassette and dual speakers, be portable and designed to be lightweight, under 2 pounds, with a handle for students and office workers to carry. The entry-level version will be a mini model made with a plastic body, available in milky white, light blue, and pale pink macaron colors, priced competitively to target the student market. Upon hearing this, even Su Wenxuan couldn't help but nod in admiration. Mr. Wang, this design is brilliant. There's nothing like this on the market, especially with this colorful body. Girls will definitely love it. Little did he know that these seemingly advanced designs were all drawn from Wang Jianjun's extensive experience in the consumer electronics market from his past life, summarizing the most classic and successful product logic. After finalizing the design of the tape recorder, Wang Jianjun took out the design blueprint for an electronic watch. Unlike the bulky square electronic watches currently on the market, Wang Jianjun's design featured an ultra-thin body with a smooth rounded case and a durable curved glass screen. In addition to basic time display, it included an alarm clock, hourly chime, stopwatch, and countdown functions, even adding a ring of luminescent coating around the dial for visibility at night. Additionally, a batch of ceramic inner dials will be designed with patterns of the 12 zodiac animals. Priced higher, we will first produce a batch to test the waters. These functions can all be achieved with the existing chips, adding minimal cost, but greatly enhancing the user experience. Wang Jianjun looked at everyone. The men's model will feature a metal dial with engravings of famous landmarks like the Great Wall and Yellow Crane Tower, aiming for a business and sporty style. The women's model will have a slim strap and small dial with colors like pearl white and champagne gold, creating a pricing tier that ensures there's a style for everyone. The designers gazed at the blueprints, their eyes shining, their pens continuously scribbling notes, eager to create a prototype immediately. Previously at other factories, they had only copied others' blueprints and had never encountered such innovative, precise designs. Their respect for this young boss grew significantly. After finishing the designs for the tape recorder and electronic watch, it was already evening. The lights in the conference room were still on when Wang Jianjun was about to let everyone off work, only to see Wang Zhengwo peeking in from the door, followed by He Ming, who looked utterly disillusioned. "Brother." Wang Zhengwo grinned as he approached, placing a cardboard box on the table. "I found what you asked for." Wang Jianjun opened the box to find the latest Nintendo Game Watch handheld game console, just released in 1980 and currently a huge hit in Xiangjiang, hard to find. He couldn't believe Wang Zhengwo had actually gotten one. "All right, I'll give you credit for this." Wang Jianjun smiled, picking up the game console to fiddle with it. This game console only had a simple pinball game, a black and white LCD screen, and a straightforward gameplay. Yet despite this, it sold out, demonstrating the immense market for handheld gaming devices. He turned to Su Wenxuan. "Engineer Su, can this device be disassembled and cracked to understand its core logic?" Su Wenxuan picked up the game console, took a look, and immediately nodded. "No problem, Mr. Wang. The structure of this device is not complex, and the microcontroller inside is a commonly used model. Give me 3 days, and I'll fully grasp its circuit logic." "Good." Wang Jianjun nodded, a glint of excitement in his eyes. "Once we understand it, we won't just replicate this pinball game. I'll give you a new game concept, and we will create our own handheld game console." Curious gazes turned toward him as Wang Jianjun picked up a pen and began illustrating on the whiteboard, gradually explaining the core rules of Tetris. Different shaped blocks fall from the top of the screen, and players can rotate and move the blocks to form a complete line, which will disappear. The more lines cleared, the higher the score. The game ends when the blocks reach the top. The rules were incredibly simple, explained in just a few sentences. At first, the people in the conference room didn't take it seriously, but as they listened, their brows furrowed, fingers instinctively tracing patterns on the table, increasingly feeling that this game was extraordinary. Su Wenxuan was the first to react, his eyes wide with excitement. "Mr. Wang, this game is brilliant. With a simple algorithm controlling the speed of each level, it can become incredibly addictive. Having worked in the electronics industry for so many years, he understood the potential of such casual games. The pinball game on Game Watch becomes tedious after a few plays. But this block game offers a different experience every time. It's always fresh, and its simple rules allow everyone from the elderly to children to play. Once developed, it will surely dominate all handheld gaming devices on the market. Exactly. Wang Jianjun smiled, putting down his pen. I'll name this game Xianzheng Blocks. We can either make it for our handheld console or license it for arcade machines. The most urgent task now is to create a batch of prototypes and register patents globally. Once we start mass production, the entire Xinjiang, Southeast Asia, and even Europe and America will be our market. The conference room erupted in excitement as the group eagerly discussed. Initially unsure about this new factory, they were now completely convinced by Wang Jianjun's vision. With these 3 products, it would be difficult for Umbrella Electronics not to succeed. They didn't leave until after Su Wenxuan and several engineers dove into the temporary lab with the game console and blueprints, eager to produce a prototype overnight. Wang Jianjun arranged for a feast at a nearby upscale restaurant to reward everyone and promised them a big bonus once the first batch of prototypes was completed, reminding them that health is the priority. Everyone had no resistance to Wang Jianjun's small tactics to win their hearts. Early the next morning, Wang Jianjun did not receive any news from the research lab, but instead an unexpected visitor arrived. Wang Jingwo walked in with a gaunt, ragged man. Wang Jianjun looked at the dark-skinned, emaciated man before him and felt a sense of familiarity. Class leader. A voice with a slight northeastern accent instantly pulled Wang Jianjun back into a memory. In the southwestern border in 1980, the large-scale counterattack against Vietnam had already concluded, and what remained were continuous skirmishes and small-scale conflicts. At that time, Wang Jianjun had just been assigned as the squad leader of the newly formed reconnaissance team. During a small-scale conflict, Wang Jianjun and several others ventured deep into enemy territory and got lost in the vast southwestern jungle, pursued by enemy patrols. One of the soldiers in the squad, a young man from the northeast, was of similar age to Zhang Wo. His parents were voluntary teachers sent to the southwest for education, and they were killed in a surprise attack by the Vietnamese army during the border friction in '78. His parents were part of the group that responded to the national call to aid the third line construction in '74, just like teacher Zhang Guimei. After their term was up, they chose not to return and continued to stay in the area. Unfortunately, they were killed in an enemy artillery ambush in '78. Far away in his northeastern hometown, the young Zhang Jiqiang had just turned 16. Upon hearing the bad news, he resolutely enlisted in the army to avenge his parents. He participated in the entire process of the 1979 counterattack against Vietnam and was assigned to the same squad as Wang Jianjun in 1980. Due to his young age, Wang Jianjun allowed him to stay close to Zhang Wo, treating him like a younger brother to protect. While to get back on track, little northeast Zhang Jiqiang was shot while being pursued. If everyone had carried him away at that moment, the entire squad would have been wiped out. So they hid him in a natural cave, made sure he was covered, and then withdrew. Wang Jianjun planned to return later with the main force to bring him back. However, when Wang Jianjun returned the next day, he found the cave empty. The trap set outside had not been triggered, and there were no signs of large-scale movement. Everyone concluded that Zhang Jiqiang might not have died and had left on his own. This had always been a thorn in Wang Jianjun's heart. Class leader, is that really you? Another call brought Wang Jianjun back to reality. Little Northeast, you're alive. Wang Jianjun stepped forward and hugged the person tightly. At that moment, this tough man was already in tears. Class leader, it's me, I'm still alive. Although Little Northeast was a soldier, he was still young. After such a long ordeal, seeing Wang Jianjun again brought forth an overwhelming feeling of reunion. Wang Jianjun held Little Northeast's arm and examined him closely. Seeing his condition, his heart ached immensely. Wang Jianjun kicked Wang Zhangwo, who was standing nearby, and said, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take Little Northeast to wash up." Wang Zhangwo, suddenly kicked, quickly took Little Northeast to the bathroom. They had the best relationship during their time. Wang Jianjun made a call to have clothes delivered and ordered a feast. When Little Northeast came out after washing up, he was wearing Wang Zhangwo's clothes, which were somewhat oversized and made him look very awkward. Wang Jianjun called for him to sit down and eat. Little Northeast was not being polite. To him, finding Wang Jianjun meant finding home. After a hearty meal, Little Northeast lay on the living room sofa, rubbing his round belly. Little Northeast, tell me what happened in the past 2 years. Why could we not find you when we returned? Wang Jianjun asked anxiously. Class leader, I had only just hidden in the cave for a short while when I passed out. When I woke up, it was already late at night, and I was thirsty and hungry. The water in my canteen was gone in no time. I originally wanted to take advantage of the night to find a river to get some water. However, I lost track of the cave and could only follow the river, not knowing how long I walked before I fainted. When I woke up, I was rescued by a Chinese family in Vietnam. I later stayed at their home to recover. As he spoke, Little Northeast's expression seemed somewhat sorrowful. After I recovered, I planned to return to find the unit, but the situation in Vietnam became increasingly chaotic. Life became harder for the local Chinese, and those who could flee had already left, leaving only the elderly who couldn't move anymore. The person who saved me was an old man in his 70s. His son and daughter-in-law had fled a few years earlier, leaving him all alone. One night, he urged me to escape quickly. I wanted him to come with me, but he refused no matter what. That night, I and several fellow villagers took a boat out to sea and secretly made our way to Xinjiang. Due to the lack of identification, we could only hide in a temporary camp set up by the Xinjiang government for Vietnamese refugees. I stayed there for several months, relying on doing odd jobs and working at the docks to get by. It was only this morning that I saw Zhang Wo at the docks, which allowed me to escape. After listening to his account, Wang Jianjun couldn't help but feel sad for his experiences. He patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, from now on you can stay here comfortably. As long as I have food, you won't go hungry. Class leader, now that I've found you, even if you kick me out, I won't leave." Zhang Jicheng felt very content. Finding Wang Jianjun felt like finding home. He no longer had to worry about going hungry the next day. "Tell me about that Vietnamese refugee camp. Is the situation inside complicated?" At this moment, Wang Jianjun was very curious about the refugee camp. In his past life, he knew that there were large numbers of Vietnamese immigrants smuggling into Xinjiang, but he was unaware of the specifics. Well, how should I put it? The situation inside is quite complex. The refugee camp I was in is near Lama Island, where most people are left unattended. It's not like the refugee camp in Sham Shui Po, which is just a face project for the Xinjiang government. That place is a mess with all sorts of people, Chinese, Vietnamese spies, and underground forces, totaling around tens of thousands. Does the Xinjiang government not manage that place? So many outsiders. Wang Jianjun found it unbelievable that so many outsiders with uncertain factors could be there. It posed a huge security risk. They couldn't care less. At first, they only didn't allow us to leave the camp, but as more and more people came, they just stopped caring. We all sneaked out to do odd jobs. Currently, there are mainly 3 factions inside. One is a gathering place controlled by the Chinese with about 10,000 people. Because of their Chinese heritage, many can quickly find work or relatives here, so they don't stay long. Then there are the local Vietnamese, who are divided into 2 factions. One is an organization formed by the refugees themselves, and the other is the remnants of the former regime under the Nguyen family. These 2 factions fight incessantly. Overall, however, the Nguyen faction has a slight advantage since they arrived earlier, and most are from military backgrounds, not to mention they have guns. They have guns, and the police don't intervene. As long as they don't come out, it's fine. In fact, the British garrison in Hong Kong just watches the fun from the sidelines. Hearing Little Northeast's account, Wang Jianjun's mind began to race. Now the protective umbrella security is still too passive. Initially, they naively decided to follow the proper route, only to realize that it wasn't that simple. Some people really need to be dealt with. It's truly difficult to operate without some underhanded means. Applying for a gun permit from the police has taken so long without results. If it weren't for Zhang Wo and He Ming's impulsive decision to establish their authority back, then this protective umbrella security would likely not be peaceful. With an idea forming in his mind, he decided not to disturb Little Northeast any further. Zhang Wo, take Little Northeast shopping today, stroll around Xinjiang, and relax properly. Zhang Wo had been hiding to the side since he entered, fearing that Wang Jianjun would notice him. Indeed, he had skipped class again. Today he was supposed to go to the docks with He Ming to deliver goods, but he happened to see Little Northeast and brought him back, fearing Wang Jianjun would ask why he was at the docks. Looks like it's all good now. Zhang Wo quickly agreed and pulled Little Northeast out. Seeing the 2 running away, Wang Jianjun couldn't help but smile. He knew what Zhang Wo was afraid of today would serve as a reward for finding Xiao Dongbei. Next, Wang Jianjun made a trip to the newspaper office. The Umbrella Daily had already gotten on track, consistently printing around 3,000 copies daily, which was quite impressive. He had no intention of becoming the industry leader. As long as he had his own channel for expression, that was enough. After all, being number 1 often invited trouble. It was better to remain low profile when one's strength wasn't formidable. He had Li Shuwen set up a ghostwriter studio, providing some outlines of novels from his past life for them to write as the company's subsequent content. As soon as he arrived at the Umbrella Security Company, he received a call from Lin Yaodong. "Boss, the people you asked me to find are almost all gathered. There are more than 40 of them, all veterans from the battlefield, and they are willing to go to Xinjiang. When would you be available to meet them?" Wang Jianjun suddenly recalled that he had previously asked Lin Yaodong to scout for comrades willing to go to Xinjiang. He was helping to facilitate. Umbrella didn't lack for ordinary people, but they needed hardened fighters who had seen bloodshed on the battlefield. "Alright, I'll have Minxing pick them up. By the way, let's pause the work on second-hand machines for now. We've nearly exhausted the supply of used machines that can be sold in Xinjiang. Once you hand over the last batch, come back first." "Okay, boss." On the other end of the line, Lin Yaodong was overjoyed. He had been feeling quite miserable in the mainland these days, always followed by a crowd. Except for the initial joy of returning home to honor his ancestors, the rest of the time was spent on connections, drinking parties, and discussions about machines and equipment. He was utterly fed up. Now hearing that he could return was incredibly uplifting. Wang Jianjun paid no mind to Lin Yaodong's mood. Over these days, they had collected nearly all the second-hand machines available in Hong Kong. During the peak days, they had even packed up machines from the second-hand market. His wallet had doubled, but he had also emptied the market of goods. Now everyone in Xiangjiang dealing in second-hand goods had sold their stock to the Umbrella Trading Company. Yes, Wang Jianjun had established another trading company specifically for resale business. Bringing Lin Yaodong back was to let him see which products from Xiangjiang could be sold in the mainland opening channels for his future products. Since Zhou Ruinfa was beaten last time, he had been looking for an opportunity for revenge. He inquired with his friends in the underworld about the Umbrella situation, but as soon as they heard the name Umbrella, they all advised him not to seek trouble, and nothing more was said. He could not swallow this anger. He thought Wang Jianjun was just a man with a bit of money who hired Umbrella's bodyguards. He even called to inquire about the private security services of Umbrella. Initially, he wanted to hire a few bodyguards from Umbrella, but upon learning the prices, he decided against it. Therefore, he set his sights on Zhong Chuhong. Since you are being ungrateful, I will tarnish your reputation. After that, he spread rumors about Zhong Chuhong being a gold digger, arrogant and disrespectful to her seniors. When facing reporters, he also put on a facade of false piety, claiming that he had high hopes for this newcomer, only to find that she was ungrateful, using a sarcastic tone. In an instant, Zhong Chuhong was caught in a whirlwind of public opinion, with countless newspapers coming to interview her, catching her completely off guard. Of course, the Umbrella Daily did not drop the ball this time. When the news reached Li Shuwen's ears, he could hardly believe it. How dare someone bully his future boss wife? He immediately ordered an investigation into the source of this public opinion. Upon discovering that Zhou Ruinfa was the instigator, he sneered. A mere actor daring to challenge our boss. Ignorant of the consequences. He promptly picked up the phone to call a newspaper boss he was familiar with, asking them not to report any negative news about Zhong Chuang. Everyone was in the newspaper business. Although colleagues were often rivals, there were lines that should not be crossed. Everyone tacitly agreed not to report information about fellow owners. Otherwise, if reporters were constantly watching, even a saint could make mistakes, and at that point they would strip you bare. Thus, after receiving the call from Li Shuwen, many newspapers readily agreed. As for the largest entertainment newspaper Ming Pao Weekly and the Oriental Daily, Li Shuwen personally went to negotiate. When Jin Yong learned that the author of Long, she was the owner of Umbrella, he was deeply curious and promised that Ming Pao Weekly would not publish negative news about Zhong Chuang. He also expressed a desire to meet Wang Jianjun. As for the Oriental Daily, the Ma family itself was not clean either. Faced with Li Shuwen's personal involvement, they had no choice but to agree. After all, the Umbrella Daily had a considerable presence, and fighting against them would be counterproductive. If they played dirty, they feared they might be ambushed at night. They were well aware of the Umbrella security's strength. Now there was an opportunity to let them owe a favor. Why not take it? After both major newspapers agreed, Li Shuwen called Wang Jianjun to explain the situation. As for the other newspapers, they were not worth mentioning. Wang Jianjun, who was buried in work in the research room, was also furious upon receiving the news. He thought that giving you a beating would suffice. This was to give you a small lesson based on the fact that he had seen many of your films in his past life. Unexpectedly, you doggedly refused to appreciate kindness, asking for trouble. Fortunately, Li Shuwen handled it promptly, otherwise it would have been troublesome to deal with after the reports came out. It wasn't that it couldn't be suppressed, but the cost would be high. Even now, he would owe someone a favor. Alright, I understand. You handled this very timely. I thank you on behalf. When you say thank you, I want you to be grateful. If I hadn't handled this clearly, you might not last long here. Li Shuwen replied, Boss, you are too polite. It's all part of the job. By the way, how should we deal with Zhou Ruinfa? How to deal with him? You could do this. And then, on the other, Li Shuwen's eyes lit up more and more as he listened. Wow, it could be played this way too. Looking at his boss with thick eyebrows and big eyes full of mischief, after finishing the call with Li Shuwen, he drove to Zhong Chuhong's filming location. He wondered how well she could handle this psychologically. It was best to go see her. Zhong Chuhong was currently filming the last segment of her scene. Once finished, she would have no more parts. She was supposed to finish filming in the morning, but unexpectedly reporters surrounded the crew early in the day, delaying the filming for the entire morning. At this moment, Zhong Chuhong felt very low. She didn't understand why so many people were saying things about her when she hadn't done anything at all. Chen Xiaozhu was comforting her nearby. Ahong, don't be upset. Those reporters are always like this, and don't take it to heart. This industry is like this, as long as you become famous, there will always be various incidents. As the saying goes, the more popular you are, the more trouble you have. You should become strong now and respond positively to these rumors. Otherwise, if others catch your weakness, you'll have it rough in the future. Luo Zhuiyao said this because she had specially looked into Wang Jianjun's background, knowing that these rumors were nothing to him, so she did not take the matter too seriously. Now she was just observing whether Wang Jianjun's feelings for Zhong Chuhong were just for fun or serious. At this moment, Wang Jianjun's car suddenly appeared outside the crew. Wearing a black trench coat, Wang Jianjun walked quickly towards Zhong Chuhong. The others, seeing Wang Jianjun had arrived, promptly made way for the two. Luo Zhuiyao watched the swiftly approaching Wang Jianjun, feeling somewhat envious of Zhong Chuhong. Such an outstanding man was rare, and he treated her so well. Oh, what a pity, it seems I have no chance with him. Wang Jianjun hurriedly walked in front of Zhong Chuhong, ignoring all the curious gazes around, and gently held her icy hand. Wang Jianjun joked as he looked at Zhong Chuhong's reddened eyes. Zhong Chuhong raised her head and immediately felt the accumulated grievances of the morning surge forth, tears streaming down her face. Jianjun, why are you here? She suddenly fell into his arms, silently sobbing. They all slandered me. I'm not that kind of person. Wang Jianjun reached out, gently wiping away the tears spilling from the corners of her eyes. If the sky were to fall, I would support it. You shouldn't bear such grievances. Those nonsensical words, don't take a single one to heart. I have dealt with it all. Chun Xiuzhu, standing nearby, smiled and nudged Luo Zuoyo's arm, and the two of them tactfully took 2 steps back, giving them space. All right, don't delay the filming. Wang Jianjun squeezed her hand, stood up, and spoke in his usual calm tone. He'll sit beside and wait for you. After this scene, we'll go home. Zhong Chuhong looked at him and nodded heavily. Her heart, which had been in chaos just moments ago, instantly calmed down. With him by her side, it felt as if all those distressing matters had turned into trivialities. She took a deep breath, turned, and walked to the camera position, nodding at Luo Zhuo. Director Luo, I'm ready. This scene was Flora facing her future alone by the seaside. Previously, Zhong Chuhong always seemed a bit anxious, but now standing in front of the camera, the confusion, determination, warmth, and resilience in her eyes perfectly matched the character's mindset, her emotions rich and just right. Cut. That's a wrap. As director Luo called for a stop, applause erupted throughout the studio. She walked over with the script, smiling at Zhong Chuhong. Congratulations, it's a wrap. This scene was the best you filmed. Oh, a perfect conclusion. Chun Xiuzhu also came over, handing her a bouquet of flowers she had prepared in advance. Congratulations to our Ahong for finishing. Finally, you can take a good rest. Zhong Chuhong accepted the flowers, her eyes reddening once more, but this time, it was from happiness. She turned to Wang Jianjun, seeing him leaning against the monitor, smiling at her with eyes full of approval. Unable to help herself, she beamed, hurrying over to him, like a little rabbit presenting a treasure, handing him the flowers. Look, I've finished. I saw it. Our Ahong is the best. Wang Jianjun took the flowers, giving a slight nod to the surrounding staff. Thank you all for taking care of Ahong during this time. Tonight I'm hosting a wrap party at Fu Lin Min. Oh, everyone must come. As soon as he said this, the entire studio erupted in cheers. Fu Lin Min is a renowned high-end restaurant in the entire harbor, a meal there worth the equivalent of half a year's salary for an ordinary worker. Wang Jianjun didn't even blink as he booked the entire venue, a gesture that silenced all those who had been gossiping. The lively wrap party didn't disperse until deep into the night. When they returned to their apartment in Simsha Sui, it was already close to dawn. After Zhong Chuhong took a shower, she saw Wang Jianjun in his loungewear cooking sweet soup for her in the kitchen. She tiptoed over, gently hugging his waist from behind, pressing her face against his broad back, her voice soft. Thank you for today. What thank you between us? Wang Jianjun turned off the heat, turned around, and pulled her into his embrace, reaching out to tease her nose. I told you, with me around you won't suffer a bit of grievance. You don't have to worry about those distressing matters anymore. I will handle them cleanly. Zhong Chuhong looked up at him, stood on her tiptoes, gently kissing his lips, wrapped her arms around his waist, buried her face in his embrace, and peacefully closed her eyes. Meanwhile, in the Umbrella Daily building in central Li Shuwen hung up Wang Jianjun's call, feeling instantly energized, and immediately summoned his 2 most capable team leaders to a meeting room to deploy the plan. The boss has spoken. That Zhou Ruanfa likes to gossip, right? Let's teach him a lesson so he knows that public opinion can elevate someone but can also destroy them. Li Shuwen tapped the table. Remember, our newspaper must not be the first to dive in. First, let the gossip tabloids take the lead, and when public opinion is ripe, we'll come out with the final verdict. Got it. The 2 veteran reporters nodded immediately. They had been in the Hong Kong media scene for over a decade and were well. First team arranged for people 2 shifts monitoring Zhou Ruanfa 24 hours a day. Follow him wherever he goes, who he eats, with whom he meets, even if he goes to the bathroom. Get clear shots. Leave no detail overlooked. Second team, go to Palam Street to find some reliable people and get in touch with a few gossip tabloids that usually thrive on rumors. Lay the groundwork. Remember, keep your mouths shut. We must not let anyone trace this back to us. With the order given, both teams immediately sprang into action. The next morning, Zhou Ruanfa was still unaware that he had fallen into a trap. He was merrily drinking in a restaurant in Simsha Sui with a few friends, completely oblivious to the 2 reporters across the street who were capturing every move he made with long-focus cameras. They kept drinking until the early hours, and Zhou Ruanfa was so drunk he could barely walk, being supported out of the restaurant by 2 friends. He was still cursing and rambling, completely unaware that his friends weren't heading toward his home, but were instead steering him into the neon-lit streets of Palam. At 3 in the morning, a drunken Zhou Ruanfa was thrown into a cheap motel room on Palam Street. Beside him lay 2 women dressed provocatively. The click of the camera shutter echoed in the darkness, capturing his intoxicated state and the surrounding scene in crystal clarity. As dawn broke, these photos were delivered to the editors of several tabloids. Upon seeing the pictures, the editors' eyes lit up. This was a sensational headline. The popular young star Zhou Ruanfa spent the night drunk in Palam Street and even called 2 women. That afternoon, several tabloids with significant circulation published the photos on the front page, the headline sensationalized to the extreme. Popular star Zhou Ruanfa drunkenly spent the night in Palam Street, indulging with two women, totally revealing his true colors. A gentleman in public, a libertine in private. Zhou Ruanfa indulged in the red light district late at night, scandalous photos exposed. The papers hit the streets, and it caused a sensation throughout the harbor. In 1981 Hong Kong, the private lives of stars were already the hottest topic among citizens, especially with such scandalous photos. Wow, no way. Zhou Ruanfa. I thought he was so handsome in Shanghai Bond, but I didn't expect him to be this kind of person behind the scenes. He looks so refined, yet he actually goes to places like Palam Street. What a disgrace. He was the one who said Zhong Chuhong was with a sugar daddy. I think he's the one without any class. The flames of public opinion were ignited instantly. Many in the industry who had grievances against him or who had been bullied by him began to speak up. They started digging up some of his dark secrets for the tabloids, and even some gossip tabloids eager to join in the frenzy began to get involved. The next day, even more explosive information emerged. The two women who had been with Zhou Ruanfa that night directly cried to reporters, saying that after their encounter, not only did he refuse to pay, but also physically assaulted them, even producing so-called IOUs and photos of bruises on their bodies. This completely blew up. Not paying for prostitution and then hitting women was the most contemptible behavior in Hong Kong, which valued brotherhood. Other tabloids that had been hesitant before saw the massive traffic and immediately rushed in, frantically digging up Zhou Ruanfa's dirt. In no time, a flood of anonymous exposés came pouring in. An anonymous TVB actor disclosed that after Zhou Ruanfa became famous, he started to act like a diva, arriving late and leaving early during filming, making the entire crew wait for him, and even forcing newcomers to serve him tea and wash his socks. A crew member who had previously worked with him revealed that he was extremely discriminatory against mainlanders, often resorting to violence and insults. There were even people digging up his past relationships, claiming he was dating several actresses at the same time. In just 3 days, Zhou Ruanfa's image transformed from a beloved star to a universally despised scoundrel. The advertisers who had sought him for endorsements quickly issued statements to terminate contracts. Productions in negotiation promptly replaced him, fearing being dragged down by him. Even TVB suspended all his work, ordering him to stay home for self-reflection. Some business tycoons from the mainland also took notice of the situation. Zhou Ruanfa was utterly panicked. After he sobered up and saw the newspapers, he was completely stunned. He had no recollection of what had happened that night, only feeling that he had been set up. He frantically sought connections, wanting the newspapers to retract their reports, but the newspaper bosses who had once been friendly with him were now either ignoring his calls or outright refusing to see him. It was only then that he realized he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Both the Oriental Daily and Ming Pao Weekly closely followed the matter. Although their wording was restrained, they nonetheless published the developments of the incident, effectively cutting off any chance he had to turn things around. At that moment, Chen Yulian, who was filming, also received a package containing shocking photos of Zhou Ruanfa taking advantage of other female artists. Furious, she immediately called him to break up. Just as public opinion reached its peak with the entire city condemning Zhou Ruanfa, the protective Umbrella Daily finally made its move. On the front page, instead of sensational gossip headlines, there was a 3-page in-depth investigative report titled "From Rising Star to Collapse: The Moral Decay and Chaos Behind the Zhou Ruanfa Incident in the Entertainment Industry." The article contained no exaggerated rumors, but clearly listed all the solid evidence against Zhou Ruanfa, including allegations of drunkenness on Boulogne Street, accusations of soliciting prostitution without payment, bullying newcomers with his fame, and openly discriminating against artists from mainland backgrounds, each supported by corresponding testimonies and photographs displaying rigorous logic and a complete chain of evidence. At the end of the article, it bluntly stated artists must first establish virtue before art. Those without virtue, no matter how popular they become for a time, will ultimately be abandoned by the audience and eliminated by the times. With the publication of this report, the entire incident was effectively buried and defined. The citizens who had been observing the situation completely lost hope in Zhou Ruanfa. Friends who had previously interacted with him also hurriedly distanced themselves. Li Shuwen, holding the freshly printed newspaper called Wang Jianjun, his tone filled with pride. "Boss, the plan has succeeded." Now the whole city was condemning Zhou Ruanfa. That kid was completely finished with no way to turn things around. At the end of the article, it bluntly stated artists must first establish virtue before art. Those without virtue, no matter how popular they become for a time, will ultimately be abandoned by the audience. A faint smile curled his lips as he spoke in a calm voice. "Understood. Good job. Keep a close watch for any follow-up and don't give him another chance to resurface and disgust people." "Don't worry, boss, I understand." After hanging up, Wang Jianjun got up and gently embraced Zhong Chuhong from behind. "What are you busy with?" "Watering the money tree I planted for you," Zhong Chuhong said with a smile as she turned around holding a watering can. "By the way, I just saw the news. Was the Zhou Ruanfa incident you're doing?" Wang Jianjun did not deny it. He simply stroked her head and softly said he bullied you and he should pay the price. No one will dare to slander you again. Zhong Chuhong looked at him, feeling both warm and bittersweet. She tiptoed and hugged his neck, burying her face in his neck, whispering, "Jianjun, thank you. With me you never need to say thank you. 2 months passed in a flash, and the protective umbrella electronics factory in Shamshui had completely transformed. The grand entrance, 2 newly renovated production workshops neatly aligned, and the fluorescent lights lit up the workshop brightly. The terrazzo floor was so clean it could reflect light, and the brand new assembly lines were lined up straight. Workers in matching uniforms were bustling on the assembly line, all smiling. After all, the base salary here was 20 higher than the industry average, with good food and housing benefits, and the workspace was bright and spacious. Who wouldn't work hard? In the office building at the end of the workshop, a meeting was underway in the third-floor conference room, with everyone seated in order. Wang Jianjun, at the head, Chen Weihua, in charge of production, chief engineer, Su Wenxuan, Lin Yaodong, who had just returned from the mainland, and several core research engineers. Since everyone is here, let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. Wang Jianjun tapped the table and spoke directly. It's now October, and it's time for us to charge forward. Let's start with progress reports from each department. He nodded towards Su Wenxuan, engineer. Su, you go first. Su Wenxuan immediately responded. All 3 major product lines have passed the 72-hour aging test, with a mass production yield rate stable at over 98. The handheld version of the Xiangjiang block and the urgently prepared arcade version have been fully tested, and all patents in 27 countries and regions have been registered, leaving no loopholes. Good. Wang Jianjun turned to Chen Weihua and the production side. Chen Weihua stood up straight. All 3 production lines have been tested. Worker training is in place. Shift scheduling is complete. Long-term contracts for raw materials are signed, and we have enough stock for 6 months. We can ramp up production at any time without any supply interruptions. Yaodong, what about channels and exhibitions? Lin Yaodong stood up quickly, his voice bright. We've connected with all local and Southeast Asian distributors and secured booth spaces for both exhibitions. He continued. The preview exhibition in London in mid-October has a not Sagriat location because they didn't reserve us a good spot, seeing us as a new company. The AMOA exhibition at the end of October in Chicago is similar, but our booth is near Atari and Nintendo. The foot traffic shouldn't be too sparse. Wang Jianjun nodded. Well, since it's our first exhibition and we don't have any standout products to showcase, being overlooked is quite normal. You've done well so far. Next, we will split into 2 teams. Europe will be led by Lin Yaodong and engineer Su, taking 2 translators, 2 engineers, and 10 security personnel to London. The core objective is to secure agents in Europe and the Commonwealth regions to grasp the foundational orders and establish our brand in Europe. No problem, boss. I guarantee we'll accomplish the task. Lin Yaodong immediately agreed. The second team, North America, I will lead personally. This time I will take 3 engineers and 10 security personnel to Chicago. North America is the largest gaming market in the world. This battle must be won, as it concerns whether our protective umbrella electronics can truly establish its reputation. Su Wenxuan quickly nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Wang, I'll handle all technical matters and won't drop the ball. Wang Jianjun added, for both exhibitions, besides our core handhelds and arcade machines, will also include the entire series of cassette players and electronic watches. Who says game exhibitions can't sell electronic products? This will be our giveaway, ha. He emphasized we should set up a lottery near our exhibition hall. Whoever wins will receive one. Don't be stingy with these items. This is to attract traffic. We not only want to sell game consoles, but also let the entire industry know that our protective umbrella electronic watches and cassette players can compete, as well establishing our reputation thoroughly. Everyone responded in unison, fully aware. This little giveaway money could translate into orders worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of units, making it a guaranteed profit. Lastly, all products will be priced in US dollars at wholesale. Here's the pricing list. Wang Jianjun signaled for his assistant to distribute the pricing list, clearly stating wholesale prices for distributors. Xiangjiang block handheld game console 28 unit. Xiangjiang block arcade version 1800 unit. Cassette player series high-end version 85 unit, mid-range version 45 unit, entry-level version, electronic watch series men's version 12 each, women's version 10 each, a Zodiac limited edition 18 each. Lin Yaodong glanced at it and smiled. Boss, this pricing is too fierce. It's significantly cheaper than similar products from Nintendo and Atari. Distributors will definitely scramble for it. Wang Jianjun smiled faintly, not saying much more. This is the price. Regional agents must lock in the price and not allow price gouging. Exhibition samples and materials must be ready in 3 days, and visa tickets should be arranged today. Is that clear? Clear. All right, meeting adjourned. Everyone go back to your tasks. Only Wang Jianjun remained in the conference room. He thought for a moment and glanced at the storage space. Inside were neatly stacked exhibition samples and spare parts, and the hundreds of firearms previously stored. This space was only useful for storage. It was also a golden finger, yet the disparity was so vast. While he was lost in thought, the door was gently pushed open, and Zhong Chuhong walked in holding a thermos, her eyes warm with a smile. Finished. I made beef brisket soup at home. Drink it while it's hot. Wang Jianjun stood up and embraced her, kissing her forehead. How did you come here? I was bored at home. I just heard Yaodong and the others say you're going to America. Can I come with you? Zhong Chuhong looked up, her eyes sparkling. I won't delay your work. Just wait nearby. After you're done, take me out. Wang Jianjun pinched her cheek and smiled. All right, I'll take you along. Once we secure the orders at the exhibition, it'll take you to New York and Hollywood for some fun. Zhong Chuang immediately beamed with joy, leaning against him, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Early the next morning, two teams flew separately to London and Chicago. However, Wang Jianjun's team had two additional members, Lu Mingxing and Zhong Chuang. Zhong Chuang requires no further introduction, while Lu Mingxing intends to familiarize himself with the environment of M country in advance to lay a foundation for his future studies here. As for the security provided by the Umbrella Corporation at home, there was no choice but to let Wang Jingwo, who was on summer vacation, keep an eye on things, with He Ming and Xiao Dongbei assisting him. Wang Jianjun thought that Xiao Dongbei's steady personality should be able to keep a watchful eye on the two. Since the exhibition in Chicago started later than that in London, Wang Jianjun led everyone to conduct market research in M country, having much more time than Lin Yaodong. On October 29, 1981, at the McCormick Place in Chicago, this largest convention center in North America adjacent to Lake Michigan was currently filled with deafening electronic sound effects, cheers, and voices. The annual AMOA National Amusement Equipment Show opened here, with the entire 4 floors of the main hall packed with industry giants like Atari, Nintendo, Midway, and Williams. Half-height game posters hung down from the ceiling with arcade machines for Missile Command, Pac-Man, and Donkey Kong lined up their screens, dazzling the eyes. This year's exhibition was more lively than in previous years by more than double. The organizers specifically collaborated with the Chicago Board of Education to invite students from over a dozen middle and vocational schools in the city to enter for free on the third day, along with arcade enthusiasts who flew in from California, Texas, and New York, crowding the venue that was originally open only to industry insiders. The air was mixed with the sweet smell of popcorn, the fizz of cola, and the shouts of young people. Every major manufacturer's booth was surrounded by crowds, making it impossible to move, even in the aisles. At the deepest part of the main hall near the fire exit was the Umbrella Corporation's booth. A giant logo of the Umbrella Corporation with its English name listed below. The logo was even illuminated with incandescent lights, giving it a mysterious technological feel. In the standard 36 square meter booth, 4 arcade cabinets for Xianzhang blocks were displayed on one side, while the glass showcase on the other side was neatly filled with handheld consoles, tape recorders, and a full range of electronic watches, all branded with the red and white logo of Umbrella. However, compared to the bustling scenes at Atari and Nintendo next door, this place was pitifully quiet. Almost an hour into the opening, aside from the occasional passerby glancing over, hardly anyone stopped. Lu Mingxing anxiously paced around the booth, his tie already askew, muttering, "This is outrageous. Our game is 100 times more fun than those outdated shooting games. Why is no one coming over?" Beside him, Zhong Chuang also clutched the product manual, her palms sweaty. They had flown over 10 hours with Wang Jianjun to Chicago, originally thinking that Xianzhang blocks would make a splash in the North American market, but reality dealt them a heavy blow. The dealers and arcade hall owners, upon noticing they were an unfamiliar Chinese brand, had no interest in trying out their products and turned to dive into the booths of Atari and Nintendo. Wang Jianjun, however, remained calm, leaning against the booth's pillar, watching the Nintendo booth surrounded by layers of people, his gaze steady. They were showcasing the newly released Donkey Kong arcade, surrounded by students and dealers trying it out with the team led by Shigeru Miyamoto, the designer of Donkey Kong, and Minoru Arakawa, the founder of Nintendo of America. 1981 was a critical year for Nintendo. Thanks to this game, they finally pried open the door to the North American market, and this exhibition was practically their Allen Gamble. Next door was Atari's booth, occupying half of the aisle. The enormous advertisements for Asteroids and Missile Command nearly blocked half the wall, with crowds gathered around dozens of arcade machines. Leading the team was Atari's then CEO Ray Kasser, who was surrounded by a crowd of dealers and media full of vigor. 1981 was indeed Atari's peak, holding over 70 of the North American arcade and home console market, undeniably the industry leader. "Boss, we can't just sit here," Lu Mingxing exclaimed, his voice hoarse with urgency. "If this continues, by the end of the 3-day exhibition, we won't even manage to get a single potential deal." Wang Jianjun withdrew his gaze, smiled, and patted his shoulder, saying, "What's the rush? If no one comes over..." He nodded towards a research and development staff member who had followed them. "Shall we take out the prizes we brought and place them in the most conspicuous spot at the booth entrance?" Xiaoli was taken aback, but quickly reacted, hurrying to assist 2 engineers in unloading items from the accompanying boxes: a shiny high-end dual-card 4-speaker tape recorder, a mid-range portable tape recorder, and 3 customized electronic watches of the 12 zodiac signs, all neatly arranged at the booth entrance. Wang Jianjun took a marker and quickly wrote several lines of large text on a pre-prepared white paper, which was then posted in the most prominent spot in the exhibition hall. Xianzhang blocks, high score challenge, free to play with no entry requirement. Daily champion prize of 100, 1 high-end flagship tape recorder from Umbrella Corporation. Daily runner-up prize of 58, 1 portable tape recorder from Umbrella Corporation. Daily third place, prize of 48, 1 customized Zodiac electronic watch. As soon as the poster was posted, the first to be attracted were a group of middle school students who had just entered from the venue. They were originally heading towards the Atari booth, but immediately spotted the poster stating play games for free and win a tape recorder, and their footsteps halted. At that time, a tape recorder was definitely a rare item for students, let alone winning one for free. A few young boys exchanged glances and immediately turned around. "Hey, is this really free if I win? Do I not have to pay anything afterward?" asked the tall boy leading the group, curiously pointing at the arcade machine. "No need to pay, just play as you like. If your score is high enough, you can win a prize," Lu Mingxing replied, energetically, quickly pulling out a chair. "Come sit here and play. The rules are very simple." He briefly explained the rules, and the boy hesitantly pressed the start button. 7 shapes of blocks began to fall from the top of the screen, moving left and right, rotating and clearing lines when filled. A rule so simple, it could be explained in a single sentence. At first, the boy was clumsy, but after less than 2 minutes, he got the hang of it, playing more smoothly as his score climbed. A few classmates who were initially just watching the fun gradually gathered around, continuously shouting, "Move left. Quickly rotate. Clear 2 rows." After finishing a round, the boy looked at the score on the screen, his eyes shining. "Wow, this is so much fun. It's way more interesting than Donkey Kong. I want to play again." As soon as he said this, the nearby classmates immediately scrambled to try. The 4 arcade machines were instantly occupied, and the crowd of students grew thicker, surrounding the small booth tightly. The students couldn't stop once they got their hands on it. This game is incredibly addictive. It has no complex operations or difficult rules, allowing people of all ages to play. The more they play, the more they want to achieve a higher score. Even those who were initially heading to the large booths were drawn over by the joyous cheers from this side. "Make way. Let me give it a try." "Wow." He cleared 4 lines. "Amazing. Why is this game so addictive? I just played 3 rounds and couldn't stop." Soon, Lu Mingxing produced over 20 Umbrella handheld consoles. "Come take a look at this handheld version of Hong Kong Tetris. It's just as fun." Looking at the silver-white body with smooth lines and a screen the size of half the console below, it was the classic cross key that Wang Jiangwo had preemptively patented. As soon as the handheld console was released, it was instantly snatched up. In just over half an hour, the Umbrella booth became the liveliest place in the entire main hall. The crowd transformed from students to arcade enthusiasts, with many dealers and arcade hall owners holding brochures, squeezing at the edge of the crowd, craning their necks to see the game on the screen. At the adjacent Nintendo booth, Akihabara was discussing an order for Donkey Kong with a major dealer from the West Coast, but the cheers from the opposite booth drowned out several of his words. He furrowed his brows and turned to Shigeru Miyamoto, whispering in Japanese, "Miyamoto-san, go check what's happening over there." Miyamoto nodded and pushed through the crowd. Standing outside the crowd, he watched the blocks falling continuously on the screen and the players engrossed in the game. After hearing the game rules explained once more by a nearby person, his expression gradually grew serious. He stood there for a full 10 minutes before squeezing back to Nintendo's booth, leaning close to Akihabara's ear and speaking solemnly. "President Akihabara, across from us is a company from Hong Kong called Umbrella Electronics. Their game is called Hong Kong Tetris. The rules are extremely simple with a 0 entry barrier, but its addictive nature is remarkably high, far exceeding that of Donkey Kong." He paused and added, "Moreover, this game can be learned at a glance by anyone regardless of gender or age, making its audience broader than all our games combined." Akihabara's expression instantly darkened. He had spent a year preparing to break into the North American market with Donkey Kong, believing this exhibition would solidify their foothold. Little did he expect a little-known Chinese company would emerge midway. He pushed through the crowd and personally approached the outskirts of the Umbrella booth, observing the layers of people outside. He saw players even waiting in line, eager to try the game, and gazed at the simple yet addictive blocks on the screen, his heart sinking. Having been in the gaming industry for over a decade, he understood the destructive potential of such products all too. Nintendo's Game Watch handheld console only contained one fixed game, which became boring after a few plays, while Donkey Kong was fun. Its high difficulty caused new players to lose confidence after just a few tries. However, Hong Kong Tetris is different. It does not carry the feeling of failure. Even if a player loses, they will only think, "If I had been a bit quicker just now," immediately wanting to play again. Akihabara did not intervene. He silently noted the name Umbrella Electronics, then turned back to the booth, speaking gravely to Miyamoto. "Record all the information about this game. After the exhibition ends, immediately investigate this company's background and their patent registration status." He refrained from causing any trouble or engaging in any underhanded tactics, since his foundation in the North American market was still shaky. His primary task was to secure the Donkey Kong orders, and it was unnecessary to clash with a suddenly emerging company. But he knew very well that this game called Hong Kong Tetris, along with this Hong Kong company, would undoubtedly become Nintendo's biggest competitor. On the other side, at the Atari booth, CEO Ray Kasser had just finished a media interview when he heard the deafening cheers not far away. Raising an eyebrow, he asked the vice president of arcade operations beside him, "What's happening over there? Which company's new game is making such noise?" The vice president quickly sent someone to check, and before long a subordinate returned sounding astonished. "Boss, it's a small company from Hong Kong called Umbrella Electronics, and they've created a game called Hong Kong Tetris. There are hundreds of people playing it. A Hong Kong company. Ray Casser scoffed, his face filled with disdain. In his eyes, the global gaming market only belonged to Atari, and Japanese companies were merely followers, let alone some unknown Hong Kong company. It's just a small company's game, it won't stir up any waves. Just have the marketing department keep an eye on it, there's no need to worry about it. He didn't take it to heart at all. Atari was the industry leader now with annual revenues in the billions. They wouldn't even consider a small company tucked away in a corner of the exhibition. However, he didn't notice that several dealers who had originally surrounded him had quietly squeezed over to the umbrella booth. Inside the umbrella booth was already bustling with activity. Lu Mingxing, holding the product brochure, was surrounded by a dozen dealers talking so much his mouth was almost worn out. Wang Jianjun, accompanied by engineers, demonstrated the handheld console's two-player mode to the crowd in front of the display cabinet, eliciting gasps of amazement. Just after the demonstration, Wang Jianjun was pulled aside by a middle-aged man in a suit slightly plump. The man handed over a business card which read, "Jack Gordon, president of First Star Amusements, the largest arcade chain in North America with over 200 arcade halls across the country, making them a major client that all manufacturers aim to capture. Mr. Wang, I just played 3 rounds of your game." Jack Gordon got straight to the point, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "I only have one question. What are your conditions for exclusive distribution rights in North America for this arcade?" Wang Jianjun smiled, already prepared. He calmly replied, "Exclusive is impossible. At most I can give you exclusive rights for a few states in the West, but only for arcades." After hearing this, Jack Gordon glanced at the surrounding crowd of dealers, hesitated for less than a minute, and then slapped his thigh, saying, "All right, let's go with what you said. I'll sign the intention contract right now for an initial order of 1,000 units." As soon as this statement was made, the surrounding dealers erupted. With the largest operator in North America signing on, this game is bound to be a hit. A group of people immediately crowded around, eager to negotiate regional distribution rights, some wanting 5,000 units, others wanting 1,000 units. The once overlooked booth had now become the most sought-after spot at the entire exhibition. Many players also surrounded the display cabinet, pointing at the cassette players and digital watches inside, asking for prices, eager to buy them directly. They initially came for the game, but were drawn in by the cassette players and exquisite digital watches in the prize pool. After trying the sound quality, they immediately wanted to pay, leading to thick stacks of orders for these 2 products as well. Wang Jianjun stood in the center of the crowd, watching the bustling scene and the blocks continuously falling on the screen, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He knew that in this battle in Chicago they had succeeded. The bomb that was Hong Kong Tetris had already opened its first breach in the world's largest gaming market. On the last day of the Chicago exhibition, the heat at the McCormick Place showed no signs of waning. The line in front of the Umbrella Electronics booth remained long. From the opening to the closing of the venue, there was never a moment without customers in front of the 4 arcade machines, and the handheld gaming area was surrounded tightly. Lu Mingxing held a thick order book, his hand gripping the pen, never paused. Zhong Chuhong stood by the display case, patiently explaining the products to the players and dealers who gathered around, even managing to convince a few foreigners who initially just wanted to join the fun to sign small wholesale orders on the spot. When the closing bell rang, Wang Jianjun had just seen off the last dealer from Canada and closed the intent contract in his hand. In just 4 short days of the exhibition, they secured orders for 2,800 arcade machines and even exploded with 1.2 million orders for handhelds, along with nearly 5,000 supporting orders for cassette players and electronic watches that rode the wave of excitement. Lu Mingxing slumped in his chair, flipping through the thick order book, his hands shaking. "My God. Boss, we've just blasted open the North American market. With this order volume, even if we run our current production line at full capacity for 6 months, we won't be able to finish it." Wang Jianjun chuckled and patted Lu Mingxing's shoulder. "Don't get too excited, this is just the beginning." It was as if a prophecy. The following events took everyone by surprise. With the first batch of game consoles arriving at the shore in just half a month, the storm of Hong Kong blocks centered in Chicago swept across the entire North American continent. In every corner of country, explosive scenes unfolded simultaneously. Chicago Lincoln High School. As the lunch bell rang, the corridors of the school building instantly filled with people. Tom, in his 3rd year, held his silver umbrella handheld tightly, and as soon as he sat on the stairs, a dozen classmates quickly surrounded him, their heads crowded together, staring at the screen in his hand. "Tom, it's my turn to play. You've been playing all morning. Don't rush. I'm about to break the school record." Tom's eyes were glued to the screen as his fingers swiftly maneuvered the pad. Rows of blocks fell and disappeared, eliciting gasps from those around him. The handheld he held was the one he won as the runner-up in the challenge on the day of the exhibition. In just half a month, this handheld bearing the red and white umbrella logo had become the most sought-after hard currency in the entire school. The once most popular game watch among boys was now tossed in lockers, gathering dust. Who could resist the endless freshness of playing Hong Kong blocks? Even the girls from the neighboring girls' school came over specifically to borrow the handheld to play for half an hour. New York Brooklyn Stardust Arcade. At 8 p.m., the arcade was at its busiest. Amid the deafening electronic sound effects, a long line formed in front of the two Hong Kong block machines inside, longer than the queues for Pac-Man and Donkey Kong outside. Mike, a dock worker who just got off work, clutched a handful of coins, having waited nearly half an hour for his turn. He sank into the chair, inserted a coin, and skillfully pressed the buttons as the blocks on the screen spun and fell rapidly. A prompt appeared for clearing 4 lines at once, followed by cheers from behind. Mike, awesome. You broke the record again. This game is so addictive. I queued for 2 hours after work just to play 3 rounds, dreaming about blocks falling when I get home. The arcade owner, Fat George, leaned against the bar watching the long line in front of the 2 Hong Kong block machines, his smile almost crooked. These 2 machines were the first batch he acquired after the exhibition ended, and in just half a month the revenue had already surpassed that of the arcade's most popular Pac-Man, with the coin box needing to be emptied 3 times a day, each time filled to the brim. He had just called the dealer again to increase the order by 8 machines. If he didn't add more, customers would start running to the neighboring arcade. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Atlantic in London, England, Lin Yaodong had just finalized the last European regional agency contract, his voice nearly hoarse, and immediately called Wang Jianjun with a long-distance call. Boss, everything is settled here in London. On the phone, Lin Yaodong's voice brimmed with excitement, but also a hint of embarrassment. The total order volume, arcade and handheld combined, is 100 units, and the cassette players and electronic watches add up to 1200 units. Compared to North America, it's a bit lacking. A bit lacking. Wang Jianjun interrupted him with a laugh. You kid, don't be ungrateful. There are many European countries, and the market is fragmented, so it's naturally not as unified as North America. Securing 1000 units in half a month has already exceeded my expectations. He was well aware of the European market situation in 1981, with different languages and regulations, and a highly fragmented distribution, unlike North America, where a slightly larger dealer could cover all of country. Lin Yaodong's ability to secure 100 orders with just a few people in unfamiliar territory and set up channels in the Commonwealth was already an overachievement. Really? Lin Yaodong instantly perked up, his back straightened. Boss, don't worry. I've already talked to agents from various European countries, and they are ready for restocking whenever needed. Our brand has established a foothold in Europe. Several British record companies have also come to talk to us about cooperation, wanting to pre-install their artists' tapes in our cassette players. I've noted everything down, and I'll discuss it with you in detail when I return. All right, well done. Wang Jianjun said with a smile. The exhibition here has ended, and we'll head back to Hong Kong in a week. Once you wrap things up there, come back quickly. We need to expand production capacity, and there's still much to do. After hanging up the phone, Wang Jianjun had just put down the receiver when Lu Mingxing leaned over curiously. Boss, how's Yaodong doing? Not bad. Secured 100 orders, and the channels in Europe are nearly set up. Good job, that kid. Lu Mingxing's eyes lit up. Now we are blossoming on both sides. But our current production line really can't handle so many orders. Wang Jianjun nodded, already having a plan in mind. He picked up the phone and dialed a long-distance call back to Hong Kong. After a few rings, he heard Wang Jiangwo's loud voice on the other end. Hello, brother. You called back from country. How was it? Was the exhibition a huge success? Stop chatting nonsense. Wang Jianjun smiled and got straight to the point. I have something important to discuss. The orders from North America and Europe have surged, and our current production capacity simply can't keep up. You need to go find Chen Weiguo immediately and have him coordinate with you to acquire an existing electronic factory in Shamshui Pa, or Wutsin 11, that has a complete production line. The sooner the better, and the price is negotiable. Wang Jiangwo instantly perked up, his voice rising by 8 degrees. Really? Acquiring a new factory? Don't worry, brother. They'll take care of this. Tomorrow I'll take Xiaodong Bei to run around factory buildings. I guarantee he'll handle it clearly. After hanging up, Wang Jianjun looked out at the night scene of Chicago. The wind from Lake Michigan blew through, and the city's lights merged into a single glow. Zhong Chuang came over with a cup of hot coffee, gently placed it in his hand, hugged his waist from behind, and whispered, "These days have been the happiest of my life. I feel so useful, but I'm a bit tired." It's tiring, but it's worth it. Wang Jianjun turned around, embraced her, and leaned down to rub the top of her head. Once this batch of orders is fulfilled, our umbrella brand will make a name for itself in the global market. However, just a few streets away at the Hilton Hotel in Chicago, the atmosphere in the Nintendo North America team's room was rather tense. On the table lay a disassembled umbrella handheld console, its parts neatly arranged alongside a thick pack. Shigeru Miyamoto sat at the table, his brow furrowed, holding a pen and continuously sketching the gameplay logic of the Hong Kong block on paper, occasionally murmuring a few phrases in Japanese. Hirakawa Minoru stood by the window, a cigarette in hand, his expression grim. With the exhibition concluded, their Donkey Kong had ultimately secured an order of 100,000 arcade machines, a result that far exceeded expectations for Nintendo's first venture into North America, effectively prying open the door to the North American market. Yet this joy was shattered by the explosive success of the neighboring Umbrella Electronics. Have we clarified the situation? Hirakawa Minoru turned to his legal head, his tone heavy. Yes, President, replied the legal head with a serious expression. Umbrella Electronics has registered the gameplay patent, design patent, and structural patent for the Hong Kong block in 27 countries and regions worldwide without any loopholes. If we create a similar game, we will certainly trigger a copyright lawsuit, and we will undoubtedly lose. Hirakawa Minoru's brow furrowed even tighter. He had initially thought that this was just an obscure Hong Kong small manufacturer riding the coattails of a novelty game, but he never expected them to possess such a strong awareness of patents blocking every potential avenue. Shigeru Miyamoto looked up, set his pen down, and said seriously to Hirakawa Minoru, President Hirakawa, the design of this game is revolutionary. Our Game Watch can only house a single fixed game. Once players tire of it, they won't buy it again. However, with the Hong Kong block, even with just this one game, players can keep playing it infinitely. Its replayability is incredibly strong. Moreover, its audience is vast. Whether young or old, male or female, anyone can play it, which is something that none of our games can compare to. Moreover, what's more frightening is that their handheld console uses a pad, and the feel of the controls is far superior to our buttons, and they even registered the patent for that pad. Hirakawa Minoru took a deep drag from his cigarette, extinguishing it in the ashtray. He had no intention of resorting to any underhanded tactics, nor did he consider maliciously copying. Nintendo's foothold in the North American market was still shaky, and once caught up in a patent lawsuit, all previous efforts would be in vain. But he would not simply stand by and watch the competitors slowly encroach on the market. Miyamoto-kun, Hirakawa Minoru looked at Shigeru Miyamoto, his tone resolute. The optimization of Donkey Kong must be expedited. Additionally, can you design a new casual game with simple rules that is easy to pick up, but must be completely different from the Hong Kong block? We absolutely cannot infringe upon their patents. Understood, President Hirakawa. Shigeru Miyamoto nodded, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. I have some ideas already. I will design a game that does not lose to the Hong Kong block. And as for the distribution channels, Hirakawa Minoru turned to the sales head. Send notifications to all distributors in North America that the rebate on bulk orders of Donkey Kong will be increased by 2 points. Furthermore, negotiate partnerships with arcade chains. Any stores that set up our Donkey Kong machines will receive additional venue subsidies. We must firmly grasp the channels and not allow Umbrella to seize the market entirely. Everyone responded in unison, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly tightened. While they had not engaged in any direct confrontations with Wang Jianjun's team during the game exhibition, they had already begun a comprehensive rivalry in secret. Wang Jianjun had long anticipated that Nintendo would not simply sit back and watch him rise. He was well aware of Shigeru Miyamoto's talent and Hirakawa Minoru's business acumen. Moreover, they had the so-called father of gaming in Sakura Yamauchi Fusai backing them. Yet he was not worried at all. The patent for the Hong Kong block had been registered globally, sealing off all avenues for copying. Besides, he had countless blockbuster games validated by later generations in his mind. Snake Tank Battle, Super Mario. Nintendo still had a long way to go before they could compete with him. As far as creativity was concerned, he would see if he could preemptively copy them. I want you to live perpetually in my shadow. A week after the Chicago exhibition, Wang Jianjun and his team did not rush back. Instead, they stayed at the Hilton Hotel by Lake Michigan to handle the flood of orders that came pouring in post-exhibition. In just 7 days, the hotel suite had almost become Umbrella Electronics' temporary North American headquarters. The sound of the fax machine humming never ceased, and stacks of order contracts from across America, Canada, and Mexico piled up like small mountains. Lu Minxing, accompanied by 2 financial aides, spent every night calculating with a calculator, the bloodshot in his eyes never fading, yet he grew more spirited with each calculation. Zhong Chuang became a temporary translator and assistant, helping to organize contracts and liaise with distributors. That afternoon, the last contract fax from the Canadian retail chain Eaton came through. Lu Minxing took a pen and made the final entry in the order book. Slumping back onto the sofa, he let out a long sigh, while his hand still trembled slightly. Big brother, it's all done. All the orders have been verified. His voice trembled as he handed the thick order summary to Wang Jianjun. For the basic orders from the 4-day exhibition, plus the new orders that came in over this week, I'll read the total number for the North American side to you. Wang Jianjun sat by the window, took the summary sheet, lightly tapping his finger on the paper as he listened to Lu Minxing recite the numbers. The Hong Kong block arcade version, the original order from the exhibition, was 2800 units, with an additional 1200 units this week, totaling 400 units. At a wholesale price of 180 per unit, the total revenue amounts to 720 million. The Hong Kong block handheld version, the original order, was 1.2 million units, with an additional 800 units, totaling 2 million units. At a wholesale price of 28 per unit, the total revenue amounts to 56 million. Orders for recorders and electronic watches, the original order was 500 units, with an additional 800 units, totaling 130 units. Calculating at an average wholesale price of 30, the total revenue amounts to 39 million. At this point, Lu Minxing swallowed hard, his voice elevated by an octave. In the North American market, the total revenue from all orders combined is 319 billion. According to the 30 deposit rule we said earlier, just the deposit alone can amount to 395. Converted to Hong Kong dollars, it's nearly 3 billion. Upon hearing this, the engineers in the room gasped, and the pins in their hands nearly slipped to the floor. They had worked in the factory in Hong Kong for over a decade, and had seen the largest orders amount to just a few hundred million Hong Kong dollars. But now, following this young boss, they had secured over $1 billion in orders from just one exhibition, a sum that was simply astronomical and unimaginable. Wang Jianjun flipped through the summary table, nodding slightly, already having anticipated this outcome. He was well aware of the destructive power of the Hong Kong bloc. The history of this game sweeping the globe had long been validated. Now he was merely a decade ahead in bringing it to life. Securing this order volume was simply to be expected. He raised his eyes to Lu Minxing and smiled, saying, "Don't just calculate the revenue. Make sure to account for the costs and profits as well, so everyone is on the same page." Lu Minxing immediately turned to the next page, speaking rapidly. The hardware cost for each arcade machine is 800. The total cost for 4 units is 320 million. The gross profit per unit is 100, leading to a total gross profit of 400 million. The handheld device costs 10 each, with a total of 2 million units amounting to 20 million and a gross profit of 36 million. The average cost for the recording machine and electronic watch is 12 each, with a total of 130 units costing 156 million, generating a total gross profit of 234 million. He paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and reported the final figures for all orders in the North American market. After deducting hardware, logistics, tariffs, and channel rebates, the final net profit can reach around 750 million, equivalent to over 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. The room fell silent for a few seconds, then erupted into an uncontrollable cheer. Several engineers excitedly patted each other on the shoulders, their eyes reddened. Previously at the factory in Sakura country, earning a fixed salary, they could never have dreamed of such a sum. But now Wang Jianjun had long promised that once production commenced, he would distribute equity dividends to all of them, making them all millionaires. At that moment, the long-distance phone on the table rang. It was Lin Yaodong calling from London, his loud voice audible through the receiver. "Boss, I've wrapped up all the orders here. The deposits have all arrived." Lin Yaodong's voice was filled with excitement. "Let me give you the numbers. The total order for arcade machines is 200 units. For handheld devices, it's 800 units, totaling 100 units. And for recording machines and electronic watches, it's 100 units. The total revenue is 36 million, with a 30 deposit of 12 million already received. After deducting all costs, the net profit can exceed 22 million. He paused for a moment and added somewhat shyly, "Compared to North America, it's a bit lacking, but the market here in Europe is limited, and I've already established all possible channels. The distributors in the Commonwealth countries like Australia and New Zealand are also settled. Future replenishment will definitely keep up." "That's good, well done," Wang Jianjun said with a smile. "Your trip to Europe wasn't in vain. Once this is wrapped up, fly directly from London to Hong Kong, coordinate with Chinhuegua, and keep an eye on the acquisition of the new factory. We must ramp up our production capacity quickly, otherwise we won't be able to fulfill so many orders." "Don't worry, boss. I'll fly back tomorrow. I'll ensure everything regarding the new factory is handled clearly." After hanging up the phone, Lu Minxing quickly recalculated with the calculator, looking up at Wang Jianjun with trembling hands. "Boss, the total revenue from North America and Europe is 36 billion, with a net profit of 772 million, equivalent to nearly 4 billion Hong Kong dollars. This is simply a money printing machine." Wang Jianjun smiled and said nothing. He knew in his heart that this was just the beginning. Once the news spread to Southeast Asian countries, their products could see another wave of sales. He wondered if their production capacity could keep up. With future iterations of handheld devices, new game developments, and the layout of home consoles, each step would generate a continuous cash flow. He knew the vitality of this game was strong, remaining resilient even in later years. Just as he was speaking, there was a knock on the hotel room door, and the accompanying security personnel brought in 2 men. It was the branch manager and client manager of HSBC's Chicago branch, wearing the most respectful smiles. They quickly approached Wang Jianjun, bowing slightly as they shook hands. "Mr. Wang, I apologize for the intrusion," the manager said in an extremely respectful tone. "We just received notice that your company's account has gradually received a total deposit of 408 million from North American and European dealers, all accounted for correctly. I came specifically to confirm this with you and to present you with our bank's highest level black card. For future settlement and exchange transactions in any region globally, we will arrange a dedicated team to serve you 247 with no exchange fees. Of course, with 400 million cash entering the account, not only at the Chicago branch, even at HSBC's Hong Kong headquarters, this is considered a top-tier client. Moreover, this young boss also held orders worth over $1 billion, with future cash flows being immeasurable. They would not only waive fees, they would even pay to keep this client firmly in their grasp." Wang Jianjun took the black card and casually handed it to Lu Minxing, saying thank you for your assistance. We will need your help for future cross-border settlements. It's our duty. It's our duty. The manager nodded quickly, saying a few more polite phrases before carefully exiting with the client manager, fearing they might disturb this cash cow. Minxing, Wang Jianjun said, putting away his smile and adopting a serious tone. Now that the deposit has arrived, the first thing is to distribute bonuses to the team. Everyone who joined this trip will receive a bonus of 5,000 for engineers and 1,000 for translators, security, and accompanying personnel. After returning to Hong Kong, the factory workers and management will also receive their share based on their contributions. Upon hearing this, the engineers in the room were immediately stunned, then their faces flushed with excitement as they quickly stood up and bowed to Wang Jianjun, saying, thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. 5,000 equivalent to nearly 3,000 Hong Kong dollars was enough to buy a house with a garden in Hong Kong in 1981. Now that someone was willing to pay $300 to haul them away, it was free money. Why would he refuse? He bent down and rummaged through the corner, dragging out a heap of yellowed newspapers and faded magazines piling. Don't thank me, this is what you deserve. Wang Jianjun waved his hand. The product was created through your hard work, and you all share in this credit. There's still much to do ahead with the development of new games and the ramp-up of the new factory's capacity. The engineers responded firmly. Rest assured, Mr. Wang. We will give our all and not delay production. The gameplay for Snake and Tank Battle that you mentioned has already been preliminarily designed by Su Gong with us, and we can start on the prototype as soon as we return to Hong Kong. With most matters handled, Wang Jianjun checked his watch and said to everyone, the tickets have been booked. We will fly back to Hong Kong tomorrow morning. You've all worked hard these days. Tonight, I've booked a banquet at the hotel restaurant. Let's enjoy a good meal and relax before heading home tomorrow. Everyone immediately cheered, their faces filled with excitement. Having followed Wang Jianjun, they not only secured astronomical orders, but also received substantial bonuses. Now they just wanted to hurry back to Hong Kong and watch the products they had made roll off the production line and be sold worldwide. The next morning, Wang Jianjun and his team boarded the flight from Chicago directly to Hong Kong. The Cathay Pacific flight glided through the clouds, slowly descending towards the runway of Kai Tak Airport, while the excitement in the cabin had yet to dissipate. Lu Minxing held a thick order book, his smile unwavering. The accompanying engineers huddled together quietly, discussing the prototype development. Upon their return to the factory, their eyes filled with determination. Wang Jianjun gently tapped his fingers on the armrest, mentally reviewing the plans for his return to Hong Kong. The acquisition of the new factory, ramping up production capacity, expanding channels in Southeast Asia, and registering patents for new games. All these matters awaited his execution. The explosive success in North America and Europe was just the beginning. The Chinese market in Southeast Asia was the cake he intended to devour next. Little did he expect that the news would spread faster than the plane could land. As the cabin door opened, the scene at the end of the jet bridge halted the group in their tracks. Hundreds of journalists, cameras and microphones in hand, clogged the narrow jet bridge. The moment they spotted Wang Jianjun, the flashes of cameras converged like a storm, the sound of shutter clicks ringing in their ears, while reporters surged forward, microphones almost thrusting into Wang Jianjun's face. Wang Sheng, did you really secure over 4 billion Hong Kong dollars in orders during your trip to North America? Wang Sheng, with the Hong Kong block crushing Nintendo in North America, does this mean you are officially competing with major Japanese and American electronics manufacturers? Wang Sheng, rumor has it that you assisted Miss Zhong when Zhou Runfa's career hit a snag. Is this true? Miss Zhong, do you and Wang Sheng have plans to get married? The barrage of questions, accompanied by flashing lights, surged forward, causing Zhong Chuhong to instinctively shrink behind Wang Jianjun, gripping his arm tightly. Lu Minxing and the two accompanying security personnel quickly stepped forward, attempting to create distance from the journalists, but there were too many. They barely pushed a few back before they were instantly swarmed again, leaving no space to stand. Wang Jianjun furrowed his brow, firmly shielding Zhong Chuhong behind him. His expression remained emotionless, ignoring all the questions as he tried to move forward. However, after a long struggle, they had yet to step out of the jet bridge. He knew that continuing this way was not a solution, instructing the security personnel to call for reinforcements. At that moment, a synchronized sound of footsteps emerged from the other end of the jet bridge. 20 security personnel from Umbrella, dressed in matching black tactical uniforms, hurried over, led by Wang Zhengwo, with Zhang Jiqiang from Northeast China following closely behind. This group was composed entirely of retired soldiers from the mainland. Their movements were swift and decisive, without a word wasted, as they quickly formed two lines, placing their hands on the shoulders of those next to them, creating a 2-meter-wide safety corridor through the crowded journalists. Without resorting to brute force, they carried a unique military pressure that instinctively made the reporters retreat. Bro, we're here. Wang Zhengwo strode up to Wang Jianjun, his voice booming. Let's go. We'll protect you out. Wang Jianjun nodded, still shielding Zhong Chuhong, and quickly moved forward through the cleared path. The reporters were relentless, cameras raised as they flanked the sides, continuously snapping photos, their questions overlapping, yet the security personnel firmly protected the individuals in the center, escorting them to the waiting convoy at the airport exit before swiftly joining the vehicles at the back. The black convoy slowly departed from Kai Tak Airport, merging into the city traffic, isolating them from the Inside the car, Zhong Chuang finally let out a long breath, patting her chest. That really startled me. I didn't expect so many journalists to show up. Not just journalists. Wang Jiangwo, sitting in the front passenger seat, turned with an excited expression. Bro, you're now a celebrity in all of Hong Kong. For the past 3 days, newspapers across Hong Kong have been writing about you. Even the radio has been broadcasting your news daily. Now nobody in Hong Kong is unaware of Umbrella and your name, Wang Jianjun. Wang Jianjun raised an eyebrow, not responding, simply turning on the car radio. Indeed, the news about him was being... The host, with a slightly exaggerated tone, read the newspaper report about the North American orders and concluded with a gossip tidbit stating he was the newly minted billionaire of Hong Kong, accompanied by the popular star, Zhong Chuhong, truly a winner in life. In just 3 days, nearly every newspaper in Hong Kong considered this the top news, with front-page headlines focused on him and Umbrella Electronics. Ming Pao, Umbrella Electronics secures a $1.3 billion order in North America, paving a new path for Hong Kong's electronics industry. This self-developed product has broken the long-standing monopoly of Japanese and American manufacturers in the video game sector. Oriental Daily, Deepwater District produces a billionaire Wang Jianjun secures a staggering $4 billion order in North America. The article clearly traced his journey from taking over the nearly bankrupt Li Feng electronics factory to achieving fame at the North American exhibition, even detailing his prior experience running a security company, narrating it like a legendary story. Sing Tao Daily, the finance section analyzed the impact of this order on Hong Kong's electronic supply chain, while the entertainment section dedicated half a page to Zhong Chuang falls for the new billionaire with a bright future ahead, featuring 2 stills from Zhong Chuang's movies filled with envy. Even their own Umbrella Daily merely followed the trend, publishing the exhibition results and order details on the front page, without exaggeration, clearly presenting the product information and subsequent production plans, and benefiting from the surge in interest to boost their circulation. As the car drove through the streets of Mong Kok, conversations about the event could be heard everywhere, in the tea houses, on street stalls, and at factory entrances. In a tea house, several uncles sipped on milk tea while chatting. One remarked, "It's just unfair. In half a year, he made billions. We could work our whole lives and still not earn a fraction of what he has." Immediately someone chimed in, "I heard he was a soldier before, bold enough to compete with foreigners for business in the M country. That's quite impressive." Women gathered to gossip, their tone filled with envy. "I heard Zhong Chuhong's boyfriend. Is this Wang Jianjun rich and protective of her? Isn't she so lucky? Isn't that right? Before people bullied her, now who would dare?" Even taxi drivers chatted with passengers. Someone sourly remarked, "Isn't it just about making a game console? It's just luck. If I were in his place, I could do it too." The passenger immediately shot back, "Dream on, buddy. You'd find everything in your dreams." In short, Wang Jianjun had completely become a sensation in Hong Kong. The convoy drove into Deepwater District, stopping at the headquarters of Umbrella Electronics. As soon as Wang Jianjun and his group got out of the car, they were surrounded at the entrance by a crowd. Only this time, the individuals approaching were not journalists, but eager entrepreneurs holding various documents. The convoy drove into Sham Shui, stopping in front of the headquarters of Umbrella Corporation. As Wang Jianjun and his group got out of the car, they were immediately surrounded by a crowd at the entrance, but this time the crowd consisted not of reporters, but of eager businessmen holding various documents. These individuals were all channel distributors who had rushed over from Southeast Asian countries, including Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, as well as Indonesia and the Philippines, all engaged in the electrical and electronic product business. Watching the success of Hong Kong block in North America and Europe had made them envious. They knew that the Chinese market in Southeast Asia would surely thrive as well, so they specifically flew to Hong Kong in advance, waiting at the company's entrance for Wang Jianjun to return, hoping to secure local agency rights. Lu Mingxing quickly stepped forward, calming the agitated businessmen and guiding them to the reception and conference rooms on the first floor, receiving them in batches. Wang Jianjun then took Zhong Chuhong to the office on the second floor. Just as they sat down to have some water, Chen Weigua entered with a thick stack of documents, his face brimming with excitement. "Boss, you're finally back." These days, the businessmen from Southeast Asia have been relentless, all wanting goods and agency rights. I told them they had to wait for your return to make decisions, and they have been waiting outside the company every day, unable to be chased away. Also, regarding the new factory, Jiangwo and Jichang have already visited several places. There are 2 electronic factories with complete production lines that are suitable in terms of price and location, just waiting for your approval. Where is Yao Dong? Shouldn't this be his responsibility? Wang Jianjun flipped through the registry of these distributors nonchalantly. He went to Sakura country. There was a slight issue with a batch of parts we ordered before, and Yao Dong went to handle it. Hearing this, Wang Jianjun straightened up. "Tell me more, what happened?" Chen Weigua saw how serious he was and recounted the entire situation. Due to a surge in orders, the previously stocked chips and screens were no longer sufficient, so they had ordered another batch from the previous manufacturers. However, yesterday they received a call stating that the supply of those parts might be cut off with the reason given as insufficient production capacity prioritizing Sakura countries' companies. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianjun understood the reason immediately. This Nintendo is truly despicable. They treat their own companies this way, let alone how they regard Wang Jianjun and his team. During this year's exhibition, Wang Jianjun witnessed a war without gunpowder. At that moment, Sega, still the arcade giant in Sakura country, was given a lesson by Nintendo. In early October, it was revealed that Sega's game console materials could potentially cause cancer. Doesn't that sound familiar? The public opinion caught Sega off guard in an instant. Sega certainly has not forgotten this debt. Considering his situation, Wang Jianjun found himself scratching his head. They indeed had him at a disadvantage concerning core technology. He had established the company for a short time, and how could he develop it in such a hurry? He was not one of those who had a powerful rebirth, just a broken space. He could only see how Yao Dong's negotiations were going, but the hope was slim. At that moment, Lu Mingxing suddenly walked in and said, "Big brother, a small company from Sakura country just called. The translator wasn't available, and I couldn't understand. That guy's Mandarin is quite poor. He only said something about test driving. Big brother, did you buy a car in Sakura country?" "Buy a car? What car?" "Test driving." Sega, you fool. Did the call get disconnected?" Wang Jianjun hurriedly asked after figuring it out. "No, I told him to wait. I just came over to inform you." Wang Jianjun quickly called for a translator to take the call. At this time, it seemed that Sega had noticed his predicament with Nintendo and wanted to form an alliance. Regardless of their intentions, Wang Jianjun figured there was likely a resolution for this order issue. "Hello, this is Wang Jianjun from Umbrella Corporation." On the other end of the line, there was a brief pause followed by a stiff voice with a distinct Japanese accent. "Wang-san." "Hello, Wang-san. I am Aoki Kin from Sega Corporation Overseas Business Department in Sakura country. I sincerely apologize for my poor Chinese earlier, which led to a misunderstanding with your subordinates. It wasn't test driving, it was Sega. I apologize for the trouble." The translator beside Wang Jianjun quietly added, "Boss, he is referring to Aoki Kin, the head of Sega's Overseas Business Department in Sakura country." Wang Jianjun raised an eyebrow, understanding the situation, and calmly replied into the receiver, his tone revealing no urgency. "So, Aoki-san, I have heard much about you. No need to be polite, just speak directly. Our translator is here to help with any misunderstandings." "Thank you." Aoki Kin quickly expressed his gratitude, his clumsy Mandarin tinged with excitement. "Wang-san, first of all, on behalf of Sega, I congratulate you on the success of Hong Kong block in North America and Europe. This game is truly remarkable. Our president, Mr. Nakayama, and the head of the development department, Mr. Yamaguchi, are both very impressed." After the pleasantries, he changed his tone, and despite still stumbling over his words, he made his point clear. "Wang-san, we are also aware that Nintendo has caused you trouble in the supply chain of components in Sakura country. Manufacturers like Sharp, NEC, and Toshiba have been pressured by Yamauchi to delay your orders, limit quotas, and even cut off supplies, right?" Wang Jianjun leaned back in his office chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, inwardly agreeing. It's no surprise that Sega, being Nintendo's longtime rival, could be so well informed about their actions. He didn't reply, but casually asked, "Aoki-san, you certainly have your ears to the ground. So what? Sega didn't call just to tell me this, did they?" "Of course not. Wang-san." Aoki Kin's voice rose a few pitches filled with earnestness. "Wang-san, we at Sega have been rivals with Nintendo for years, and we disapprove of their actions. We can help you. We've been deeply involved in Sakura country's electronics industry for over a decade, and have many reliable partner manufacturers. Companies like OKI, Mitsubishi Electric, and Epson are completely unaffected by Nintendo. We can connect you with them, ensuring stable supply for your CPU, LCD screens, and storage chips, with delivery times not exceeding 45 days, and prices matching, or even better than the original manufacturers." Upon hearing this, Lu Mingsheng's eyes lit up, but Wang Jianjun remained unperturbed and continued into the receiver. "Aoki-san, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If Sega is going to go to such lengths to help me, what do you want? You might as well just say it directly. Wang-san, you are Aoki Kin quickly responded, speaking even more urgently in Mandarin, as if afraid that Wang Jianjun would hang up, or it ended up sounding even more garbled. So Wang Jianjun directly asked him to speak in Japanese, as he had the translator with him. His core request was simple. Sega wanted the Sakura country rights for the arcade version of Hong Kong block to port the game onto Sega's G80 arcade platform, producing and selling it locally in Sakura country. "Rest assured," Wang sang, "we will not shortchange you on patent fees or licensing fees. We will adhere strictly to the highest standards of the gaming industry in Sakura country. You will not suffer any losses." Aki Muki patted his chest and assured with urgency, "Our Sega has a complete production line in Sakura country, and we control 80 of the arcade channels in the entire country. You won't need to spend a penny or exert any effort. You can simply lie back and earn money from the Sakura market while resolving the major supply chain issues. It's a win-win situation." Wang Jianjun did not shatter his enthusiasm. Sega and Nintendo were fierce rivals eager to use this blockbuster game to strike a heavy blow against Nintendo in the local market. You can say all the good things you want, but let's see if you really give me the money and do you think my patent was registered for free. However, granting a license to Sega doesn't seem impossible either. Entering the Sakura market at this time would definitely allow them to crush Nintendo. Never underestimate the advantages of local operations. The Sakura market is quite different from other countries beside from the U.S. They are very resistant to foreign companies. Opening up the market is not an easy task for Wang Jianjun, and having Sega as a guide would be the best scenario. However, he did not agree outright and began to stall. Minister Aki, we can discuss the licensing. But let me make it clear from the outset, I am only granting a 3-year agency right for Sakura. It can only be sold within Sakura, and you are strictly prohibited from exporting the machines to North America, Europe, or any region in Southeast Asia. If violations are discovered, the license will be immediately terminated, and you will owe me 3 times the estimated annual revenue as a penalty. This is non-negotiable. On the other end of the line, Akimuki was clearly taken aback, silent for a few seconds before responding with a wry smile. In awkward Chinese, Wang sang 3 years is too short. Can't we negotiate? Our Sega has the strongest channels in Sakura. If it's 10 years, we can offer you a higher share and put more effort into promoting this game. Wang Jianjun's tone was resolute. There's no room for negotiation. I cannot tie the entire Sakura market to your company alone. Either accept it or this call ends here. Minister Aki should understand that even without Sega, I can find manufacturers in M country or Taiwan to resolve the supply chain issues, just taking a bit more time. However, for Sega to find another product to compete with Nintendo's Donkey Kong after missing out on Hong Kong block would not be so easy. This statement struck directly at Akimuki's soft spot. He knew very well that the explosive success of Hong Kong block in North America had proven its strength. Its gameplay, appealing to all age groups, perfectly complemented Sega's product line by filling the gap in casual gaming, making it an excellent weapon against Nintendo. He quickly relented, saying, "All right. Fine," Wang sang. "We accept. 3 years it is. We will proceed." After the first round of haggling settled, Wang Jianjun raised the second core issue. What standard do you intend to set for the licensing fee? Akimuki hurriedly stated his bottom line, his tone tinged with caution. Wang sang the standard in the Sakura arcade industry for ordinary game licensing is 8 of the wholesale price per machine with fixed royalties. We are willing to offer you this standard. For our Sega version of Hong Kong block, the wholesale price in Sakura is set at 180 yen per machine, and we will give you a royalty of 144 million yen per machine, which converts to about 65. What do you think? Wang Jianjun laughed. Minister Aki, do you think I don't understand the rules of the Sakura gaming industry? Wang Jianjun scoffed, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. Ordinary games get 8. Is Hong Kong block and the North American market has already verified that its revenue per machine is 1.5 times that of Donkey Kong and ranks among the top hits alongside Pac-Man. Namco offers a minimum of 12 royalty per machine for Pac-Man. Are you trying to shortchange me with 8? Akimuki on the other end of the line was instantly speechless, stammering without being able to respond. The translator beside Wang Jianjun quietly added, "Boss, what he said about 8 is indeed the standard for ordinary games. The industry norm for licensing top hits is actually between 10 and 15. Wang Jianjun didn't wait for a response and directly stated his own terms. I won't beat around the bush with you. The fixed royalty per machine will be set at 12 of the wholesale price. Moreover, there will be a minimum guaranteed sales volume. In the first year of the license, you must sell at least 2,000 units. If you fail to meet this number, you must still pay me royalties based on 2,000 units. If you can accept this, we can continue negotiations. If not, let's not waste each other's time." Akimuki was instantly agitated, speaking even faster in awkward Chinese. Nintendo's Donkey Kong in Sakura is projected to sell only about 3,000 units in the first year. Sega must also bear all production channel and marketing costs. With a 12 royalty, our profits are too thin. And we are also solving your major supply chain issues. Can you please make a concession? Wang Jianjun was silent for a few seconds, realizing that this was likely the other party's bottom line. What he wanted was never to drive Sega into opposition, but to first establish a protective umbrella in the Sakura market, ensuring reasonable returns while solving the immediate problem. After a long pause, he slowly spoke, providing his final concession. "All right, I can lower the royalty to 10A, and the price per unit will be 1.8 million yen, which converts to 82. However, the minimum guaranteed sales volume must be raised to 25,000 units. Additionally, the component manufacturers you introduce must clearly state in writing that the core component supply price will not exceed the original factory prices I previously signed with Toshiba and Sharp, and the maximum delivery period will be no longer than 45 days. If there are any supply interruptions or delays, the licensing terms will be renegotiated, and I reserve the right to unilaterally terminate the contract." He paused and added, completely cutting off the other party's retreat, "This is my final offer. If you can accept it, send over the formal contract document and all the information about the component manufacturers tomorrow. I will have our legal team review it. Once it's cleared, you can send someone to Hong Kong to sign the contract in person." If you cannot accept it, let's just consider this a friendship and we will end this call here. On the other end, there was silence for a full half a minute, and one could vaguely hear Aki Muki covering the receiver and whispering something to someone nearby. Before long, his voice came through again, carrying a certain determination of having made up his mind along with undeniable excitement. All right. Wang sang. We accept. We will go with your terms. 10 royalty per unit, and a minimum of 2500 units in the first year. We will absolutely ensure that the supply chain issues are handled clearly and guarantee stable supply. He seemed afraid that Wang Jianjun would backtrack, quickly adding Wang saying, I will bring the legal and technical teams to Hong Kong to sign the contract with you in person tomorrow. I will organize the information on the component manufacturers tonight and send it over via fax immediately. It will absolutely not delay your production. Wang Jianjun replied, that's fine. I will be waiting for you in Hong Kong. Wang Jianjun responded coolly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, both sides hung up the phone. As soon as the receiver was placed down, Lu Minxing beside him excitedly slapped his thigh. Boss. Amazing. Not only did we resolve the supply issues with Nintendo, but we also secured the licensing fees for the Sakura market. Based on the minimum of 2500 units, we will earn a windfall of 2.05 million, which converts to nearly 12 million Hong Kong dollars. And that's just the minimum. If Sega sells exceptionally well, we'll make even more. Wang Jianjun smiled, throwing his pen onto the table, his eyes filled with determination. This is just the beginning. Sega has fought against Nintendo for so many years, they want to defeat Nintendo even more than we do. With them watching our backs in Sakura, Nintendo's small maneuvers in the supply chain would be equivalent to wasting half their efforts. Elder brother, how can you say it's half-wasted? Didn't we solve the supply chain issue? Lu Minxing asked in confusion. Solve. Today it's Nintendo putting pressure on us, and we run out of stock. What about tomorrow? What if Sega applies pressure? What if other suppliers stop supplying us altogether? Have you ever thought about this issue? Wang Jianjun said with indignation, as he had seen this kind of thing many times in his past life. No way. Elder brother, surely not all manufacturers would stop supplying us. Do they not want to make money? Lu Minxing exclaimed in surprise. Minxing, while money is indeed important, you must understand one principle in this world: power comes first. What if the government of Sakura country decides to cut off our supplies? Would they still dare to supply us? What about the M country government? Wang Jianjun glanced at the dazed Lu Minxing. Elder brother, are you overthinking this? Why would their government make things difficult for us? Why? Just imagine, what if one day our protective umbrella becomes as large as that of M country's General Motors? What do you think would happen? What would happen? Of course it would be a good thing. General Motors has just become one of the top 10 companies in the global Fortune 500. Seeing Lu Minxing becoming a bit excited, Wang Jianjun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, there are limitations. It seemed they needed to be sent to learn quickly. Let me tell you, if one day we become such a company, you and I will suffer terribly. Oh, why? Wang Jianjun said with a hint of sorrow and anger, because we are weak. Our country is weak. The weak must suffer. When you possess wealth that doesn't match your own strength, you will be swallowed by those who are stronger than you. By any means. Lu Minxing fell onto the sofa with a thud after hearing Wang Jianjun's words. Looking at the defeated Lu Minxing, Wang Jianjun walked over and patted his shoulder. What? Are you scared now? Elder brother, then what's the point of us continuing to do this? Smack. Wang Jianjun slapped the back of his head. What? Are you cowardly? Look at your potential. We're still far from it. I'm just saying the future is not now. Wang Jianjun continued to comfort him. Therefore, we need to prepare for the future. Right now, the most urgent matter is the core technology issue. We must strengthen ourselves and help our country become stronger so that others won't dare to act against us. Now that we have money, this period must focus on attracting talent, building our own technology research team, and leading in everything so we won't be choked by others. Hearing Wang Jianjun's words, Lu Minxing felt a renewed fighting spirit within. Elder brother, what should we do now? It's not easy to break through in a short time. If we have any disagreements with Sega, won't we still run out of stock? Finally, you hit the nail on the head. Sakura country is ultimately a foreign entity. We can cooperate, but we cannot trust them blindly. You should call Yao Dong and tell him to stop working in Sakura country and come to Shanghai. Shanghai. Yes, Shanghai. In 1981, the mainland had established a complete semiconductor industrial system capable of mass production of all core components, fully meeting the needs of arcade and handheld devices. Although the mainland is still very poor now, it doesn't mean we can't produce these things. Think about it, we can even build atomic bombs and possess supercomputers. Moreover, having the entire industrial chain means we are not that far behind, it's just that we are poor. There's nothing we can do, we have too many people, and the country wants us all to live well together, so development is slow. Besides, the components we need aren't that complicated. Many factories in the country can produce them. But, elder brother, those are state-owned enterprises. Can they take our orders? Lu Minxing was very happy to hear that domestic production was possible, but thought of certain issues. What's the problem? It's not like it's not open now. Besides, we are paying in US dollars, foreign currency. This is what the country needs the most right now. After thinking about it, Lu Minxing immediately went out to call Lin Yaodong. The next day, Wang Jianjun received Aoki Kenichi and his team, and both parties happily signed the contract completing this cooperation. After sending off Aoki Kenichi and his team, Wang Jianjun received an invitation from the Hong Kong Chinese General Chamber of Commerce signed by Old Master Hua. After careful consideration, Wang Jianjun decided to attend the appointment not for any other reason, but because of his name. In this place that avoided the mainland's politically correct atmosphere, this was the only organization that brought patriotic businessmen to the mainland. Take it back. Even with skill, he would have to endure 3 to 5 years of scheming mind games and political maneuver. Wang Jianjun stepped out of the car dressed in a perfectly tailored dark gray Zhongshan suit, neat and pressed without any unnecessary embellishments, yet it made his posture straight and his demeanor calm. He raised his hand to adjust his collar, his gaze sweeping over the front door of the building, his expression calm, showing no signs of being intimidated in front of the elite Chinese business circle. At the entrance steps, Hua Jintian was already walking down quickly to greet him. He was in his 30s, dressed in a well-tailored black suit, wearing a pair of thin-framed glasses, exuding an elegant and upright demeanor. He proactively walked up to Wang Jianjun, extended his hand, and smiled appropriately, saying, "You must be Wang Jianjun, right? I am Hua Jintian. My father is Hua Ingdong. He has been waiting for you inside for a long time and specifically asked me to welcome you here." Wang Jianjun immediately reached out to shake hands, saying, "Mr. Hua, you're too kind. It's an honor for you to personally wait for me. Please also thank Old Master Hua for his warm invitation on my behalf. You are too polite, Mr. Wang. Please this way." Hua Jintian gestured for him to enter. As Hua Jintian led Wang Jianjun towards the main entrance of the building, he casually chatted, "Mr. Wang, my father has mentioned what you've done in North America several times recently. He always praises you, saying that it's impressive for a young person to make such a name for himself using our Chinese brand in the foreigner's home turf. Old Master Hua is overly complimentary, though I've merely had some good luck and done what I'm supposed to do. Compared to what Old Master Hua has done for the Chinese people throughout his life, my achievements are truly insignificant." Wang Jianjun's tone was steady, neither overly humble nor boastful. Hua Jintian, upon hearing this, looked at him with a bit more genuine admiration. There are very few people his age who suddenly become wealthy without becoming arrogant. He had seen too many of those. However, it was his first time seeing someone like Wang Jianjun who remained calm, indeed too calm, without the mentality of a young person who had just made tens of billions of Hong Kong dollars. Wang Jianjun watched the assembly rise to greet him, his heart stuttering for a moment. He hurried forward, bowed to Hua Ingdong at the main seat, then clasped his hands and saluted the elders present, speaking with humble sincerity, "Elder Hua, distinguished seniors, I am Wang Jianjun. Pardon the intrusion." His gesture was not mere politeness. Even across decades, every person present commanded instant renown. Men who had carved the word patriotism into their very bones. In the nation's darkest hours, they had braved the Hong Kong colonial blockade, risking fortune and life to send supplies and build bridges for the mainland. Hua Ingdong smiled and waved him closer, stepping forward to pat his arm. His gaze lingered on the impeccably tailored Zhongshan suit. His admiration was plain. "Good lad, you have spirit. All our old bones spent a lifetime in Hong Kong," he said, "and we have seen men treat foreign manners as sacred and suits as their honor. A young man who dares to set foot in the Zhonghua General Chamber of Commerce wearing a Zhongshan suit. You are the first." Wang Quancheng smiled and nodded, taking up the thread. "Quite right. What one wears is a small thing. The stance concealed within the clothing and the roots one keeps in the heart are matters of consequence. Wang, though only a youth, understands this. Rare, truly rare." The current president of the chamber spoke with warmth and weight. At 74, he still moved tirelessly on behalf of the motherland. In Hong Kong of 1981, the colonial yoke remained deeply entrenched. Among the upper echelons of Chinese commerce, it was fashionable to speak English, wear Western suits, and curry favor with foreigners. For a young man like Wang Jianjun to appear at a gathering of top merchants in a Zhongshan suit was tantamount to declaring his position in public. He would not grovel to foreigners. His roots lay in the mainland. Hua Jinting led Wang Jianjun to the tea table. Hua Ingdong personally poured a cup of pure and smiling introduced those present. "This is Wang Quancheng. You should have heard of him. Mr. Wang Jianjun offered a respectful bow, heartfelt. "This is Chun Yoqing, a man who can open doors across the Southeast Asian Chinese business circles with a single word. This is Zhuang Shiping, the helmsman of Nanyang Commercial Bank. When it comes to finance and liaising with the mainland, he is supremely adept. There are also Jia Jimin and Nzijia, all our own people." Wang Jianjun bowed to each in turn. The seniors all smiled and nodded in return without the slightest hauteur that one might expect from top tycoons. Their looks were full of the warm approval elders give to promising juniors. Zhuang Shiping wore a plain Zhongshan suit and carried a gentle bearing. His gaze toward Wang Jianjun was particularly kind. A lifetime of incorruptible service and unwavering support for national construction made him especially inclined to assist those young men who wished to put down roots in the mainland. Once the guests took their seats, Hua Ingdong lifted his teacup, sipped, and opened the conversation. "We have all heard about the Chicago exposition the other day. Word is you brought a game console that stole the limelight from Atari and Nintendo. Foreigners queued to place orders, and even distributors from Guo fought over the agency rights. Is that true? Wang Jianjun set his teacup down and smiled, nodding without a trace of swagger, only a calm honesty. Elder Hui, you joke, but it is indeed true. We were fortunate, he continued. The gameplay was simple and appealed to all ages, which happened to suit the tastes of foreign audiences. The exhibition was lively, and we secured many orders on the very first day. Atari's vice president personally approached, offering a mere $30 million to buy the global rights. I refused. Jia Jimin, the most forthright, slapped his thigh in approval, eyes shining. These foreigners always play that game. When they see something good, they either try to buy it outright or crush it to pieces. They cannot bear to see us Chinese hold core technology and build our own brands. 30 million looks large, he said, but if they took it, they could earn hundreds of millions in a year. It is just a trifle for them to pluck our innovations. You did perfectly to refuse. And Zijia also nodded with a smile. A lifetime in international trade had taught him the rules of the game. Wang, over a century of overseas Chinese commerce, he said, had largely been relegated to subcontracting and re-export trade. We earned hard money, but the core technologies and brand pricing power remained in foreign hands. This time you were different, he continued. You brought your own patents and your own brand into their home turf and wrested a slice of the market from their mouths. This is not merely about profit, it has opened a new road for Chinese merchants. Zhuang Shiping's expression grew grave as he said in a low voice, foreigners have always relied on might. Our nation is not yet strong. When Chinese merchants are abroad, we cannot stand tall. To escape that plight, we must become strong and seize the core lifelines into our own hands. Everyone nodded in agreement, and the table grew more animated. They traded anecdotes about Wang Jianjun's experiences in North America, about the indignities Hong Kong merchants had suffered overseas. The conversation moved from video games to real industry, from the North American market to the mainland's reform and opening. The more they spoke, the more they found common ground. As they talked, Hua Ingdong sighed with some melancholy. It has always been so hard for us Chinese to do industry. When I was young and in shipping, British firms held sway over passage through the Suez Canal and could grant or deny passage at will, he recalled. Later in construction and oil, the Hong Kong colonial authorities and Western firms set obstacles at every turn. European and American manufacturers banded together to choke off raw materials and technology, as if eager to grind you down to nothing. Wang Quanqing shook his head with resignation. When we imported textile machinery from Europe and America, they sold us nothing but discarded second-hand equipment and marked the prices up threefold. If we tried to develop on our own, the crucial components were kept firmly in their hands, and supplies could be cut off at will. There was no recourse. In the end, without our own industrial system and core technologies, we would always be at the mercy of others. At those words, the tea table fell a touch quiet. The elders' faces showed a familiar, helpless sympathy. They had spent their lives dealing with foreign capital and had long since grown accustomed to being excluded, to having their throats choked or their supports pulled from under them. Hua Ingdong turned his gaze to Wang Jianjun with a look of knowing and asked calmly, Wang, your electronics, the core chips and the displays, most of them come from Ingwa suppliers, do they not? You slapped Nintendo in the face and grabbed their North American market. I suspect that petty fellow Shan Nei Fu would not take that lightly. Haven't they been tripping you up behind your back? The question hit the mark. Wang Jianjun paused with his teacup in hand, a rueful smile on his face, and answered candidly, Elder Hui's sight is keen and nothing escapes you. To be honest with all of you, we did indeed run into trouble. Nintendo has been applying pressure on Ingwa firms such as Sharp Toshiba and NEC, asking them to ration my orders and delay deliveries. Overtly and covertly, they have sought to sever my supply chain. He spoke calmly without complaint, as if relating a commonplace matter. There was a difficult period, and Sega did take the initiative to approach me and help connect with other Ingwa manufacturers, which eased the immediate crisis. But I know all too well that relying on outsiders is no long-term plan. If Nintendo can apply pressure today, tomorrow Sega might have a falling out and do the same. When the knife is in someone else's hand, you can never feel secure. On hearing this, Jia Jimin immediately frowned, his voice hot with anger. These little Ingwa are truly unbearable. They always play these underhanded games. Unable to make good products themselves, they rely on choking others through the supply chain. They will never stand to see us Chinese rise. Jimin is right, Qin Yuqing agreed with a nod, his look toward Wang Jianjun full of approval. Wang, you have grasped this truth better than most. To depend on Yingguo's supply chain is to hand the lifeline to others. Only with our own factories and our own technology can we be truly secure. Zhuang Shiping looked at Wang Jianjun with admiration in his eyes, saying, it is indeed rare for Wang to have such. At present, with the reform and opening up of the mainland, there is a shortage of foreign exchange and industrial opportunities. The fact that you are thinking of bringing orders back to the mainland not only provides a path for yourself, but also contributes to the country. We all support you. Wang Jianjun then took the opportunity to elaborate on his thoughts. Respected seniors, I share the same sentiment. Therefore, I have instructed my subordinates to halt dealings with Sakura country and prepare to visit Shanghai. I have researched and found that the mainland now has a complete semiconductor industrial system. The CPUs, storage chips, and displays that I need can all be mass-produced by factories in Shanghai, Wuxi, and Nanjing with performance fully meeting my requirements. Rather than giving the orders to the people from Sakura country and watching their expressions, it is better to allocate the orders to the factories in the mainland, which not only resolves my supply chain issues, but also helps domestic factories accumulate technology and foreign exchange. As his words fell, several seniors exchanged smiles, their admiration even greater. Ho Yingtung immediately made a decision, his tone firm. Good lad, you have responsibility. I know several electronic factories in Shanghai along with Brother Quan and Mr. Zhuang. We are all familiar with them. I will have Jinting write you a letter of introduction. I take it with you, and the factory will certainly cooperate fully. Beside them, Chun Yuqing laughed heartily and took over the conversation. Speaking of orders, Wang, I heard that manufacturers from Southeast Asia are crowding at the entrance of your factory and haven't left yet. What's the status? Have the orders been signed? Wang Jingwo felt a headache upon hearing this. Not yet signed. I'm quite busy with raw material issues these days, and how could I dare to take on extra orders? Chun Yuqing smiled and said, it's good you haven't signed. Just yesterday, I received a backdoor call from the grandson of an old friend. He left his family to start a business and opened an electronic appliance chain store, wanting to sell your recorders and game consoles. I had to come and ask you. You're being too polite. You're bringing me an order, whether to whom I sell is the same, and the person you introduce is surely reliable. You can just have him come directly to my company. Sure, I will have him find you. By the way, his name is Wang Lei, in his 20s. You are both young, so you should have common ground. Wang Quancheng, holding a teacup, took a sip and smiled, taking over the conversation. Jianjun, as you go to the mainland to liaise with factories, there are a few things I need to tell you in advance. Factories in the mainland are different from those in Hong Kong and Sakura country. They are state-owned enterprises, and some individuals may like to put on airs. Be mentally prepared. Of course, since you are bringing orders and foreign exchange, they shouldn't make things too difficult for you. If any issues arise, just call us old folks. Wang Lao is right. I will remember this. Wang Jianjun nodded quickly, firmly etching these words into it. In his past life, he had only seen the state-owned enterprises of this era in books and lacked practical experience. Wang Quancheng's reminder was just the preventive shot he needed to avoid mistakes later on. Zhuang Shiping also nodded slowly, adding, as for financial matters, once you arrive in the mainland, whether signing contracts with factories or handling daily financial turnover, just go directly to the Nanyang Commercial Bank's mainland branch. I will inform the branch leaders in Shanghai and Shenzhen, and they will arrange a dedicated contact for you, available 247. Whether it's RMB settlement or foreign exchange, it will go through the fastest green channel without cumbersome approval processes, saving you time in fulfilling orders. Cha Jimin took over the conversation. Having spent a lifetime in industry, he was familiar with factory support matters. If the components produced in your Shanghai factories need to be shipped to Hong Kong for assembly, or if you need to find factories in the Pearl River Delta for finished products, just come to me. I have several processing factories in Baoan and Dongguan that I have collaborated with for many years, equipped with clean rooms and assembly lines ready to go. The workers are experienced. Once your components arrive, we can start immediately, and working around the clock is no problem. The seniors took turns speaking, laying out clearly the most challenging issues of liaising with the mainland: financial turnover, production support, and overseas channels, addressing each point with straightforward support, entirely devoid of empty flattery. Looking at the next generation of businessmen in Hong Kong, most do not share the same sense of loyalty to the country as these old predecessors. Having experienced war and witnessed the helplessness of a weak nation being bullied, they understand the essence of this world. When venturing out, your home base must be strong, whether it's a personal family or the country. When the nation is strong, you dare to undertake anything, and everything goes smoothly. When the nation is weak, consider countries in Africa or small nations in Southeast Asia. Can their businessmen compare in status when venturing abroad with those from powerful countries like Europe and America? Now, seeing a young person from the next generation of Hong Kong so devoted to the motherland and achieving great success, they are undoubtedly pleased. Most of them are already over 70 and now feel that their careers have successors. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulence in his heart, raised the teacup before him, stood up, and solemnly bowed to everyone present, then lifted his cup, saying, "The kindness of all the seniors Wang Jianjun will never forget. I won't say much more. This cup of tea I dedicate to all of you seniors. I assure you that I will never bring disgrace to our Chinese people in this lifetime, and I will not let the support of the seniors today go to waste." After saying this, he tilted his head and drank the poor tea in one go, its rich flavor warming his throat all the way to his heart. The seniors also raised their teacups, smiling as they drank it down. At the tea table, the initial politeness was gone, leaving only the mutual appreciation among like-minded individuals and the heartfelt expectations of seniors for their juniors. Unbeknownst to them, the lights of Victoria Harbor outside streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the banquet hall, casting mottled shadows on the floor. A servant quietly entered, serving the last round of hot tea to everyone before silently retreating. Ho Yingtung put down his teacup, glanced at the wall clock, and chuckled, shaking his head. "Look at us old folks, but once we start chatting, we can't stop. We didn't even notice what time it is now." Jianjun, you are young and have a lot on your plate. You must have a pile of things to arrange. We won't take up too much of your time. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone came to their senses, chuckling in agreement. Indeed, we have been chatting for so long, it's time to let Jianjun get back to his business. Wang Jianjun quickly stood up, once again bowing to everyone. You seniors are joking. It is my fortune to hear your teachings. It doesn't matter if we talk for an afternoon, or even 3 days and nights, I wouldn't mind at all. You lad, your words are truly sweet. Ho Yingtung laughed, waving his hand, patting his arm, his tone warm, yet carrying undeniable authority. Go ahead and do your thing in the mainland. If you encounter difficulties that cannot be resolved, just call me anytime or tell Jinting. We old bones may not be able to say much, but we still have some influence in the mainland that can help you out. Remember, we will always be your support. I will remember. Thank you, Mr. Ho. Wang Jianjun's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Everyone stood up, reminding Wang Jianjun a few more things, urging him to pay attention to safety on the road, and to be patient when dealing with mainland factories, and to reach out anytime for help. Wang Jianjun nodded in response, respectfully bowing to each senior and thanking them for their support. Ho Jinting had been waiting at the banquet hall entrance. Seeing everyone stand, he quickly approached, holding a brown paper envelope and handing it to Wang Jianjun. Wang, the letter of introduction has been prepared, stamped with my father's seal, and it includes the contacts for the representatives of the factories in Shanghai, Wuxi, and Nanjing. I have also called several factory directors long distance and explained everything clearly. You just go directly to them, and they will cooperate fully with you. No need to be polite, it's the least I could do. Ho Jinting smiled, stepping aside to lead the way, saying, Wang, let me escort you downstairs. Wang Jianjun once more bowed in farewell to Ho Yingtung, Wang Quansheng, Zhuang Shiping, and the other seniors before following Ho Jinting and turning to exit the banquet hall. Upon returning home, Zhong Chuhong had already fallen asleep, and Wang Jianjun's mind was filled with the conversations of the elders from earlier that evening. It's hard to imagine that at their age in the capitalistic world of Xiangjiang, they still ponder ways to contribute to the country. Wang Jianjun seemed to have undergone a spiritual awakening. Nowadays, many people from the mainland are filled with dread at the mention of Xiangjiang, let alone considering contributions to the country. Even in the future, domestic matters are dominated by the pursuit of wealth, with many individuals being refined egoists. What does my monthly salary of 3,000 have to do with the country? Everyone only focuses on the negative aspects of the nation, spouting nonsense like the wealthy should be the first to go to war. Such rhetoric merely incites division, and there is a peculiar sense of restlessness among everyone. Of course, most people still love their country, they just refrain from voicing their opinions. Therefore, one often comes across videos online. Comrade, is your aura weak? It's time to enhance it. Many people repeatedly watch similar videos. Speaking of which, pardon me for rambling. The next day, Wang Jianjun met Chen Yuqing at the Protection Umbrella Electronics, who was accompanied by a young man in his 20s, Wang Lei, whom he had mentioned the night before. Old Chen, why did you come in person? This feels a bit too formal. I'm getting old. Sleep. Les just came out for a stroll. This is Wang Lei, my old friend's grandson, and also my god-grandson. Wang Lei, wearing round-framed glasses, had the aura of a tech-savvy person. Upon hearing Chen Yuqing's introduction, he quickly stepped forward and extended his hand, saying, Mr. Wang, I am Wang Lei. I hope for your guidance. Your tape recorder is simply brilliantly designed. It looks like a product from a sci-fi film, and I believe it will sell immensely. Wang Jianjun shook his hand and replied, it seems Brother Wang is quite the sci-fi enthusiast. It's rare to receive such high praise from you. Wang Lei, however, earnestly said, Mr. Wang, I'm not flattering you. I genuinely find it aesthetically pleasing. I'm a very picky person, and I often find ordinary machines ugly. But ever since I saw this tape recorder in Europe, I was captivated, and that marquee light is simply brilliant. Seeing the two gradually becoming familiar, Chen Yuqing took his leave. You young men have a good chat. This old man will not be a hindrance here, ha. Wang Jianjun felt a bit awkward, thinking it was akin to matchmaking. However, Wang Jianjun and Wang Lei hit it off remarkably. Wang Lei was no ordinary person. His insights were quite ahead of their time, and for a moment Wang Jianjun almost suspected he was also a time traveler. After confirming he didn't match the clues, he relaxed. In the end, Wang Lei secured exclusive agency rights for Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore, placing an order for 2.0 tape recorders and 5.0 handheld gaming consoles. Wang Jianjun was concerned about whether they could sell them, given the limited purchasing power in those regions. However, Wang Lei proposed a clever strategy that alleviated his worries. There are many poor people here, so I don't plan to sell to them. My younger siblings attend prestigious schools locally filled with wealthy individuals. I will have them bring these machines to school, fostering a buying trend. Once others have them, no one will feel embarrassed not to purchase. I've calculated that the total number of students in all the elite schools in these 3 countries is around 100,000. I'm not worried about sales. In the afternoon, Lin Yaodong returned to the company temporarily. Boss Minsheng didn't clarify much on the phone. They just said to go to Shanghai. I came to ask about the specifics. Thank you for your hard work, Yaodong. Wang Jianjun said to Lin Yaodong, who looked noticeably exhausted. It's nothing, boss. I just met with the guys from Sega yesterday and signed a contract with the manufacturers they introduced. The first batch of components will be produced soon and won't affect future deliveries. Haha Yaodong, what if I told you the orders exploded today? What would you think? Wang Jianjun was elated. After Wang Lei left in the morning, he subsequently signed orders from Thailand, the Philippines, and other South Asian countries. Moreover, good news also arrived from Europe. Ever since the Xinjiang block exploded in North America, the trend gradually spread to Europe, and European dealers were calling one after another to request increased orders. Even the record companies Lin Yaodong mentioned before expressed interest in pre-installing tapes. When Lin Yaodong received the song list sent over, he was surprised to discover a treasure song, Under Pressure, which had once swept the music charts across Europe and America. Calculating the time, it was indeed released around this period, and the song had yet to showcase its potential. Seeing this, Wang Jianjun promptly accepted the order and agreed to help pre-install it for free, but with one condition: during Queen's concerts in 1982, the lead singer must carry the tape recorder while singing. After some back and forth, both parties agreed to this condition. Of course, Wang Jianjun also paid an additional $2 million as an endorsement fee, making Queen the spokesperson for the Protection Umbrella tape recorder, creating a co-branded model. As for whether the lead singer was willing to carry it while singing, who cares in the world of Capital? If he were not currently unconnected with Michael Jackson, he would have made him dance with the tape recorder. With orders surging even with adequate materials, Wang Jianjun's electronics factory could not keep up, so he decisively requested support. Hello, is this Mr. Cha? It's Jianjun. Yes, I need your help urgently. Orders skyrocketed today, and I simply can't keep up. Thank you so much. He'll bow to you, considering it an early New Year greeting. Get lost, you little brat. They'll have someone prepare the production line right away. You get the materials ready and send someone to guide the operations. After hanging up, Cha Jiming shook his head, wondering about this kid. Just yesterday, he was quite composed to what happened today. Wang Jianjun was going crazy. Just a moment ago, he was boasting to Lin Yaodong, but then after a single phone call with orders increasing one after another, he could no longer smile. Lin Yaodong kept notes while listening to his phone calls, and after tallying, he reported an increase of 2 arcade machines, 2 million handheld consoles, and 8 tape recorders. Additionally, there were 5 electronic watches in various styles. With so many orders on top of the previous ones, Wang Jianjun felt overwhelmed. Considering the additional sales from the lead singer's concert next year, Wang Jianjun panicked, realizing they couldn't keep up with production. This led him to seek assistance from Cha Jiming. After finishing the call, Wang Jianjun seemed to have thought of something, so he called the director of the Shenzhen Foreign Trade Negotiation Office he had met while reselling second-hand machines. Hello, Director Luo. It's Wang Jianjun. Yes, the one selling machines. This time I'm not selling machines, it's like this. Can it work? Thank you so much, or I'll send someone over immediately. Yes, it must be in dollars. I know we need dollar foreign exchange, and I thought rather than giving the orders to Japan, why not give them to our country? Thank you so much, you've helped me greatly. Shenzhen Foreign Trade Bureau. Luo Jiaping was on the phone frantically taking notes. Don't worry, Mr. Wang's matters are my matters. If anyone dares to mess this up for you, just watch how I deal with them. After hanging up, Luo Jiaping hurried to the director's office, nearly bumping into someone along the way. Director Luo, what's the rush? Who knows? Something must have happened. The nearby employees speculated about Luo Jiaping's unusual behavior. Director, a colossal order. Foreign exchange coming right to us. Luo Jiaping burst into the director's office, clutching a notepad filled with numbers, dripping with sweat, barely catching his breath. Zhang Aimin, sitting behind the desk, was startled by the commotion, almost spilling water from his enamel cup as he looked up and glared at him. Old Luo, you're almost 40, how can you be a bit more composed? What order could make you this anxious? It can't be held steady. Director, this deal really can't be held steady. Luo Jiaping rushed to the desk, slamming the paper down. It's that Wang Jianjun from Hong Kong, the one who previously supplied us with second-hand precision equipment, Boss Wang. This time he's not selling equipment, but placing orders for our factories on the mainland. Zhang Aimin instantly sat up straight, picking up the paper to examine it closely, his eyes widening with every glance, his breathing growing heavier. The numbers on the paper were crystal clear: 2 arcade machines, 2 million handheld consoles, 0 recorders, and 5 electronic watches, all foreign trade orders settled in US dollars. The total value of the goods was nearly $450 million US dollars. Just the production of components and contract assembly could bring over 100 million RMB in value to the mainland, a solid $10 million foreign exchange. In 1981, the Shenzhen Special Economic Zone had just been established for a year, with the entire province's foreign exchange income barely reaching a few $100 million for the whole year. This single deal was worth almost half of the province's foreign exchange income. Are you joking with me? Zhang Aimin abruptly raised his head, hands trembling slightly. Did Boss Wang really allocate the entire chain of orders to our mainland? It's not just assembly. Absolutely true. He made it very clear over the phone. Luo Jiaping declared emphatically. He said that the core CPU storage chips and display screens would be prioritized for the state-owned enterprises in Shanghai, Wuxi, and Nanjing. The peripheral components and complete machine assembly will be prioritized for our processing factories in Shenzhen. Payment in full in US dollars, no credit, no delays. The only requirement is to ensure quality and quantity and meet the delivery schedule. Good. Great. Zhang Aimin slammed the desk, leaping to his feet, pacing back and forth in the office. Having worked in the foreign trade system for nearly 20 years, he understood all too well what this deal meant. It was not just an order or foreign exchange, it was a lifeline for the struggling electronics factories on the mainland. The electronic industry on the mainland in recent years was not lacking in technology or production capacity, but in orders and foreign exchange. Factories in Shanghai and Wuxi could produce computers for intercontinental missiles. Manufacturing components for game consoles and recorders was definitely not a problem. However, production capacity had been idle for years. Workers had no jobs, factories were not profitable, and they couldn't even squeeze out research and development funds. Wang Jianjun's order was like a timely rain. Lao Luo, this matter cannot be delayed for even a moment. Zhang Aimin instantly wiped the smile off his face, his expression serious. As iron, you need to do 3 things immediately. First, immediately call the Special Administrative Committee of the province and report this matter, as it is requesting the province to coordinate with the electronic factories in Shanghai and Wuxi to prioritize this order's production capacity. Second, immediately gather all the directors of state-owned electronic processing factories in Shenzhen and have them come to the bureau for an emergency meeting in half an hour to assess production capacity and schedule. Anyone who dares to drop the ball will be dismissed on the spot. Third, call Boss Wang back and tell him that we will handle everything here. He only needs to send someone to coordinate all approval procedures. Will be on a green channel operating 24 hours, and we won't let him wait an extra minute. For decades, as the Lin family weathered storms and upheavals, it was only thanks to Chun Mingda's quiet maneuver. In the office, Zhang Aimin held the paper, his fingers repeatedly rubbing over the numbers, glancing again at the slogan on the wall, "Time is money, efficiency is life," and let out a long sigh. He had heard of Wang Jianjun before. This young Hong Kong boss was different from other merchants who only sought profit from the mainland. Instead, he supplied precision equipment to help factories upgrade their technology. Moreover, he had also kept all the Hong Kong dollars for purchasing agricultural and sideline products on the mainland. Now he was bringing back over $100 million in orders. This was a true patriotic businessman, genuinely wanting to help the mainland develop. Zhang Aimin picked up the phone on the desk and dialed the number for the Special Administrative Committee of the province. On the other end, in the headquarters office of the Shield Electronics, Lin Yaodong looked up at Wang Jianjun. "Boss, are you sure you don't want me to go run an errand?" "No need. Sometimes letting them coordinate themselves is more convenient than us rushing in." Wang Jianjun had initially thought of personally bringing recommendations from Old Hua and others to Shanghai to place orders. But then he thought, no, I'm here to deliver money. Why should I be running around? So he called Director Luo to say there was a large order, but it needed coordination, etc. As expected, the Foreign Trade Bureau was more anxious than anyone else and took the initiative to reach out. And as for the few companies that Hua Jinting had notified in advance, it didn't matter. Anyway, the orders would still go to them. After hanging up the call with the Shenzhen Foreign Trade Bureau, he and Lin Yaodong calculated the full package costs of the components from the state-owned factories on the mainland line by line. Previously, he only knew that the mainland could produce and solve supply chain issues, but he had never calculated exactly how much cheaper it was compared to sourcing from Japan. All in all, for all the new orders from core component production to complete machine assembly and packaging, if the whole process is completed on the mainland, the total package cost converts to about $1.25 billion. Lin Yaodong swallowed, pushing the calculator in front of Wang Jianjun. "Boss, the procurement cost of components, when we source from Japanese manufacturers, was nearly 40 higher than this. This doesn't even account for shipping tariffs and markups from middlemen." Wang Jianjun looked down at the numbers on the calculator, his heart stirred by the waves. In his past life, he only knew that the industrial costs on the mainland were extremely low in the early days of reform and opening up, but he never expected it could be this low. An arcade machine costing $1800 could be produced for just over $320 on the mainland. A handheld console costing $28 had all costs below $18. Even the entry-level recorder that was planned to be sold at a price of $22 could have its costs controlled below $19, leaving enough profit margin. More importantly, this was not low-cost production with compromised quality. Factories like Shanghai Radio Factory No. 19 and Wuxi Factory No. 742, which were supporting national military projects, produced components with quality that was better than that of second-tier Japanese manufacturers, with stability exceeding expectations. I only thought about having the mainland resolve supply chain issues, not considering production costs. Now, I truly understand the value of that saying from my past life. As long as we break through the technology, no matter how expensive, we can bring it to a cabbage price. Wang Jianjun let out a long sigh, his eyes filled with emotion. "I didn't expect that not only did we solve the bottleneck issue, but we could also compress costs to this extent. It is not technology or capacity that the factories on the mainland lack, it is orders and foreign exchange. What they lack is merely an opportunity to step out into the world, a window to connect with the market. At that time, I only understood the literal meaning. Now, I truly comprehend." Lin Yaodong suddenly recalled, by the way, boss, we also received a call from Cha Lao saying that 2 processing plants in Baoan have freed up 3 production lines operating 24 hours, with workers already arranged ready to start as soon as our technical documents and components arrive. Wang Jianjun smiled, the stone in his heart finally set free. Good, hurry up and organize the personnel to head to the mainland and strive to start work as soon as possible. For a while, Wang Jianjun was extremely busy. First, the first batch of goods from Japan had already arrived, and then the major factories on the mainland began operations. As batches of goods were delivered, Wang Jianjun watched as funds flowed and feeling overjoyed. The year 1981 quietly passed by. January 20th, 1982. With 5 days remaining until the new year, Wang Jianjun and his team finally breathed a sigh of relief as the last batch of orders was delivered. Umbrella Electronics. Wang Jianjun and the others were holding their final meeting. Boss, this year Umbrella Electronics has generated $136 million in revenue since the electronics exhibition. Our net profit amounts to $772 million. Later, with additional orders, revenue reached $450 million, resulting in a net profit of $350 million. This brings our total net profit this year to $122 billion, or equivalent to 62 billion Hong Kong dollars. I will now announce the plans after the new year. Next year, the company will establish Umbrella Group, and all subsidiaries will become part of it. After the new year, Lu Minsheng will step down as the general manager of Umbrella Security Company, with Zhang Jiqiang taking over. At this moment, Xiao Dongbei stood up somewhat awkwardly and greeted everyone. Lu Minsheng will study abroad in the U.S. in the second half of the year and will focus on his studies. The staff of Umbrella Daily will remain unchanged. Li Shuwen has been doing a good job, but I've heard that Lidi TV is for sale. Shuwen, after the new year, keep an eye on it and see if we can acquire Lidi. Yes, boss. Li Shuwen stood up excitedly. Lidi is one of the 3 major TV stations in Xinjiang. If we acquire it, Umbrella Daily will become a media giant. Next year's focus will still be on Umbrella Electronics, with Chun Weiguo serving as the general manager. The emphasis will shift towards research and development, and the factory in Xinjiang will mainly serve the R&D department. We will purchase top-tier equipment and establish the most advanced research and development center. The R&D department will be led by Su Wenxuan, reporting directly to me. Wenxuan, you will have the heaviest workload after the new year. You need to develop our new products, primarily focusing on game development. You must manage the new game project well. If we lack personnel, hire more. If necessary, scout talent from elsewhere, but the product must be delivered on time. We will optimize the watch and the tape recorder. Based on feedback over the past few days, once the flaws in the tape recorder and watch are resolved, we will increase the prices significantly. At this moment, Lin Yaodong couldn't help but ask, boss, are we raising prices now? Yes, our products were initially sold at low prices as a trial, and we never expected to sell so many. The low prices were meant to penetrate the market. Now we have successfully created a hit product, and next year we will compete fiercely with them. We have taken our losses. This situation cannot occur again next year. Our goal is to establish our brand image. Let the world know that products from Umbrella are of premium quality. Going forward, inform the distributors that the first year was a trial run for our brand sold at discounted prices, and this year we will revert to the original prices. Wang Jianjun became increasingly enthusiastic, taking a sip from his cup and continuing, additionally, we have established strategic partnerships with various factories in the mainland backed by national agencies. From now on, our main focus will be on research and development. After all, Hong Kong is too small, so establishing an industry chain here is simply unrealistic. I wonder if anyone has thoughts on the financial report we just reviewed. I can tell you that in the early stages our revenue was nearly $1 billion, yet our net profit was only half of that. In the later stage, revenue reached $450 million with a staggering 90 net profit. Why is that? Looking at the murmuring crowd below, Wang Jianjun continued, because our suppliers have changed. We originally collaborated with Xiaoying Nation, which took nearly half of our profits. Now we are working with the mainland, saving time and various expenses. The mainland has a complete industry chain. We only need to produce and sell the products, greatly reducing costs. The mainland has now become our stronghold. Therefore, I have decided to send Lin Yaodong to the mainland to re-establish Umbrella Trading Co. And build our Umbrella Tower in Shenzhen, creating our own super factory. This will become our stronghold in Asia. As for the Xinjiang side, I have already asked someone to scout for land. Eventually, we will build our Umbrella headquarters here, focusing on R&D and external promotion. Hearing Wang Jianjun's ambitious plans, everyone was astonished. Of course, those in Wang Jianjun's core circle had already been informed in advance. Additionally, let me discuss the formation of new companies. After the new year, we will establish an entertainment company and a real estate company. Of course, I am not establishing a real estate company to sell houses, but to create our own haven in Hong Kong. The real estate company will primarily serve our employees. For example, after working with us for 15 years, we will gift a house, creating a community for our company with supermarkets, entertainment, and schools, all serving our employees. Wang Jianjun looked at the visibly shocked staff below and said smugly, "This is just the beginning, and you are already astonished. The real surprises are yet to come. I want to elaborate on the entertainment company. You are all tech geeks who wouldn't understand. Haha. The crowd laughed at Wang Jianjun's comment, knowing it was meant for the boss wife, and they didn't break the illusion. Alright, that's all I have to say. Clap, clap. The crowd applauded. Wang Jianjun raised his hands to calm them down. The achievements of our company today are inseparable from everyone's efforts. I am not someone who likes to make empty promises. When we earn money, we must spend it. Tonight, we will rent out the entire Fu Lin Min to treat all our employees to a grand feast, and I will allocate 100 million Hong Kong dollars as bonuses, distributing them during tonight's annual meeting. Oh. Long live the boss. Long live the boss. Hearing the deafening cheers, Wang Jianjun thought to himself how fortunate it was that this was just a mid-level meeting. If all employees were present, it would have been even more exciting. Wang Jianjun wanted to see this scene. After all, more profit means more to distribute. He aimed to emulate those two generous bosses from his past life who shared their profits. Alright, everyone, quiet down. This year it is 100 million, and if our company's revenue exceeds 10 billion next year, I will distribute money again. At that time, I will allocate 1 billion to distribute among all employees. Not for any other reason, just because I am happy. When I am happy, I want to share money with employees. Oh, boss, you are amazing. Lu Minxing watched Wang Jianjun speak nonsense seriously from the side. Brother, are you trying to spoil your men? The meeting adjourned, and the management of various companies returned to their posts. This news spread like wildfire among all employees of Umbrella. At this moment, all employees under Umbrella were ecstatic. Hey, did you hear? The boss is treating us to a grand dinner at Fu Lin Min tonight, and plans to distribute 100 million to us. I heard about it long ago. Your news is outdated. The boss even mentioned distributing 1 billion next year. The boss is truly kind. May his wife give him 10 sons. You fool, if he has 10 sons, the fortune will be divided up. How can he still give us money? That's true, but if not, I can still get lost. You're almost 50, I still have a chance. At this moment, Fu Lin Min restaurant was fully preparing the meals. The owner, having run the restaurant for decades, had never encountered a situation where someone would book the entire restaurant especially for treating all employees to dinner. Although they were a high-end restaurant and generally did not accept large banquets, Wang Jianjun was simply offering too much. They quickly tidied up the private rooms, the hall, and any available space. At 4:30 in the afternoon at the Fulemin restaurant, Lin Yaodong and Chun Weimin as the advance team had already arrived, coordinating the seating and serving times with the restaurant and its staff. As batches of goods were delivered, Wang Jianjun watched as funds flowed and feeling overjoyed. The year 9, Wang Jingwo was so frightened that he immediately stood up, not daring to utter a word, his gaze darting towards Zhong Chuhong, as if pleading, "Sister-in-law, help me, save me. Now tell me, who was that girl at home just now? You've really grown bold bringing a girl home at just 18. Wang Jianjun was genuinely furious today. He had originally planned to go shopping for clothes with Zhong Chuhong for tonight's annual meeting, but after they finished shopping, they found Wang Jingwo on the sofa watching a video with a girl. Wang Jianjun's anger erupted upon seeing this scene. He instinctively thought that Wang Jingwo had gone bad, becoming a playboy. After all, they were now wealthy and studying at Hong Kong University, easily influenced. After sending the girl home, he began to reprimand Wang Jingwo, but to his surprise, the kid dared to sit down anyway. Alright, Jianjun, talk to Jingwo properly. What if it's not as you think? Zhong Chuhong gently said as she linked her arm with Wang Jianjun. There was no way she could ignore her future brother-in-law's plea for help. Moreover, Wang Jianjun was indeed quite harsh on Jingwo. Recently, Wang Jingwo had a conflict at school with a foreign student, and together with He Meng ended up humiliating him by hanging his pants on a flagpole. When the school called for the parents, Wang Jingwo didn't dare to tell Wang Jianjun. It was Zhong Chuhong who went instead. Furthermore, he couldn't stand certain sycophantic remarks from a particular teacher and had even beaten the person up in public. Afterward, when Wang Jianjun found out, he didn't think they were wrong, but still gave He Meng and Wang Jingwo a good beating as punishment. He simply felt that these two lacked common sense. If they wanted revenge, they should do it discreetly. With so many people watching, even the principal couldn't tolerate it. In the end, it was Wang Jianjun who had to step in to reason with them to resolve the situation. This was also why these two didn't have a significant background. If they really offended someone high up in the British ranks, they'd have to pack up and go back to the mainland. After all, this was still their territory. It was from that moment that Wang Jianjun formulated a grand plan. He aimed to establish an unbreakable community of shared interests, gathering people's hearts. He was waiting for the 1982 Sino-British negotiations. He knew that from the moment the Iron Lady fell at the negotiations, the price of the real estate in Hong Kong would plummet. He wanted to seize all those factories before Li Ka-shing did. When the time came, with millions of supporters in hand, who would be the governor of Hong Kong, it would be hard to say. Unexpectedly, before the plan was completed, Wang Jingwo started acting like a playboy again. He wasn't against dating, he just subconsciously thought that Wang Jingwo was bringing home girls of dubious character. He still had high hopes for Wang Jingwo and didn't want him to change fundamentally. Jingwo, explain yourself well to your brother. Otherwise, I won't be able to plead for you. Sister-in-law, my brother is a dictator, a tyrant. He doesn't listen to my explanations at all. I've already told him that Yu Ying and I truly love each other. She's not a bad girl. Wang Jiangwo said with a face full of grievance. It looked like he had endured Wang Jianjun's punishment. Moi. Wang Jianjun glanced at him, causing him to immediately retract his expression. Huh. Seeing the way the brothers interacted, Zhong Chuhong couldn't help but laugh. Wang Jianjun was a typical doting older brother taking on the role of a guardian and enjoying arranging things for Wang Jiangwo. Wang Jiangwo, having followed Wang Jianjun since childhood, never dared to contradict him. But at 18, during this rebellious phase, the two brothers began to clash. Zhong Chuhong had once quietly told Wang Jianjun that this was the rebellious phase and not to force him. To her surprise, Wang Jianjun directly responded, "He just hasn't been beaten enough." Rebellious phase. Wang Jianjun never had a rebellious phase. I think a good beating would suffice. Zhong Chuhong couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She knew that Wang Jianjun had been on the battlefield at 18. He had vented his rebellious phase on the monkeys in the south, so how could he still have a rebellious phase? All right, Jiangwo, you continue. Zhong Chuhong stepped in to mediate. Her name is Lan Jiang. She's a sales assistant at a store near our school. I liked her the moment I saw her, but I didn't dare to tell you guys. I begged her for a long time before she agreed to go on a date with me. Wang Jiangwo's resentful gaze repeatedly blamed Wang Jianjun for interrupting their world. After Wang Jiangwo's narrative, it became clear that he truly liked the girl. The girl was indeed pretty, and from what he said, her character seemed to be good too. However, the name sounded somewhat familiar to Wang Jianjun. Realizing he had misjudged Jiangwo, Wang Jianjun would never apologize. He simply said they could invite the girl over for dinner sometime. Instantly, Wang Jiangwo was overjoyed, his expression transforming as if he were a different person. All right, it's almost time and we should head to the restaurant. Zhong Chuhong reminded him. Jiangwo, are you going? Why would I go? Wait, can I bring someone? Wang Jiangwo was about to refuse, but then remembered something and asked, "You can go or not?" Wang Jianjun said before walking away. Zhong Chuhong looked at the still-dazed Wang Jiangwo and said, "Silly, if you bring someone who would dare to stop you." After saying that, she also left. Wang Jiangwo, excited, jumped a couple of times and ran out to pick someone up. Wang Jianjun arrived at the restaurant in his newly purchased Rolls-Royce. It wasn't that he liked this car, but in some places without this vehicle you simply couldn't enter. He couldn't possibly get out every time to show his face. Outside, the Umbrella Corporation's security had already taken over the restaurant's security. Upon seeing Wang Jianjun's car arrive, they quickly came over to open the door. "Boss." After Wang Jianjun got out of the car, he linked arms with Zhong Chuhong and entered the hall. At this moment, the Fileman restaurant was already packed. As soon as Wang Jianjun and Zhong Chuhong walked in, Lu Mingxing hurried over and said, "Big brother, you're here. Most people have already arrived." Wang Jianjun looked at the noisy scene inside and directly walked onto the makeshift stage. Hey. Wang Jianjun adjusted the microphone briefly and said, "Quiet." The previously noisy crowd instantly fell silent. "Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters under the Umbrella Corporation, Happy New Year. Are you all satisfied with today's arrangements for the company? I hope it won't disturb your holiday rest." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Wang Jianjun's words, everyone burst into laughter and then shouted in unison, "Satisfied. The boss is truly impressive." Wang Jianjun gestured for silence, and once it quieted down, he continued, "Good, as long as you're satisfied. Those on the second floor and other employees without seats, please wait patiently. After all, you won't find a high-end restaurant in all of Hong Kong that can accommodate so many people at once." I believe everyone has received the message that this year's annual meeting will have a big surprise. I don't like to waste time talking on stage, so let's get straight to the point. The employees below were filled with anticipation. They had heard that the boss was going to give out money rumored to be 100 million. Everyone thought it was a joke, expecting only a few $100s as a gesture. Suddenly, they noticed something was off when a group of people in bank uniforms came in, each carrying large boxes. As they walked up to the stage, the employees below fell silent, holding their breath in fear of startling them. "Dear colleagues, these are workers from HSBC, and next comes the surprise I have prepared for everyone." Wang Jianjun waved his hand, instructing the staff to open all the boxes. Stacks of cash quickly appeared on the table. The crowd below soon became restless, murmuring among themselves. Wang Jianjun continued, "So what do you think? Aren't you all envious? Do you want some?" "Yes." The crowd's eyes turned red as they gazed at the piles of cash above. "Want some? Then let's distribute the money. Here is 10 million Hong Kong dollars in cash. Considering that carrying 100 million is inconvenient, I only brought 10 million. Don't be anxious if you haven't received cash yet. The staff from HSBC nearby are here to process your bank book on site. Let me explain the rules for distributing the money. All frontline employees under the Umbrella organization will receive 50,000 each, while mid-level employees will get 100,000. As for the higher-ups, there is no money. Currently, there are only a few senior executives under the Umbrella organization. Excluding Wang Jianjun and his brother, he doesn't even consider Himeng Lu Mingxing and a few others as employees. They are treated like younger brothers. After all, they have been with him on the battlefield since their teenage years, becoming comrades and brothers in life and death, sometimes more reliable than blood relatives. Don't panic yet. I am here to give assurance to our senior management. Look at how scared they are. Ha! The crowd erupted in laughter. I hereby announce that from now on the heads of each subsidiary will receive 20% of the company's dividend rights. Of course, this is not allowed to be bought or sold. In short, how much you want to take depends entirely on how much you earn. Naturally, departments like the RD and security services will receive special allocations from headquarters and are not included. Without waiting for the crowd to react, Wang Jianjun said directly, "Enough with the nonsense, let's distribute the money. Employees whose names are called, please come up to receive your cash." Next, the staff began reading names from the script: Su Jiarong, Zhang Jianqing, Li Jinhua, Wu Jili. As batches of people came up to collect their cash, Wang Jianjun and Zhong Chuang personally handed the money to the employees and took photos. After all, as the saying goes, one should not delegate important matters to others. He insisted on distributing such a great opportunity himself. After the reporters from the Umbrella Daily had just collected their cash, they immediately pulled out their cameras. Click, click. At that moment, Wang Jiangwo and Lan Jing in the second-floor private room were peering out the window watching this scene. "Jiangwo, why didn't you tell me your family was so wealthy?" Lan Jing felt both excited and apprehensive at that. She feared Wang Jiangwo might be just playing with her like those wealthy playboys. At just 18, she was at the age when one believes in love the most, and knowing her boyfriend's family was rich brought her a sense of pressure. However, Wang Jiangwo did not notice the change in her heart, and simply replied, "I only knew we were rich, but I didn't realize we were this rich. 100 million, just like that." On January 21, 1982, the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, there were only 4 days until the Spring Festival. As dawn broke, all the early tea shops, newsstands, and office building receptions in Hong Kong were completely ignited by a newspaper. The front page was fully red with a bold black headline that seemed to pierce through the paper: 100 million Hong Kong dollars in cash distributed on the spot. Umbrella boss Wang Jianjun, if we make money, we should share it with those who follow me. Below the title were 3 impactful photos. The first photo showed Wang Jianjun and Zhong Chuang standing side by side on stage, personally handing a stack of $1,000 bills tied with a red ribbon to the employees, both wearing smiles with a sea of people below. The second photo captured the Fu Lin Men Hall filled with round tables, employees raising their glasses in cheer, with abalone shark fin and popular fried chicken laid out abundantly. The third photo was the most shocking. A row of HSBC's metal cash transport boxes lined up, all lids open, stacks of brand new 1,000 Hong Kong dollar bills neatly arranged, gleaming coldly under the lights. The report detailed the nuances of the annual meeting. At this year's annual meeting, Mr. Wang Jianjun, the founder of the Umbrella Group, took out a total of 100 million Hong Kong dollars in cash as a year-end bonus covering all 1400 employees across its electronic security and newspaper companies. Among them, frontline production employees, security personnel, and grassroots editors each received 50,000 Hong Kong dollars. Workshop directors and department heads received 100,000 Hong Kong dollars each. The core management of the subsidiaries were granted permanent dividend rights of 20% corresponding to their company. An even more substantial promise was announced simultaneously: any employee who had worked at a company under the umbrella for 15 years would be gifted a residential property with ownership rights. On this day, all the newsstands in Hong Kong went crazy. The Umbrella Daily was surrounded by people at the newsstand. The initial print of 100,000 copies was sold out in less than 2 hours, with 3 reprints totaling 500,000 copies still being snatched up as soon as they hit the stands. Even a single copy of the Umbrella Daily in Central and Tsim Sha Tsui was being sold for 5 Hong Kong dollars, yet it was still hard to find. "Uncle, give me a copy of the Umbrella Daily." "It's all gone. Sold out." The rest were bought up by the tea restaurant. The newsstand owner wiped his sweat, gesturing to the crowd that had gathered, his face revealing shock. He had operated a newsstand in Mong Kok for 20 years and had never seen such big news. In the corner of Liangxianglu, the usual tea drinkers, who each had a copy of the Ming Pao Oriental Daily and Umbrella Daily during breakfast, were all holding copies of the Umbrella Daily, their tables resonating with loud claps. 50,000. 50,000 Hong Kong dollars. I've worked in the factory for 10 years, and my monthly salary is only 1,001. Even if I save every penny for 4 years, I can't save up 50,000. The boss gives it directly as year-end bonuses. And there's a house given after 15 years. My God, a 30 square meter apartment in Hong Kong costs more than 100,000. Which capitalist would be willing to give employees a house? They used to say that Li Chaoren and the king of ship charters were impressive, but I think this boss Wang is the real deal. He truly treats his employees like people. Enough talk. I've already asked someone. Umbrella Electronics will be hiring after the new year. Even if I resign from my current job, I want to apply. Not just ordinary workers, the entire business community in Hong Kong was stunned by the 100 million Hong Kong dollars. In Central's office buildings, the bosses of various shipping companies, real estate firms, and electronics factories held newspapers, their faces dark as if scorched. They weren't incapable of producing 100 million Hong Kong dollars. They simply had never considered distributing such a large sum entirely to the workers. In their eyes, employees were merely tools for extracting profit. Paying enough salary to get by was sufficient, and a year-end bonus of 300 to 500 was already considered generous. Wang Jianjun's actions directly put the bosses of all Hong Kong on the hot seat. Crazy. This Wang Jianjun is a lunatic. In the office of a real estate company in Tsim Sha Tsui, the boss slammed the newspaper down on the table, his hands trembling with anger. With him doing this, how are we supposed to manage our employees in the future? This morning our company's clerk came to ask with the newspaper why our year-end bonus is only 500. Just trying to attract attention, the vice president beside him said with a sullen face. If he distributes all the profits, I wonder how long his company can last. When the cash flow breaks, he'll have something to cry about. But despite the complaints, no one dared to truly underestimate this suddenly emerging Wang Jianjun. Everyone knew that being able to take out 100 million Hong Kong dollars in cash for bonuses meant having a terrifying cash flow. Not to mention that his Umbrella Electronics, relying on game consoles, cassette players, and digital watches, had expanded its business worldwide with a net profit of over $1 billion last year, solidifying its status as a new electronic magnate. The reactions in the underworld were also direct. When people used to mention tycoons in Hong Kong, names like the Xiang family and Hu Shuyong came to mind, but today in the mouths of all the gang members across Hong Kong, the name Wang Jianjun was repeatedly mentioned. Following someone like Boss Wang is the way to go. The security personnel under him received a year-end bonus of 50,000 Hong Kong dollars. We work our butts off for a month and only get a few hundred. What do you know? This is the person who does big things. Dispersing wealth gathers people. Look at him now with over 1,000 employees, each of whom has benefited from him. Who wouldn't work hard for him? In the future, who would dare to touch the umbrella? Without him saying a word, his people could dismantle the opponent. At this moment, Wang Jianjun's home was inundated with phone calls. The first call came from Hua Yingdong. As soon as the phone was picked up, Hua Yingdong's hearty laughter echoed from the other end. Jianjun, you have truly given the whole of Xiangjiang a great surprise. At my age, this is the first time I've seen someone daring enough to distribute such a sum to employees. Wang Jianjun leaned back on the sofa, chuckling as he replied, Hua Sheng, you flatter me. It is all thanks to the brothers and sisters working hard for the company. If I make money, I can't let them suffer losses. This move of yours may seem like a distribution of wealth, but in reality, it is a way to win the hearts of the people. Hua Yingdong's tone grew more serious as he added, I know you came from the mainland and you harbor different thoughts than us old-style businessmen. Others may not understand, but I do. However, this action has offended all the bosses in Xiangjiang, and there will surely be those who will scheme against you. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to call me. After hanging up on Hua Yingdong, the phone rang again. This time, it was Zhuang Shiping. The head of the Nanyang Commercial Bank spoke with admiration. Jianjun, well done. Previously, I only thought you had a business mind and a sharp eye. Now I realize you possess a grand vision. To win the people's hearts is to win the world. Business is the same. By distributing 100 million today, what you can gain back in the future is worth 10 billion or even 100 billion, which cannot be bought with money. Throughout the morning, top tycoons of Xiangjiang like Bao Yugong, Xiao Yifu, and Guo Desheng called one after another. Some were curious, others admired him, and some reminded him to be wary of schemes from peers, yet no one truly criticized him for breaking the rules. Those who could reach such a position understood the significance behind this 100 million. Li Kashing sat at home holding a newspaper, and after a long silence he murmured to himself, Wang Sheng, what exactly do you want to achieve? On January 23, 1982, the night over Victoria Harbour was enveloped in the festive air of the new year, yet within the first-floor banquet hall of the Peninsula Hotel, a different scene unfolded, filled with elegance and mingling guests. This was the New Year charity auction dinner organized by the Hong Kong government's Social Welfare Department, and nearly all notable figures from Hong Kong were present. Governor MacLehose attended with his wife. The Chief Secretary, Financial Secretary, and other high-ranking officials of the Hong Kong government lined both sides, while business magnates like Hua Yingdong, Bao Yugong, Xiao Yifu, Li Kashing, and Ho Hung Sun took their seats. Only the rich and the powerful could enter this banquet hall, making Wang Jianjun the undisputed focus of each. Dressed in a tailored dark gray suit that accentuated his stature, he was accompanied by Zhong Chuhong, who wore a bright red strapless evening gown, her long hair styled up, revealing her delicate neck, her features radiating beauty. As soon as they stepped into the banquet hall, the previously chatting crowd quieted down and countless gazes turned toward. After all, just 3 days ago, this young man had caused a sensation throughout Xiangjiang by distributing a year-end bonus of 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Jianjun, you finally made it. Hua Yingdong was the first to greet him with a smile, patting his arm, his tone filled with admiration. I just told Zhuang Sheng that this year's New Year charity dinner, the one who stands out the most is none other than you. Zhuang Shiping also approached, nodding with a smile, distributing 100 million Hong Kong dollars, just like that. Now, every worker in Xiangjiang is singing your praises. Jianjun, your move was brilliant. Wang Jianjun smiled as he shook hands with the two, speaking humbly. Hua Sheng, Zhuang Sheng, you flatter me. It is all thanks to the brothers who work hard with me, who I merely gave them what they deserve. His words were not loud, yet they were perfectly heard by those around who were eavesdropping, revealing complex emotions on many faces, some admiring, some envious, and others disdainful. At that moment, a somewhat ostentatious voice came from the side. This must be the renowned Wang Jianjun, right? I've long admired you. Wang Jianjun turned to see a man in a white suit approaching, seemingly in his 40s, his features displaying a feigned amiability, yet his eyes concealed an unmistakable arrogance. Accompanied by a glamorous starlet in a backless evening gown holding a champagne glass, she resembled a peacock in full display. This was Chun Songqing, the head of Jining Group, currently the most prominent god of wealth in the Xinjiang business world. At the beginning of 1982, Chun Songqing was at the peak of his life. The stock price of Jining properties soared from 1.5 to 17.9, with a market value that had more than tenfold increased, claiming to have earned 7 billion from a single building in half a year, and all the media in Xinjiang hailed him as the creator of the Xinjiang real estate myth, always surrounded by followers. However, in the past 2 weeks, all the limelight had been snatched away by Wang Jianjun. First, Wang Jianjun's umbrella company announced a net profit of over $1 billion, shocking all of Hong Kong. Next came the 100 million Hong Kong dollar cash distribution as year-end bonuses to employees, which completely overshadowed his title as God of Wealth in Xinjiang. What frustrated him even more was that Wang Jianjun's actions had directly disrupted his plans. He had originally relied on hype to inflate stock prices, but now all the attention was diverted to Wang Jianjun, leading to a significant drop in his visibility, with whispers suggesting that Wang Jianjun was the true god of wealth. Naturally, Chun Songqing was not pleased. Wang Jianjun looked at the hand extended towards him, giving it a symbolic shake, their fingertips barely touching, as he replied casually, "Chun Sheng, I've long admired your name. I heard about the fame of Jining Group as soon as I arrived in Xinjiang." Wang Sheng is being modest. Chun Songqing smiled, took a sip of champagne, and then shifted the subject with a jab. Speaking of which, Wang Sheng's move of distributing 100 million Hong Kong dollars as bonuses is quite bold. No one in Xinjiang would dare to do such a thing. But since Wang Sheng has only just arrived in Xinjiang, you may not understand the rules here. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously noisy conversations around them dulled down, with many stopping their actions, eager to watch the drama unfold. Wang Jianjun maintained his smile, his tone still steady. "Oh, I would like to hear what rules Chun Sheng is referring to." In Xinjiang, business revolves around cost control, shareholder interests, and industry rules. Chun Songqing raised his chin slightly, his tone carrying a hint of condescension. "Wang Sheng has given all the money to the workers. What about the shareholders' interests? What about the rules among peers? Now all the workers in Xinjiang have become spoiled by your generosity. How can we manage our teams in the future?" His words ostensibly pointed out the rules, but were actually accusing Wang Jianjun of disrupting the industry ecology, branding him an ignorant upstart. Those around held their breath, exchanging glances between Hua Yingdong and Zhuang Shiping, both silent, as they too wanted to see how this young rising star would respond. Wang Jianjun chuckled softly at the words, raising his eyes to look at Chun Songqing, his words clear and sharp as needles. "I indeed do not understand the rules you mentioned, Chun Sheng. All I know is that I make money, and when I'm happy I like to give out money. When they receive the money, they will work even harder for me, and my business will only grow larger. That is my rule. Is that clear enough?" He had no fondness for this Chun Songqing, who essentially swindled the hard-earned money of shareholders in the name of the stock market. Of course, making money is not shameful, but Wang Jianjun despised such dirty means. The lower class was already in such dire straits, yet they continued to squeeze them for profit. Those around were astonished by Wang Jianjun's words, taken aback by his audacity. Chun Songqing's face shifted between shades of red and green. At that moment, Governor Maclehosi's aide approached with a smile, attempting to mediate. "Wang Sheng, Chun Sheng, the auction is about to begin. The governor invites you both to take your seats." Wang Jianjun nodded slightly, taking Zhong Chuhong's arm, as they followed Hua Yingdong to the main table. Chun Songqing stood in place. Wang Jianjun nodded slightly, taking Zhong Chuhong's arm, as they followed Hua Yingdong to the main table. Chun Songqing stood in place, watching his back, the smile in his eyes fading, entirely replaced by a fierce and cold demeanor. His female companion timidly tugged at his arm, only to be violently shaken off. Wang Jianjun, "Let's wait and see," he gritted his teeth, muttering under his breath. The auction segment quickly began. The host was a high-ranking official from the Hong Kong government. One by one, the auction items were brought out, all donated antiques, calligraphy, paintings, and jewelry from celebrities, with all proceeds going to the Po Leung Cook and Tung Hua group of hospitals to aid orphans and impoverished citizens. The previous items were sold smoothly until a jade ruby from the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty was presented. The jade was warm and translucent, exquisitely carved, with a starting price of 200 Hong Kong dollars, 250000, 30000. After a few bids, Chun Songqing raised his paddle, his voice booming, 300. He deliberately glanced in Wang Jianjun's direction, a hint of provocation in his gaze. All eyes in the room instantly focused on Wang Jianjun. Zhong Chuhong gently squeezed his hand and whispered, "Don't get into a spat with him." Wang Jianjun patted her hand, smiled, and raised his paddle, his voice calm, yet impactful, 500. The audience gasped. With an immediate increase of 200, this kind of spending was not typical generosity. Chen Songqing's expression darkened, and he quickly raised his paddle 6-0. Just as he finished speaking, Wang Jianjun, without a hint of hesitation, raised his paddle again, declaring a number 1-0. Chen Songqing was frozen in place, gritting his teeth as he looked at Wang Jianjun's mocking expression and raised his paddle again. 1-2-0-0-0-0. It wasn't that he couldn't afford 1-0, rather all his money was borrowed from human finance, and every penny had to pay interest. His cash flow had long been stretched thin. To spend 1-0 cash on a charitable auction item, he simply couldn't bear to nor dare to. 1-2-0 for the first time. Everyone looked at Wang Jianjun, seemingly anticipating another increase from him. To everyone's surprise, Wang Jianjun clapped and said, "Impressive. Mr. Chen's heart for charity is admirable. I, Wang Jianjun, have always appreciated helping others, so I want to continue." This left Chen Songqing furious, nearly spitting blood. Who the hell likes charity? He was left helpless after being outmaneuvered by Wang Jianjun. The host called out 1-2-0 3 times, and when no one else raised their paddle, the hammer came down. Congratulations to Mr. Chen Songqing for purchasing this jade ruby for 1-2-0 Hong Kong dollars. The room erupted into thunderous applause, nearly shaking the roof of the banquet hall. Even the governor of Hong Kong, Sir Murray MacLehose, clapped with a smile. At that moment, Chen Songqing wore a grim expression, his champagne glass creaking in his grip, feeling a burning sensation in his face, as if he had been publicly slapped, as though everyone's applause was mocking him. In front of all the elite figures in Hong Kong, he was pressed down by Wang Jianjun, unable to raise his head with no room to retaliate. Halfway through the auction, Wang Jianjun was invited to a private box. Wow! As Wang Jianjun entered, he saw several people inside. The governor of Hong Kong, Sir Murray MacLehose, Mr. Holy Cashing, and HSBC's big boss Shen Bai, Pao Yugong, Sir Run Shaw, and a group of top Chinese businessmen from Hong Kong, along with a few unfamiliar foreigners, but judging by their demeanor, their status was certainly not low. It seemed all the top figures in Hong Kong had gathered. If only he could pull out an AK from somewhere. Just kidding. Why does this feel like a small meeting is about to start? However, one foreigner next to MacLehose seemed to hold a very high status. Numerous foreigners were circling around him. Upon seeing Wang Jianjun enter, the people engaged in conversation all shifted their gaze toward him. Wang Jianjun, under the scrutiny of so many people, not only did not falter, but instead exuded a fierce aura honed in the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He directly approached the governor and said, "I just heard from the messenger that you were looking for me, governor." One must say that during MacLehose's era, Hong Kong was indeed well governed. However, Wang Jianjun, as a modern person, could hardly empathize, for in his eyes, no matter how well it was governed, this place shouldn't belong to them. MacLehose looked at the young man before him with newfound respect, not only because of his impressive wealth at such a young age, but also because despite entering to face the scrutiny of many, he remained composed and subtly exhibited a sense of passive resistance, which was quite remarkable. It's worth noting that all these individuals were top figures from various sectors in Hong Kong, in high positions, emanating authority, without needing to be angry. This was no idle boast. An ordinary person would have been scared stiff. "Mr. Wang, please take a seat. Today I invited everyone here to introduce this gentleman beside me, Sir Edward Yud." Wang Jianjun had just sat down when he heard the name Yud, which he recognized as the next governor. He hadn't expected him to arrive so soon. "As you all know, I will be stepping down this year, and Sir Edward Yud is the candidate for the next governor. However, I have already submitted a recommendation letter to the British government. I hope everyone can cooperate with Sir Edward's work in the future." Upon hearing that the recommendation letters had all been submitted, it was clear that this was a done deal according to the unspoken rules. Naturally, everyone expressed their strong support for the governor's work. At this time, Yud was also discussing some plans. Wang Jianjun was not particularly interested in any of this. He had always been politically naive, but he knew that as long as he followed the right direction in the future, he wouldn't care whether it was the governor or the queen. At this moment, MacLehose noticed that Wang Jianjun had remained silent and asked, "Mr. Wang seems not to have much to say. Is there a problem?" Upon hearing this, everyone paused their conversations to focus on Wang Jianjun. However, Wang Jianjun calmly replied, "I have no problems, I'm just not interested in politics." Hua Yingdong and other Chinese businessmen exchanged glances, including Li Kashing, who was closest to Wang Jianjun, secretly giving him a kick. Over the past few days, everyone had figured out Wang Jianjun's personality. To put it nicely, he was a typical docile donkey, or to put it harshly, he was one to bear grudges. A particularly obvious arrogance. This was a quality that no one else possessed. They had lived for most of their lives and had never seen such an aura. Sitting there with legs crossed, it was not arrogance, but confidence. Indeed, living in the modern era of China, there was a unique sense of pride. Of course, whether one calls them foolish or sheltered, the bottom line is that they are fearless. Looking at the various countries in later generations, whenever unrest or war occurred, you would find everyone fleeing while our people were still taking photos. However, Maclehos was momentarily taken aback by his words, and nearby, Hua Ingdong quickly intervened, saying, "Don't take him too seriously. A 20-year-old young man is definitely at the age where he dislikes politics the most. Asking him was pointless." Maclehos also took the opportunity provided by Hua Ingdong and said, "Look at me, I almost forgot Mr. Wang's age. It's truly remarkable that at such a young age you have established such a foundation. None of us old-timers here can compare." Hua Yingdong's repeated hints finally made Wang Jianjun tone it down, and he could only humbly say, "Governor, you know at my age I speak without thinking. You please don't take it to heart." Li Kashing, who was nearby, let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Regardless, Wang Jianjun was part of the Chinese business community here today. He wouldn't want any unpleasantness, especially in front of the soon-to-be-appointed new governor. "Mr. Wang is quite straightforward. Ooh, I like that temperament." At this time, Sir Edward Yud said, perhaps due to their shared military background, Wang Jianjun's aura pleased him. Seeing this situation, Maclehos also chose not to dwell on Wang Jianjun's temperament. Instead, Yud engaged Wang Jianjun in conversation. Yud, being in his 50s, was considered young among this group. He had thoroughly researched Wang Jianjun and had obtained his information in advance. He had long anticipated that Wang Jianjun would be the one with the greatest potential during his tenure, making him someone very worthy of cultivating. Even the invitation for Wang Jianjun to come today was his initiative. The small meeting finally adjourned just before the banquet was about to end, primarily to introduce Yud to the major capital in Xiangjiang, as he would need their support once he took office. After Wang Jianjun and the others came out, Hua Ingdong whispered in his ear that he should come to his house after the meeting. Wang Jianjun nodded without revealing his thoughts. When he returned to Zhong Chuhong's side, he noticed she was surrounded by many people, most of whom were from the entertainment industry. Looking at the people chatting and laughing with Zhong Chuhong, it felt as though Lin Qingxia and Zhao Yaji were. Indeed, many figures from the entertainment circle attended this banquet, including popular artists like Jia, Wang Mingqiuan, Hong Jinbao, the Xie brothers, Su Guanjin, and others. Wang Jianjun did not disturb Zhong Chuhong. She was rarely this happy. Ever since they started dating, she had been following him everywhere and had almost no social circle of her own. Wang Jianjun did not like treating her as an accessory, nor did he oppose her mingling in the entertainment industry. How should one put it? Perhaps it was a change in mindset. Given his current status, he felt confident that Xiangjiang could protect her. Many people say that marrying into a wealthy family means one should not be an actress or similar, but according to great men's sayings, the essence of this world is the same. There are no high or low professions. If one fears being coerced, then one should not go out. As long as you are good-looking, regardless of your status, someone will always have their eyes on you. Privilege is everywhere. A man must become stronger to protect his family instead of shifting the blame onto women, as this world has always been this way for thousands of years. Of course, those who willingly accept this predicament are the exception. Wang Jianjun leaned against the wall nearby, waved to a service staff, and picked up a glass of wine to drink happily. Looking at the scene before him, even with 2 lifetimes of experience, Wang Jianjun couldn't help but feel a bit dreamy. Now both his wealth and status were at heights he had never reached in his previous life. Gradually, he also began to understand more about the essence of the world. His behavior at the governor's place today was a reflection of immaturity. Yet he had been an ordinary trader in his past life with no experience in the upper echelons of society. Everyone understands the great principles, but truly implementing them is incredibly difficult. This requires upbringing from a young age or experiences gained later in life. He felt conflicted about whether to be himself or to seize the opportunities of the era and go with the flow. His glass quickly emptied and countless thoughts swirled in his mind. Just as he was about to grab another drink, he saw a familiar figure appear before him. Zhu Zhishan. No, it's Chun Baixiang. He saw Chun Baixiang walking over with his wife to Wang Jianjun's side. Wang Sheng. I am Chun Baixiang, currently hosting at TVB. Upon hearing Chun Baixiang's self-introduction, Wang Jianjun was concerned he might suddenly say, my admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. Thinking of this, Wang Jianjun decisively interrupted him, saying, Chun Baixiang, I know you. Chun Baixiang, who had just been interrupted, felt a bit uneasy, but hearing Wang Jianjun say he knew him, he felt a bit proud, wondering if he had become quite famous now. I've heard about your exploits. Not bad for going to the Middle East alone to sell raincoats and successfully selling them. You are remarkable. As soon as Wang Jianjun said this, his wife, Huang Xingxiu, let out a laugh. However, Chun Baixiang was not as embarrassed as one might expect. Instead, he cheerfully began to boast. After chatting for a while, Chun Baixiang finally stammered out his purpose. It turned out he had heard about Wang Jianjun's plans to establish an entertainment company and specifically came to ask if he could apply for a position. Wang Jianjun curiously asked, aren't you currently a host? Why the change? I don't want to do it anymore, Chun Baixiang said awkwardly. Wang Xing, you know I've just repaid my debts, and now I rely entirely on my wife. You are aware of that meager salary from TVB. I heard you were starting an entertainment company, and your reputation is known throughout Xianjiang. I just wanted to give it a try. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianjun realized that Chun Baixiang was after his lucrative salary. It made sense. Chun Baixiang was at a low point in his career and didn't want to be constantly criticized for relying on his wife. The news about Wang Jianjun wanting to establish an entertainment company had spread, and everyone could see the benefits of being a protected employee. Wang Jianjun pondered Chun Baixiang's later fame. Besides the movies he acted in, his image was mostly about supporting the country. His character seemed to be fine. Hiring him could work. Moreover, this person was a treasure. It was said he was the only man who could overshadow Stephen Chow in comedy films. Wang Jianjun saw the nervous Chun Baixiang and patted his shoulder. Joining my company is certainly possible, but my company hasn't officially been established yet. Do you mind waiting a couple of days? I don't mind. He'll resign as soon as I get back. Hey, look at you getting all anxious. How about this'll give you a task? If you do well, I'll directly make you the manager. Chun Baixiang's eyes lit up. This was great news. You say it, and I will definitely accomplish it. Don't worry, I won't give you a task that's too difficult. When the company is established, the most important thing is finding actors. They'll give you a chance to recruit. If you can bring in popular artists, they'll give you 10,000 Hong Kong dollars for each one plus salary on top of that. At least 5 people, no upper limit. How about it? Do you want to do it? Chun Baixiang swallowed hard at the tempting conditions. I can do it. Boss, I can definitely do it. This job is meant for me. Good, but let me make it clear up front, don't recruit anyone with issues in their brains. Wang Jianjun said pointedly. Chun Baixiang was taken aback. How could someone with issues in their head become a... Fortunately, he reacted quickly and realized where his boss was coming from. He quickly assured, don't worry, boss. I won't hire anyone with flawed thinking. I will absolutely ensure their character and moral standards are solid. Wang Jianjun nodded. This guy is sharp. What are you two talking about? At this moment, Zhong Chuhong had also noticed Wang Jianjun. She then walked over with her friend. Chun Baixiang's earlier loud voice had drawn everyone's attention. It's nothing. Let me introduce you to the future manager of our entertainment company, Wang Jianjun said jokingly. You are teasing me again, isn't that Alo? Did you poach him? Zhong Chuhong realized halfway through her sentence, looking at him in disbelief. Yes, he just became the manager of our protected umbrella entertainment artist department. But this is your future lieutenant as a boss. Chun Baixiang said with keen insight, hello boss. I will rely on your care in the future. At this moment, the actors who came to watch the fun couldn't help but discuss the explosive news. Alu was one of the hosts of TVB's Happy Tonight, and his popularity had just begun to rise, yet he was unexpectedly poached. After the banquet, Wang Jianjun took Zhong Chuhong directly to the Hua family, while Chun Baixiang was surrounded by many interested parties trying to strike up a conversation. By the time he came out, he had gathered a number of phone numbers. Watching Wang Jianjun's car fade into the distance, Chun Baixiang felt a sense of kinship. Stop looking, just focus on doing a good job with Wang Sheng in the future. Huang Xingxiu gently looped her arm around his. Yes, I must quickly complete the tasks assigned by the boss. Oh, I can't let Wang Sheng down. Upon arriving at the Hua family, Wang Jianjun found that the group of Chinese businessmen from the private room had also gathered. Jianjun, you were a bit impulsive today. Those who achieve great things should not display their emotions. You wore all your emotions on your face today. As soon as he entered, old Hua, like a mentor, kindly guided him on how to navigate the world. The mouth is the gateway of the heart. The heart is the master of the spirit. Aspirations, desires, thoughts, and strategies all come through this gateway. Therefore, you must learn to open and close it wisely. This has been said by our ancestors long ago. This place is still under their control, so you need to restrain yourself a bit. Listening to old Hua's philosophical words, Wang Jianjun couldn't help but show a confused expression. Seeing his reaction, old Hua sighed softly and had someone bring over a book. It's good to read more. This is the wisdom of our ancestors. Wang Jianjun took the book and saw it was The Art of War by Giguzi. I appreciate the lesson. I've been in the battlefield since I was young, always straightforward, so am not quite adapted to this. Seeing his sincere attitude, everyone nodded in agreement. Most who made it here were from the same circle, and their goals were aligned. No one wanted to see the successor of this circle go astray. As for the talk about Li Kashing, I've done a lot of research. Some say he's a banana person, and others say he has donated a lot in the mainland. He must have his flaws. All businessmen are the same. I won't dwell on other narratives. There's too much on the internet, and I can't distinguish right from wrong. For now, I can only refer to Baidu Encyclopedia. As long as the country hasn't labeled him, we'll go by the standards. Of course, saying this doesn't hinder Wang Jianjun from... Everyone also took the opportunity to discuss the content of today's meeting with the governor. What are your thoughts? What thoughts can there be? It's just about spending some money. It's a way to avoid disaster. Isn't it always the case when a new governor takes office? Everyone chimed in. Seeing that Wang Jianjun remained silently, Kashing asked, Wang Sheng, what do you think? You didn't say anything earlier, but now that we're here, surely you can express yourself. Wang Jianjun glanced at him. Express what? I'll do what I need to do, just pay my taxes on time. The rest has nothing to do with me. Hearing this, the boat king couldn't help but chuckle. This kid still has that stubbornness. Actually, you're all falling into a misunderstanding. In today's Hong Kong, it's not you who should be flattering, but the Hong Kong government. Wang Jianjun said casually, stirring the curiosity of the crowd. What do you mean, eh? It's simple. With the 1982 negotiations approaching, their good days are numbered. They need to cozy up to us to create pressure for the mainland, right? Everyone exchanged glances. You're being overly hasty. How can we jump to conclusions before the situation is clear? Hasty. I see that you are all in the midst of the situation, yet unaware of the road ahead. Wang Jianjun looked around. Hong Kong is our territory, and the country will definitely reclaim it. This is beyond doubt. As for your worries, they are unfounded, my friends. The era has changed. Today's country is not the same as the Qing government of the past. Don't doubt the country's determination to reclaim. Do you really think the Port and British government has the power to withstand the steel torrent of our country? Do you expect them to send troops from Europe? Forget it, do they dare? With their courage, do they really think our nuclear weapons are mere decorations? Hearing his remarks, everyone fell into deep thought. Over the years, they had only seen how powerful Western countries were. Even though we won the Korean War and defeated South Vietnam, they still fundamentally believed we were weak. There's no way around it. This is the true thought of those who grew up in a colony. Since birth, they have always seen foreigners as superior living under their management. How could they not consider them strong? In their eyes, if we were strong, we would have reclaimed Hong Kong long ago. This reflects the genuine thoughts of local people. Of course, everyone present is an elite with insights that are higher than ordinary people, but that underlying class concept is still hard to eradicate. They are not like old Hua, who risked his life to deliver supplies to the motherland during his youth. His heart has always been with the country. But what if it hasn't been reclaimed yet? If they can't handle the mainland during this time, won't they trouble us? As soon as Li Ka-shing spoke, several people nodded in agreement. What's there to fear? As long as we run our business honestly, they won't dare to touch us. If they push us too far, we could even stage a general strike in Hong Kong, attracting the mainland's attention. The ones who would suffer would be them. Look at Macau, that's true spirit. In the end, didn't the country intervene? They sent warships over. If we really do that, we'll suffer heavy losses. Wang Jianjun looked at Li Ka-shing, his anger rising. Losses? You're afraid of this and that, then just be a fence-sitter. Can we really afford to weigh the gains and losses in such matters? It's about choosing sides, either stand with the country or align with the foreigners. Everyone present is considered a prominent family in Hong Kong. You all citizens are watching. If you lead them astray, what will happen in the future? It will only drive a wedge between the mainland and Hong Kong. This is just your own fanciful thinking. We have our fortunes at stake. We can't afford to make a single mistake. One wrong step could lead to irreversible consequences. Wang Jianjun felt helpless. The limitations of the world are too vast, and the perspectives of both places are dramatically different. One is socialist, the other capitalist. What they are saying is that they are all afraid of being communized. The concept of one country, two systems hasn't even been brought up yet, and Wang Jianjun feels helpless. He certainly can't be the one to bring it up. The conversation ended on an unhappy note, and Wang Jianjun returned home in a huff. From this, it's clear that Hong Kong businessmen, apart from Old Hua and Old Zhuang, who have always been inclined towards the mainland, are largely unreliable. They are all opportunists. Initially, he planned to pull these people together to establish an industrial alliance to build a supply chain, but in the current situation, it's better to act directly. Since it's destined that they are not on the same path, there's nothing to be done. I can be ruthless. On the night of January 24, 1982, Wang Jianjun, Wang Zhengwo, He Ming, and Lu Mingxing gathered to celebrate the new year. This was the first new year they spent together in a foreign land. Next year, everyone might be going their separate ways. Those studying will study, those on business trips will go on trips. It will be hard to gather like this again. As everyone drank more excitedly, someone shouted, "Forward, forward, forward." The others joined in a loud chorus. All of them had military backgrounds, and a military song brought them back to their days on the battlefield. That night, they all drank to the point of oblivion. The year 1981 passed with the echoes of these military songs. March 1982. The new year passed by quietly. Throughout the entire month of January, Wang Jianjun was busy with New Year visits. First, he went to the home of Zhong Chuhong to meet her parents, and for the first time in 2 lifetimes, he met his mother-in-law, which led to quite a few humorous incidents. Next, he visited the homes of seniors like Zhuang Shiping and Hua Ingdong for New Year greetings, and also made a trip to the governor's office. For some reason, he always felt that Yuda was looking at him with unusual eyes. He wouldn't be. If Yuda knew, he would surely spit in anger, as he simply admired Wang Jianjun's straightforward, the demeanor of a soldier. After all, Yuda was also a veteran of World War II. There is always a sense of mutual appreciation, especially since he had previously served as the ambassador to China. Afterward, there were various visits to employees' families, including those facing difficulties or troubles. Of course, he was accompanied by reporters from Umbrella Corp, as good deeds should be recognized. Next came the development of a new generation of games, including Super Racer, Super Panda, and Bomberman 3. Among them, Super Panda was a modified version of Super Mario. Since Super Mario had not yet been released, Wang Jianjun had no qualms about making it his own. Super Racer and Bomberman would become classic games in later years. These 3 main arcade games were set to be the major projects released by Umbrella Electronics in April this year. For handheld devices, they designed a game called Rhythm Master this year. To prepare for this game, Wang Jianjun even secured the copyrights to many songs globally in advance. The main aim was to attract female players. Once work resumed after the New Year, Su Wenxuan led the employees he recruited into several small groups to dive into the research lab to develop the games. With Wang Jianjun's creative input and guidance, they only needed to design the final products, resulting in a very encouraging development progress. Notably, Wang Jianjun initially worried that the factories in the mainland wouldn't be able to produce color screens, but to his surprise, the factory in Shanghai confidently promised that as long as he provided foreign currency, they could produce anything. When the first batch of samples arrived in Hong Kong, Wang Jianjun was utterly astonished. The quality was truly outstanding. It seemed that the mainland in this era still had some impressive capabilities. Little did he know that the Shanghai manufacturer, not wanting to lose the order, had directly contacted higher-ups requesting that the newly developed color screen technology be applied to arcades. However, they faced difficulty during actual production. The smaller the screen, the more challenging it was to create. At that time, the mainland had only just developed color TV screens, and miniaturization would take time. The factory manager in Shanghai was infuriated and slammed the table, stating that losing this order would mean forfeiting a multi-million-dollar deal, no matter what they had to secure this order. Thus, the Shanghai factory invested money and coordinated with higher-ups to gather the best talent in the country to tackle this task. They finally managed to produce a sample within the time frame Wang Jianjun requested. In fact, if Wang Jianjun had known this, he wouldn't have been so anxious, but the Shanghai side dared not inform him, fearing he would seek other options if he found out they lacked the technology. Early March. Shaw Brothers Cinema. Wang Jianjun was watching a movie here with Zhong Chuhong, the newly released best partners. A classic is a classic. Even with Wang Jianjun's modern perspective, he couldn't help but laugh while watching this movie. The reason he brought Zhong Chuhong to see it was that Umbrella Security had an advertisement in the film. In the plot, a group of robbers attempting to steal gold encounter Umbrella Security personnel at their post and are shot. Of course, Umbrella had not yet received a gun permit, but movies always exaggerate a bit. The second wave of robbers when robbing a gold shop without Umbrella Security connected back to the plot. Since Wang Jianjun had spent money, the film portrayed Umbrella Security as exceptionally formidable. As soon as the four robbers entered the store brandishing their weapons, they were swiftly detected by the security personnel. One shot disarmed the robber's gun. They then leapt down from the second floor, capturing all four robbers. In the end, one robber lamented, "Had I known there was Umbrella here, I would never have come." It provided plenty of screen time and promotion. Early April. Wang Jianjun led his team to the UK to hold a new product launch for Umbrella's games. There was no choice. To enter the global market, they had to expand in major cities like Europe and America. Moreover, given Hong Kong's unique status and the imminent negotiations, savvy European and American businessmen would not come to participate in any launch here. This situation would only change after Yuta took office. This time he chose London, as after the launch he would attend the first concert of Queen's global tour in Switzerland. When Yuta learned that he had to return to London with him, he stated that he had a month before officially assuming office. Since he would have to return to London for the appointment anyway, it was better to go now and also build rapport with Wang Jianjun. Speaking of which, the scene before boarding the plane felt dreamlike. He had just complained to Zhong Chuhong about the inconvenience of modern suitcases lacking retractable handles. Her eyes instantly lit up, and she grabbed his arm to clarify the details. She then left him at the airport, rushing to the patent office with her lawyer waving goodbye while shouting good luck with the launch. Wang Jianjun suddenly realized how women, whether it's a large bag or a small one, as long as it relates to bags, their obsession is more serious than developing nuclear weapons. April 10, 1982, London, England. The cold wind at Heathrow Airport wrapped around the Atlantic's moisture, causing Wang Jianjun to adjust his deep gray overcoat while looking at a bus outside bearing British Army recruitment advertisements, raising an eyebrow. Just 8 days prior, Argentina had dispatched troops to seize the Falkland Islands, and Prime Minister Thatcher had decisively declared war. The task force had already set sail from Portsmouth, and a strange atmosphere of excitement and tension hung over London. On one side of the street there were protesters holding anti-war signs, while on the other young men lined up to enlist. "Boss, the car is ready. We're heading straight to Hilton on Park Lane." The overseas market director Zhou Ming approached quickly, holding the freshly printed agenda for the press conference, his tone tinged with helplessness. "The venue was finalized yesterday, and all 3 color screen prototypes are ready. However, the leading distributors we invited are fewer than expected. A large number were pulled by Nintendo to their exclusive launch in the West, and they signed a short-term exclusivity agreement, so they can't make it here." "That's normal," Wang Jianjun scoffed, throwing his backpack to the security behind him and stepping into the Rolls-Royce. Nintendo has made a fortune in Europe and America over the past 2 years with numerous games, and even though last year we pressed them down with our Hong Kong block in North America, losing the arcade sales championship, they have been operating in Europe for almost 2 years, and their foundation is much deeper than ours. This is no exaggeration. In 1981, Umbrella Electronics, with the blockbuster Hong Kong block, made a sensational entry into the European and American markets. First, they intercepted the top-ranking Donkey Kong in North America. They pulled it down from its sales championship position, surpassing annual shipments by over 30. That same year, taking advantage of the momentum in North America, they expanded into the European market, where almost every chain arcade in the UK, Germany, and France had the Hong Kong block machines, with single game shipments exceeding 2,000 units in Europe. In the European gaming scene, Umbrella Electronics was no longer an unknown entity, but was recognized as the most formidable industry dark horse. However, compared to established manufacturers like Nintendo, their deep binding with leading channels still fell short. Back at the hotel, Wang Jianjun first made an overseas call to Xiangjiang. As soon as he heard Zhong Chuhong's voice from the receiver, the cold hardness on his face instantly melted. Hong, I've arrived in London. How is the patent for your suitcase coming along? Don't worry, the patent attorney in the UK has already submitted the priority application, and the patents in major countries around the world are being processed simultaneously. There's no way anyone can snag it from us. Zhong Chuhong's voice carried a hint of laughter, and one could imagine her smiling eyes over the phone. By the way, Brother Lo is simply a talent scout. In the past half-month, he has recruited 8 artists. Even 2 top screenwriters from TVB have been poached. Now they're blocking the entrance of Shaw Brothers Studio every day. Mr. Shaw Yat-Fai called your office yesterday to complain. Wang Jianjun laughed heartily. This kid is truly treating talent acquisition as a career. When I get back, I'll give him a big red envelope. Don't tire yourself out too much. If there's anything, let Lu Minsheng help you out. Don't bear it all alone. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Ming entered and said, Boss, Nintendo just officially released Donkey Kong Jr. It's the official sequel to Donkey Kong, personally crafted by Shigeru Miyamoto. The entire European gaming circle is buzzing about it. They have boldly declared that they will reclaim the market they lost last year in Europe. Reclaim the market. Wang Jianjun raised an eyebrow, leaning back in his chair and shaking his leg. That broken game of theirs relies on a cliched plot about a loving father and son. A gorilla father gets captured, and the little gorilla climbs the tower to save him. It's the same old gameplay of jumping barrels and dodging obstacles with no innovation whatsoever. What do they have to compete with us? Zhou Ming still felt a bit uneasy. But they are an established company, and most major distributors in Europe have long-term partnerships with them. The channels we can tap into this time are mostly second and third-tier distributors. It's okay, Wang Jianjun patted him on the shoulder, looking calm. Channels are built through blockbuster hits. Today, let them understand what it means to attack from a different dimension and what truly profitable products look like. At 2 in the afternoon in the grand banquet hall of the Hilton Hotel on Gonyuan Alley. In contrast to the closed event of the Nintendo conference, which only invited top distributors, Wang Jianjun's event was fully open. An expansive banquet hall that could accommodate 300 people, nearly 200 were seated. Half were distributors from various European and American countries, while the rest were media from the gaming industry and owners of arcade chains. Many had come specifically to see what new offerings this Xiangjiang company could present after the success of Xiangjiang blocks across Europe last year. However, there were still voices of skepticism from the audience. Isn't this the Xiangjiang company that snatched a lot of business from Nintendo last year with a block game? I thought they would be a big group, but the boss is surprisingly young. I see the block game as a niche category. It can get hot quickly but cools down just as fast. This time, going head-to-head with Nintendo's proper sequel, I think they are in trouble. Nintendo offers favorable channel rebates and payment terms. Even if their game is better, we can't easily cut off our partnership with Nintendo. The murmurs floated up to the stage, and Su Wenxuan, who was following Wang Jianjun, looked a bit tense. These 3 games had taken him and his team over 3 months to develop, and being looked down upon made his palms sweaty. Yet Wang Jianjun appeared unfazed, adjusting his suit collar, taking the microphone, and walking up to the stage without even picking up the prepared script. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Wang Jianjun, the founder of Umbrella Electronics. As he spoke, the simultaneous interpreter quickly followed suit, and the murmurs from the audience quieted down significantly. Everyone's attention was fixed on this young Chinese man in his 20s on stage. After all, no one dared to dismiss someone who could defeat a host of established companies in North America and has spread products into arcades across Europe. I know that many of you just came from Nintendo's conference, and some may be wondering, what can a company from Xiangjiang use to compete with the gaming giants from Sakura country? As soon as Wang Jianjun said this, the audience erupted in laughter, and a British distributor in the front row sporting a beard stood up and shouted, Mr. Wang, Nintendo has given us exclusive agency rights and more favorable profit-sharing terms. Why should we give up Nintendo and choose your products? As soon as he said this, the entire venue fell silent, waiting to see how Wang Jianjun would respond. Surprisingly, instead of getting angry, Wang Jianjun smiled and pointed at the distributor, saying, Buddy, what you just said is like running a bar that only sells one type of beer. Even if there's a better new product next door, you wouldn't stock it. Are you running a business to make money or being Nintendo's exclusive warehouse? Nintendo's games are repetitive. It's just the gorilla climbing the tower. One game locks you into a single motherboard, and when you're tired of the machine, you'll just toss it aside. You can only spend a few $1,000s on a new machine, and most of the money you earn throughout the year goes to Nintendo for new equipment. Our games not only feature completely upgraded gameplay, but they also solve your most troublesome cost issues. Of course, talk is cheap. Let's see if it's a donkey or a horse when we take it out for a walk. Wang Jianjun stepped aside and the curtain behind him slowly rose, revealing 3 brand new arcade machines neatly arranged on the stage, with the Umbrella logo printed in gold, while the screens played the opening animation of the game on a loop. These arcade machines used 14-inch trial color picture tubes that were rushed out by a factory in Shanghai. Even though they were small batch products, their color brightness was on par with similar products from Toshiba and Hitachi in Sakura Country. The commercial CRT projection screen set up in advance was also connected to the arcade signal, allowing everyone in the venue to see the game screen clearly. This projection technology had been prevalent in Europe and America since the 1970s, and using it at a product launch was standard practice in the industry, although very few game manufacturers used a screen of this size for a full presentation. Today we bring you 3 brand new arcade games, as well as our company's first self-developed portable handheld. The first one is Super Panda. As soon as Wang Jianjun finished speaking, the projection screen synchronously displayed the game footage. A round, chubby panda protagonist hopping on lush green grass, smashing bricks to release mushrooms, and squashing turtles that crawled over, charging forward. The 32 levels cover 4 different scenes: grassland, underwater aerial, and underground mazes. Players can eat invincibility stars, stomp on monsters, and drill through hidden pipes. The interactive elements in a single level are exponentially richer than Donkey Kong Jr.'s monotonous gameplay, with just 4 fixed levels. The audience fell silent, instantly, all eyes glued to the screen, totally captivated. Wang Jianjun directly picked up the joystick and began a live demonstration. With every movement of the joystick, the panda bounced through the levels and cleared the first major stage in under 3 minutes. When the demonstration ended, applause erupted from the audience. My goodness, this gameplay is incredibly rich. It's so much more interesting than Donkey Kong. The full-color graphics. The colors are so much more nuanced than those on Nintendo's machines. This panda character is so appealing. Children and girls would definitely be willing to pay for this. Wang Jianjun put down the joystick and smiled as he looked at the ecstatic crowd below. Don't rush, we have something even better for you coming up. The second game, Bomberman. It emphasizes the love-hate dynamic among friends, allowing for both solo challenges and dual-player battles on the same screen. Whether it's blowing up walls and monsters with friends or burying bombs to send teammates flying, the focus is on the thrill of competition, where winning or losing matters less than outsmarting your buddies. He casually called 2 eager dealers on stage for a showdown, and the 2 foreigners, initially clumsy, became completely absorbed in the game, within a minute burying bombs to trap each other, while shouting nonsensical British curses, causing the audience to erupt in laughter. Even the journalists in the back rushed to the front to take photos. The third game, Super Racer. The screen displayed a first-person pseudo 3D racing scene utilizing cutting-edge line-by-line scroll zooming technology to simulate a realistic sense of road extension, with trees and road signs quickly retreating as the car sped up. The engine roars of overtaking, drifting, and crashing resonating clearly from the arcade speakers, instantly exciting the foreign audience. Just this month, Sega had released a similar technology game, Pole Position, in Sakura Country, and it had not yet officially entered the European market. Most dealers present had only heard rumors and had never seen the real machine. No one expected that this company from Hong Kong would deliver a similar product with higher completion and smoother frame rates. Is this really a first-person racing game? It's just like sitting in a real car driving, exclaimed a businessman who operated a chain of arcade halls. We used the same source line scroll zoom technology as Sega's newly released product this month, but we've optimized the frame rate and upgraded the track details, Wang Jianjun said with a smile. With 8 different tracks from country roads to urban inner rings, you can take shortcuts, cause collisions, and block opponents, and even engage in dual-player battles on the same screen. It's even more thrilling than racing on the streets in a real car, without the worry of getting a ticket from the police or the fear of damaging your car and incurring huge costs. After demonstrating the 3 games, the audience could no longer sit still, crowding towards the front, eager to try the machines themselves. Wang Jianjun clapped his hands, instructing the staff to bring the 3 demo machines down for everyone to experience freely, while he picked up a palm-sized black and white handheld console. Don't rush, we have today's final product. The first self-developed interchangeable cartridge portable console from Umbrella Corporation, the Umbrella Z1. He pressed the power button and the handheld's 2.5-inch backlit LCD screen instantly lit up, with black blocks falling in sync with the rhythm of the music. Wang Jianjun's fingers danced expertly, hitting every beat perfectly, demonstrating the pre-installed launch game, Rhythm Master. I know many of you here have seen home consoles with interchangeable cartridges and portable consoles on the market, like Nintendo's Game Watch, which can only play one fixed game, and once you're bored with it, you have to throw it away. There's also the 1979 Microvision, which could change cartridges, but had only a 1.5-inch screen with no backlight, making it unplayable at night, and cartridges often faced compatibility issues. Our Umbrella Z1 features a built-in backlit screen, allowing for clear gameplay, even in the dark, and incorporates our self-developed marquee technology, making the lights dance to the rhythm of the music. It uses our self-developed cartridge interface, perfectly solving compatibility issues. All our new games will be made into corresponding cartridges. You no longer need to spend money on a new console, though just a few pounds for a new cartridge allows you to play brand new games. Carry it in your pocket, play on the train, wait for the bus, or during breaks at work. Play anywhere and anytime, emphasizing portability and freedom. The female dealers and journalists' eyes instantly lit up, and even many dealers dealing with home consoles stepped a few paces forward, wanting to see the details of this handheld. As the experience session concluded, the atmosphere in the room had reached a peak, with everyone fixated on Wang Jianjun, waiting for him to announce the final wholesale prices. Wang Jianjun didn't keep them in suspense. He took the microphone and directly announced the pricing for the entire product line. First, our colorful arcade machine has a unified wholesale price of $2,499 in Europe. The Umbrella Z1 handheld is priced at $80 per unit. As soon as this was said, a wave of discussions erupted among the audience. The dealer who had been provocative earlier stood up and shouted, "Mr. Wang, the wholesale price for Nintendo's Donkey Kong Jr. is only $2,299. Your price is $200 higher than theirs." "Don't rush, let me finish my explanation," Wang Jianjun said with a smile, calming the crowd. With a gesture, our arcade machine uses a self-developed pluggable game motherboard kit with a custom interface design. Buying one complete unit comes pre-installed with the full games Super Panda and Bomberman, meaning you pay for one machine and get two blockbuster games that can operate independently for profit. More importantly, all our new games will be made into pluggable corresponding motherboards. In the past, if you got bored with a game on your arcade machine, you'd have to spend over $2,000 to buy a new one. Now you only need to spend $199 to replace a game motherboard, allowing your old machine to be revitalized without ever worrying about obsolescence. Even our previously best-selling Hong Kong blocks has a dedicated upgrade motherboard available at a wholesale price of only $149, allowing loyal customers to upgrade at low cost. In summary, one machine can serve the purpose of two, with the subsequent update costs slashed to 1/10 of the original. Tell me, is $2,499 too expensive? The audience erupted. Those in the arcade business understood the numbers well. The biggest cost for arcades was the necessity to replace the entire machine when the game became outdated, leading to annual expenses of tens of thousands or even over $100,000 just on equipment updates. Wang Jianjun's pluggable motherboard design directly filled this major cost hole. This isn't just expensive, it's practically giving them money. Not expensive. Not at all. I want to order 1,000 units. I can sign the contract right now. Can I get the rights for France? I will take all channels in France. The crowd surged forward, surrounding Zhou Ming and the marketing team to sign contracts with dealers who had been hesitant earlier, pushing forward crazily, fearing they would miss out. Even a few top dealers who had secretly snuck over from the Nintendo press conference pushed to the front, seeking the marketing team for in-depth cooperation discussions. Su Wenxuan stood beside the demo machine, watching the foreigners eagerly trying it out with his eyes welling up. 3 months of sleepless nights had been worth it. Just as the scene turned into chaos, the banquet hall's door was gently pushed open, and a figure dressed in a sharp dark suit walked in discreetly, without any entourage or security. It was Sir Yuta. Among the seasoned European business community, no one did not recognize this core figure of the British Foreign Office's Far East Affairs, who was already confirmed to be the next governor of Hong Kong. The previously noisy venue fell notably quieter. Many paused their actions, surprised to see him. No one expected that this influential British political figure would personally attend a press conference for a Hong Kong company. Yuta did not go on stage, but smiled as he approached the edge of the stage, raising the champagne glass in his hand towards Wang Jianjun. Wang Jianjun also stepped off the stage, shook hands with him, and smiled. "Sir, I didn't expect you to come. I thought you would be busy with the transition back to London." "Even with the transition duties, I had to come and see your press conference," Yuta replied in a low voice, his tone laced with admiration. "I've heard so much about you while in Hong Kong. Seeing you in person, you are indeed more impressive than the rumors. Especially this pluggable motherboard design, it truly hits a pain point in the industry, and Nintendo is likely to have a headache this time." After a brief chat, Yuta quietly took a seat in the back row, not going on stage or making a grand appearance, simply watching the lively scene with keen interest. Yet, even this was enough to stir waves of excitement among the dealers present. Whoever could draw the attention of the incoming governor could not be just any ordinary figure. The few major dealers who had been hesitating now made up their minds and turned to dive into the crowd, signing contracts. By the time the press conference concluded, the sky over London had completely darkened. Zhou Ming, holding the finalized order statistics, spoke with excitement, his voice trembling. "Boss, it exploded. All of it. We signed 6800 arcade orders on the spot and 3200 units of the Umbrella Z1 handheld. Additionally, distributors from 11 European countries are pursuing exclusive agency rights from us." Su Wenxuan added from the side. Furthermore, a representative from Atari's European branch just left a business card expressing interest in collaborating to port our games to the Atari 2600 home console with very favorable terms offered. Moreover, for the launch cartridges of the handheld, besides the pre-installed Rhythm Master, the Z1 exclusive cartridge for Hong Kong blocks has also seen a surge in reservations, with a wholesale price of $9 each, with 2800 units ordered on the spot. Wang Jianjun leaned back on the hotel sofa, took a sip of whiskey, and waved his hand with a smile. Stay calm. We are just getting started. Atari is dragging its feet. There's no rush to agree to the collaboration. I know well that in 6 months Atari will face an unprecedented disaster due to the shoddy ET, the extraterrestrial, leading to a complete collapse of the North American gaming industry in 1983. Deep collaboration with them now is like jumping into a fire pit. The morning after the press conference, the temporary office of Umbrella at the Hilton Hotel in London was nearly overwhelmed by the buzzing of fax machines and the incessant ringing of telephones. Zhou Ming, sporting 2 large black circles under his eyes and a hoarse voice, wrote frantically on the order registration form. After finishing a long-distance call with the German distributor, the phone line from France lit up again, while 2 assistants beside him furiously tapped on calculators, their fingers moving so fast they seemed to blur, without even a moment to catch their breath. President Zhou, the Dutch distributor has added an order for 1500 arcade machines and 600 Z1 handhelds. They said the previous order was underreported and they want to add to it, even if it means waiting 3 months. President Zhou, the long-distance call from North America. It's Mr. Smith, who signed the North American agency for Hong Kong blocks last year, and he is nearly screaming over the phone, wanting to add 2 500 arcade machines and 1 million handhelds, stating that the deposit will be transferred to the company account within half an hour. President Zhou, distributors from Italy, Spain, and Belgium are all blocking the conference room door, all vying for their country's exclusive agency rights, and they are almost shouting at each other over priority. Zhou Ming took a deep breath, slapped his face to boost his spirits, and felt a mix of excitement and anxiety within him, even his fingertips trembling slightly. He never dreamed that the aftermath of this press conference could reach such heights. Even more unexpectedly, the company he had just joined this year was so formidable. He initially thought that as a graduate from Oxford University, joining Umbrella was somewhat of a waste of talent, but now it seemed he was indeed a potential stock. The 6800 arcade machines and 3200 Z1 handhelds signed on the spot during the press conference were merely an appetizer. Overnight news of the press conference spread throughout the entire European gaming circle via the airwaves, even causing a stir in the North American market across the Atlantic. No one knows better than these North American distributors just how profitable Umbrella Electronics products can be. At the Chicago Expo in 1981, Hong Kong Blocks made its debut, securing orders for 2800 arcade machines and 1.2 million handhelds right on the spot, with another 100 arcade machines and 800 handhelds added in the following week, resulting in a staggering total of 400 arcade machines and 2 million handhelds confirmed during the expo. Following that, the North American market continued to explode, with orders adding 200 arcade machines and 2 million handhelds. In 1981, just from Hong Kong Block's 600 arcade machines and 4 million handhelds were sold in North America, bringing countless profits to these distributors, with arcade machines priced at 180 each and handhelds at 28 each. It is no exaggeration to say that in 1981, every arcade hall of any scale in North America made a fortune thanks to Hong Kong Blocks, and even the rental prices for gaming venues surged. Now, hearing that Umbrella has introduced 3 new profitable games along with arcade machines that can swap motherboards and handhelds that can change cartridges, these North American clients who had previously profited from Umbrella are going crazy. Phones were ringing off the hook in London as distributors feared that if they were late, they would miss out on the initial shipment and be overtaken by competitors. In just one day, the arcade orders in the European market skyrocketed from 6800 to 100, while handheld orders surged from 300 to 800. The North American market was even more outrageous, with the accumulated orders from longtime clients piling up to 300 arcade machines and over 1.2 million handhelds. Moreover, the reservations for the Z1 exclusive cartridge for Hong Kong Blocks skyrocketed from 2800 at the press conference to 1.5 million, with a price of $9 each. This alone would yield tens of millions of dollars in profit. Not to mention that distributors from several European countries nearly came to blows in the hotel conference room over the exclusive agency rights for their countries, offering increasingly favorable terms, with the revenue-sharing ratios dropping continuously, all in hopes of securing the exclusive operational rights for Umbrella's products. Everyone stay calm. One at a time. Let's first register the orders with deposits. Zhou Ming shouted to stabilize the situation, picked up the internal phone on the table, and dialed Wang Jianjun's presidential suite, with excitement nearly spilling over the phone line. Boss. It exploded. Completely exploded. Adding the orders from Europe and North America, we're about to catch up to our total sales for all of 1981. On the other end of the line, Wang Jianjun was leaning by the window, sipping hot coffee and listening to Zhou Ming's frenzied report without a hint of surprise on his face, as if this outcome had long been anticipated. Stay calm, it's not that big of a deal. Wang Jianjun chuckled, shaking his cup. The orders are secured, and as soon as the deposit arrives, they will be effective. You don't need to worry about production capacity. I've already spoken with Director Zhang of the Shenzhen Foreign Trade Bureau and the state-owned factories in Shanghai and Wuxi, as well as the processing plants in Shenzhen and Bao'an, are all ramping up production, working around the clock in 2 shifts, ensuring we can meet the delivery schedule. Then how will the exclusive agency rights for each country be decided? Zhou Ming quickly asked the core question. Let's put that aside for now. Wang Jianjun's tone was calm, yet it conveyed shrewdness. Let them first take the products and establish their distribution channels. In 3 months, the country with the fastest channel establishment, highest terminal sales, and best market reputation will be awarded the exclusive agency rights. Don't rush into a lifelong commitment and let them compete among themselves, and we will reap the benefits. Understood, boss. I instantly get it. Zhou Ming felt enlightened and swiftly clarified his thoughts. After hanging up the phone, Wang Jianjun completely put aside the matter of the order. With Zhou Ming overseeing the daily operations of the Overseas Business Department and Lin Yaodong monitoring production and quality control in Shenzhen, he felt at ease. As a boss, he was just perfect for being a hands-off manager, leisurely wandering around London, observing the myriad human experiences brought about by the Falklands War. Dressed in a casual dark windbreaker and accompanied by 2 security personnel, who were former soldiers, Wang Jianjun strolled out of the hotel, diving into the streets of London. At that moment, London was completely shrouded in the ominous clouds of the Falklands War. Walking down the street, one could smell a potent mix of excitement and tension in the air, a half-nationalist fervor under the fading glory of the empire, and a half-fear and opposition to war. These 2 emotions collided, playing out absurd, yet real scenes in the streets and alleys. Just around the corner, he encountered a group of conscription volunteers waving Union Jack flags. Leading them was a World War II veteran adorned with medals, shouting hoarsely through a megaphone the slogan, "Fight for the Queen, fight for the British Empire." Behind them followed a group of young men in their early 20s, each holding a beer bottle, shouting slogans with flushed faces. The onlookers along the roadside clapped and cheered while girls rushed over to hand flowers to the young men, creating an image of a pre-war carnival. No sooner had the conscription group walked 50 meters than they collided head-on with a massive anti-war march. Hundreds of people held banners reading "No War" and "Bring the Children Home," chanting anti-war slogans. The 2 groups shouted insults at each other across the street, saliva flying, and had it not been for a line of police officers with batons standing nearby, they might have come to blows. The nearby pub was even livelier, its windows plastered with slogans like "Fight for the Falklands." The television inside repeatedly played Margaret Thatcher's speech declaring war alongside news of the task force departing from Portsmouth. The bartender slammed a beer glass down on the bar and shouted cheers to our boys kicking the Argentinians back to South America from the Falkland Islands. The entire pub instantly erupted in cheers, everyone clinking their glasses together, beer foam splashing everywhere, chanting "Long live the British Empire," as if they had already won the war thousands of miles away. Even the street-side newsstand was dominated by headlines about the Falklands War, each more sensational than the last, such as "Argentinians brazenly invade imperial territory" and "Task Force dispatched to defend the glory of the empire." Even the entertainment section, usually filled with celebrity gossip, made way for war news. Wang Jianjun, smoking a cigarette, leaned against the newsstand, observing the bizarre scenes unfolding before him, and couldn't help but chuckle. The so-called glory of the empire on which the sun never sets was just the last flicker of an old empire. Even if the Falklands War brought some superficial victory, it drained the empire's substance, propelling it onto the expressway of decline from which it could never recover. As a Chinese person who had traveled through time, he felt no empathy for this colonial war happening thousands of miles away. He merely regarded the fervor and anxiety of these Brits as a grand live performance. "Sir, would you like to buy a newspaper? The latest frontline news." The newsstand owner cheerfully handed him a copy. Wang Jianjun took out some money to buy a copy and casually flipped through it. Aside from the overwhelming war news, he was surprised to find a small piece about his game launch event in the corner of the business section titled "Hong Kong Electronic Manufacturer's New Product Ignites European Gaming Market." Raising an eyebrow, he folded the newspaper and stuffed it into his pocket, continuing his leisurely stroll along the banks of the Thames, wandering from afternoon until evening before slowly returning to the hotel. Just as he returned to the hotel suite, and before he could sit down, the international phone on the table rang. Upon answering, he heard Zhong Chuhong's soft and sweet voice filled with a hint of excitement and pride. "Jianjun, guess where I am?" Wang Jianjun instantly smiled. The leisurely mood he had while watching the street drama vanished, and he stood up and walked towards the door. "You little girl, you're not in London, are you?" "You guessed it. I just got off the plane and am at Heathrow Airport." Zhong Chuhong laughed on the phone, her eyes sparkling. "I originally wanted to surprise you, but I couldn't help it and called you first. Don't move at the arrivals. I'm driving over to pick you up right now." Wang Jianjun hung up the phone, grabbed his coat, and hurried out, momentarily surprising the security personnel behind him, who quickly followed. A little over half an hour later, at the arrivals hall of Heathrow Airport, Wang Jianjun spotted Zhong Chuhong amidst the crowd at a glance. The girl wore a cream-colored windbreaker, her hair tied back in a neat high ponytail, dragging a custom-made red-wheeled suitcase. She was on tiptoe, peering toward the exit, and upon seeing him rush over, her eyes lit up, and she leaped into his arms like a bird returning to its nest. I've missed you so much. Wang Jianjun hugged her tightly, whispering in her ear as he pinched her soft cheek. Didn't I tell you to wait for me to return to Hong Kong? I missed you. Zhong Chuhong nuzzled against his chest, looking up with crescent-shaped eyes. Besides, weren't you going to Greece to see Queen's global tour premiere? If I hadn't come, wouldn't you have to go alone? That would be boring. Wang Jianjun chuckled, playfully scratching her nose, taking the suitcase from her hand and leading her toward the car. Have you finished dealing with the patent and factory matters? All done. Zhong Chuhong proudly raised her chin as if to take credit. All global patents have been submitted and we've secured priority rights. No one can steal our idea. The factory molds are ready and the samples have been produced. We just need to finalize the initial pricing and launch plan. Back at the hotel, Zhong Chuhong took a shower and changed into comfortable clothes. She nestled on the sofa, hugging Wang Jianjun's arm, while he animatedly recounted the amusing events of the launch conference and the conscription and anti-war parades in the streets of London, her eyes widening in wonder, occasionally bursting into laughter in his embrace. By the way, how's it going with contacting Queen's side? Changed into comfortable clothes. She nestled on the sofa, hugging Wang Jianjun's arm, while he animatedly recounted the amusing events of the launch. Has he received it? Upon mentioning this, Wang Jianjun instantly perked up, getting up to retrieve a newly revised umbrella recorder from the cabinet and placing it on the coffee table. This recorder was specially customized for Queen by his factory, designed to be lightweight for stage transport, with the casing featuring the classic crown logo of Queen and a co-branded umbrella logo. The sound quality was top-notch, and he had even added a self-developed light effect that synchronized with the rhythm of the music, making it superior to similar products from Sony and Panasonic on the market. We contacted them long ago, Wang Jianjun said with a smile. The first show of their Hot Space Global Tour is scheduled in Athens, Greece, and it officially starts next week. I had my manager deliver the customized recorder to Uncle Ya half a month in advance. He was thrilled when he received it and said he would take our recorder on stage to sing during the concert. Zhong Chuhong immediately burst into laughter, picturing the iconic scene on stage under the spotlight, Uncle Ya, wearing his signature white tank top, carrying a recorder adorned with Queen's logo, belting out his signature high notes into the microphone, while tens of thousands of fans cheered wildly. Just thinking about it made her feel both amused and excited. Is that for real? Then our recorder will be famous worldwide with Queen. Of course. Wang Jianjun raised an eyebrow proudly. Who is Uncle Ya? He is the top star in the global rock scene. Having him take our recorder on stage is far more effective than running 100 primetime ads in Europe and America. By then, our recorder will not only sell well in Hong Kong and Southeast Asia, but will also break into the mainstream consumer market in Europe and America, going head-to-head with Sony and Panasonic. He was well aware that 1982 was the peak of Queen's global popularity. Uncle Ya's stage charisma and fan appeal were unmatched. With him as a living advertisement, Umbrella's electronic products would secure a ticket to the youth market in Europe and America, saving a significant portion of the promotion costs. The two of them snuggled on the sofa, discussing the itinerary for the Athens concert and their plans after returning to Hong Kong. Outside, the night in London deepened, and the parade was still singing military songs as it moved forward, while the hotel room was filled with a warm and gentle ambience. The next morning, Zhou Ming called again, his excitement barely contained. Boss, we've received another huge order. More than a dozen distributors from North America have come to place orders, and now the total orders for arcade machines have exceeded 45,000 units, while handheld consoles have surpassed 2 million units. Additionally, EMI Records president Bass Howard, a fictional character, learned that you are in London and wishes to meet with you to discuss an important matter. Wang Jianjun smiled, squeezed the hand of Zhong Chuhong beside him, and calmly replied on the phone, "Okay, I understand. Let them discuss it this afternoon." After hanging up, Zhong Chuhong looked at him with a hint of worry in her eyes. Are you going to be busy with important matters? Will our trip to Greece be delayed? No hurry. Wang Jianjun smiled, ruffling her hair. Important matters must be handled, but the concert must also be attended. Well, spend the morning exploring London, and the one coming over in the afternoon is Uncle Ya's boss. It won't delay Uncle Ya's first concert at all. In the afternoon at the hotel suite. Hey Wang, I didn't expect you to be so young. Bass exclaimed as soon as he entered. Welcome, President Bass. I apologize for any lack of hospitality. You Easterners are always so polite. Wang, I'm here this time to discuss something very important with you. Wang Jianjun took his words seriously, thinking there might be a change regarding the concert. Oh, Mr. Bass, is it? Oh, no, my dear Wang, the concert is secured by our contract. There won't be any changes, I swear. Whoever disrupts this cooperation will get a swift kick from me. Oh, this darn dubbing tone. Just joking. It's not about the concert. It's regarding your newly released handheld console Rhythm Master. Heavens, it's simply fantastic, as if tailor-made for our music company. As Bass became more and more excited, Wang Jianjun seemed to see the former U.S. president who loved, so it was for Rhythm Master that he came. This was an unexpected delight for Wang Jianjun, who immediately brainstormed various ways to profit. Mr. Bass, I must say you are truly a discerning person. The development of this product was aimed at promoting songs. For it, I even registered an entertainment company in Hong Kong. Wang Jianjun's quick thinking allowed him to dig a pit for Bass in just a few seconds. Of course what he said was indeed true. He had registered an entertainment company. Wang Jianjun could only say it was a coincidence, a real coincidence. Base had given him a big gift right off the bat. Wang, it seems we really are, as you Chinese say, telepathically connected. Ahem. This sentence almost made Wang Jianjun laugh. We can grant exclusive rights to all the songs of our company's artists for your game and only symbolically charge 5 of the profits for each cartridge. How does that sound? Base leaned forward, speaking eagerly. Now it was Wang Jianjun's turn to be stunned. What? You still dare to ask me for money? You must be joking. No, Base, you must be joking. This game is meant to promote our company's songs. How could I advertise for another company? Wang Jianjun emphasized the word advertise. But clearly he was playing the lute to a cow. A Base didn't catch on. One, you have to understand that if you include our company's songs, your sales will be even more explosive in Europe and the entire Western world. Wang Jianjun sneered, inwardly. Cut it out. The entire Western world. Go sell it in the Soviet Union and its satellite states, and see what happens. A significant portion of today's Europe consists of countries that joined the Soviet Red Camp. Seeing Wang Jianjun's silent, Base grew a little anxious. One, you must realize that it's very difficult to walk the path of eating alone in this world. If you cooperate with us, I assure you that no one in Europe will dare to trouble your company. Wang Jianjun found himself slightly agreeing with what he said. He was right, that those who eat alone often attract the attention of others, leading to joint dissection. However, it was his latter statement that made him ponder. Oh, Base, are you talking about all of Europe? Base, seeing a change in Wang Jianjun's attitude, immediately patted his chest and said, of course. You must know that I, Base Howard, possess noble bloodlines from England, Germany, and Italy. Oh, it seems we really... My surname happens to be from a prestigious family in our country. Upon hearing Wang Jianjun say this, Base eyes lit up. Europe values lineage, and in interactions the most important aspect is whether a person has status, even if they are from a foreign ethnic group, except for the very marginalized. The Chinese community, in the eyes of the European aristocracy, exists as an alternative presence. Due to historical reasons, their perception of the Chinese has shifted from fear to admiration, and then to oppression out of fear. Why do I say this? After the Tang dynasty's battle with the Tartars, the understanding of the East reached its peak. In the modern period, the fame of the Ming dynasty was also well known. At that time, the soon-to-be-extinct Ming dynasty still defeated the maritime power of the Netherlands. At that time, Europe even classified the Chinese as white people. Today's racial discrimination stems from the Qing dynasty and the period of the Republic of China, when people were destitute and starving. With a weak national power, who else would be bullied if not you? To get back on topic, Base suddenly became interested. Oh, Wang, would you mind speaking about it? I'm very interested in your ancient Eastern nobility. Wang Jianjun smiled slightly at this, thinking to himself, watch my performance. Speaking of my surname, it is one of the oldest surnames. Originally, it was a royal family that changed their surname to Wang after falling on hard times. Later, many fallen empire royalty also changed their surname to Wang to avoid punishment. It's too far back for you to know, but you know about the Tang dynasty, right? Base nodded vigorously. Cyrus. This taught those heretical countries in the Middle East a harsh lesson we all know. Well, during the Tang dynasty, our Wang family produced a total of 16 prime ministers, which you refer to as heads of government. They were the most renowned top families in the Tang Empire at that time. Furthermore, our Wang family has been one of the top nobles in every dynasty since then. Do you now understand? Wang Jianjun's boasting did not care whether it was true or not, as long as it bore the Wang surname. He would take it upon himself. After all, when out in the world, one's identity is self-given. After hearing this, Base eyes widened in surprise. He felt that the lineage of the person before him was even older and more noble than their Howard family. Seeing Base expression, Wang Jianjun pretended to be sad and said, alas. Unfortunately, it's all in the past. You know what our situation is like now, alas. This further emphasized the buff of his fallen noble status. This is very appealing in Europe. Thus the two of them, one weaving tales, and the other listening, let an entire afternoon pass without discussing any real business. In any case, Base had already been thoroughly deceived. Of course, in the end, the two happily decided on a new cooperation model. Rhythm Master and EMI Records would collaborate to create co-branded cartridges, sharing profits and splitting costs. Channel sharing. Additionally, the gun license for the protective umbrella that Wang Jianjun had been longing for was also processed. There was no way around it. Having money and power made it easy. Back then, Hong Kong was just a British colony. For England's top aristocrats, it was very easy. On the flight from London to Zurich, Zhong Chuhong was leaning over the small table, staring at the cassette player in front. The aircraft was a super sci-fi silver emblazoned with the golden logo of Queen and the emblem of the Umbrella Corporation. When the marquee lights activated, they flashed dazzlingly in rhythm with the music, and the sound quality was custom-made by the top audio company in Europe. A total of 50 units were made, with exclusive versions reserved for each member of Queen, while the rest were prepared for the core team of the band. Do you think Uncle Yo will really carry it on stage? Zhong Chuhong's eyes were filled with anticipation. I still can't believe we are sitting in the front row to watch Queen's concert. Ahong, your mindset needs to change now. We are capital. Many things in this world can be accomplished with money. Wang Jianjun laughed as he wrapped an arm around her shoulder. Don't say it's impossible for him to carry the cassette player while singing. It's also possible for him to sleep with it in his arms. Money is impressive, huh? Wang Jianjun truly wanted to reply that money was indeed impressive. Unfortunately, if he said it, he would come off as a typical guy. Alright, I won't say anything more. When the plane landed at Zurich International Airport, Jim Queen's touring manager had been waiting there. As soon as he spotted Wang Jianjun, he quickly approached him, shaking his hand and greeting Mr. Wang, welcome to the Queen concert. No need for formality. Queen is a fantastic band. My girlfriend and I are both their fans. That night, the Zurich Hall Sports Center was completely ignited by Queen's fervor. Nearly 80,000 spectators packed the arena with the Union Jack and Queen posters fluttering throughout the venue. As the opening song, We Will Rock You, began, the audience stomped their feet and clapped in unison, shaking the floor with such force that even Wang Jianjun and Zhong Chuhong in the VIP front row were swept away by the wave of enthusiasm. Uncle Ye, dressed in his iconic white tank top and tight pants, stepped onto the stage in high heels. As he opened his mouth, his signature glamorous high notes sent the audience into ecstasy, and the cheers were deafening enough to almost lift the roof off the arena. One classic song after another was performed, with the audience's chorus never ceasing. Even Zhong Chuhong joined in, waving her support sign until her voice became hoarse. Halfway through the concert, during the intermission, the stage lights suddenly dimmed, with only a spotlight illuminating. The audience fell silent, instantly holding their breath in anticipation of Uncle Ya's appearance. The next second, the arena erupted with deafening screams. Uncle Ya actually walked on stage carrying a white cassette player with flashing marquee lights. The customized Umbrella Corporation cassette player made for Wang Jianjun shone brightly on the dark stage. The marquee lights flickered in sync with the background music, and the spotlight illuminated the crown logo on the device dazzlingly bright. Zhong Chuhong instantly tightened her grip on Wang Jianjun's hand, her voice trembling with excitement. He really took it up there. Oh my god. Wang Jianjun couldn't help but laugh as he watched Uncle Ye shine on stage, knowing that after tonight, the Umbrella cassette player would become wildly popular across Europe. Uncle Ye held the cassette player up to the microphone and pressed the play button. The piano intro of Bohemian Rhapsody instantly resonated from the player, with crystal clear sound quality spreading through the sports arena's audio system, reaching every corner. The audience erupted into a frenzy again, and Uncle Ye, microphone in hand, shouted to the 80,000 spectators with his characteristic exaggerated tone, "Look at this treasure. You know what? I absolutely love this thing. We played with it all night last night." At that moment, the cassette tape was still slowly turning, and the live recording was perfect. Suddenly, the sound of rushing water came from the speakers. Then a familiar voice echoed. "Oh, Brian, you jerk, you used my beloved toothbrush to clean your damn shoes again." As the sound of water flowed, Uncle Ya's distinctive voice followed. "Oh, how I love bathing." Uncle Ya quickly pressed the pause button on the cassette player. "Damn it, Brian, you actually recorded my bathing sounds." The audience burst into laughter witnessing this absurd scene. Amidst the whistling and cheering, Uncle Ya suddenly recited an advertisement. Umbrella cassette player. The sound quality is fantastic. It can even dance to the music. Uncle Ya shook the cassette player in his hand, the marquee lights flashing wildly with his movement. "After tonight, if you all want to own this treasure, just ask at your local record store." After saying that, he slung the cassette player over his shoulders, stepping to the center of the stage, and began singing Bohemian Rhapsody. The audience instantly joined in a grand sing-along, pushing the atmosphere of the sports arena to its peak. During the second half of the concert, Uncle Ya hardly put down the cassette player, occasionally lifting it to interact with the audience, even using the player to play an impromptu beat, leading the audience in clapping. Media reporters at the scene were snapping pictures frantically with their cameras focused on the cassette player in Uncle Ya's hands. In the backstage lounge, Uncle Ya rushed over to Wang Jianjun as soon as he saw him, giving him a big hug. "Mr. Wang." The villa grounds were vast, built by the sea with a gentle slope at its back. If you ask why Uncle Ya is so excited, it's because after discussing with base, Wang Jianjun decided to give a little incentive, agreeing that for every 1,000 sales, each member of Queen would receive £1 million. Base Howard from EMI also entered, patting Wang Jianjun's shoulder with a smile. "Wang, I told you, once Freddie gets involved, your cassette player won't have any trouble selling in Europe." The concert hadn't even finished, and I received calls from over a dozen distributors who want to order your cassette player. Some are even negotiating to bundle the song rights with your cassette player for sale. Wang Jianjun smiled and agreed to everyone, finalizing the collaboration for Queen's exclusive cassette player and the final details for the Rhythm Master Queen exclusive cassette. This cassette not only includes 12 classic songs from the band, but also exclusive recordings from the concert and even game voiceovers recorded by Uncle Ya, with a global limited release of 5,000 copies. By the time they exited the sports arena, dawn was already breaking in Zurich. Zhong Chuhong leaned against Wang Jianjun's shoulder, still clutching the cassette player signed by Uncle Ya, beaming with joy. "Now it's settled. Oh, our cassette player is really going to take the world by storm. This is just the beginning." Wang Jianjun pinched her cheek, his eyes filled with certainty. "Once we return to Hong Kong, there's an even bigger show to put on." 3 days later, Wang Jianjun, accompanied by Zhong Chuhong, landed at Hong Kong's Kai Tak Airport. As soon as the plane came to a halt and the cabin door opened, Lin Yaodong quickly approached with 2 assistants followed by the legal head of HSBC, both unable to contain their excitement. "Boss, you're finally back." Lin Yaodong hurriedly stepped forward, handing over a thick stack of documents. "We received confirmation from HSBC, the headquarters of Australia." Li has completely softened its stance. "Their Asia-Pacific head has been waiting in Hong Kong for 3 days, just waiting for you to return to discuss the acquisition. They are willing to abandon all preliminary negotiations with Qiu Dijing and prioritize signing with us." Wang Jianjun took the documents and flipped through them speechless. "Yaodong, did you plan to ambush me at the airport? Why are you here instead of Xu Wen?" He had already requested HSBC Shunbai to help him approach the headquarters of Australia, Li, when he was in London. Between 1980 and 1981, Elise TV engaged in a 2-year ratings battle, with TVB ultimately ending in a disastrous defeat, suffering losses of over 100 million Hong Kong dollars for consecutive years. The parent company Australia, Li, had long lost patience and was eager to cash out. Originally, according to historical trajectory, the Australians would sell Li's TV to Qiu Dijing, who would then rename it Asia Television, marking the era of dual hegemony in Hong Kong television with TVB and ATV. But now Wang Jianjun had arrived, determined to seize this opportunity and claim his own media voice. Previously, he had worried that the Australians might cling to their prior negotiations with Qiu Dijing and refuse to relent. However, when the Falklands War broke out, the pound plummeted, and the Australian consortium lost all confidence in their assets in British colonies, eager to quickly cash out. Wang Jianjun's all-cash acquisition proposal perfectly resonated with their desires. Lin Yaodong chuckled. "Originally Xu Wen was supposed to come, but since I had matters to report to you, I came instead." Wang Jianjun cast him a glance, fully aware of Lin Yaodong's ulterior motives. The Umbrella Group had already been established. Now, aside from Wang Jianjun as the chairman and the heads of other subsidiaries, the CEO position was still vacant. Lu Minsheng was the most suitable candidate, but he had gone to the United States for studies. Thus, Lin Yaodong had his own ambitions. Of course, Wang Jianjun didn't mind too much. After all, Lin Yaodong was among the earliest batch with him, while Chen Guoqiang was too honest and straightforward. Currently, only Lin Yaodong met the qualifications. As for hiring an external CEO, Lin Yaodong hadn't even considered it, as the future CEO of the Umbrella Group needed loyalty, not just capability. "Let's talk about your return from Shiko. What's the matter?" "Boss, it's like this. Our Umbrella Group's building in Shiko has been completed. When can you come to cut the ribbon? Also, the site selection for our new factory is waiting for you to finalize." "Completed? Are you kidding? That's a 22-story building. Don't fool me. You should know that since I mentioned building a headquarters in the mainland to Lin Yaodong last October, it's only been a little over 6 months. How could that be? I would never joke with you. The key is that the construction team back home is incredibly efficient. After the initial groundwork took some time, they essentially built 1 floor a day." Saying this, he seemed to recall something, swallowing hard. "This was while I was on site overseeing the construction, urging them to slow down and ensure quality, which is why it took this long. Additionally, as per your instructions, we purchased land outside the building to create a square park." Wang Jianjun slapped his forehead, having completely forgotten about the speed in Shenzhen during this period. As for quality, that was assured to be top-notch. "All right then, once you're done here, set a time. They'll make a trip. Also arrange a meeting with the Australians for tomorrow at 10 a.m. in the HSBC headquarters conference room." Wang Jianjun sat in the car, his tone calm, yet undeniably resolute. "Prepare the full cash fund for escrow. I intend to acquire 100 of Lease TV in one go." The next morning at the top-level conference room of HSBC headquarters, David, the president of Australia Lease Asia-Pacific region, had arrived early with his legal and financial team in the conference room. Upon seeing Wang Jianjun and his entourage enter, he immediately stood up to greet them, shaking hands with exceptional enthusiasm. He was well aware that this young Hong Kong boss before him was their only lifeline. Lease TV had been suffering losses for years, and the headquarters had issued a strict order to complete the divestiture within 3 months. Wang Jianjun's conditions were their best option. Once seated, David exchanged a few pleasantries before getting straight to the point. "Director Wang, we have received the funding confirmation letter from HSBC. Our headquarters is highly sincere about your acquisition intent. We just need to know what your specific acquisition proposal is." Wang Jianjun leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping the table with his fingers, and stated directly, "My proposal is simple. 3 billion Hong Kong dollars all cash for the complete acquisition of 100 of Lease TV shares, with all share transfers completed within 7 days. Other than that, I will not accept any additional operational constraints." The moment these words were spoken, the Australian team behind David exchanged astonished glances, unable to hide their exhilaration. 3 billion Hong Kong dollars was 10 million higher than what Qiu Dijing had offered, and it was all cash with no installments and no repayment risks. More importantly, Wang Jianjun was not requiring them to bear any subsequent losses, nor was he imposing any operational commitments. It meant they could cash out and walk away without any further obligations, which was far superior to Qiu Dijing's proposal. David suppressed his excitement and feigned hesitation, saying, Director Wang, we can accept the price, but regarding the operational constraints, we had clear agreements in negotiations with Mr. Chiu to ensure employee stability and the normal operation of the TV station. Mr. David, Wang Jianjun directly interrupted him, his tone calm, but carrying a strong sense of pressure. How the company I purchase in cash operates is my decision. What you want is to cash out, and what I want is complete control. This is fair. If you insist on adding those terms, then there is no need to continue this negotiation. I believe Mr. Xiao Dijing would be more than happy to continue discussing those installment payments and heavily restrictive contracts with you. David instantly panicked. How could he dare to bring up any additional terms? The headquarters had given a strict order to cash out as soon as possible. Wang Jianjun's all-cash offer was their best choice. If he angered this financier, and Wang Jianjun really walked away, they would have to go back to Xiao Dijing, not only facing those harsh conditions, but also not knowing how long it would take to receive the money. Director Wang is right. I didn't consider things thoroughly. David immediately switched to a smiling face, nodding quickly. We fully accept your proposal. 1. 3 billion Hong Kong dollars, all cash, 100 share transfer with no additional operational constraints. We can sign the framework agreement now and finalize the formal acquisition contract in 3 days. Wang Jianjun smiled, nodding his chin toward his legal team, and the lawyers immediately stepped forward to coordinate the agreement details with the Australian team. In less than an hour, both parties had signed the framework agreement, agreeing to complete the funding transfer and share transfer at HSBC in 3 days. As they exited the conference room, Lin Yaodong was so excited that his voice trembled. Boss, it worked. We really acquired Lease TV. Stay calm, this is just the beginning. Wang Jianjun patted his shoulder, fully aware that by acquiring Lease TV, he would have his own mainstream media outlet. Whether it was for advertising his electronic products and games, providing a platform for his artists under the umbrella entertainment, or responding to the upcoming Sino-British negotiations and guiding public opinion, he would now possess the strongest trump card. However, just as they stepped out of HSBC's doors, Wang Jianjun's mobile phone rang. On the other end was an angry, middle-aged male voice. Mr. Wang Jianjun, I am Xiao Dijing. I would like to meet with you to discuss matters regarding Lease TV. Wang Jianjun raised an eyebrow, not at all surprised. Having intercepted a deal that had been in negotiations for half a year, it was only natural that the other party would seek him out. Sure, Mr. Xiao, 2 p.m. at the Peninsula Hotel's afternoon tea hall. I await your esteemed presence. At 2 in the afternoon tea hall of the Peninsula Hotel, Xiao Dijing, dressed in a dark-colored tang suit, sat by the window. His expression was far from pleasant, and upon seeing Wang Jianjun enter, he did not rise, but merely raised his hand to gesture for him to sit. Mr. Wang, I, Xiao Dijing, have been doing business in Hong Kong for decades, yet this is the first time someone has intercepted me midway. Xiao Dijing got straight to the point, his tone laced with barely contained anger. I have been negotiating with the Australians for a full 6 months, from due diligence to the acquisition plan. Every step was agreed upon. We were just a signature away, and you jumped in like this. Isn't that a bit against the rules of the Jianghu? Wang Jianjun sat down, took a sip of tea, and looked at him calmly. Mr. Xiao, in business, it's like a battlefield, only the highest bidder wins. There are no rules about who comes first or last. You've been navigating the business world in Hong Kong for so many years, you should understand this better than I do. Surely just because you negotiated a deal, it doesn't mean others can't pursue it. Xiao Dijing was momentarily at a loss for words, his face alternating between shades of green and white. Deep down, he knew that Wang Jianjun was speaking the truth. The reason the Australians abandoned him was that Wang Jianjun's offer was too generous, full cash payment with no additional conditions. If it were him, he would have chosen the same deal. After a long silence, Xiao Dijing finally said, Mr. Wang, you are young and capable, and you act decisively. I admire that. He turned to leave. Mr. Xiao, please wait a moment. Wang Jianjun smiled, having already prepared a way out to express my apologies. I can have Lease Television run a year of free advertisements for you. How does that sound? Xiao Dijing was taken aback, clearly not expecting Wang Jianjun to propose such a solution. He had thought that such a young and brash nouveau riche would only charge ahead recklessly, but was surprised that he would take the initiative to offer a way out. To be honest, he did not want to clash with this guy. Just look at the recent news about Jianing. The protection umbrella daily has been relentlessly hounding them, with various scandals popping up and the stock price plummeting. It was ruthless. It was also said that he had a very good private relationship with the soon-to-be-appointed Governor Yuda. Offending him over such a trivial matter would not be wise. The tactics he had used before were utterly useless against the person before him. He remained silent for a few seconds, then shook his head. I, Xiao Dijing, have been doing business in Hong Kong. I am not in need of this little money. In business, losing is losing, and I accept that. He paused and looked at Wang Jianjun, his tone turning slightly serious. However, Mr. Wang, I advise you, the television industry is not easy. Sha Yifu has operated in Xinjiang for decades. The foundation of TVB is not something you can easily shake. Lease Television has changed hands so many times, yet none could compete with Sha Yifu. You should take care. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Xiao. Wang Jianjun nodded with a smile. Whether I can compete or not, I'll know once I try. Xiao Dijing said no more, cupped his hands in farewell, and turned to leave. Xiao Dijing was right, TVB had a solid foundation and Xia Yifu was a giant in Xiangjing's media industry, but he had the foresight of a time traveler and a complete business loop. He did not believe he could not compete with TVB. 3 days later at HSBC's headquarters, Wang Jianjun officially signed the acquisition agreement with the Australian Lease Corporation for $1.3 billion Hong Kong dollars, which was fully paid into an escrow account. Lease Television's 100 equity was officially transferred to Wang Jianjun's Protection Umbrella Group. Upon the news breaking, the entire Xianjiang media circle and business world erupted. The headlines of major newspapers were all about this news. Xianjiang's new tycoon, Wang Jianjun, acquires Lease Television for $1.3 billion in full cash. TVB faces its strongest competitor yet. In the evening at Wang Jianjun's home. Brother, have you thought about what to name the television station? Wang Jiangwo said while serving food to Lan Jiaying next to him. During this time, Wang Jiangwo and Lan Jiaying confirmed their relationship as friends. Today his elder brother was finally home, so he brought her over for dinner. Wang Jianjun instinctively wanted to retort, "What do you have any ideas?" But upon seeing Lan Jiaying beside Wang Jiangwo, he swallowed the words back. Of course it will be named Protection Umbrella Television. What else could it be called? Wang Jianjun followed his previous naming method, as usual. Wang Jiangwo appeared as if he expected this outcome. "Brother, I have an idea, do you want to hear it?" Looking at his expression, Wang Jianjun waved his hand and said, "Just speak. We're at home, so let me see what you've learned in school." Wang Jiangwo suddenly sat up straight and said, "Seriously, brother, I think we should take 2 different paths now." Wang Jianjun lightly tapped the table with his fingers, signaling him to continue. "It's like this, brother. Our Protection Umbrella Group is currently positioned primarily in the real economy, right?" Wang Jiangwo looked at Wang Jianjun and seeing him nod continued, "Then we should separate the television station and newspaper from the future light asset companies and heavy asset companies. In short, true business wisdom lies not in growing bigger, but in keeping control, separating sectors, and lasting long." Wang Jianjun looked at the impassioned Wang Jiangwo, and for some reason, he suddenly felt like an old father watching his son grow up. Well said. Where did you copy that from? Oh. Wang Jiangwo, caught red-handed, showed no signs of shame. "Brother, how did you know it wasn't my original thought?" "Nonsense. Do you really think like that? Your brain is probably full of violence." Hee. It was during commercial class when I asked the teacher a question and the teacher said that, "Isn't it very reasonable?" In fact, Wang Jiangwo understood everything he said. He just always felt it was unnecessary. It's merely about tax avoidance and controlling shares. His companies were all 100 controlled, only distributing dividend rights, which didn't affect him at all. He never planned to go public. And if something were to go wrong, it wouldn't matter how many companies you opened. However, since Wang Jiangwo rarely spoke up and his reasoning was reasonable, he could just go along with it. It seems you have indeed made progress in school. Brother, does this mean you agree with my idea? I agree. How should we change it? Here's your chance. I think we should merge the television station and newspaper and establish a new company, striving to create our own satellite television station in the future, gradually laying out the cultural industry, which is what you often refer to as those entertainment groups, to export our culture. Wang Jianjun looked at Wang Jiangwo, who was genuinely dedicated. "It seems you truly enjoy this industry. You speak very eloquently. Well then, once you graduate, the future entertainment group will be entrusted to you to manage." Brother, I don't want to do this. I just have ideas." "You don't want to? Then what do you want to do?" Now it was Wang Jianjun's turn to be curious. "You spoke so passionately, clearly having put in the effort, yet now you say you don't want to." "Brother, you know me, I don't like dealing with people. I prefer working with weapons. I have been learning mechanical design with my teacher recently, and I want to design my own weapon." Wang Jiangwo's voice trailed off, noticeably losing confidence. "Look at you. Go ahead and learn mechanical design. Whatever you want to do, your brother will support you." "Really?" "Of course it's true, but since you just raised the issue of the television station, you'll also be responsible for solving it, which will also help your sister-in-law." "All right, then let's discuss what the company should be called." After a round of discussion, they decided to rename it to Phoenix. Lease Television was renamed to Phoenix Television. The Protection Umbrella Daily was renamed to Phoenix Daily. A Phoenix film company was also established. They gradually made their way into the cultural industry. Lease TV Station. General Manager's Office. "Mr. Huang, now that those Australians have sold the TV station, what's the point of you staying here?" The hot-tempered Mai Dongxiong said to the current general manager of Lease TV Station, Huang Shizhao. "Xiong, after all, I've been here for so many years. Even if I have to leave, I should at least wait for the new owner to arrive and say a word. Let's observe the owner's attitude for a while longer," Huang Shizhao said wearily. The development of Lease has been hampered entirely due to the distrust from those Australians, with various constraints and frequent withdrawals of funds from the TV station to fill the headquarters deficits, resulting in a lack of funds for development. I wonder what kind of temper this new owner has. According to news reports, it probably won't be easy to get along with them. "Mr. Huang, I heard the new owner bought the TV station to please his girlfriend. Even if he doesn't leave, he will have to be subservient to a woman. Are you really willing to accept that?" Mai Dongxiong continued to press on, not losing hope. Upon hearing this, Huang Shizhao did not express any stance. Deep down, he did not believe this claim. Recently, there had been rumors circulating in the company that said the new owner bought the TV station as a toy for his girlfriend and did not intend to develop it properly. Had it been before, he would have definitely stopped the spread of such rumors, but now that he was already contemplating leaving, he did not pay much attention to it. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door, and a voice from outside announced, "Mr. Huang, the new owner, has arrived downstairs." Huang Shijiao was taken aback. No one informed him, the general manager, that the new owner was coming. He hurriedly brought my Dongxiong downstairs. At this moment, the entrance of Li's TV station was already filled with people waiting to greet the new owner, including actors like Su Xiaoming, Liang Xiaolong, Dong Biao, and Xiao Yinin, who were whispering amongst themselves. Other staff from various production teams were also gathered together. When Huang Shijiao came down, everyone greeted him. "Mr. Huang." At this moment, a Rolls-Royce appeared, escorted by several black Land Rovers. Watching Wang Jianjun and Zhong Chuhong get out of the car, everyone quickly lined up. "Hello, boss." Huang Shijiao quickly jogged a few steps forward and said, "Mr. Wang, I am Huang Shijiao, the general manager of Li's TV station. Welcome to take over the company." Wang Jianjun took off his sunglasses, looking at the middle-aged man before him. Huang Shijiao was the greatest contributor to Li's TV station. It could be said that Li's survival for this long was closely related to this man. It's a pity those foreigners do not recognize talent. Wang Jianjun extended his hand and shook his, saying, "Mr. Huang Shijiao, I've heard a lot about you. Let's go, we'll talk in your office." In the general manager's office. "Mr. Huang, I still recognize your abilities, but why do you look so dispirited?" Huang Shijiao did not know how to respond to Wang Jianjun's question. He initially intended to resign, but he was not entirely willing. Now that Wang Jianjun asked, he could only brace himself and express his thoughts. "Mr. Wang, I originally planned to inform you of my resignation after handing over the responsibilities today." Wang Jianjun frowned slightly at the mention of resignation and interrupted him, saying, "Resign? What has Not exactly. TVB doesn't want to invite me, their old rival over there." "Oh, so you have other plans. Can you share them with me?" "For now, I just plan to take a break. I haven't decided what to do next. After all these years of battling with TVB and the Australians, I'm exhausted." Wang Jianjun looked at the weary Huang Shijiao and stepped closer, saying, "You've probably heard about my character. I really hope you can stay. Besides the general direction, everything will be up to you, and I won't interfere. I firmly believe that professional matters should be handled by professionals." After hearing Wang Jianjun's words, Huang Shijiao felt a flicker of hope and asked, "Really, no interference?" Seeing him ask this question, Wang Jianjun knew he was hesitant. He smiled slightly and said, "As I said, I won't interfere with any strategic decisions regarding the station. As long as you can convince me, everything will be your responsibility." Upon hearing this, Huang Zizha's mind settled. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "I'm not opposed to staying, but Li's TV station must be injected with capital. Those foreigners have already drained the company's funds. Also, if possible, I hope there won't be any layoffs, as we've all worked together for such a long time." After Huang Shijiao finished speaking, Wang Jianjun replied, "Is that all? Just these few requests?" "All right, then I'll give you my answer now. First, your request for capital injection is definitely feasible. I'll provide you with 100 million Hong Kong dollars initially to replace outdated equipment, fund new productions, and recruit talents. How does that sound for startup capital?" "That's enough." "Too much." Huang Shijiao felt that 100 million Hong Kong dollars in startup capital was simply more than enough. After all, Li's market value is not that high. Seeing Huang Shijiao's excited expression, Wang Jianjun slowly said, "As for the second condition you mentioned, I cannot give you an immediate answer." At that moment, Huang Zizha's smiling face froze. "Because I need to investigate the company's situation first. We don't need those yellow-skinned, white-heart people, understand?" Wang Jianjun did not provide further explanation, simply stating that he disliked such people. After hearing this, Huang Shijiao felt relieved. He had no issue with this. After all, if the boss didn't like such people, then that was acceptable. It wasn't a major layoff. Currently, Li's TV station primarily aired patriotic-themed dramas such as Chun Jun, Hui Yuanjia, and a series of patriotic dramas like Empress of Martial Arts. Additionally, songs performed by Su Xiaoming like The Great Wall Will Never Fall, Father of the Nation Sun Yat-sen, and The Great China are also works from this period of Li's TV station. They are vastly superior to TVB across the street during the same period. "Don't you have any conditions you want to negotiate for yourself?" Wang Jianjun asked Huang Shijiao. "Is that possible?" Wang Jianjun chuckled at his expression. "Of course, you'll still be the general manager of the station, plus I'll give you a 20 share of the profit dividends. That's the standard for the company. The boss will be Zhong Chuhong, but she usually won't handle much, just a nominal position. If she wants to learn from you, you can teach her. If there's anything that can't be decided, just call me." "How does that sound?" "That works. It's fantastic, boss." "Huh. All right, let's go meet the other employees now." Li's studio. Wang Jianjun held a microphone, looking at the employees of Li's below. "Everyone, I believe you all know that Li's has been fully acquired by me. To be honest, I'm quite happy to see so many of you still here. As for whether you really want to stay or are still undecided, you all may have heard about my character, and now I want to know if anyone still wishes to resign. If so, please raise your hand." The employees below began discussing among themselves. "Resign? Who would be foolish enough to resign? I thought it was Qiu Dezhong who acquired it and considered running away, but now it's Mr. Wang who acquired it. Who is Mr. Wang? He's the one who gives out year-end bonuses of 100 million Hong Kong dollars. People outside are scrambling to get into Mr. Wang's company. Only a fool would run away. Exactly. For people like us, even if we resign, what else can we do? Go work under Xiao Lao. At this moment, the discussions below were incessant. Meanwhile, my Dongxiong and Li Zhaoxiong watched Huang Shijiao, who was calmly seated in the front, stamping their feet in anxiety. Mr. Huang, what's going on? Didn't we agree on resigning? Maybe the new boss said something to him in the office. What should we do now? Do we still want to resign? Let's wait. Mr. Huang has always treated us well. We need to clarify things with him. After a round of conversation, the two of them ultimately did not raise their hands. After waiting for a moment, no one in the audience raised their hand. Just as Wang Jianjun was about to speak, an employee suddenly stood up and shouted, "Boss, there's no need to waste your efforts. If those who left earlier knew that you were the one who bought the television station, they definitely wouldn't have left. Now in the entire Hong Kong island, who wouldn't want to work under you? With this opportunity, why would they still leave?" Right. He incited the crowd, and many echoed him. Yes, only a fool would leave. Wang Jianjun found the person causing the ruckus somewhat familiar. He seemed to be Dong Biao, the future Uncle Biao. Raising his hand to calm them down, he said, "I didn't expect my name Wang Jianjun still carries such weight. Since everyone is being so supportive, I will continue to speak. Since no one is withdrawing, I will announce the company's major adjustments. First, Live Television will be renamed Phoenix Television, still managed by Huang Shijiao as the general manager. Second, the company structure will be adjusted into an entertainment department, which will manage all actors, including performances, training classes, commercial performances, advertisements, and other related matters. Additionally, considering the unique profession of actors, we will introduce special company benefits. To ensure the safety of our actors while working outside, each actor can apply for security personnel to accompany them. If faced with personal threats, please promptly call the Umbrella Security Company's number or seek help from the nearest Umbrella Security personnel. Regarding female artists, we will not arrange for them to accompany clients or serve drinks. If they face harassment, please refer to the previous point and contact Umbrella. In short, if any of our artists encounter unfair treatment, they should directly contact Umbrella. Umbrella will provide legal and safety protection for everyone. This will empower our employees to confidently say no to any hidden rules. All expenses will be covered by the company." After this statement, the artists in the audience were stunned, and after a while they erupted into a thunderous cheer. Long live the boss! Long live the boss! Especially the female artists in the audience who looked at the glamorous stage, but for those wealthy men, they were merely tools to be summoned at will. Sometimes they were even forced to serve drinks or sleep with them. Now with the company's protection, they no longer have to live in constant fear. Of course, male artists are not exempt. Don't think that only women face hidden rules. This world is quite topsy-turvy. Many male artists have also been coerced by dark forces to shoot Category 3 films and other movies. Alright, that was just the benefits for the entertainment department. Now, let's continue. Third, we will establish an editorial department for the television station. Its primary responsibility will be to recruit and train screenwriters to write scripts for the company, whether for TV, dramas, movies, or variety shows. As long as your script is aired, you will receive a 5 profit sharing, and of course your salary will remain as it is. How about that? Isn't that a decent benefit? The few screenwriters in the audience were also exceptionally excited. Looking at them, Wang Jianjun sighed. There are few in this era who truly value screenwriters. Most directors either purchase scripts or write them themselves. Fourth, we will establish a new logistics department to manage all props, costumes, lighting, sound, and all related work. Additionally, Umbrella Group has newly established a toy factory and a clothing factory, investing in Lu Wenjia's clothing factory specifically to customize props and costumes for everyone, so you won't just wear a few pieces of clothing back and forth. The company will tailor different styles of clothing and props based on various scripts. Then Wang Jianjun went on to discuss a lot more, finally letting Zhong Chuan come on stage to announce the benefits and treatments for the company's employees, leaving a good impression in their hearts first. After the meeting, Wang Jianjun left a script for a TV drama and 2 scripts for variety shows, with Huang Shijiao instructing him to recruit people to fill various positions. After Wang Jianjun left, Huang Shijiao found 3 scripts on the table titled Little Li Flying Dagger, Millionaire, and The Voice of Asia. Ma Jiaming is the best photographer at Live Television. After the boss meeting today, they were specially granted a day off. He wanted to rush home to share the joy with his family. He is now a person under Wang Sheng. Ha ha ha. Upon arriving home, he noticed a few thugs loitering outside his door, but he didn't pay much attention as this was quite normal in Hong Kong. Unexpectedly, as soon as he appeared, these gangsters blocked his path. "You are Ma Jiaming, right?" The leading thug swaggered towards him with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. "Our boss wants you to come with us." In the spirit of avoiding trouble, Ma Jiaming cautiously asked, "Which boss are you talking about? What does he want with me?" "Damn it, stop asking questions. Just come with us. We are from the soda shop." Without waiting for him to react, they grabbed him and dragged him towards a nearby car. "Let go of me." I tell you my boss is Wang Sheng from Umbrella. If you capture me, my boss definitely won't let you off. As Ma Jiaming was being pulled by his collar towards the car, he suddenly recalled the words of his boss at the employee meeting today and prayed in his heart that the boss wasn't just fooling them. Umbrella. Just you. Slap. A slap landed on Ma Jiaming's face. Damn, trying to scare me. Let me tell you, I didn't know you were from the television station. I take him away. The leading thug spat at him hatefully. Umbrella is not something you can just walk into. What a joke. I really am from Umbrella. I really am from Umbrella. In the car, Ma Jiaming, pressed down by someone, shouted loudly in fear. At this moment, a burly young man passed by the car with several bodyguards in black trench coats following behind him. He was holding a soda in one hand and a fried chicken leg from McDonald's in the other, munching away. While eating, he mumbled, "Big brother, come on. Soda and fried chicken legs are so delicious. Why can't I have any? I just want to eat, just want to eat." The leading bodyguard behind him happened to hear his words and slightly twitched his lips, seemingly struggling to hold back. The badge of Umbrella was visible at the collar of the trench coat, indicating they were security personnel from Umbrella. Just then, he heard shouting from the car nearby, seemingly mentioning the name Umbrella. "Meng Ge, there's a situation." At this moment, He Meng, who was feasting, also heard the voices coming from the car. Being closer than the bodyguards behind, he heard it more clearly. "I heard it. Damn, stop that car. I want to see who dares to provoke us." A bodyguard swiftly picked up a brick from the ground and threw it hard at the car that had just started. Bang! The car window was smashed, creating a large hole. The gangsters who had just settled into the car were unexpectedly struck by the suddenly thrown brick. They quickly got out of the car, cursing and shouting, "Damn it! Who threw that brick?" As they approached, they saw He Meng and fell silent. No other reason. They saw the badge on the bodyguard in front of He Meng, and they were like, "Umbrella." The little brother beside him was so scared that his voice stuttered. "Umbrella." Ever since last year's massacre, no one dared to provoke Umbrella for quite a while, but later they found out they were just doing business honestly, so they relaxed. However, not long ago, a gang accidentally robbed a client of Umbrella, and Umbrella mobilized over 200 people, all armed, scaring that leader into kneeling on the spot. Later they learned that Umbrella security had obtained British gun licenses, and now they are legal. They can carry guns openly, which sent the entire underground world into silence. "Esteemed executives of Umbrella Corporation, we've done nothing to provoke you," the gang leader stammered, trembling visibly. "Did nothing? Then who's inside that car? I heard him shout our corporation's name." "Sir, he's just a film crew member, certainly no Umbrella affiliate. He's merely trying to intimidate us by borrowing your name." "Is that so? Bring him out. I'll see for myself who dares impersonate our people." At those words, the gang leader hastily ordered his men to drag Ma Jiaming forward. Ma Jiaming flinched involuntarily at the sight of several towering men in black suits standing before him. "You wretched Ma Jiaming. You dared pose as Umbrella staff. Now you've summoned the real ones. Just wait till I deal with you back at the station." Upon learning they were truly from Umbrella Corporation, Ma Jiaming seized the moment like a drowning man grasping at straw. He wrenched himself free and dashed straight toward He Meng, crying, "I am with Umbrella. Save me. My boss is Wang Jianjun. He declared it this very morning." 5555. His voice cracked with mounting despair as he reached He Meng and clutched his arm tightly, refusing to let go. He Meng studied the man's expression, no artifice, only raw sincerity, and said calmly, "Explain carefully what happened. If it's true, rest assured, I'll see justice done. I'm from Rediffusion Television. I'm Ma Jiaming." "This morning, Mr. Wang said." After a full account, He Meng nodded. So it was Rediffusion Television. His elder brother had indeed acquired the network, and the mannerisms and tone Ma Jiaming described matched Wang Jianjun's perfectly. He Meng gently patted Ma Jiaming's shoulder, eyeing the fresh red handprint on his cheek. TSK, what a vicious blow. Meanwhile, several bodyguards had silently encircled the gangsters. Hearing Ma Jiaming's testimony, the gangsters turned ashen and collapsed onto the ground, minds reeling with one thought: we're doomed. Sure enough, He Meng and his entourage began advancing toward them. Terrified, the gangsters dropped to their knees, begging, "Boss, we didn't know. It's a misunderstanding." Screams tore through the air as blows rained down, brutal, unrelenting. After a long while, the gang leader was hauled upright by his hair and dragged before He Meng. "How unfortunate, for he is genuinely one of ours. Tell your boss to come to Umbrella in person, with compensation, to offer formal apologies. We'll drop the matter for now, but if not, well, you know the consequences." The men nodded frantically. "Now get out of here, all of you." Watching them flee, He Meng turned to Ma Jiaming and said, "All right, you may return now. Once the settlement is processed, we'll deliver the funds directly to the television station for you." Ma Jiaming profusely thanked him, even insisting no compensation was necessary, joking that their beating had served as ample payment. He Meng offered no further explanation, simply urging him to leave. After wrapping up the affair, He Meng realized his cola and fried chicken leg had been lost during the scuffle. "Damn it, my cola, my chicken leg." One of the bodyguards behind him spoke up. "Brother Meng, perhaps you should stop fretting over your cola and chicken. The boss instructed us to escort you to school, and you're about to be late." He warned explicitly, if the teacher calls him again, you'll be in serious trouble. He Ming froze, then bolted toward the school without another word. Shit, I wish you'd said something sooner. The security team exchanged glances, then muttered in unison, Brother Ming is formidable, especially when Ma Jiming sprinted home bent double with hands braced on his knees, gasping for breath. The adrenaline still surging, his heart pounding wildly. He hadn't believed he'd escape those thugs, yet his boss hadn't lied. Umbrella had stood by him. As for He Ming's talk of compensation and apology, he dismissed it entirely. Never imagined such benefits would arrive so swiftly, mere hours after Wang Jianjun's acquisition. Ha ha ha. Ma Jiming laughed aloud, euphoric, as though reborn from calamity. His wife emerged from the house upon hearing the laughter, and recoiled at the bruise blooming across his cheek. What happened? Why are you smiling after being slapped? Seeing her, Ma Jiming swept her into a fierce embrace and declared, from today onward, I'm part of Mr. Wang's inner circle. Ha! Can't you tell how thrilled I am? Which Mr. Wang? Did he slap you then hire you? Wang Jianjun, the one who pledged 100. Ma Jiming hurriedly recounted the day's events. His wife listened, shrieking in disbelief at every turn. Her astonishment ignited something fierce within him. Without hesitation, he lifted her and strode toward the bedroom. Aunt, what are you doing? Put me down. It's broad daylight. Next morning, Ma Jiming arrived at the television station refreshed and radiant. In just one day, the station's logo had transformed into two intertwined phoenixes. The entire building had been repainted in regal gold and crimson. Atop the flagpole before the entrance soared a magnificent golden phoenix, wings outstretched in flight. Company policy classified camera operators and other production staff under the Performing Arts Department. Rumor held that Su Xiaoming had been appointed its director. He'd walked these halls for years, but never had the building felt so alive, so deeply joyful. Perhaps because the foreign director's oppressive presence had vanished. Perhaps it was the dazzling renovation, or perhaps Wang Jianjun's formidable reputation. Upon arriving at the studio, Ma Jiming found colleagues brimming with renewed energy and purpose. Amid the midday bustle, the building's intercom crackled to life. Performing Arts Department photographer Ma Jiming, please report immediately to the General Manager's office. Performing Arts Department photographer Ma Jiming, please report immediately to the General Manager's office. Performing Arts Department photographer Ma Jiming. The announcement echoed 3 times, igniting instant commotion in Ma Jiming's unit. Jiming, did you hear that? What's going on? I have no idea. Ma Jiming stared blankly, having completely forgotten He Ming's promise to deliver the settlement to the company. Dong Biao, who'd been assisting on set, gave him a sharp kick from behind. Stop gawking. Get moving, you fool. Oh, right. Snapping to attention, Ma Jiming dashed upstairs toward the executive offices. Hey, Brother Biao, what do you suppose the boss wants with Ma Jiming? A colleague grinned mischievously at Dong Biao. What could a mere cameraman possibly need with the boss? Judging by the urgency of that broadcast, it's certainly no bad news. Enough idle speculation, unless you'd rather join me on location. Whoa, Brother Biao, must you explore? Though Dong Biao occasionally filmed television dramas, his primary vocation was hosting horse racing broadcasts, a role beloved by Hong Kong audiences for its wit and charisma. Meanwhile, Ma Jiming stood frozen in the general manager's office, staring at the 200,000 Hong Kong dollars laid before him. Several Umbrella security personnel in crisp uniforms stood nearby, holding stacks of banknotes ready to hand over. Huang Shijiao watched the scene with quiet amusement and said, "Take it. This is a benefit extended to all Umbrella employees. Since you've encountered it, first consider yourself our trailblazer. Otherwise, no one else will dare accept it." Just then, the security team leader added, "One clarification, the beverage room staff received HK0, but per company policy, personnel who assisted on-site also receive a share. Hence, an appropriate deduction has been made. Mr. Ma, you have no objections, correct?" "None at all, none whatsoever." Thank you so much." Ma Jiming kept thanking them as he eagerly stuffed the money into his pockets. Once the transfer was confirmed, the security leader saluted both men and said, "With the funds delivered, Mr. Huang, we'll take our leave." Halfway out the door, the leader paused, turned, and smiled. "Mr. Ma, you ought to have thanked our boss just now. Attention, all staff members. A television station employee, Ma Jiming, was abducted yesterday by a criminal gang. He urgently called for assistance from Umbrella security personnel and was successfully rescued. Following amicable negotiations between Umbrella Security and the gang's leader, the organization compensated Ma Jiming with HK0 for emotional distress. All staff are encouraged to emulate Ma Jiming's courage should similar incidents arise." The announcement repeated 3 more times. Staff stood stunned. Everyone knew Ma Jiming, a veteran at the station. No one expected that after being kidnapped, he would walk away with compensation. No one anticipated that the boss's remark yesterday, that employees could seek help from Umbrella Security, would be tested so swiftly. Indeed, on the very same day. This incident confirmed that Wang Jianjun's words yesterday were no mere formality, but genuine concern for his staff. In that moment, everyone felt the quiet warmth of being protected. Entertainment Department. Sister Me, we truly need not fear harassment anymore. A group of the remaining female actors from Rediffusion Television gathered joyfully. Among them was the currently rising star Michelle Yeoh. Also present was the promising newcomer Cecilia Chan, the same woman who was Sherry Chang's close friend. While euphoria swept the station, Wang Jianjun found himself cornered at the office. Boss, you promised me. Once I brought in talent, you'd appoint me department manager. Chan Pakchung entered Wang Jianjun's office flanked by 5 or 6 people. Upon hearing yesterday that the station had been acquired and its entertainment department restructured, Chan grew anxious. This morning he arrived early at the electronics factory headquarters with the talents he'd recruited. What else could he do? Wang Jianjun simply refused to emerge from his office. Wang Jianjun scanned the group behind Chan Pakchung and instantly recognized Principal Tan. Yet what startled him most was the figure partially concealed behind them, Ing Mantat, and those young men standing before him. Why did they look so familiar? Was that Wang Kakawei? What extraordinary fortune had Chan Pakchung stumbled upon? And that young woman, was she Mao Mao, the woman Leslie Chung once loved but could not have? Wang Jianjun studied them again, certain he hadn't misjudged. Composing himself, he said, "I'll rest assured, I never break my word. Are these the talents you've assembled?" "Yes, boss. Let me introduce them. Kowloon, Alan Tam, a childhood friend of mine now wildly popular. And this young lady is Carol Chung, formerly a junior actress at Rediffusion Television, though of course before your acquisition of the network. And the one hiding back there. Come on, step forward. This is Ing Mantat, famed for portraying Hu Taiwa. His career declined sharply due to gambling, but he has since turned over a new leaf. As for these handsome young men behind him, they're a hidden gem of a band I discovered by chance. Trust me, boss, based on my professional experience with bands, they're destined for stardom." Chan Pakchung introduced the entire group in one breath, then watched Wang Jianjun nervously. He knew only Alan Tam carried real weight. The rest were fillers. He'd contacted several others, but many remained undecided. When news of Rediffusion's acquisition broke, Chan feared Wang Jianjun no longer needed him. So he rushed here immediately with his recruits. "Relax, there's no need to worry. I've already assigned roles for all of you. You'll head to Phoenix TV as head of artist management for the entertainment department. You'll oversee all artists under your charge. Can you handle it? And if you'd still like to host a new variety show is in development, one perfectly suited to you. Try out for it." Hearing this, Chan Pakchung exhaled in profound relief. "Boss, I'm absolutely willing. I promise you." As for Alan Tam and these young men, by the way, does your band have a name yet? Wang Kakawei replied softly, "Yes, boss. We're beyond." "Excellent. For now, you'll be formally placed under the entertainment department. I'll arrange specialized training, and the editorial department will compose original songs tailored to your unique style." "And Alan Tam, what are your current plans?" At this point, Alan Tam was flourishing simultaneously as a film actor, television performer, and recording artist. "Boss, my record contract is with Polygram, but I'd like to sign my film and television work exclusively with you. Alat told me your artists always receive fair treatment." "Ha ha ha." Wang Jianjun laughed, charmed by the man's candidness. Indeed, in Hong Kong today, fame often invited trouble. Finding a powerful patron matters more than anything else. "Very well, you'll sign with Alat under top-tier industry terms. Consider it my investment in exceptional talent." After seeing Chan Pakchung and his group off, Wang Jianjun leaned back in his chair, tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, and picked up the internal phone to dial Huang Shizhao. The call connected after a single ring, the background noise of printers and bustling activity confirming the entire station was operating at full throttle. "Boss, how may I assist you?" Huang Shizhao's voice brimmed with unmistakable excitement, utterly transformed from the exhausted man he'd been just days earlier. "Nothing urgent, just checking on the preparations for Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Has the premiere date been finalized?" Wang Jianjun asked, smiling. At the mention, Huang's voice soared 8 notes higher. "Boss, rest assured, it's fully ready. Scheduled for this Saturday at 8:30 p.m. Prime time. Head-to-head against TVB's Enjoy Yourself Tonight. Only the host remains undecided. Dong Biao's presenting style is entirely unsuited to this format. I'm at my wit's end trying to recruit someone suitable. Oh, no need to search further. I'm sending you the perfect candidate right now. Chan Pakchung should be arriving shortly. Does that suit you?" "Chan Pakchung. From TVB. Perfect. I had no idea you'd poached him." Huang Shizhao's excitement surged. He'd even planned to approach TVB himself with Chan as his top target. He couldn't believe the boss had already secured him. "By the way, have the rules and prize structure been set exactly as outlined in my draft? Not a single deviation." Huang Shizhao affirmed eagerly. 15 questions, ascending in difficulty, with a top prize of 1 million Hong Kong dollars. 3 lifelines, 50-50, ask the audience and phone a friend, all implemented precisely as instructed. Contestants were selected via open public auditions. School teachers, taxi drivers, factory workers, retired elders. Every profession represented, thoroughly grounded in everyday life. Wang Jianjun nodded, satisfied. In Hong Kong 1982, an ordinary factory worker earned only a few hundred to 1,000 Hong Kong dollars monthly. White-collar professionals rarely exceeded 3,000 or 4,000. $1 million equaled decades of salary. truly astronomical enough to electrify the entire city. Moreover, the show demanded no special talents or physical appeal, only common knowledge and the ability to answer questions. To Hong Kong audiences long saturated with singing, dancing, acting, and slapstick, its novelty was irresistible. Have all questions undergone final review? Ensure no errors slip through. Reviewed 3 times. Huang Shijiao thumped his chest in assurance every question reflects daily Hong Kong life, from grocery prices and classic film soundtracks to historical facts and geographical knowledge. Difficulty levels span a broad, carefully calibrated spectrum, guaranteed to avoid awkward silences. We've also deliberately included numerous patriotic-themed questions aligning seamlessly with our station's established identity. Absolutely foolproof. Good. Wang Jianjun smiled. Launch full pre-broadcast promotion. Spare no expense. Post posters at every bus stop, Cha-Chan Tung, and cinema across Hong Kong. Flood radio and newspapers with advertisements. Let every citizen know Phoenix Satellite Television offers a chance to win 1 million Hong Kong dollars, simply by answering questions. Rest easy, boss. The campaign is already live. From wet markets to tea houses, everyone in Hong Kong knows about Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Our registration hotline is overwhelmed. Over 1,000 calls daily. Audition venues are bursting. After hanging up the phone, Wang Jianjun turned to Lin Yaodong, who was standing beside him, and with a smile nodded slightly with his chin. Did you hear? The TV station is stable, and it's time for us to head to Shenzhen. Lin Yaodong, holding a thick stack of documents, quickly nodded. Boss, everything is arranged. We will cross the border early tomorrow, and the car hotel and meeting with the Special Zone Management Committee are all confirmed. Director Zhang made a special call to say that Director Li from the committee will be present, just waiting for you to arrive. Wang Jianjun stood up and picked up his coat draped over the chair. By the way, the factories in Shanghai and Wuxi and the job fairs at Jiaodong University and Fudan University are all arranged, right? All set, Lin Yaodong replied promptly. Once the ribbon cutting in Shenzhen is over, we will fly to Shanghai. The leaders of the Shanghai radio factory know. 19 and Wuxi factory know. 742 are waiting for us, and the job fairs with the universities are also negotiated. The venues and promotions are all ready, just waiting for you to go. Wang Jianjun patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Thank you for your hard work. This trip to the mainland is the foundation for our group's next 10 years. We cannot afford to be careless. He understood clearly that Hong Kong was merely a small place. The foundation of his business empire must be laid in the mainland. Relying on orders to provide blood for the electronic factories in the mainland was just the first step. Now he needed to go in person to build his own factories, recruit his own talents, and firmly grasp the core technologies in his hands, truly leading the mainland's electronic industry to avoid decades of detours. In the next 2 days, the entire Hong Kong was thoroughly drowned in the words, millionaire. Phoenix TV's advertisements seemed to be free, playing in a loop from morning till night. At bus stops, theater posters, and walls of tea restaurants, there were images of Chun Baixiang, holding a microphone with large characters next to it. Answer questions to win $1 million, become a millionaire overnight. Even the street's newspaper stands displayed promotional banners sent by Phoenix TV, with a newspaper vendor shouting, buy a newspaper to see the strategies for answering questions in Millionaire. On Saturday at 8:30 p.m. on Phoenix TV, answering questions could win $1 million. In the vegetable market, several ants carrying baskets gathered together, chattering away. Hey Sansa, did you see that advertisement for Millionaire? Answering questions can win $1 million. Oh my, $1 million is enough for me to buy 3 Tong Lao. I've seen it. My deadbeat at home is carrying an encyclopedia every day saying he wants to sign up, and if he wins money, he will buy me a gold bracelet. With his knowledge, how many questions can he answer? My son is a high school teacher. You have already signed him up. He reads a lot, so he should definitely win some money. Hey, do you think Phoenix TV has gone crazy? Are they really giving away $1 million? It can't be a scam, right? How could it? That's Wang Jianjun's television station. Who is Wang Jianjun? He's the kind of person who can issue a year-end bonus of $100 million. He doesn't need your million. He's serious about this. Not just housewives, even factory workers, office workers, and taxi drivers were all talking about this matter. Taxi drivers lined up at the entrance of the Cross Harbor Tunnel, rolling down their windows to chat with fellow drivers in the next car. Hey, don't work this Saturday night, go home and watch Millionaire. Let's see how much the first person to eat the crab can win. Definitely watching. I've already signed up, for if I get selected, I'm going to win at least 100,000 first. If I win money, I'll take a half-month break and take my wife and kids to Thailand for a vacation. In the office building, several white-collar workers took advantage of their lunch break, huddled together, flipping through common knowledge questions in the newspaper, quizzing each other. Hey, do you know this question? Who was the first governor of Hong Kong? Purdon B. Pottinger C. MacDonald D. Wang Jianjun. Choose B. How do you not know this? I tell you, I've been memorizing these questions every day. When I sign up and go up, I can at least win a few thousand. Oh, come on, when you get nervous on site, you'll forget everything. The entire Hong Kong from top to bottom was captivated by this program of answer questions to win $1 million. Even at TVB headquarters, Xiao Yifu frowned at the viewing forecast report in his hands and said to the executives beside him, This Wang Jianjun is playing by his own rules. A quiz show has created such a big stir. Keep an eye on the ratings this Saturday night. I want to see how big a wave he can make. Meanwhile, Wang Jianjun had already crossed the Luhu port with Lin Yaodong and stepped onto the land of Shenzhen. In Shenzhen in 1982, construction sites were bustling everywhere, with towering cranes and trucks hauling building materials back and forth on dirt roads. The walls by the roadside were painted with slogans, "Time is money, efficiency is life." Every inch of land exuded a spirit of daring to venture and strive to live well, which was a stark contrast to Hong Kong's luxurious sophistication. Outside Luhu, poor Zhang Aimin was already waiting there with his team. As soon as he saw Wang Jianjun come out, he quickly approached, smiling broadly as he shook his hand. "Boss Wang, we've been looking forward to your arrival. Welcome, welcome. Director Zhang, long time no see, sorry to trouble you again." Wang Jianjun replied with a smile as he shook his hand. "Trouble? You, Boss Wang, are the god of wealth for us in Shenzhen." Zhang Aimin patted his arm. "Each of your orders has saved so many factories. This time you are building the mainland headquarters and a large factory. Director Li from our committee personally said that we will open all green lights for you, providing land and policies without any delay." The car drove all the way to the Shenzhen Shekou Industrial Zone, where the newly completed headquarters building of the Umbrella Group stood. The 20th building was particularly eye-catching in Shekou, where there were mostly low-rise factories. A stage for the ribbon-cutting ceremony had already been set up in the square in front with red silk draped neatly. Leaders from the Special Zone Management Committee, directors of various state-owned factories, and local business figures were already waiting there. The ribbon-cutting ceremony was held with great fanfare as Director Li from the committee shook Wang Jianjun's hand and said in front of all the media, "Mr. Wang Jianjun is a true patriotic Chinese businessman. He has not only brought us orders and foreign exchange, but also technology and job opportunities. Our Shenzhen Special Zone will always welcome investors like Mr. Wang who genuinely want to help the country develop." Wang Jianjun took the microphone, gazing at the crowd below, and smiled. "I, Wang Jianjun, am Chinese with roots in the mainland. It is my duty to contribute to the development of my hometown. The completion of this headquarters building today is just the beginning. Next, we will build the largest video game production base in Asia in Shenzhen. In the future, we will also establish auto parts factories, bringing core technologies back to the country, allowing our Chinese products to be sold all over the world." As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, the committee held a special meeting, and Wang Jianjun immediately finalized the land acquisition plan, securing 2,000 acres of industrial land in Shenzhen to build the Umbrella Electronic Industrial Park. The first phase would establish electronic product production lines and factories for electronic components, while the second phase would build auto parts factories. Wang Jianjun had targeted the automotive industry in Europe during his previous time there, so he asked Goldman Sachs to help find suitable car companies in Europe. The latest feedback indicated that they were negotiating with Leland in the UK, the company behind Jaguar. This negotiation was for the acquisition of the Jaguar brand and technology under Leland. Director Li immediately decided that the land transfer fee would be at the lowest standard of the special zone, with 3 years of tax exemption and 5 years of half tax, and all approval procedures would be completed within 24 hours to fully support the construction of the industrial park. Meanwhile, Hong Kong has been completely ignited by Millionaire. On the night of the premiere, the tea houses across Hong Kong were nearly full, with even those that usually had few patrons packed with people watching television. The owners specially moved the largest television to the entrance, and dozens of people crowded together, their eyes glued to the screen. When Chan Pak-chung smiled and asked the final question, and the participating high school teacher answered correctly, the words "Congratulations on winning $100" flashed on the screen. The entire tea house erupted instantly, with everyone standing up, cheering and applauding, even more excited than the winner. "Wow, I really won $100,000. My goodness. Just answered a few questions and earned $100,000. I can't make that much in 10 years of work. Tomorrow I'll sign up. I can answer too." Even in the public housing estates of Kowloon, nearly every household in the building had tuned into Phoenix TV, and the sound of Chan Pak-chung could be heard from every window, along with the gasps and cheers of the audience. Of course, the first episode needed a gimmick, so the questions were relatively simple, but the difficulty would gradually increase afterwards. After the show aired, the phone lines in Hong Kong were almost overwhelmed as relatives and friends called each other, the first line being, "Did you watch Millionaire? That teacher won $100,000. The next morning, the entertainment sections of all Hong Kong newspapers featured headlines about Millionaire. The Kung Pao Daily answer questions to win $100,000. Phoenix TV's Millionaire premiere skyrockets ratings with a 48 viewership, crushing TVB, igniting a citywide quiz craze. The Ming Pao getting rich overnight is not a dream. Phoenix TV's new variety show explodes across Hong Kong, ordinary citizens winning $100,000 in quiz prizes, while TVB's flagship show faces a Waterloo. The Oriental Daily Wang Jianjun creates another miracle. From video games to television media, what makes Millionaire drive all of Hong Kong crazy? Newspapers sold out, and the newspaper vendor was busier than ever selling papers while chatting with customers. I told you Wong's show would definitely be a hit. Look, it really took off. Today, over a dozen people asked me how to sign up. The Phoenix TV headquarters was almost overwhelmed with the front desk's phone ringing nonstop since 6 in the morning, filled with calls from people wanting to sign up for the competition, as well as inquiries about advertising cooperation. After finishing the seminar in Shenzhen, Wang Jianjun didn't rest, and together with Lin Yaodong and Zhang Aimin, he visited the industrial zones of Shenzhen, examined the supporting supply chains, finalized the construction plan for the industrial park, and even secured the construction team so that work could begin 3 days after the ribbon cutting. Once the matters in Shenzhen were settled, Wang Jianjun and his team flew directly to Shanghai. Their first stop was the Shanghai Radio Factory No. 19, which previously supplied key components for the umbrella. The factory manager along with the core staff had been waiting at the factory gate, and as soon as Wang Jianjun entered, he rushed over, shaking his hand excitedly, saying, "Boss Wang, we've been looking forward to your visit. If it weren't for your large order last year, our factory would have been in trouble. We almost couldn't pay the workers." Wang Jianjun smiled, shaking hands with him. "Director Li, you're too polite. It's your product quality that is outstanding. Our cooperation is a win-win." As he walked into the factory workshop and saw the production line running with workers working overtime to produce components for the umbrella orders, Wang Jianjun felt a surge of emotion. These factories can produce components for intercontinental missiles. Making components for a game console is simply a downgrade. Previously, they lacked orders and market demand, but now that he brought in orders, these factories instantly sprang back to life. As Wang Jianjun toured the various workshops, he noted that many machines were produced in the 1960s. Although there were some advanced devices, they were very few. Currently, due to tight foreign exchange and the foreign embargo on domestic products, domestic factories are struggling. Wang Jianjun then visited several other factories in Nanjing and Jiangsu. The conditions there were even worse than in Shanghai. Throughout the trip, Wang Jianjun didn't reveal his true thoughts. Initially, he intended to invest in these factories, but considering the special circumstances of state-owned enterprises, he temporarily shelved that idea. However, an unexpected phone call changed his plans slightly. Just as Wang Jianjun was preparing to return to Shenzhen, Old Master Hua called. Old Master Hua had been invited to the capital to attend a conference preparing for the upcoming Sino-British 82. Upon learning that Wang Jianjun was in the mainland, Old Master Hua promptly recommended him to the higher-ups, and after some investigation, they decided to invite Wang Jianjun to participate in the meeting. Thus, Wang Jianjun transferred to a plane to the capital from Shanghai. As for why he didn't fly from Suzhou, it was because Suzhou Mayu Airport could not accommodate flights. At the capital airport, the air was already filled with a hazy smog in this era. Stepping off the plane, he saw a military jeep waiting for him. As Wang Jianjun descended from the plane, 2 soldiers quickly approached him, saying, "Mr. Wang Jianjun, hello, we are here to pick you up on orders." After Wang Jianjun confirmed his information with the two, he got into the military jeep. As soon as he entered, he saw a familiar figure in the back seat. Old Commander. Wang Jianjun saw Zhang Yuanchao sitting in the car. At that moment, Zhang Yuanchao, clad in military uniform, sat in the back seat with a smile on his face. "What, don't recognize me? I thought a high-ranking officer personally sent me to pick you up, and I was wondering who the big shot was. Turns out it was you, this little monkey." Wang Jianjun looked at the familiar person and memories of the battlefield flooded back to him. "Stop dawdling, hurry up, and get in the car." Wang Jianjun, prompted by the urgency, quickly got into the car. "Commander, I didn't expect you to come personally to pick me up." "Humph, I didn't expect it either. You little rascal ran off to Xiangjiang without a word, and I went out of my way to write you a recommendation letter." Zhang Yuanchao joked and scolded. "I called my old comrade to ask about you, and he said you didn't even go back home, which made me think something had happened to you 2 brothers. I appreciate your concern, Commander. All right, that's all in the past. I didn't expect you to have made a name for yourself now. Patriotic entrepreneur TSK. This little rascal has some skills you didn't bring. Shame to our unit." As they chatted along the way, Wang Jianjun recounted how he went to Xiangjiang to build a nation and treat diseases, mentioning everything that happened since arriving in Xiangjiang. Except for the matters concerning space, he shared everything that needed to be said, even mentioning how they took down a gang. He had no intention of keeping it a secret, nor could he. Don't underestimate the power of a country. Moreover, the British also knew it was Wang Jianjun's men who did it. They were merely turning a blind eye. Without substantial evidence, they couldn't convict them, and it would easily provoke Wang Jianjun and his men. If they really pushed them to the edge, so many battle-trained veterans would be enough to give the Hong Kong British government a run for their money. Besides, the ones who died were all local rascals. They certainly wouldn't truly stand up for them. The two continued to chat and laugh until they arrived at the state guest house. In the courtyard of the state guest house, rows of pines and cypress stood tall, while the evening breeze carried the coolness of late spring from the north. Wang Jianjun sent off Old Hua and turned back to his guest room. Old Hua had briefly explained the arrangements for the meeting, essentially asking him in his capacity as a patriotic Chinese businessman to share his views on the future economic development of Hong Kong without any pressure. Wang Jianjun was well aware of how to handle such situations. He picked up the international phone on the table and dialed back to Hong Kong. The phone rang twice before being answered, and Wang Jingwo's clear voice came through. "Hello, elder brother. Aren't you in the mainland? Why are you calling at this hour? I just arrived in the capital and have some..." Wang Jianjun leaned back on the sofa, his tone relaxed. Previously, Goldman Sachs had been negotiating with the British Leland Group for the Jaguar brand. They've made substantial progress, and now it's just about finalizing the details and signing the contract. "You need to make a trip to London and finalize this matter." Wang Jingwo's eyes brightened at the other end of the line, yet he didn't shout excitedly. Instead, he pressed down his excitement and asked, "Really? Elder brother, don't worry. I will definitely handle this clearly for you. Just tell me your bottom line, and I will make sure not to..." "The bottom line is £80 million to fully acquire 100 of Jaguar's shares, including all patents, production lines, and brand ownership. The rest you can handle it as you see fit. The Goldman Sachs team will assist you throughout." Wang Jianjun smiled. "Aren't you always saying you have nothing to do? This time I'm giving you a chance to practice. Don't let me down. Don't worry, elder brother. I guarantee I will complete the task." Wang Jingwo patted his chest in assurance. After hanging up, he couldn't help but jump in place, clenching his fist and whispering awesome. He was already tired of the monotonous days of studying. He envied Minxing and Xiaodongbi, one studying abroad, without supervision, and the other stubbornly refusing to go to school, leaving Wang Jianjun with no way to handle them. This phone call from his elder brother was like having his most desired opportunity handed to him. Once the excitement faded, he picked up the phone on the table and dialed Lan Jiaying. The phone rang a few times before a gentle voice from the girl answered. "Hello. Jingwo, why are you calling at this time?" "I need to ask you something." Wang Jingwo leaned against the back of his chair, his lips curling up. "I need to go to London for some business, probably for about 10 days to half a month. Do you want to come with me to tour Europe?" Lan Jiaying was momentarily stunned, then her tone brightened with surprise. "Really? But I just signed up for a training course at Phoenix TV. What does that matter? I can call my sister-in-law and have her help you take a leave." Lan Jiaying fell silent for 2 seconds on the other end. That might not be good." "No problem, my sister-in-law dotes on me the most." After hanging up, Wang Jingwo immediately sprang into action, first calling the head of Goldman Sachs' Hong Kong branch to finalize the itinerary and coordination details. He also had his assistant arrange the team's security and airfare, ensuring that legal, financial, and automotive advisors were all in place. Then he called Zhong Chuhong to ask Lan Jiaying for leave. At that moment, Zhong Chuhong was having dinner with her parents and started to remind Wang Jingwo as soon as she answered the phone. "Okay, I got it. You can't be as impulsive outside as you are in Hong Kong. Make sure to protect Ding Ying." After a lengthy conversation, she returned to the dinner table as if nothing had happened. Everyone else at home looked at her in surprise. They didn't expect Zhong Chuhong to hold such a high status in the Wang family. Wang Jianjun's younger brother had to ask Zhong Chuhong for leave. "Wow, sister, you are really amazing. Even your brother-in-law's brother has to ask you for leave." Zhong Chuhong said nothing. She knew that Wang Jingwo was simple-minded and had lost his parents early, lacking affection. Her genuine care for him filled a significant part of the affection he missed from his mother. Thus, Wang Jingwo developed a strong attachment to Zhong Chuhong, which in many ways perfectly explained the role of a sister-in-law as a mother. The next morning, Wang Jingwo took Lan Jiaying along with a team of over a dozen people, including 8 security personnel, and boarded a flight to London. The unfortunate He Meng had received the news too late, and in his anger, he scolded Wang Jingwo at school for prioritizing romance over friendship. On the plane, Lan Jiaying watched Wang Jingwo flipping through a thick stack of documents with great concentration, unable to help but lean over to take a look. "Didn't you say Goldman Sachs had almost finalized everything?" "That's not the case." Wang Jingwo, flipping through Jaguar's financial statements without raising his head, replied, "My elder brother trusts me to sign this contract. I can't just be a bystander and not know what's going on. Besides, this Jaguar will be our factory in the future. I must know its background and issues clearly, right?" He appeared carefree, yet in his heart he was more aware than anyone else. Over the past half-month, he had thoroughly understood Jaguar's situation. By 1982, Jaguar was no longer the glorious king of British luxury cars. The parent company British Leyland suffered continuous losses, and after being nationalized by the British government, it became a mess. Jaguar itself was also underperforming with outdated production lines and poor quality control, leading to a sharp decline in sales. In 1981, they sold less than 10,000 cars, incurring massive losses. Leyland had long wanted to rid itself of this hot potato, but could never find a suitable buyer. Goldman Sachs had been negotiating for almost 3 months and had already grasped Leyland's bottom line. The psychological bottom price was actually only £60 million, and the £80 million offered by his elder brother left enough room for him to negotiate. Lan Jiaying couldn't help but smile at his serious demeanor and reached out to smooth the stray hair on his forehead. "I didn't expect you to be so serious. You look quite capable." Wang Jingwo grinned at her, revealing his small tiger teeth, and returned to his lively demeanor. "Of course. My elder brother is so capable, I can't let him down." When the plane landed at London Heathrow Airport, George, the executive director of Goldman Sachs' European branch, was already waiting at the airport with his team. George was a bit nervous. Having worked in mergers and acquisitions for over a decade, he had seen his share of young rich heirs, especially the brothers of bosses, who came to simply show up, often throwing tantrums and making rash decisions, leaving the mess for them to clean up. This time, hearing that the buyer was a 20-something young man from Hong Kong, who was also the boss' younger brother, he had prepared himself to take full responsibility. However, upon meeting George, was taken aback. Though Wang Jiangwo looked young, dressed in a casual suit, and wore a smile, his lively demeanor was completely devoid of any pretension. He proactively extended his hand for a handshake and said with a smile, "Mr. George, thank you for your hard work during this period. I will need your assistance with the subsequent matters." Lan Jiaying beside him also smiled and nodded in greeting, quietly following his lead. The stone in George's heart began to ease as he quickly smiled back and led the group to the car, heading straight to the hotel. On the way, George reported the latest developments in the negotiations to Wang Jiangwo. "Mr. Wang, we have already had 3 rounds of discussions with Leland. They are eager to sell Jaguar, and their psychological bottom price is around 60 million pounds. Their only request is that we promise in the contract not to close the Jaguar factory in Coventry within 3 years and not to lay off more than 10 of the staff." Wang Jiangwo raised an eyebrow but did not respond immediately. He merely nodded. "All right, I understand. The negotiation is tomorrow morning, and I have reviewed the materials. We will proceed as planned." George observed his composed demeanor and was even more surprised. He had initially thought he would have to explain Leland's situation and bottom line to this young man for a long time, but it was evident that he had done his homework and wouldn't need any further explanation. At 10 o'clock the next morning, the negotiation at the top conference room of the Leland Group headquarters in the UK commenced on time. The long conference table was distinctly divided. On the Leland side sat more than a dozen people, led by Vice President Richard, dressed in a custom-tailored 3-piece suit, his hair meticulously styled, exuding the reserved arrogance that was etched into the very bones of an old British capitalist. Behind him were the legal, financial, and Jaguar factory heads, and even 2 union representatives had arrived, clearly intending to set numerous hurdles for Wang Jiangwo. Opposite Wang Jiangwo brought only 4 people: George, an executive director from Goldman Sachs Europe, the chief legal officer, and an automotive technology consultant seated next to the quietly composed Lan Jiaying, with 8 security personnel standing guard at the conference room door, their posture straight and their presence commanding. Before the meeting began, George leaned in closer to Wang Jiangwo's ear and whispered, "Mr. Wang, we previously negotiated 3 rounds with Leland, and their verbally stated highest offer was 70 million pounds. The only additional condition was the basic requirement not to close the factory. Today they will likely make a slight upward adjustment based on that, so we should just press down the price as planned." Wang Jiangwo nodded without speaking, casually twirling the pen in his hand. His brother had set an upper limit of 80 million pounds, while the other party's psychological bottom line was only 60 million pounds. From the very beginning, this negotiation held little suspense. It was merely a matter of how to bring back the most with the least amount of money. As the opening pleasantries concluded, Richard produced the prepared plan and spoke slowly, his tone imbued with an air of unassailable certainty. "Mr. Wang, after urgent discussions within the group's board of directors, we are willing to sell the 100 equity of the Jaguar brand, global trademark patents, all vehicle blueprints, and the Coventry factory, along with its production lines, as a package, with a final offer of 120 million pounds. As soon as these words were spoken, the air in the conference room instantly froze. George's smile vanished, his pupils constricted, and the pen in his hand fell with a clatter onto the table, his face turning ashen. Having engaged in multinational mergers and acquisitions for over a decade, he had never encountered such an outrage. In the previous 3 rounds of negotiations, both sides had clearly established a price within 70 million pounds, yet the other side had nearly doubled it on the spot. This was not negotiation, it was treating him and Goldman Sachs as fools, assuming the young man from Hong Kong would be an easy target with deep pockets. He abruptly raised his head, glaring intensely at Richard, the fury in his eyes nearly erupting. Just as he was about to stand and question, his wrist was gently pressed down by Wang Jiangwo beside him. Wang Jiangwo did not even lift his eyelids, still leisurely twirling the pen as if he had not heard the outrageous. However, Richard seemed oblivious to the expressions of those present and continued to add on the harsh additional terms, his tone increasingly presumptuous. "In addition, the contract must explicitly state 3 points. First, within 3 years after the acquisition is completed, your side must not close the Coventry factory or relocate any production lines. Second, the annual layoff scale must not exceed 10, and existing employee salaries and benefits must not. Third, no less than 5 million pounds must be invested annually in new car research and development, and the iteration of Jaguar models must not be interrupted. These 3 points are our absolute bottom line, with no room for negotiation." After saying this, he took a sip of the coffee in front of him, presenting an air of "We are already very sincere." In his view, this young second-generation rich man from Hong Kong, no matter how knowledgeable he was, would at most manage to cut a couple of tens of millions of pounds, with the final transaction price comfortably landing at 90 million pounds, far exceeding the board's psychological bottom line of 60 million pounds, enough to fill a significant hole for the group. As for the previously agreed verbal price with Goldman Sachs, verbal commitments in business are inherently unreliable. Yet after waiting for a long time, he did not hear Wang Jiangwo's counteroffer, but instead was met with a dismissive laugh. Wang Jiangwo leaned back in his chair, nonchalantly turning the pen in his hand, the smile on his face having faded significantly, his eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. Mr. Richard, I must have misheard right. 120 million pounds, and you add so many unreasonable terms. Do you think I am young, or do you assume I came here without my eyes open, or that Goldman Sachs came along just to play a charade with you? Without waiting for Richard to respond, he slammed the financial report down onto the table, his finger emphatically tapping the numbers. Let's calculate this properly. Jaguar incurred a loss of £2 million in 1983, £8 million in 1981, and just in the first quarter of this year, it had already lost £1 million. Their annual sales plummeted from a peak of over 3,000 units to only 971 units last year, with the dealer exit rate in the M market exceeding 40, and complaints about quality control had surged sevenfold in 3 years. The Coventry factory has 3 production lines, 2 of which are outdated equipment from 1965, unable to guarantee even basic stamping precision. Your own internal evaluation report states that technological upgrades will cost at least £20 million. For such a perennial loss, outdated equipment, and a collapsed reputation, you offer me £120 million. Richard's face turned pale, a fine layer of sweat breaking out on his forehead. He had never expected that this seemingly carefree young man had such a clear understanding of Jaguar's situation, even being aware of the internal assessment costs for technological upgrades. Clearing his throat, Richard forcefully maintained his composure to argue. Mr. Wang, Jaguar is a national treasure luxury car brand in the UK, with nearly a century of historical heritage symbolizing the British automotive industry. These intangible assets cannot be measured by simple financial figures. Heritage. Wang Jiangwo chuckled, tossing the pen onto the table and leaning forward, directly cutting off Richard's words. Can heritage be eaten? Can it help you fill the gaps in your losses? Or help you demand subsidies from the British government? If this heritage is truly so valuable, why don't you hold on to it and continue operating instead of hastily selling it off? The conference room instantly fell silent, with everyone from Leland exchanging glances, unable to utter a word. Wang Jiangwo's words were entirely truthful. They were now eager to offload this hot potato. Less than half a year, Jaguar would face bankruptcy along with Leland. Richard's face flushed red and pale in succession. After a long pause, he finally managed to squeeze out, "We can negotiate the price again, at most lowering it to £90 million. But the terms regarding the factory layoffs and RD investment are our bottom line and absolutely cannot be changed. This is not only the group's requirement, but also the union's requirement and the government's requirement as well." As soon as this was said, George could no longer hold back. He abruptly stood up, bowing deeply to Wang Jiangwo, his face filled with guilt and anger, his voice trembling. "Mr. Wang, I apologize on behalf of Goldman Sachs. This is our serious negligence. In the previous 3 rounds of negotiations, Leland never proposed such an outrageous offer and harsh terms. Their behavior today is a betrayal of Goldman Sachs and a profound disrespect to you. All consequences will be borne entirely by us at Goldman Sachs." After saying this, he abruptly turned his head, glaring fiercely at Richard, his icy gaze causing Richard to shudder involuntarily. "Mr. Richard, I need you to give me and Goldman Sachs an explanation. In the previous 3 rounds of closed-door negotiations, we had already reached a verbal consensus on the price range and core terms. Your actions today have seriously violated the basic principles of commercial negotiation. Goldman Sachs will immediately terminate all cooperation with Leland Group and report this matter to the Goldman Sachs board. And for the sake of remedying our mistake, Goldman Sachs will connect you for free with all automotive brands in Europe. I can immediately contact the boards of Alfa Romeo Lancia and Swedish Saab. I can arrange exclusive closed-door negotiations for you within 24 hours. I guarantee that the prices and conditions they offer will absolutely be several times more favorable than those of Leland Group, and such a betrayal will never occur." As soon as these words were spoken, those on the Leland side were instantly flustered. They knew too well the influence Goldman Sachs wielded in the global financial market. If Goldman Sachs really terminated their cooperation and exposed their betrayal, let alone that Jaguar might not sell, they would offend Goldman Sachs, and the entire financing of Leland Group would face significant issues. Not to mention, if Goldman Sachs were to help Wang Jiangwo connect with other car manufacturers, they would truly have no chance left. Richard's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Just as he was about to explain, Wang Jiangwo waved his hand, signaling George to sit down. Wang Jiangwo leaned back against the chair, adopting a more relaxed posture, his face adorned with a nonchalant smile, as he leisurely recounted a story he had prepared, disrupting the negotiation rhythm of the other party with a single sentence. "Mr. Richard, do you really think my brother is desperate to buy your broken Jaguar? Let me be frank with you. My family is in the video game and consumer electronics business. The Z1 handheld console of our Umbrella Corporation and the arcade game in Hong Kong are currently booming worldwide. Do you really think we are optimistic about your Jaguar's prospects and want to enter the automotive industry to share the pie? He paused for a moment, casting a sweeping glance at the astonished Lilan team across the table, his tone light, yet packed with impact. To be honest, my brother is buying this car factory simply because I love cars. I will turn 19 next month, and he is buying it as a birthday gift for me to have something new to play with. So the one here to sign the contract is me, not my brother, understand? Upon hearing this, the entire conference room erupted in chaos. The people on Lilan's side were dumbfounded, staring wide-eyed at Wang Jianguo, doubting their own hearing. A nearly billion-pound acquisition, actually a birthday gift for his younger brother. What kind of family background is this? Wang Jianguo didn't give them time to react and continued, did you really think you were the only ones approaching us for a deal? Italy's Alfa Romeo and Lancia Sweden Saab have been contacting me daily, saying they are willing to sell their brands and production lines to me at a much more reasonable price than yours. I'm sure you are aware of their circumstances. They would sell for the right price. George just mentioned that he can contact their board of directors right now, and negotiations can happen within 24 hours. The reason I am sitting here talking to you is simply twofold. First, Goldman Sachs has been liaising with you for 3 months, and I can't be bothered to start over with another company. Second, Hong Kong is still a Commonwealth territory. Buying your British brand is straightforward with convenient transfer and processes without much hassle. As he spoke, he stood up, grabbed his coat from the back of the chair, and the smile on his face completely vanished. Since you lack sincerity in negotiations and insist on adding a bunch of restrictions, then forget it. I have no need to spend over 100 million just to buy a toy and still have to listen to your directives. George, proceed as you said. Contact Alpha and we'll fly to Italy this afternoon. Wait. Mr. Wang, please hold on. Richard panicked instantly, his soul almost flying away. He hurriedly rushed to the front of the table to block Wang Jianjun. The hint of pride on his face completely vanished, replaced by a look of ingratiation. Mr. Wang, let's talk this over. We can negotiate the price. The terms can also be discussed. Everything is up for negotiation. He was genuinely afraid. The board had given a strict order that the Jaguar must be offloaded this quarter, else the entire group's cash flow would be cut off, and they wouldn't even receive government subsidies. If this major investor walks away and Goldman Sachs goes back to connect him with other auto companies, where would they find someone willing to spend tens of millions of pounds on this mess called Jaguar? Wang Jianguo paused, raising an eyebrow as he looked at him. Negotiate? How do you propose to negotiate? I just said that I am buying this factory for myself, and I don't want to hear anyone's directives. I will not accept a single word about closing factories, layoffs, or mandatory RD investment clauses. Once I buy the company outright, how it operates is up to me. Yes. You have the final say. You absolutely have the final say. Richard nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice. We will remove all those clauses. Remove all of them. You can operate however you want. We will communicate with the union and ensure that you want face. The union representative beside him was about to speak, but was shot down by Richard's glare. At this point, who cares about? With the investor gone, the factory was on the verge of closing, and all the workers would be unemployed. Seeing him like this, Wang Jianguo secretly laughed, but his face remained expressionless as he sat back down in his chair, leisurely stating, all right, then I'll give you a real price. 20 million pounds for a 100 acquisition of Jaguar shares, including all brand trademarks, global patents, vehicle designs, complete production lines, engine factories, and the global dealer network, all tangible and intangible assets bundled together. Moreover, all of Jaguar's historical debts, employee unpaid wages, and supplier debts will be borne by your Lilan Group. I only want clean assets, and I will not take any bad debts. Richard's face instantly twisted into a knot, shaking his head like a rattle drum. Mr. Wang, 20 million pounds is simply too low. Even without considering brand value, just the Coventry factory land and equipment are worth more than that. The board will never agree to it. Too low. Wang Jianguo shrugged, appearing completely unconcerned, then turned to George. George, let's contact Alpha, as we discussed. I believe their offer will be more sincere. George immediately stood up, picked up the phone on the table, and began to dial. All right, Mr. Wang, I will contact the global CEO of Alfa Romeo right now. He has previously expressed a willingness to sell and will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Wait. Don't dial. Richard suddenly lunged forward to stop the call, beads of sweat streaming down his face, gritting his teeth as he said, Mr. Wang, we can negotiate the price. 20 million pounds is really too low. We can accept a maximum of 50 million pounds. 30 million. Wang Jianguo interrupted him directly, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. I will offer an additional 10 million pounds specifically to clear the employees' unpaid wages and provide severance for those willing to leave. As for the factory land, we do not need it. How about that? It can save you a large sum of money. We will pay a total of 30 million pounds, acquiring all the assets except for the land. Agreed. Let's sign the framework agreement now. Oh, if not, I will leave right now and negotiate in Italy. You have 3 minutes to confirm with your board via phone. The people from Lilan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a mix of emotions. 30 million pounds, although it was half of their psychological bottom line of 60 million pounds, was solid cash. They wouldn't have to bear the burden of employees' unpaid wages and severance, nor face protests from the union and government accountability. Most importantly, they could finally get rid of the loss-making pit that was Jaguar. The unexpected bonus was that he didn't even want the land. Mr. Wong, are you planning to move the factory? Of course I'm moving it. I can't possibly fly to London every time I want to play with cars. I don't have that much time. Wang Jiangwo said impatiently, do you agree or not? Give me a clear answer. Richard hesitated for less than 10 seconds before nodding vigorously. All right, Mr. Wang, we agree. It's 30 million pounds, as you say. I will call the board right now for confirmation. In less than 3 minutes, Richard finished the call, returning with a look of relief on his face. Mr. Wang, the board has agreed. We can now modify the contract and sign the framework agreement. The subsequent matters proceeded smoothly. Both parties' legal teams modified the contract clauses on the spot, writing Wang Jiangwo's demands into the agreement, deleting all additional restrictive clauses, and clarifying that Lalon would bear all historical debts, with the payment schedule for the 30 million pounds and asset transfer processes all finalized. In less than 2 hours, both parties officially signed the acquisition framework agreement, agreeing to complete the fund transfer and share transfer at Goldman Sachs' London branch 3 days later. As they walked out of the Lalon headquarters building, the London sun was just right, shining down on the wet streets. George bowed deeply once again to Wang Jiangwo, still wearing an apologetic expression. Mr. Wang, I sincerely apologize for today. It was our Goldman Sachs preliminary work that was not up to standard, leading to such an unexpected situation. Wang Jiangwo smiled and waved his hand, patting his shoulder. It's fine, I'm not blaming you. Business is inherently a place of deceit. Those Brits wanted to trick me. That has nothing to do with you. Moreover, when you stood up just now, you actually helped me a lot by completely breaking through their psychological defenses. George was taken aback for a moment, then realized that young Mr. Wang had never taken the other party's offer seriously from the start, even factoring in their backstab. Everything that just happened was merely a tactic to drive down the price. He felt increasingly impressed and quickly replied, "Thank you for your understanding. We will definitely keep a close eye on the subsequent delivery and legal review, ensuring that there are no oversights. All patent drawings and equipment will be meticulously verified by our technical team. If even one piece is missing, we won't pay the final amount." "Thank you for your hard work," Wang Jiangwo replied with a smile. The next morning, he took his team and technical consultants straight to the Jaguar factory in Coventry. Upon entering the factory, a strong sense of desolation hit him. In the vast factory, only one production line was intermittently operating, while the other 2 lines stood still, covered in a thin layer of dust. The workers in the workshop seemed devoid of spirit, laboring like they were merely passing time, their eyes filled with confusion about the future. The factory manager accompanied Wang Jiangwo on a tour, continuously explaining the situation of the production line, but Wang Jiangwo hardly listened, his gaze fixated on the technicians gathered around the machine tools for adjustments. When he reached the engine workshop, he paused. Several elderly technicians with graying hair were huddled around a straight-six engine, quietly discussing, while occasionally picking up tools to make adjustments, their eyes filled with dedication to technology, in stark contrast to the surrounding desolation. Wang Jiangwo stepped forward and greeted them in English with a smile. "Gentlemen, is this the Jaguar XK6 engine?" The old technicians were momentarily stunned, not expecting this young Hong Kong boss to recognize the engine. One of the leading technicians nodded, his tone tinged with pride. "Yes, sir, this is Jaguar's most classic straight-six engine and one of the best civilian engines in the world. Unfortunately, the factory is out of money and the development of new models has been halted for nearly a year." His tone was filled with melancholy. These old technicians who had dedicated their lives to this craft were not afraid of hard work, but feared the lack of opportunities to showcase their skills. Watching the brand they cherished deteriorate was more painful than anyone could imagine. Wang Jiangwo smiled and got straight to the point. "I understand your difficulties. Jaguar is now mine, and I can assure you that the development of new models will not stop and the production line will undergo comprehensive upgrades. Money is not an issue." The elderly technicians instantly looked up, their eyes filled with disbelief. "I came today to talk to you." Wang Jiangwo's tone was serious. "For those willing to stay, your salaries will be doubled and all research and development expenses will be fully reimbursed. Whatever new model you want to develop, as long as the proposal is feasible, I will fully support it. The only condition is that you must come to Hong Kong. I will offer you triple the annual salary, provide accommodation, resolve work and schooling issues for your families, and reimburse all round-trip airfare." Upon hearing this, the elderly technicians were completely stunned and their eyes burst with excitement. As for going to Hong Kong, that was completely fine. Given the current state of affairs in the UK, it would be better to venture out to Hong Kong, as it was still under British jurisdiction. What they lacked was never technology, it was opportunity, money, and a platform that allowed them to focus on research and development. This young boss not only did not lay them off, but was also willing to raise their salaries and restart RD. The leading technician was the first to react excitedly, extending his hand to tightly grasp Wang Jiangwo's. "Mr. Wang, thank you. As long as you are willing to restart RD, I am willing to stay. I've worked at Jaguar for half my life and don't want to see it disappear like this." I am also willing to go to Hong Kong. As long as I can continue to work on engine R&D, I can go anywhere. I am also willing. Seeing the enthusiastic technicians expressing their intentions, Wang Jiangwo smiled. He understood that the most valuable aspect of acquiring Jaguar was not the brand or production line, but these technical talents. With them, his automotive industry layout would truly take root. After inspecting the factory, he handed over the delivery matters to George and the legal team, finally having some leisure time to enjoy London with Lan Jiaying. The artifacts at the British Museum, the musicals in the West, and the scenery of Windsor Castle, the two wandered about happily with Wang Jiangwo, buying Lan Jiaying a pile of jewelry and a custom-made dress, fulfilling all the promises he had made to her. However, no one noticed the spark in Wang Jiangwo's eyes when he saw the Chinese artifacts at the British Museum. But before they could enjoy themselves for a couple of days, the hotel front desk was nearly overwhelmed by visitors. Since hearing about Wang Jiangwo's acquisition of Jaguar, they could no longer sit still. Representatives from half of Europe's car brands rushed to London to find Wang Jiangwo, especially those brands facing closure due to policy adjustments. These European car companies were already struggling due to the global economic downturn. Upon hearing about this potential investor, they all sprang into action, operating under the notion of better to take a shot in the dark than to do nothing, and flocked to London to find Wang Jiangwo. Wang Jiangwo, however, was quite relaxed, meeting 1 or 2 car company representatives each day, listening to their proposals without rushing to react, simply stating that they would consider future cooperation, firmly keeping the initiative in his hands. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Leland Group, Richard looked at the report in his hands, learning that half of Europe's car companies had rushed to London to find Wang Jiangwo, and he let out a long sigh of relief, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. The financial director leaned over and quietly said, "Vice President, it seems that selling Jaguar for £30 million might have been a loss. Look at how many car companies are approaching him. It indicates he genuinely wants to delve into the automotive industry, not just buy a toy." Loss? Richard shook his head, a look of relief on his face. What kind of loss? If we hadn't sold it in another 6 months, Jaguar would only be facing bankruptcy, liquidation, and we wouldn't get a penny then. Didn't you see? He has plenty of cash in hand, and if we held out and didn't sell, he would just turn around and buy Alpha or Lancia, and then we wouldn't even have a place to cry. He took a sip of coffee and said, still shaken, "Fortunately, we sold it in time, securing £30 million in cash and shedding this heavy burden. That's already a stroke of good fortune." The entire Leland board echoed with relief. No one felt they had sold it at a loss anymore. They were just glad they hadn't scared away this investor. Otherwise, they would have only faced bankruptcy, liquidation. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Wang Jiangwo was on a long-distance call, happily reporting to Wang Jianjun in the capital, his tone filled with pride. "Big brother. It's done. £30 million. Oh, Jaguar's brand, patents, factory, and R&D team, all taken together. I didn't exceed your budget and even saved £50 million. By the way, big brother, the British government contacted me asking if I'm interested in Land Rover or Range Rover. They can sell them to us at a super low price." On the other end of the line, Wang Jianjun frowned at this. During this period, the UK underwent a significant shift in enterprise policy. In 1979, Margaret Thatcher came to power, and her creed was the government should not pick winners, advocating for the market to determine survival. The Thatcher government clearly stated the government would no longer cover corporate losses. The core agenda in the 1982 Enterprise Plan Review was, if not profitable, close or sell off profitable parts. Cabinet meeting records from April 1982 show that Thatcher herself explicitly instructed Land Rover should be sold as soon as possible. If it weren't for Wang Jianjun's interception, both Jaguar and Land Rover would have eventually been sold to Tata Group and Rolls-Royce to BMW. However, selling so much technology surely comes with conditions. What conditions do they have? They said the Land Rover brand must retain British nationality, the Solihull factory must not be closed. They must commit to producing a certain quantity of engines in the UK, and the Land Rover R&D Centre must remain in the UK along with a nolly-off policy. But they are willing to sell it for £1 million, but as long as we are willing to take it over. After listening to Wang Jiangwo's numerous conditions, Wang Jianjun's forehead darkened. £1 million. This was clearly a bottomless pit. Tell them we don't need it. Just channel that previous energy you had pretending to be a rich second generation. Although I am quite envious of this technology, taking over now is clearly not worth the cost. Brother, why not negotiate with them again? What if the conditions can be discussed further? Wang Jiangwo said, unwilling to give up. After all, he had just completed a deal with Jaguar and was feeling quite spirited. Wang Jianjun understood his thoughts. The situation with Jaguar was different. On one hand, Goldman Sachs was indirectly threatening, and on the other, Jaguar was already too big to handle currently at its lowest point. Land Rover, however, was different. Although it was also in the red, it was a vehicle used by the royal family, and selling it at a low price would be tantamount to slapping the royal family's face. However, Wang Jianjun wouldn't dampen his confidence and could only let him run into a wall himself. All right, since you're willing to talk, give it a try. It doesn't matter whether you succeed or not. After all, Jaguar is already in our hands. Wang Jiangwo, having received Wang Jianjun's permission, joyfully went to negotiate with them. After hanging up the phone, Wang Jianjun turned to the few people in the room and smiled apologetically. Sorry everyone for keeping you waiting. The others, having overheard Wang Jianjun's phone call, seemed surprised, realizing he was acquiring the automobile brand and was also discussing the acquisition plan for Land Rover. They were quite astonished. They hadn't expected this young man to have such significant influence. When Ho Ying-tung had introduced him, they hadn't taken it seriously. Wang Jianjun felt quite helpless looking at their expressions. There was no way to make international calls in the mainland, especially during the Sino-British negotiations. It was impossible to avoid scrutiny, so he boldly made the call in the conference room. After their surprise, everyone resumed their previous discussions. Unlike previous times, they began to frequently seek Wang Jianjun's opinions. Comrade Jianjun, please share your thoughts. Young people have active minds. It would be good to hear some different suggestions from you. Wang Jianjun, seeing this, did not hold back. For the past few days, he had merely been a bystander, nodding along without voicing any opinions. Esteemed seniors, I would like to share my thoughts. I believe we can let go of the negotiations because regardless of whether they agree, we will definitely reclaim it. There's no doubt about that. Wang Jianjun looked at the expressions of the others and continued, what we need to consider now is how to ensure the current prosperity of Hong Kong after the negotiations and deal with the underhanded tactics of the British. The others who had reached their positions through intellect nodded in agreement upon hearing his words. In these matters, I believe the most important thing is to establish an educational system for the citizens of Hong Kong. An elder responded, Comrade Jianjun, why is that? Shouldn't we be promoting our policies to stabilize public sentiment? Exactly. Everyone agreed, looking at Wang Jianjun with confusion. Esteemed seniors, no matter how much we promote Hong Kong today, those who are pro-country and pro-British are already clear-cut, most of the rest are fence-sitters. Our promotions actually have little impact. Therefore, we should shift our focus to the next generation, starting with the children. Currently, most citizens lean towards the mainland as the majority have come from there. But if in a decade or so these people grow old or are no longer here, reclaiming will become troublesome. Do you think the descendants, educated and influenced by the British government, will still be pro-country? In other words, even after the handover, will the common people still recognize this identity? What if someone incites? A chill ran down everyone's spine upon hearing Wang Jianjun's insights. This was something they hadn't considered before. Most were focused on the current attitudes of the Hong Kong people, while Wang Jianjun was already looking a decade ahead. They recalled that the unified conclusion from their previous meetings had been that 1997 was the bottom line for the handover. If the situation were to develop like this, then by the time the next generation in Hong Kong grows up, most of them would be pro-British. Just imagining that scenario made everyone feel a headache. Fortunately, Comrade Jianjun reminded us, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. We must definitely include this point in the negotiation agenda, and we need to secure the right to education in Hong Kong in advance. The group then began discussing the feasibility of specific implementation. Their conversation was quickly reported to the elder, who after careful consideration decisively approved adding this to the negotiation terms. They wouldn't be able to refuse. Having realized this major loophole, there was no reason not to remedy it. They couldn't leave everything for the next generation to solve. This was non-negotiable. They would either reclaim by force immediately or agree to these terms. Afterward, Wang Jianjun personally met with the elder. No one knew the specifics of their discussion, but Wang Jianjun emerged with a smile, holding a piece of calligraphy. Subsequently, Wang Jianjun began donating a substantial amount of research funding to the predecessors of the 7 sons of national defense universities. He also received promises to recruit staff from these schools and even collaborate on joint research. In short, Wang Jianjun made a significant profit from this trip. Meanwhile, far away in the UK, Wang Jianguo felt he had also profited immensely. After hanging up with Wang Jianjun, he began contacting the UK government, but the UK side remained tight-lipped, leading Wang Jianguo to lose his desire to negotiate. In that case, I'm sorry, Mr. Evan, we reject the acquisition. With so many terms, I might as well go purchase an M country where there aren't so many stipulations. The two left their first negotiation on bad terms. Subsequently, Wang Jianguo took Lan Jing on a tour around Europe, living quite a comfortable life. In the afternoon in Barcelona, Spain, sunlight filtered through the colorful glass windows of a tavern, casting intricate light patterns on the mottled wooden table. The air was filled with the sweet aroma of sangria, the savory scent of Iberian ham, and a few frustrated Spanish complaints which crashed against the walls and bounced back. Wang Jianguo leaned against the corner booth, swirling his wine glass as he listened to the argument at the nearby table, unable to suppress a smile. He and Lan Jing had been wandering around Europe for nearly half a month, from Provence in France to Barcelona in Spain, leaving all the troubles regarding the Land Rover acquisition behind. The UK government had stuck to a pile of unfair terms, clearly treating him as a cash cow, wanting him to fill the financial gap for Land Rover's losses. After 2 unsuccessful negotiations, Wang Jianguo directly lost patience. His brother was right. This was a bottomless pit, not worth pouring money into. So he decided to enjoy the trip, with Lan Jing treating it as a vacation. What are they arguing about? Lan Jing asked softly, leaning closer after taking a sip of juice. The accompanying translator immediately leaned in, lowering his voice to explain Mr. Wang. They are technicians from SEAT. The lead one is named Carlos, the chief designer of SEAT's power systems. They say the company is on the brink of bankruptcy, and their cooperation with Fiat has also fallen through. The board is constantly thinking about selling the company to cash out, and they have stopped developing all new models. They haven't paid salaries for 3 months, and these engineers are about to lose their jobs. Wang Jingwo's eyes instantly lit up, and he set down his wine glass on the table, straightening up. SEAT. During this time, he immersed himself in automotive data and had gained considerable knowledge about this Spanish brand. SEAT is the only complete vehicle manufacturer in Spain. Previously, it built a solid reputation for vehicle manufacturing and powertrain development through its collaboration with Fiat, particularly in small displacement engines and front-wheel drive chassis technology, which are well regarded in Europe. However, in 1982, Fiat abruptly terminated their partnership, withdrawing its technology and funding, causing SEAT to collapse instantly and face bankruptcy, leaving hundreds of top automotive engineers with no opportunities. He had been solely focused on acquiring a vehicle brand, forgetting this factor. Buying a company on the brink of bankruptcy would bring a heap of debts and complications, but poaching these core technical personnel would be truly profitable. Technology, patents, and experience all reside within these engineers. As long as they come aboard, what type of vehicle or engine cannot be produced? Let's go talk, Wang Jingwo said as he patted Lan Jiying's hand and stood up to head toward the table. The translator quickly followed suit, and Lan Jiying quietly picked up her bag, trailing behind him. The engineers at the table were arguing heatedly when they suddenly saw a young Asian man approach, pausing momentarily to stop their quarrel and gazing at him with confusion. Good afternoon, gentlemen, Wang Jingwo said with a smile, extending his hand while asking the translator to convey his message. I am Wang Jingwo, the current owner of Jaguar Cars from Hong Kong, China. I happened to overhear your conversation about SEAT, and if I may be so bold, I'd like to chat with you all. The owner of Jaguar. The engineers exchanged surprised glances. Recently, the entire European automotive community had been buzzing about a young tycoon from Hong Kong who spent $30 million to buy Jaguar, and now they unexpectedly encountered the man himself. The leader Carlos stood up, hesitated, and shook hands with Wang Jingwo, his tone laced with a hint of self-deprecating humor. Hello, Mr. Wang. I am Carlos Sainz, the powertrain designer for SEAT. I didn't expect you would be interested in us, unemployed engineers. I am not interested in unemployed engineers. I'm interested in talented individuals who can produce top-notch engines. Wang Jingwo smiled, pulled out a chair, and got straight to the point. I heard you say that SEAT's new engine development project has been halted. Upon mentioning this, Carlos' expression dimmed immediately, and he sighed heavily. Yes, the board of directors even wants to sell the factory. Where will they find the money to fund our research? We spent 3 years developing a high-efficiency inline-4 engine. The blueprints are complete, and we just need to set up test benches, but now they're all locked in the archives, never to see the light of day. The other engineers nearby also lowered their heads, their faces filled with despair. They were all seasoned engineers with over a decade of experience, having dedicated their lives to engines and automobiles. Their greatest fear was not unemployment, but that their lives' work and skills would have no place to be utilized. Seeing their expressions, Wang Jingwo felt more certain and said earnestly, Ladies and gentlemen, I will speak. I am currently establishing my automotive industrial park in Hong Kong and mainland China, which already includes a complete vehicle production line for Jaguar, and engine factory, and a full research and development team. What I need most now are top talents like you who have development experience and can turn blueprints into real vehicles. He paused, presenting his offer, and with each sentence the engineer's eyes brightened. I invite you to join my automotive research center in Hong Kong. The salary will be 3 times what you earn at SEAT, plus project bonuses at the end of the year with no upper limit. Most importantly, I will fully fund the restart of your engine development project. The research budget has no cap, and I will not interfere arbitrarily. As his words settled, the tavern fell silent. Carlos and the other engineers were stunned, staring wide-eyed at Wang Jingwo, doubting whether they had misheard. 3 times the salary. Additionally, the opportunity to restart their terminated research project. After the initial shock, hesitation flickered in their eyes. Carlos was the first to regain his composure, hesitantly speaking up. Mr. Wang, your offer is very sincere, and we are indeed tempted. However, Hong Kong is too far. We know nothing about it, and are unfamiliar with China. Our families and friends are all in Spain, and moving to a completely unfamiliar place. He didn't finish, but his meaning was clear. There were too many concerns, and they were hesitant to make a decision. A young engineer nearby also whispered in agreement. Yes, we've heard that Hong Kong is just a small port. Does it even have an automotive industry? If we go there, can we really produce the engines we want? Wang Jingwo was not surprised by their concerns. These European engineers had lived their entire lives in Europe, and the distant East was foreign to them, let alone dragging their families to Hong Kong. He smiled and calmly took out a stack of materials, pushing them toward them. Inside were images of industrial parks and Shenzhen skyscrapers in Hong Kong, showcasing a truly modern metropolis that Wang Jingwo estimated to be slightly better than Spain. At most, the architectural styles differed. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely invite you to join our company. Wang Jingwo's tone was serious, I genuinely want to create my own automotive brand and build quality cars that belong to us. Look, the industrial park in Shenzhen covers 2,000 acres with brand new vehicle factories, engine plants, and research centers. I will procure the world's top-tier equipment. When you get there, it won't be starting from scratch. You will directly stand on the decades of technological accumulation from Jaguar, showcasing your talents. He then turned to Carlos, smiling as he added, Mr. Carlos, don't you want to see the engine you devoted 3 years of effort into design mounted on a vehicle and running on the road rather than being forever locked away in the archives gathering dust? This statement struck directly at Carlos' soft spot. He suddenly lifted his head, the hesitation in his eyes instantly replaced by excitement. Indeed, his greatest wish in life was to see his designed engine truly produced and on the road rather than turning into a pile of waste paper. The engineers huddled together, quickly discussing in Spanish, their voices growing more animated and the light in their eyes shining brighter. At the runway of Cheetah Airport, the cabin door of the plane slowly opened, and Wang Jianjun stepped down the ladder, holding a brocade box containing the elderly man's inscription. Lin Yaodong had long been waiting on the tarmac, and as soon as he saw him come down, he quickly approached, saying, Boss, you are... What? Is the sky falling? Wang Jianjun smiled as he handed the brocade box to the security guard behind him, patting Lin Yaodong's shoulder. With that expression of yours, is it a mix of good and bad news? Yes. Lin Yaodong quickly nodded, leading him towards the car, while rapidly reporting, the good news is that Who Wants to Be a Millionaire has broken its own record again, with the latest episode peaking at a viewership rating of 72, completely crushing TVB's flagship program during the same time slot. Now nobody in Hong Kong is talking about anything else but this show. The advertising rates for Phoenix Television's primetime slots have quintupled, and dozens of advertisers are lining up to grab them. Thanks to the show's popularity, the circulation of the Phoenix Daily has surged to second in Hong Kong, only behind the Oriental Daily. Wang Jianjun nodded, not surprised at all. The model of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, where everyone answered questions for money, was an overwhelming success in Hong Kong in 1982, so its explosive popularity was entirely expected. He had already registered the global copyright for this model. Not only did TVB want to copy it, but even television stations worldwide would have to pay him a licensing fee if they wanted to follow suit. What else? Wang Jianjun opened the car door and sat inside with Lin Yaodong sitting beside him as the vehicle slowly departed the tarmac. Lin Yaodong's expression instantly brightened. It's about the Jining Group. According to the plan you set before you left, we launched an all-out attack starting last week. The Phoenix Daily and Phoenix Television have been continuously exposing Jining scandals. Now Jining's stock price has plummeted with consecutive trading halts, and Chen Songqing is completely panicking. The Commercial Investigation Department has officially opened a case, and just yesterday confiscated all financial records from Jining's headquarters. The bad news is... He paused, his tone growing more serious. Nintendo has taken action. Shuntaro Furukawa has united several Japanese electronics companies, including Sharp, Panasonic, and Mitsubishi, along with game manufacturers like Namco and Konami, to launch an all-out assault on our electronic products. Moreover, our partners in Japan have suddenly notified us that they will stop supplying us with portable device LCD screen storage chips and arcade motherboard components, preferring to pay breach of contract penalties rather than fulfill their deliveries. In the U.S. market, a price war has also erupted, with Nintendo slashing the wholesale prices of arcade and handheld consoles by nearly half, clearly aiming to eliminate us, even at a loss, leading to a nearly 40% drop in our product sales this week. Wang Jianjun's smile gradually faded, his fingers lightly tapping his knee as he remained silent. The collapse of Jining was something he had driven himself, so it was to be expected. However, the coordinated counterattack from Nintendo, while anticipated, came much faster and more ferociously than... What surprised him even more was that the Japanese manufacturers recommended by Sega had all turned against him, willing to pay breach of contract penalties to cut off supplies. It was evident that Shuntaro Furukawa had exerted tremendous effort to crush him, a mid-game contender, before he could even rise. First, let's go to the Far East building. We can discuss it on the way, Wang Jianjun said, calmly gazing out the car window. As the car drove through the streets of Kowloon, everywhere he looked there were traces of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. At the bus stop, a poster of the show featured Chan Pak-chung holding a microphone with large letters proclaiming, "Answer questions to win millions. The next lucky contestant could be you." In a nearby Cha-Chan Tung, the television was replaying the previous episode, and a crowd had gathered outside, straining their necks to watch the screen, occasionally shouting out answers even more tense than the contestants on stage. Even at the street-side newsstand, the most eye-catching item displayed was the special edition of the Phoenix Daily exposing Jining Group, alongside the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire answering strategy manual featuring questions from the show, which citizens would casually pick up along with their newspapers. The entire city has become obsessed now, Lin Yaodong said with a laugh. The Cha-Chan Tungs are closed for lunch. All the staff are gathered together to watch the show's replay. Even retail investors at the stock exchange are quizzing each other on common knowledge questions during trading breaks, just to sign up for the competition. TVB's Sir Run Run Shaw has held meetings for 3 consecutive days trying to come up with a new program to counter us, but so far they haven't produced anything of note. Wang Jianjun chuckled and did not respond. The car drove past Victoria Harbor and eventually stopped at the foot of the Far East building in Central. This was the headquarters of the Phoenix Daily and Wang Jianjun's temporary office in Hong Kong. To accommodate the group's business expansion, he had instructed Li Shuwen to rent several additional floors, integrating the offices for gaming, electronics, media, and security into a temporary command center for the group. The RD building at the electronics factory was already unable to keep pace with his current rhythm. As soon as he entered, Huang Shijiao greeted him with the core teams from Phoenix Television and Phoenix Daily, all of them wearing unmistakable excitement on their faces. "Boss, you are finally back." Huang Shijiao quickly stepped forward. The group entered the large conference room, and Huang Shijiao immediately spread out the documents on the table, reporting at a rapid pace. "Starting from the second week after you left, the Phoenix Daily has been breaking stories about Jianing scandals on the front page every day. From the initial accusations of inflated profits and falsified financial reports to the shell transactions involving Kinmen Tower and the land deals, and further to unlawfully using billions in bank loans from HSBC and Standard Chartered to inflate stock prices, we have gathered the entire chain of evidence. All are real-name reports, and we are not afraid of their lawsuits." He picked up the top sheet of the Phoenix Daily's front page with a shocking headline: "The Jianing billion-dollar myth is all a scam. Chen Songqing falsified transactions to secure 1 billion Hong Kong dollars in bank loans. The Ponzi scheme is on the brink of collapse." As for Phoenix Television, our newly launched financial program, Financial Pursuit, follows up every night, in prime time, specifically hiring Hong Kong's top certified public accountants and business lawyers to dissect Jianing's financial scams. We have also interviewed dozens of small shareholders who were cheated by Jianing's stocks. Now nobody in Hong Kong is unaware that Jianing is a fraudulent company. Wang Jianjun flipped through the materials in his hands and nodded. Chen Songqing had created the illusion of netting several hundred million using empty transactions with Kinmen Tower to inflate Jianing's stock price, then obtained loans from banks through high equity pledges, later using those loans for land speculation and to boost stock prices. Fundamentally, it was a thoroughgoing Ponzi scheme. When the Falklands War broke out in 1982, the real estate bubble in Hong Kong burst, and Jianing's cash flow had long since dried up, relying solely on shifting funds from Peter to pay Paul to hold on. What he needed to do now was to completely puncture this facade, triggering Jianing's collapse in advance, not only to avenge the provocation from Chen Songqing at the charity auction, but also to take advantage of the situation when Jianing completely collapses to acquire their most core asset, the Kinmen Tower, through HSBC, which later became Jianing Tower. "What position is Jianing's stock price at now?" Wang Jianjun asked, raising his eyes. "It has collapsed completely." Huang Shijiao grinned widely. "Since the first day we broke the news, Jianing's stock price has suffered 8 consecutive trading halts, dropping from a peak of 17.8 Hong Kong dollars per share to just 3.2 Hong Kong dollars now, with a market capitalization evaporating by nearly 8 billion Hong Kong dollars. Now the Hong Kong Joint Exchange is being besieged daily by retail investors demanding a trading halt to investigate Jianing, and the Commercial Investigation Department has also officially opened a case, having just seized all of Jianing's financial ledgers and transaction records yesterday." Everyone in the conference room couldn't help but laugh. Previously, Jianing Group was so dominant in Hong Kong, and Chen Songqing was hailed as the second Li Ka-shing, surrounded by flattery wherever he went. Yet after several rounds of media attacks, he was directly thrown from the clouds into the mud without even a chance to recover. Meanwhile, in the top-floor office of the Zhonghuan Jianing Group headquarters, chaos had already ensued. Chen Songqing sat in the spacious boss chair, his face as pale as paper, bloodshot eyes glaring at the Phoenix Daily, which he had crumpled in his grip. The floor of the office was littered with shattered teacups and scattered documents. Several executives stood in front of the desk, heads bowed, not daring to breathe too loudly for fear of drawing attention. "Wang Jianjun. It's that Wang Jianjun again." Chen Songqing slammed the newspaper onto the ground, his voice hoarse as he roared, his eyes filled with a mad hatred. "I knew it. From the moment the first report of the Phoenix Daily came out, I knew this brat was behind it." He had been aware from the beginning that only Wang Jianjun in all of Hong Kong had the motive and the strength to do this to him. Both Phoenix TV and Phoenix Daily were part of Wang Jianjun's empire. Without Wang Jianjun's nod, who would dare to continuously expose Jianing's scandals? Moreover, everyone in Hong Kong knew that at the charity auction held by the governor's office, he had made an enemy of Wang. He had been planning to gather himself and find an opportunity to deal with this reckless kid, but unexpectedly the other party struck first, targeting all his vital points. He knew deep down that Jianing's myth was merely a paper house supported only by a beautiful financial report and stock price. Once the fraud was completely exposed, with banks withdrawing loans, stockholders panicking, and regulators stepping in, he would have nowhere to turn. What about the banks? HSBC, Standard Chartered, have they loosened up at all? Chen Songqing took a deep breath, suppressing the panic and anger in his chest, gritting his teeth as he asked. The CFO's face was ashen, shaking his head like a rattle. "Boss, it's hopeless. HSBC has issued an ultimatum demanding the repayment of the 300 million Hong Kong dollars loan due within 3 days, otherwise they will directly apply to the court to freeze all of our assets in Hong Kong. Standard Chartered, Hang Seng, and Wing On banks have all followed suit, refusing to extend loans and demanding the immediate repayment of all outstanding loans. We currently have less than 50 million Hong Kong dollars in available cash. What about the stock market? I told you to pump money to support the stock price. Have you managed to stabilize it? We can't stabilize it, boss. The executive responsible for the stock market operations spoke with a trembling voice. All the stockholders in Hong Kong are frantically selling Jianning's shares. The sell-off is like a tidal wave. We've already injected 200 million, but not even a ripple has been made. The stock exchange has just sent a letter asking if we want to voluntarily apply for a trading suspension. If we don't, the stock price is going to drop below 1 Hong Kong dollar. It's over. All over. Chen Songqing felt all his strength drain away in an instant, slumping back into the boss chair, his gaze vacant. He had come to Hong Kong from Malaysia, relying on cunning tricks to shine for 5 whole years, transforming from a penniless youth into a property tycoon worth billions, and everyone greeted him with reverence, calling him Boss Chun. He had never expected to sustain this scam forever, but just as he was about to cash out, and Fli Wang Jianjun's few reports had stripped him bare, leaving him with no chance to turn the tables. He suddenly raised his head, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes as he reached for the phone on the desk, wanting to call on someone from the underworld to teach Wang Jianjun a lesson. However, as soon as his hand touched the receiver, it fell weakly back down. He understood Wang Jianjun's capabilities. Not only did he control a television station and a newspaper, but he also held sway over several hundred retired soldiers who had received proper military training, all of whom were armed. Let alone his current predicament, even in his prime, he might not have been able to take on Wang Jianjun. Moreover, Wang Jianjun had the backing of Governor Yu de HSBC and even had ambiguous connections with the mainland government. To provoke Wang Jianjun would be akin to seeking his own doom. Just then the office door was thrust open and the secretary stumbled in, her face as pale as paper, her voice trembling. Boss. It's bad. The Commercial Investigation Department has arrived. They also have a court search warrant to seize all the company's financial documents and office premises. Chen Songqing's face instantly drained of all color. He collapsed fully into the chair, his vision darkening. He knew that the myth of Jianning, which he had painstakingly built, had come to an end. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Far East building, Wang Jianjun had just heard the latest developments regarding Jianning Group when the overseas phone on the table suddenly rang urgently. It was Zhou Ming calling from Los Angeles, country. As soon as the call connected, Zhou Ming's anxious and angry voice came through with the noise of a bustling office in the background. Boss. You're back in Hong Kong. Something big has happened. Sega has turned against us. Wang Jianjun tightened his grip on the phone, his expression darkening. Take your time, what's going on? Sega has completely sided with Nintendo. Zhou Ming's voice was filled with frustration. The exclusive agency contract for the Hong Kong block arcade in North America that we signed with them has been unilaterally torn up. They not only halted all distribution and after-sales of our arcade machines, but also cleared our products from their channels, turning around to sign an exclusive cooperation agreement with Nintendo, opening all their North American channels to Nintendo. What's worse, they signed exclusive agreements with the top game distributors in North America along with Nintendo. Zhou Ming continued, growing more urgent. The agreement clearly states that as long as the distributors sell products from Nintendo, Sega, and Namco, they cannot sell any goods from our protection umbrella, otherwise they will lose their agency qualifications and have their supply permanently cut off. Now some distributors have already suspended cooperation with us, and the remaining ones are all on the sidelines, not daring to take in stock. It's precisely because of Sega's betrayal that our channels have been abruptly severed. Coupled with Nintendo's price war, arcade and handheld sales have plummeted by 20% this week. If this continues, the North American market will be completely taken over by them. Lin Yadong's expression changed instantly. He had previously only known that Nintendo was working with Japanese manufacturers to encircle them, but never expected Sega to actually turn against them. After all, Sega had established its foothold in the North American arcade market largely thanks to the blockbuster product Hong Kong Block. Now they had turned against the very ones who fed them. Wang Jianjun's expression also turned cold. He realized he had indeed overlooked this matter. To support the domestic industrial chain, he had transferred all the orders originally meant for the Sakura country's OEM factories and component manufacturers to state-owned factories in Shanghai and Wuxi, cutting off Sega's revenue stream. It was no surprise that they turned to Nintendo. He just didn't expect that Sega would be so ruthless, unilaterally tearing up the contract and becoming Nintendo's. It seems that Yamauchi Hiroshi has invested a lot. I understand. Wang Jianjun's tone remained calm. First, stabilize the team in Country M. Talk to the distributors we are still collaborating with. As long as they continue to cooperate with us, we will directly reduce the purchase price by 10 and increase the terminal sales rebate by 5 percentage points to secure the core channels. Second, prioritize stocking goods for the European market while temporarily scaling back in North America. Do not engage in a price war with them. Third, tell Zhou Ming to find some tasks for Nintendo in the Americas. Any means will do just to keep them occupied. Fourth, let Mincheng establish an electronic sales company in Country M and have him contact major supermarkets there. It's fine even if Goldman Sachs takes the majority stake in the new company. See if we can carve out our own distribution channels. Understood, boss. I will arrange it immediately. Lin Yadong's tone instantly steadied. Additionally, Wang Jianjun added, synchronize with the European distributors to prioritize signing exclusive agreements with them. We must treat Europe as our foundation. After hanging up, the atmosphere in the conference room turned tense. Nintendo was already the absolute leader in the Sakura country's gaming industry. Now with the alliance of over a dozen upstream and downstream companies along with Sega, which is familiar with the North American market, they were attacking from the supply chain channel and price aspects simultaneously, clearly aiming to drive the protective umbrella out of the gaming market. Lin Yaodong was the first to speak, his tone still grave, but without the previous panic. Boss, we don't need to panic too much about the supply cutoff from the Sakura country's manufacturers. We had already transferred 70 of our component orders to state-owned factories in Shanghai and Wuxi. The products they can produce fully meet our needs. Technically, we cannot be blocked. Wang Jianjun was well aware of this. From the very beginning, he never put all his eggs in the Sakura country's manufacturer's basket. Since last year, he had been providing support to mainland electronic factories, transferring orders, and collaborating on technical breakthroughs. By 1982, the basic circuit boards and components had long been localized. Even for high-end LCD screens and storage chips, mainland factories had already overcome the technical hurdles. Only their production capacity was still ramping up, and there was no situation where Sakura country manufacturers could block technology. What I worry about is not the supply chain but the channels and the market. Shun Weigua frowned and spoke. Nintendo is rapidly seizing the North American market through price wars and exclusive agreements. If we don't respond, the market we have painstakingly established will be taken from us. Wang Jianjun leaned back in his chair, gently tapping his fingers on the table. After half a minute of silence, when he raised his gaze again, there was no longer a trace of coldness in his eyes, only a clear thought process and determination. What is there to panic about? He glanced at everyone, his tone calm, yet full of confidence. Isn't it just the Sakura country enterprises uniting to besiege us? It's nothing to worry about. If they want to fight, we will fight them to the end. He sat up straight, issuing commands one by one with clear logic and coherence. First, Yaodong, immediately coordinate with Shanghai Radio Factory No. 19 and Wuxi Factory No. 742 to accelerate the mass production of high-end components, maximize production capacity, and if raw materials or equipment are insufficient, just buy them directly. Money is not an issue. At the same time, connect with domestic universities. We previously donated research funds, so now we will initiate joint research projects to prioritize the development of next-generation chip and screen technologies, completely freeing ourselves from dependence on Sakura country manufacturers. Second, let Zhou Ming continue to stabilize the European and American channels. We won't engage in a price war, Hedon, but we must win through content. Immediately have the RD team accelerate the development of new games such as arcade fighting games, war games, adventure games, and the new collaborative card for Rhythm Master, all of which must be rushed into development. Players recognize games, not machines. As long as we have exclusive blockbuster games, even if the distributors want to turn against us, they must consider whether the players will agree. After Wang Jianjun finished speaking, he looked at Huang Shizhao and Li Shuwen, saying, continue to follow up on the Jan. Huang Shizhao, do not stop with the Phoenix Daily and the TV stations. Continue to expose Janning's scam until it is completely crushed and goes bankrupt. At the same time, contact HSBC Shinbai and make it clear that when Janning goes bankrupt and liquidated, we want to acquire Janning Tower and ask HSBC to assist us in the operation. If the price is right, we can pay in full. Lin Yaodong instantly gained confidence, nodding immediately. Don't worry, boss. He'll fly to Shanghai today and ensure the supply chain matters are handled well. Huang Shizhao also responded quickly, rest assured about the coordination with Janning and HSBC. I will definitely handle it properly. After the meeting dispersed, only Wang Jianjun remained in the office. He leaned back in his chair, watching the bustling traffic outside the window, the vessels coming and going on the surface of Victoria Harbor, the certainty on his face gradually fading, leaving only a trace of exhaustion hard to disguise. He closed his eyes and scenes from the past 2 years flashed through his mind. In his past life, he was merely a small player trading electronic products on the border, never managing a large group, let alone maneuvering among so many business tycoons. Over the past 2 years, relying on the foresight of a time traveler, he blundered his way through, starting from a portable cassette player and a game console, and managed to build such a large enterprise in Xiangjiang. But reaching this point, he realized he had made enemies on all sides. TVBs, Xiaoyifu Sakura countries, Nintendo, the turncoat Sega, the rabid Songqing on the brink of bankruptcy, along with the local real estate tycoons and British firms in Xiangjiang, all were watching him, waiting for him to show any sign of weakness, ready to pounce and tear him to shreds. He had always been straightforward in both lives, believing in the money in his hand and the gun at his side, preferring action over words. However, in Hong Kong, where cunning abounds and calculations are everywhere, relying solely on brute force would ultimately lead to a dead end. In the previous acquisition of Jaguar and Land Rover, his eagerness for success overlooked the interests of partners like Sega, which gave Nintendo an opportunity. While he won in the Jianing Group matter, he had also thoroughly offended the British and Chinese tycoons in the Xinjiang real estate. He had been too reckless, utilizing public opinion weapons without restraint, causing everyone to develop awareness. He had come this far relying entirely on the foresight of a time traveler and that ephemeral protagonist's luck, but he knew deep down that luck would eventually run out. Without true management capabilities and business acumen, even if one can win temporarily, they will inevitably face a major setback. Wang Jianjun sighed deeply, opened his eyes, and his gaze became more resolute. He could no longer act so rashly. Studying abroad in Europe and America was unrealistic. With such a large company, he simply couldn't leave. However, Hong Kong has the best business schools. The business school at Xinjiang Chinese University is one of the top business schools in Asia, close to Central. He could easily manage the company while also pursuing a systematic education in business management and enterprise operations. He picked up the phone on his desk and called his assistant, his tone calm, yet incredibly firm. "Help me contact the business school at Xinjiang Chinese University. Oh, I want to apply for their full-time MBA program. Please expedite my admission process." After hanging up, Wang Jianjun stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Looking out at the scenery, he deeply reflected on his actions. I was still too naive. In June 1982, the heat had already enveloped central Hong Kong, mingling with the humidity of Victoria. At the base of the Chung Kong headquarters, Wang Jianjun sat in a black Rolls-Royce, lightly tapping his fingers on his knee while glancing through the information on Hu Jianing. He then raised his head to look at the significant building in the Hong Kong business world before him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Beside him, Lin Yaodong couldn't help but speak up. "Boss, Hu Jianing is just a minor accounting director at Chung Kong, not even in the core team. We could simply offer him triple the salary to lure him over. Why do you need to make 3 trips personally?" This was already the 3rd time Wang Jianjun had invited him. In the previous 2 instances, he had merely sent his assistant with a business card asking Hu Jianing to come out for tea, but both times he was politely declined due to being too busy with work. Wang Jianjun shook his head and closed the file, saying, "You don't understand. People like Hu Jianing cannot be lured over just with money. What he wants is not a high-paying job, but a platform where he can showcase his talents. Li Ka-shing's company only rewards seniority, while what I can offer him is full control over the group's capital operations, the opportunity to stand at the center of the stage from the very beginning." He understood Hu Jianing's value well. This future emperor of labor in Hong Kong had a peak annual salary of 170 million Hong Kong dollars. He was the core financial mastermind of Li Ka-shing's business empire, having dominated countless classic mergers and restructuring projects. His grasp of financial risk control and capital operations was unmatched in all of Hong Kong. In 1982, Hu Jianing was at the most underappreciated stage of his life. Having just returned from studying in Australia, he came back to Chung Kong as an accounting director. Despite possessing top-notch talent, he was stifled by the seniority system in the Li family business, and he had even contemplated leaving to start his own accounting firm. This was the best time to recruit him. Send him the business card again. Wang Jianjun raised his chin and said to his assistant, "Just tell him that I, Wang Jianjun, am waiting for him at the Liu tea room downstairs, and that it will only take half an hour of his lunch break. Whether he wants to talk is entirely up to him. I won't force him." The assistant hurriedly complied, getting out of the car and quickly walking into the Chung Kong building. Lin Yaodong still felt somewhat puzzled. "Boss, we currently have an empty CFO position. There are plenty of capable people in Hong Kong. Even if we don't find Hu Jianing, there are many experienced accountants and investment bankers. Why go through so much trouble?" "It's different," Wang Jianjun replied lightly. "Experienced investment bankers follow the rules and are constrained by regulations. Hu Jianing is different. He can uphold the bottom line of risk control while also daring to innovate within the rules, making him the perfect candidate for our current challenges. The acquisition of Jianing Tower, the restructuring of the group, and future layouts in both the mainland and overseas all require someone like him. More importantly, he is Chinese-rooted in Hong Kong, unlike those foreigners who only focus on short-term profits and receive foreign salaries." As soon as he finished speaking, the assistant walked out of the building, followed by a young man in a well-fitted suit wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He looked cultured, yet his gaze was exceptionally sharp. It was Hu Jianing. He clearly did not expect Wang Jianjun to really wait for him downstairs, displaying a hint of surprise and a trace of subtle emotion on his face. In Chung Kong, he was merely a low-level accounting director. Not even the top Chinese business tycoons in Hong Kong paid him any mind, let alone the department managers at Chung Kong. Yet Wang Jianjun, a legendary figure who could turn the tides in Hong Kong, had personally made 3 trips to Wang Sheng. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Hu Jianing quickly approached, extending his hand with a hint of politeness. "Hu Sheng, I apologize for the intrusion." Wang Jianjun smiled as he shook hands with him, saying, "I know you are busy with work, so I won't take up too much of your time. Let's talk in the tea room." In the private room of Liu tea room, the tea was just brewed, with steam curling up. Hu Jianing picked up the teacup and took a sip, initiating the conversation with a very sincere tone. Wang Sheng, when your assistant handed me the business card the last 2 times, I wasn't deliberately brushing you off, though I truly couldn't understand why someone like you with such a vast enterprise in Hong Kong would be interested in a small accounting director at Cheung Kong. Because I know how capable you are. Wang Jianjun set down the teacup, looking into his eyes with utmost seriousness. Hua Sheng, I have seen the financial modeling you did for the Huangpu Garden project at Cheung Kong, as well as the tax planning scheme you previously devised for Hyson. Based on just these 2 pieces of work, being an accounting director at Cheung Kong is a waste of your talent. Hua Jianning's hand holding the teacup paused slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. The 2 schemes he created were internal documents of Cheung Kong and had never been publicly disclosed. Wang Jianjun had managed to acquire them and understood them, clearly indicating that he had done his homework and wasn't just casually scouting someone. Wang Jianjun did not wait for him to respond and continued, I won't beat around the bush with you today. I would like to invite you to join me as the CFO of my entire group. After the group's restructuring, you would serve as the president and CEO of the group. Apart from the protective umbrella security company, all my industries, electronics, media, real estate, automotive, and finance, would be wholly under your operation and management. Upon hearing this, Hua Jianning nearly spilled the teacup in his hand. He abruptly lifted his head to look at Wang Jianjun, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had thought that Wang Jianjun would only invite him to be a finance director to manage accounts and conduct merger calculations, but he never expected that the entire operational authority of the group would be entrusted to him. At only 30 years old, he wasn't even a department manager at Cheung Kong. Wang Jianjun actually dared to entrust tens of billions worth of family assets to him. Wang Sheng, are you joking? Hua Jianning's voice tightened a bit. I never joke about such matters. Wang Jianjun smiled, pulling out a prepared employment agreement and sliding it in front of him. As for the terms, the annual salary is 1 million Hong Kong dollars, with a 5 profit-sharing right on the net profit of the group with no performance conditions. There is only one stipulation: you are responsible for the group and for me. The daily operations, capital movements, and personnel decisions of the group will be entirely up to you. I will only oversee the big picture and will not interfere with your specific decisions. An annual salary of 1 million Hong Kong dollars in 1982 Hong Kong was already the treatment of a top-level professional manager, not to mention the 5 share of net profits. Considering the current profitability of Wang Jianjun's industries, even without accounting for real estate and automotive sectors, the video game business alone generated tens of billions in net profit annually. A 5 share would amount to astronomical figures, benefits that Cheung Kong could never provide. However, what truly attracted Hua Jianning was not the money but the authority granted by Wang Jianjun. Of course, the money was quite enticing as well. Being fully responsible for the group's operations as the president and CEO meant he wouldn't have to consider anyone else's opinions or follow the seniority system. He could finally unleash all his ideas and talents. For someone with immense talent, but no outlet to express it, this was more tempting than anything else. He remained silent for a full 5 minutes, his fingers repeatedly tracing the edge of the employment agreement, his heart tumultuous. On one side was Cheung Kong offering a stable yet predictable promotion path, while on the other was the challenging yet ambitious platform Wang Jianjun provided. He looked up at Wang Jianjun and asked earnestly, Wang Sheng, do you really dare to entrust the entire group to someone as unknown as me? Aren't you afraid I might ruin your family business? Wang Jianjun laughed heartily, looking into his eyes with unwavering confidence. Since I dare to employ you, I trust in your abilities and in my judgment. If anything goes wrong, I will take responsibility. You just need to go all out. If something happens, Wang Jianjun will cover for you. This statement completely shattered Hua Jianning's last bit of hesitation. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the pen and signed his name on the employment agreement with firm resolve, without a trace of hesitation. Wang Sheng, thank you for your trust. Wang Jianjun smiled and extended his hand, shaking it tightly with him. Welcome aboard, President Hua. That afternoon, Hua Jianning submitted his resignation letter to Cheung Kong. When Li Kashing received the news, he was stunned for a long time, repeatedly asking his assistant, Who did you say? Hua Jianning. He was poached by Wang Jianjun. What position did he get? Upon learning that Wang Jianjun had directly appointed him as the president and CEO of the group, Li Kashing fell silent for a moment, eventually sighing. This Wang Jianjun has an exceptionally keen eye. I initially wanted to refine Hua Jianning's character before entrusting him with important responsibilities. On his first day in office, Hua Jianning moved all of Wang Jianjun's financial ledgers and business documents, and for 3 whole days and nights, he hardly stepped out of his office, working with the finance team to thoroughly investigate all business revenues, liabilities, and risk control loopholes. Early on the 4th day, he walked into Wang Jianjun's office at the Far East Tower with a thick stack of reports. At that moment, Wang Jianjun had already received his admission notice from the Chinese University of Hong Kong's business school and was set to officially start in a week. Aside from handling the core affairs of the group, he spent most of his time poring over business textbooks, leading a remarkably stable life. Boss, this is the overall business report I've compiled for the group. Hua Jianning placed the report in front of Wang Jianjun, speaking in a calm and clear manner. Currently, our businesses are primarily divided into four major sectors: video games, consumer electronics, Phoenix Media, and the automotive industry, along with an independently operated security company. Overall, the electronics sector is the core source of cash flow. The revenues from Shanjiang Block and Rhythm Master are stable, and the supply chain in mainland factories has mostly been localized. The blockade from manufacturers in Sakura country has limited impact on us. The biggest issue is that the North American channels are besieged by Sega and Nintendo, and the channel system is overly reliant on third-party distributors, leading to weak risk resistance. As for the Phoenix Media sector, the revenues, viewership ratings, and distribution volumes of the satellite TV and daily newspapers are steadily rising. Millionaire has become the #1 variety show in Hong Kong with healthy cash flow. The only issue is insufficient production capacity for original dramas, and competition with TVB is still in a singular breakthrough phase, lacking a systematic content advantage. In the automotive sector, we have just completed the acquisition of Jaguar. The British factory is still under demolition. The mainland industrial park has just completed land approval, and the technical team is already in place, but we lack professional talent for complete vehicle operation management. There is no clear product planning or implementation path, and we are still in the pure investment stage with no revenue. Additionally, I found that our company has some real estate projects. Currently, there are only a few property investments with no established business framework. The most significant plan is the acquisition of the Jianing Building, Golden Gate Building, after Jianing's bankruptcy liquidation, which is also the most urgent and feasible project. Hui Jianing detailed the entire group's advantages, shortcomings, and risk points, clearly, even providing preliminary solutions for the potential growth space and risk control loopholes of each sector. Wang Jianjun flipped through the report, growing increasingly satisfied. He had also reviewed the group's business, but Hui Jianing in just 3 days had a clearer grasp of the entire group's assets than he did, including many financial loopholes and tax optimization opportunities that he had previously overlooked. Well spoken, Wang Jianjun put down the report and smiled at him. So what do you think is the most urgent task for 2 things? Hui Jianing replied without hesitation. First, complete the acquisition of the Jianing Building to finalize the group headquarters while establishing a solid foundation for the real estate sector. We should take advantage of the window period when the Hong Kong real estate bubble bursts to buy quality core assets. Second, complete the overall restructuring of the group, establish a clear holding structure, separate each business sector, clarify rights and responsibilities, avoid operational risks, and prepare for future expansion or listing. He paused for a moment and added, regarding the acquisition of the Jianing Building, I've already connected with Assistant Shun Bai from HSBC and studied the debt structure of Jianing Group. Jianing's largest creditor is HSBC, which is owed a total of 1.2 billion Hong Kong dollars. The Jianing Building is their most critical collateral asset and also the most liquid asset. Previously, the boss considered waiting for Jianing's bankruptcy liquidation to enter, but there is actually a cleaner and more secure way. A glint of sharpness flashed in Hui Jianing's eyes. We can negotiate directly with HSBC to acquire the mortgage rights of the Jianing Building through debt transfer, avoiding Jianing's other debt disputes, and directly completing the property transfer once the court rules. This way we won't have to wait for a lengthy bankruptcy liquidation and can acquire the asset at the lowest price without getting bogged down in Jianing's debt quagmire. Wang Jianjun's eyes instantly lit up. He had previously only thought about waiting for the bankruptcy liquidation to buy at a low price, but hadn't considered this debt transfer strategy. Hui Jianing's approach directly bypassed Jianing's complex debt disputes, minimizing the risks while cleanly securing the Jianing Building using HSBC's assistance. How exactly will we operate this? Wang Jianjun immediately asked. It's very simple. Hui Jianing was confident Jianing owes HSBC 1.2 billion, and the Jianing Building was valued at over 2 billion at its peak. Now that the real estate bubble has burst, the valuation is around 1 billion. HSBC's biggest headache right now is that this bad debt is unrecoverable. Jianing is about to go bankrupt, and even if the building is auctioned, it is uncertain how long that will take, and it may not fetch a high price. We can directly offer 800 million Hong Kong dollars in cash to purchase this debt and the corresponding mortgage rights from HSBC. HSBC can immediately recover 800 million cash, getting rid of this bad debt, and will definitely be willing to negotiate. Once we obtain the mortgage rights after the court's ruling, the property rights of the building will be directly ours with no relation to Jianing's other creditors, clean and straightforward without any after effects. 800 million Hong Kong dollars for the core location of the Golden Gate Building in Central. Wang Jianjun quickly calculated in his mind. Historically, this building changed hands several times, and Li Ka-shing bought it in the 1990s for nearly 4 billion Hong Kong dollars. Now acquiring it for 800 million is undoubtedly a massive bargain. More importantly, this building is a landmark in Central. Securing it would lay the most solid landmark foundation for the entire group. Good. Let's proceed as you suggested, Wang Jianjun immediately decided. I fully entrust this matter to you. The funds are ready, and if you need me to meet with Shun Bai, I'm always available. No need for you to step in, Hui Jianing smiled. I can handle this. Just give me the authority, and I assure you I will get this done beautifully at the lowest price. In the following week, Hu Jining spent nearly every day at HSBC's headquarters repeatedly negotiating with Xinbis team, as well as the legal and credit departments of HSBC. Ultimately, he successfully negotiated the price down from HSBC's initial offer of 950 million to 780 million Hong Kong dollars to be paid in cash, with the debt transfer and property transfer to be completed within a month. When Hu Jining walked into Wang Jianjun's office with the signed agreement, Wang Jianjun was packing up the books he needed for his studies at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. "Boss, it's done." Hu Jining placed the agreement on the table, a hint of a smile on his face. 780 million Hong Kong dollars for the complete ownership of the Jining building with no debt disputes. HSBC will coordinate with the court and the land department to complete the transfer within a month. Wang Jianjun picked up the agreement and flipped through it, unable to help but laugh heartily. He patted Hu Jining on the shoulder. "Jining, you've truly surprised me. This was handled beautifully." He had previously estimated that 800 million would be satisfactory, but Hu Jining managed to cut it down by another 20 million while avoiding all risks. His negotiation and operational ability were indeed well-deserved. "This was my duty." Hu Jining smiled and took out another document. "Boss, this is the group restructuring plan I created. Please take a look. I suggest registering the parent company in the Cayman Islands, naming it Xinghe Investment Group, to serve as the holding entity for the entire group, thereby mitigating the policy risks associated with Hong Kong and the mainland, while also facilitating future overseas acquisitions and listings. Under Xinghe Investment Group, 4 wholly owned subsidiaries will be established with complete separation of powers and responsibilities. First, establish Hanyao Electronics Group, integrating all consumer electronics, game development, manufacturing, and global sales channels, focusing on the electronics industry. Second, Phoenix Media Group, integrating Phoenix Satellite Television, Phoenix Daily Film Production, and artist management, focusing on the media and entertainment sector. Third, Umbrella Automotive Group, integrating the Jaguar brand, UK factories, mainland automotive industrial parks, and research and development centers, focusing on vehicle research and manufacturing. Fourth, Xinghe Real Estate Group, responsible for the group's real estate investments, property operations, and industrial park development. The Jining building will serve as the headquarters of Xinghe Investment Group and will be operated under Xinghe Real Estate. As for the umbrella security company, it will operate completely independently from the Xinghe investment system, registered separately, to avoid legal and operational risks not included in the group's consolidated financial statements, and will be directly managed by you. Hu Jining explained the restructuring plan in great detail, covering the shareholding structure, division of powers and responsibilities, and risk control isolation, considering every detail, thoroughly satisfying Wang Jianjun's layout for each sector, while perfectly avoiding the risks of cross-industry operations, leaving ample space for future capital operations. After reviewing the plan, Wang Jianjun's last bit of concern completely vanished. Previously, he had recklessly expanded the business, mixing various sectors together, leading to unclear powers and responsibilities and numerous risk control loopholes. Now Hu Jining had established a solid and clear framework for the entire group, with a complete restructuring plan. "I fully agree with the plan." Wang Jianjun put down the document, looking at Hu Jining with utmost seriousness. "From today on, you, Hu Jining, will serve as the president and CEO of Xinghe Investment Group. All daily operations, personnel appointments, and investment decisions of the group will be under your authority. Lin Yaodong will serve as the group's vice president, assisting you in your work. The heads of each subsidiary will be appointed based on your evaluations, with reports submitted to me for record. Thank you for your trust, boss." Hu Jining took a deep breath, his eyes filled with gratitude and determination. He knew that Wang Jianjun had truly placed the entire group entirely in his hands, and he would never betray this trust. A week later, Wang Jianjun officially entered the classroom of the business school at the Chinese University of Hong Kong, becoming a full-time student in the business administration program. During the day, he studied systematic business management knowledge in class, making up for the shortcomings he had accumulated over 2 lifetimes. In the evenings, he returned home to cook and take walks with Zhong Chuhong, listening to her share interesting stories from Phoenix Satellite Television. His days were calm and fulfilling. He entrusted all group affairs to Hu Jining, only listening to Hu Jining's weekly report on Sunday evenings to keep track of the overall direction while refraining from intervening in other matters. Hu Jining did not disappoint him. Within a month of taking office, he had organized the entire group structure meticulously, with all sector heads, confirmed business processes, and risk control systems established, significantly improving the overall operational efficiency of the group. The day after the restructuring plan for Xinghe Investment Group was finalized, Hu Jining had a deep discussion with Wang Jianjun, with the core issue being the selection of the CEO for Hanyao Electronics Group. "Boss, currently the electronics sector is our core source of cash flow and the main battleground against Nintendo. Although General Lin is highly efficient and loyal to the group, he comes from a military background and lacks the expertise in RD global channels and supply chain management within the electronics industry. We must find a top-tier professional manager to steer Hanyao Electronics. Only then can we withstand Nintendo's onslaught and truly expand the electronic sector." Hu Jining's tone was very candid. Wang Jianjun fully agreed. Previously, he had Lin Yaodong oversee the electronic sector. Although Lin Yaodong could execute his orders, without fail he struggled with forward-looking strategic planning. Faced with Nintendo's global assault, he could only defend passively, making it difficult to take the initiative. I have a candidate in mind, Wang Jianjun said. Chung Tianzong from the Taiwan branch of HP. Please conduct a background check, and if suitable, bring him over. Hua Jianing immediately took note and sent someone to investigate all of Chung Tianzong's information that day. 3 days later, Hua Jianing placed a thick stack of documents in front of Wang Jianjun. His tone, filled with admiration. Boss, your judgment is truly accurate. This Chung Tianzong is undoubtedly the best candidate for the CEO of Hanyao Electronics. Chung Tianzong, a Taiwanese national, joined HP Taiwan in 1979. By 1982, he was the marketing manager at HP Taiwan, successfully increasing HP's market share in Taiwan from 10 to 70, demonstrating exceptional market development and team management skills. What is even rarer is that he has a technical background, understands hardware R&D, and is knowledgeable in market sales, making him a rare all-around talent. More importantly, he has reached a noticeable ceiling in his development at HP. In American companies, it is challenging for Chinese professional managers to enter the global core decision-making level. No matter how well he performs, he can at most become the general manager of the Taiwan branch with no opportunity to control the entire business segment's full chain operation. You personally go to Taiwan to recruit this person, Wang Jianjun decided after putting down the documents. Originally, he intended to go himself, but then he remembered that he had hired Hua Jianing to lighten his own load. It would be better to leave it to him. This way he could also observe his leadership abilities. In the evening, Wang Jianjun returned to the newly bought villa. This villa is located in the Peak area. At this time, the Peak is still predominantly occupied by British bankers, foreign merchants, expatriate judges, and retired colonial officials, with Chinese tycoons making up only a small fraction, most of whom anonymously hold shares through offshore companies to avoid public exposure. Currently, Wang Jianjun is the only Chinese tycoon living here openly, while most other Chinese are hiding their information to prevent kidnapping, extortion, or social scrutiny. However, Wang Jianjun need not worry about such matters, as he had assigned 2 security teams to patrol around the clock since the day he moved in. After all, he had offended quite a few people lately, and Wang Jianjun was also afraid of being targeted. Upon returning home, he found Zhong Chuang already there. Jianjun, you're back. You've been studying hard lately, so I made you fish head soup to nourish your brain. While they were watching television and eating, Wang Jiangwo suddenly arrived. As soon as he entered, he shouted, "Bro, what are you thinking handing the company over to an outsider?" Wang Jianjun, happily sipping his soup, glanced at the incoming Wang Jiangwo, but ignored him. Wang Jiangwo quickly walked to the dining table and boldly said, "Sister-in-law, give me a bowl too." Hee. Zhong Chuang was about to serve him when Wang Jianjun interjected, "Let him get it himself. It's a bad habit to spoil him. Drink it or not." Zhong Chuang looked at the 2 brothers about to quarrel and hurriedly served a bowl of soup, saying, "All right, why are you both so angry? Can't you 2 brothers talk properly?" "Thank you, sister-in-law." Wang Jiangwo quickly accepted the fish head soup. While drinking, he asked, "Bro, what are you really? I advised you before, but you wouldn't change." Wang Jianjun replied helplessly, "What am I thinking? If I don't change, I'll be surrounded by enemies. Haven't you noticed that our enemies are already all over Hong Kong?" This is true. Initially, Wang Jianjun's protective umbrella had offended the entire underground society. Later, due to his lavish spending, he had offended a group of stingy capitalists. Moreover, since Wang Jiangwo had fought a foreigner at school, although Wang Jianjun had managed to suppress it, he had already offended the British circles. Not to mention his subsequent large-scale investments in factories in the mainland, which led to some hostility from those. Even Yao Tak had advised him several times to be more low-key. If he hadn't linked up with Howard in the UK and spent lavishly, the Hong Kong government would have probably caused him trouble long ago. As for the external pressure from Nintendo and the betrayal by Sega, they all indicated that he and his brothers were only suited for conquering the world, not for ruling it. The only one with a brain, Lu Minqing, had been sent early to the U.S. for study. Wang Jiangwo's hand holding the soup bowl froze, forgetting to swallow the fish soup in his mouth as he hung his head in silence for a long time. He understood, but felt uncomfortable inside. Since they started their journey in Hong Kong with money in their pockets, everything had been carried on the shoulders of him and his brother alongside Lu Minqing and He Meng. Now that the company was growing larger, he felt uneasy handing everything over to a newcomer. Even Lin Yaodong would be fine, after all they had been through the early days of entrepreneurship together. "I know we have many enemies now." Wang Jiangwo put down the bowl, wiped his mouth, and said in a lower voice, "But Hua Jianing comes from Chung Kong, and we are not in the same league as Li Kashing. You are just handing over everything to him. A what if?" "There is no what if." Wang Jianjun put down his chopsticks and looked at him. "First, Hua Jianing needs a platform to showcase his abilities, which Chung Kong cannot provide. If I give it to him, he will work even harder than he did at Chung Kong. Second, I have given him power, but not the roots. The foundation of Xinghe Group will always be in my hands, and he will not be able to turn things around. Third, I have a good eye for people and have never been wrong." Wang Jiangwo was left speechless, scratching his head, and after a long pause, he finally said, "All right, after all, you are the elder brother, it's up to you. But if he dares to pull any tricks, I won't spare him first." Enough, stop worrying about these useless things. Wang Jianjun rolled his eyes at him. You've skipped classes at Hong Kong University for almost half a month. If you don't attend next week, you'll have your sister-in-law talk to your tutor to keep an eye on you, and make sure you go to school every day. No, brother. Wang Jiangwo instantly made a bitter face. I just got back from Europe and haven't had enough rest. Besides, I still have to keep an eye on things with Jaguar. Jaguar is already looking for people. You don't need to keep an eye on it every day. Wang Jianjun was not buying his excuses. Stop talking nonsense. You must go to class next week. If you skip again, you can forget about picking up that newly ordered Jaguar. Wang Jiangwo felt defeated, picking at the fish in his bowl, mumbling complaints, but dared not argue further. Zhong Chuhong sat beside them, watching the two brothers bicker, unable to help but chuckle silently. She reached over to take a piece of fish for Wang Jianjun and added a scoop of soup for Wang Jiangwo, successfully diffusing the tension. The next morning, Hui Jianing took his assistant and boarded the early flight to Taipei. He was always decisive in his actions and never dragged his feet on what the boss had decided. Before getting on the plane, he had already familiarized himself with the general situation of Cheng Tianzong through their Taiwanese partner. Upon landing in Taipei, he dropped off his luggage at the hotel and directly called Cheng Tianzong's office. As soon as the call connected, he got straight to the point, introducing himself. Hello, Manager Cheng. I am Hui Jianing from Hong Kong Xingha Investment Group, entrusted by our chairman Wang Jianjun to visit you in Taipei to discuss a collaboration. I wonder if you have time this afternoon for us to meet. Cheng Tianzong on the other end of the line was taken aback for a moment. He had certainly heard of Wang Jianjun and Xingha Investment. Recently, no one in the entire Southeast Asian electronics industry was unaware of this Hong Kong tycoon who swept the globe with video games. However, he never expected that someone would specially come to Taiwan to find him. After a 2-second silence, Cheng Tianzong replied, Mr. Well, you were too polite. At 3 p.m. this afternoon, I will be waiting for you at the cafe downstairs in the company. The afternoon meeting went even smoother than Hui Jianing had anticipated. Mr. Cheng, our chairman Wang has said that professional matters should be left to professionals. We would like you to come over and serve as the CEO of Hanyao Electronics Group. You will have full authority over the entire electronics sector, from research and development to global sales. You will make the decisions on personnel and investments, and Chairman Wang will not interfere at all. In terms of salary, it will be an annual salary of 1.2 million Hong Kong dollars plus a 3 share of Hanyao Electronics net profits. What we offer you is not a mere job, but a platform that truly belongs to you, an opportunity to create your own Chinese electronic brand. As soon as these words were spoken, Cheng Tianzong's fingers tightened around the coffee cup. Me? Mr. Hua isn't joking with me, is he? I'm just a manager, and you're asking me to be the CEO. Cheng Tianzong thought to himself, could this be a scam under the name of Wang Jianjun? Are they trying to mess with me? Mr. Cheng, we have conducted a thorough investigation into your background. You have been at HP for almost 3 years, facing constraints everywhere. You do all the hard work while others take the credit. We highly appreciate your abilities, which is why we sincerely invite you to join our company. Cheng Tianzong felt as if his heart was being pierced through. He knew what they said was true. He had been at HP for 3 years, and what he lacked the most was such unreserved trust. A platform where he could unleash his potential. In American companies, Chinese people are always second-class citizens. No matter how well you perform, the core power is always held by whites. Yet here was Hui Jianing, backed by Xingha Investment, who was offering him complete authority over the entire electronics sector. In less than 2 hours, Cheng Tianzong decided on the spot, Mr. Hui, thank you, and Chairman Wang, for your trust. I accept. I will complete the resignation process at HP within a week and will arrive in Hong Kong to take up my position immediately. Hui Jianing smiled and extended his hand, shaking it firmly with him. Since everything was going so smoothly, he didn't rush to leave and casually asked, Mr. Cheng has extensive connections in Taiwan's electronics and automotive circles. Do you know of any reliable talents in vehicle operations or factory management that you could recommend to us? Our group just acquired Jaguar in the UK and is looking for a leader for the automotive sector. Cheng Tianzong was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. You really asked the right person. There is a young man named Louis Weihai at Ford's Taiwan branch who is my junior. He has a technical background and is well-versed in vehicle manufacturing and factory operations. He is definitely top-notch. It's just that in a foreign company like Ford, he has no opportunity to advance. He'll help you set up a meeting. Let's have dinner together tonight, so you can discuss it with him in person. Just like that, in the span of a dinner, Hui Jianing finalized Louis Weihai as well. The offer was equally straightforward: CEO of Umbrella Automotive Group, with full responsibility for the construction of the Jaguar Mainland Automotive Industrial Park, vehicle research and development production, an annual salary of 1 million Hong Kong dollars, plus a 3 share of net profits, with all decisions made by him and the group providing full resource support. Louis Weihai was just a low-level product engineer at Ford, full of talent, but with nowhere to showcase it. Suddenly being offered such a vast platform, there was no reason to refuse, and he accepted on the spot. In less than 2 days, Hui Jianing had successfully recruited the talents for both Hanyao Electronics and Umbrella Automotive. That night, he called Wang Jianjun in Hong Kong to report the situation, his tone filled with excitement. On the other end, Wang Jianjun was reading at home. After hearing the news, he couldn't help but laugh. Jianning, you've worked hard. You've handled this beautifully. When you come back, I'll celebrate your success. After hanging up, Zhong Chuhong, who was applying a facial mask beside him, looked up and smiled. Did things go well with Mr. Hua? It did. I managed to recruit 2 major generals in one go. Wang Jianjun put down his phone and reached out to smooth the edges of her facial mask. Now it's great. I no longer have to worry about company matters. From now on, I can focus on studying and spending time with you. Zhong Chuhong couldn't help but laugh, swatting his hand away. That sounds good, but who was it that was glued to the phone having late-night meetings with M-Country just a while ago? That was unavoidable. Wang Jianjun leaned closer, smiling helplessly. Now with Hua Jianning and the others supporting us, I can just focus on accompanying my girlfriend. Zhong Chuhong felt her face flush from his words, pushing him to sit further away, but the smile at the corner of her mouth couldn't be suppressed. Before one knew it, Friday had arrived. Wang Jianjun had only one class in the afternoon and finished school early. He made a special detour to the market to buy the grouper and fresh abalone that Zhong Chuhong loved, thinking of preparing dinner for her at home. As soon as he unlocked the door to the villa on Victoria Peak, he heard the sounds of mahjong tiles being shuffled in the living room mixed with polite laughter and Zhong Chuhong's slightly helpless voice saying, I messed up the game again. It must be you, Sister Mi Shui, who has the luck this time. Wang Jianjun stood at the entrance, momentarily stunned. The Villa Grand, as it was usually, felt quiet with just him and Zhong Chuhong apart from the servants and security. It had never been this lively before. As he changed his shoes and walked into the living room, he saw a mahjong table set up in the center with Zhong Chuhong sitting at the southern position, dressed in homeware, her hair casually tied up, her fingers pinching a mahjong tile as she focused on the game. For people were seated around the mahjong table, and on the side coffee table there were fruit snacks and freshly squeezed juice prepared by the servants. All 4 turned their heads in unison when they heard his footsteps. Seeing him return, Zhong Chuhong immediately put down the mahjong tile, smiled, and got up to greet him. Naturally, she took the ingredients he was carrying and handed them to the nearby servant, casually saying, You're back. I just happened to bring a few friends from the station over for a game of mahjong to make it lively. Would you like to join us? Forget it, I can't play. Wang Jianjun chuckled and ruffled her hair, his gaze sweeping over the others by the mahjong table. He nodded slightly in greeting. You all enjoy yourselves, don't mind me. He'll go check the kitchen and add a couple of dishes for dinner. We'll eat at home. As soon as he said this, the people at the table immediately stood up. Mi Shui, the leading actress of Phoenix Media, who had navigated the industry for many years and was used to grand occasions, was the first to smile and speak up, her tone polite and composed. Wang Sheng, sorry to disturb you, and thank you for your trouble. She and Zhong Chuhong were friends and had met Wang Jianjun a few times, so her attitude was relatively relaxed. On the other hand, Leslie Chung and Maggie Chung were much more reserved. In 1982, Leslie Chung had been in the industry for several years, but had not yet reached great fame. He had just completed his contract with his previous agency TVB and had signed with the newly renamed Phoenix Television, making him a newcomer in the company. Maggie Chung had just debuted not long ago, having only starred in 2 television dramas, and she was still relatively unknown in the industry. Both of them felt a sense of trepidation in front of Wang Jianjun, the chairman of Xinghe Group and the true boss of Phoenix Media, and quickly stood up, slightly bowing to greet him with a tone of respect and politeness. Hello, Wang Sheng, sorry to intrude. No need for formalities, just sit down. Wang Jianjun waved his hand, his tone very calm, without a hint of a superior's arrogance, yet naturally exuding the aura of someone in power. Having signed with Phoenix Television for so long, Leslie Chung had only seen Wang Jianjun from a distance at a company-wide meeting and had never interacted closely, let alone met him at the latter's home. Wang Jianjun smiled, pulled up a chair, and sat beside them, his gaze landing on Leslie Chung as he stated directly, Leslie Chung, I know you. I have watched the shows you acted in before and heard your songs. You are a promising talent. Focus on your development in the company. If you want to act, act. If you want to sing, sing. The company will provide you with a platform and resources. If anyone causes you trouble, or if anything outside affects you, just go to Huang Shizhao. If he can't solve it, directly call my office. In Hong Kong, no one can force you to do what you don't want to do. His words were casually spoken, yet they gave Leslie Chung a tremendous sense of assurance. Artists in Hong Kong during this era appeared glamorous, yet they were often bound by their circumstances, pressured by capital and the underworld, and any grievances had to be swallowed down. No financier had ever spoken so candidly to him, offering him such a promise. Leslie Chung felt a warmth in his heart, quickly nodding earnestly at Wang Jianjun, his voice steadier. Thank you, Wang Sheng. I will work hard and not let down the company's expectations. All right, let's not talk about these things anymore. Wang Jianjun waved his hand, smiling at the group. You all continue playing. It don't let me kill the mood. He'll go check the kitchen. We'll have a simple dinner at home. No need to be polite. Saying this, he got up and headed to the kitchen, leaving the space for them. As the game resumed, the glances exchanged among the players towards Zhong Chuhong reflected and added respect. Everyone could see how much Wang Jianjun valued her. Ever since Wang Jianjun returned, the others spoke to Zhong Chuhong with a sense of decorum. Even Mi Shui, who was familiar with her, maintained a polite demeanor, showing none of the ease typical among ordinary friends. While drawing tiles, Zhong Chuhong occasionally glanced towards the kitchen, her smile never fading. After completing a round of mahjong, she stood up to check on Wang Jianjun. As she reached the door, she saw him skillfully handling the grouper while tying on an apron. Are you tired? Do you want me to help you? Zhong Chuhong walked over, gently wrapping her arms around his waist, resting her chin on his back. Not tired. Preparing this little bit of food is no big deal. Wang Jianjun patted her hand from behind, smiling as he said, your friends are seldom here, so just enjoy your time with them. You don't need to worry about me. They are all artists from the station, and since everyone is usually busy, this chance to play mahjong also allows us to hear their thoughts on the station's programs and new dramas. Zhong Chuhong nestled closer to him, whispering, I didn't tell you in advance. You're not mad, are you? Why would I? Wang Jianjun turned off the faucet, turned around to wipe his hands, and pinched her cheek, saying, this is your home too. You can bring whoever you want without needing to inform me. Besides, as the deputy station chief, you should interact more with your artists. Zhong Chuhong felt sweetness in her heart, tiptoeing to kiss him on the cheek, smiling with her eyes narrowed. Then I'll leave you to it, Chef Wang. I'll go back to accompany them, otherwise they might feel awkward. Go ahead, Wang Jianjun chuckled, playfully patting her bottom. If you lose, I'll reimburse you later. Zhong Chuhong rolled her eyes at him and laughed as she ran back to the living room. Dinner that evening was lively. Wang Jianjun's culinary skills weren't top-notch, but the quality of the ingredients was excellent. As the saying goes, if the technique isn't enough, let the price make up for it. Neither of them dared to say the food was bad, and the table was cleared clean. Throughout the meal, Wang Jianjun spoke little, occasionally raising his glass to toast with a few people. Most of the time, he listened to Zhong Chuhong discuss matters at the station with them, his demeanor warm and measured, devoid of any sense of pressure from a big boss. After dinner, they sat for a while longer before getting up to leave. Zhong Chuhong was busy clearing the table when Wang Jianjun walked over, wrapping his arms around her from behind, resting his chin on her neck. Did you have fun today, eh? I had a great time. Zhong Chuhong set down the cloth, turned around to embrace him, and smiled, saying, I was stuck at the station every day before and was nearly bored to death. Today I relaxed a bit and also got to understand everyone's thoughts on the new drama. Our Hong is becoming more and more like a qualified deputy director now. Wang Jianjun smiled and kissed her forehead. From now on, just do what you want without any worries. I'm here for you. Zhong Chuhong snuggled closer to him, wrapping her arms around his waist. Jianjun, you are so wonderful. Wang Jianjun looked at the charming beauty in his arms and kissed her directly. Then he gently whispered in her ear, since I gave you so much face today, shouldn't you reward me well? What kind of reward do you want? Tonight I want. Looking at Zhong Chuhong, who was already flushed, Wang Jianjun swept her up in a princess carry and walked into the room. In the following days, Wang Jianjun had no classes, so he completely set aside his company's matters and accompanied Zhong Chuhong on aimless outings every day. In the morning, he accompanied her to work at Phoenix Television, and then they went shopping together in Sim Sha Sui, sought out vinyl records at a record store in Causeway Bay, and watched old movies at a theater in Yaomati, like an ordinary couple leisurely enjoying their days. That afternoon, they wandered at Sim Sha Sui, where Zhong Chuhong expressed a desire to have afternoon tea at the Peninsula Hotel, so Wang Jianjun took her there. As they entered the hotel's restaurant, they spotted two people sitting by the window, a man and a woman who were none other than Chun Baiqiang and He Chaohong. The two were engrossed in conversation with coffee and snacks in front of them. Chun Baiqiang held a musical score in his hands, pointing out the notes to He Chaohong, his expression gentle. He Chaohong rested her chin on her hand, listening with a smile in her eyes, creating a particularly harmonious scene. In 1981, they had just collaborated on the TV drama Breakthrough, marking the peak of their relationship. He Chaohong had just returned from studying in M country and hadn't yet engaged to Su Jinheng, enjoying a carefree time together with Chun Baiqiang, spending each day dining and listening to music. Zhong Chuhong recognized them and paused for a moment before smiling and waving. Danny, what a coincidence. Chun Baiqiang and He Chaohong looked up, surprised to see the two. Chun Baiqiang immediately stood up, smiling as he walked over to shake hands with Zhong Chuhong and Wang Jianjun, saying, Ahong Wang Sheng, what a coincidence. Are you here for a meal too? Yes, Ahong wanted to try the afternoon tea here, so we came over. Wang Jianjun replied with a smile, glancing at the two without lingering, merely offering a polite greeting. Of course, he recognized He Chaohong, the daughter of the Gambling King, a legendary woman in Hong Kong's business scene, but they weren't close, and there was no need for further conversation. This is Miss He Chaohong, my friend, Chun Baiqiang quickly introduced. He Chaohong also stood up, graciously extending her hand to shake hands with Wang Jianjun, and Zhong Chuhong smiling as she said, Wang Sheng, Miss Zhong, I've heard a lot about you. Coming from the Gambling King's family, she was accustomed to grand occasions, and even when facing Wang Jianjun, who was currently a prominent figure in Hong Kong, she remained composed and graceful, showing no signs of nervousness. Miss He, you're too kind, Wang Jianjun replied with a smile, and nodded, not saying much more, simply telling Chun Baiqiang, you two enjoy your meal, we won't disturb you. Sure, let's have tea together when we have the chance, Chun Baiqiang responded with a smile. The two found a table not far from them to sit down, ordered their meals, and after Zhong Chuhong took a sip of lemon water, she whispered to Wang Jianjun, Chun Baiqiang's singing is really good. I used to buy his records. I was thinking, could we possibly bring him over? What do you think? If you think it's appropriate, then go ahead and negotiate, Wang Jianjun replied, chuckling as he squeezed her hand. The matters of the TV station are up to you. If you want to sign him, that's fine as long as he's willing to come. The company will provide resources to support him. Do you want me to help? Zheng Chuhong rolled her eyes at him, but the corners of her mouth curled up. I want to negotiate based on my own abilities. Wang Jianjun couldn't help but laugh at the sparkling look in her eyes. The sunlight streamed through the window, gently illuminating Zheng Chuhong's face, making her look extraordinarily gentle. As Wang Jianjun looked at her, he suddenly felt that all the previous struggles, the conflicts, and the scheming in business were not as precious as this moment of tranquility before him. He had experienced tumultuous lives in 2 lifetimes, dealing in goods at the border in his past life, where danger was constant, and in this life, he had ventured into Hong Kong, making enemies along the way. Only now did he truly understand what it meant to experience the warmth of life and the tranquility of time. The first task of Cheng Tianzong after taking office was to lead his team, spending a full 10 days visiting production factories in Shenzhen, Shanghai, and Wuxi, thoroughly understanding the entire supply chain. He also held 3 days of meetings with the sales teams from M country and Europe, clarifying the encirclement by Nintendo and the difficulties in the channels. On the 15th day, Cheng Tianzong presented a complete plan to break the deadlock at the executive meeting of the group. In the face of Nintendo's encirclement, we cannot adopt a passive defense. We must take the initiative to strike. Cheng Tianzong stood before the projection screen, his tone resolute and his ideas clear. I have formulated 4 strategic directions to break the impasse. First, on the supply chain side, continue to deepen cooperation with the state-owned factories in Shanghai and Wuxi, increasing investment in research and development. At the same time, initiate business negotiations with other companies in Sakura country, specifically targeting competitors of Nintendo, to secure some orders and pull them in, not for anything else, but to create a rift in their territory and give them some trouble. Second, on the channel side, reduce excessive reliance on third-party distributors by establishing our own sales companies in M country and Europe, building direct sales channels and signing direct supply agreements with large supermarkets like Walmart and Kmart to bypass middlemen, firmly holding the initiative in our own hands. Third, on the product side, accelerate the research and iteration of new products to quickly make up for our lack of. At the same time, start the research and development for the next generation of black and white handheld game consoles, adding new features and improving battery life to completely widen the gap between our hardware and Nintendo's products. Fourth, on the market side, stabilize the base in the European and American markets while focusing on developing the mainland market, which is Nintendo's weak point but our stronghold. Complete the channel layout in the mainland market to form a new growth pole for revenue. Regarding the generally low consumption in the mainland, I believe there is no need to lower prices, as those who can afford it aren't concerned about this small amount. As for the piracy issue mentioned by Wang Dong, I think we can temporarily leave it alone, and we might even support a few piracy companies, not for anything else, but to push other games out of the mainland market. In addition, we should increase the variety of electronic products in the company. Currently, electronic products are scarce in the mainland, and we can completely capture this market, such as televisions, tape recorders, fans, washing machines, rice cookers, and hair dryers. We should develop all these household appliances. We should establish our brand image in the mainland as soon as possible. This set of plans is interlinked, balancing offense and defense, addressing immediate urgent needs, while also laying out long-term development. After the meeting, Hua Jianing patted Cheng Tianzong on the shoulder with a smile, saying, President Cheng, no wonder the boss wanted me to personally invite you over from Taiwan. You truly live up to your reputation. Cheng Tianzong smiled, his eyes full of fighting spirit. He had waited too long for this opportunity. This time he wanted to personally create an electronic empire for the Chinese people to confront those giants from Sakura country in the global market. As Cheng Tianzong vigorously reformed Hanyao Electronics, Hua Jianing also completed the personnel appointments and structural setups for the other 2 major sectors under Xinghai Investment Group. Phoenix Media Group continued to be led by Huang Shijiao as president, overseeing the operations of the satellite television, daily newspapers, and film production sectors. Subsequently, the company would increase investment in the media group to counter TVB. Huang Shijiao had been eager to challenge TVB, and with the full support of the group, he felt like a tiger with wings. He first leveraged the popularity of Millionaire. Simultaneously, he initiated preparations for the variety show Asia's Got Talent, attracting artists and screenwriters from all over Hong Kong, and in a short time, Phoenix Television's momentum even overshadowed the veteran giant TVB. Time flew by, and it was already August 1982. In the past few months, Hong Kong had undergone earth-shattering changes. Jianing Group officially announced its bankruptcy. Chun Songqing was arrested by the Commercial Investigation Unit and the Independent Commission Against Corruption for suspected commercial fraud and falsification of financial statements, leading to the complete collapse of the once glorious Jianing myth. Meanwhile, Hua Jianing successfully completed the transfer of ownership for the Jianing building, officially renaming it Star River Center, which would serve as the global headquarters for Star River Investment Group. The moment the sign of Star River Center was hung on the building in Central, a new commercial giant had firmly established its footing in Hong Kong. The new arcade fighting game Street Fighter by Umbrella officially launched, creating a frenzy in the North American arcade market with sales directly surpassing Nintendo's flagship products, carving out a bloody path amid Nintendo's encirclement. Wang Jianjun initially did not plan to launch this game so early. He had high hopes for it, and incorporated a significant amount of Chinese culture and characters. He had intended to polish it further and release it in its most perfect state to make a stunning impression on the world. Unfortunately, Sakura Country was not giving him any chances, fiercely competing in the Americas with reckless tactics. Forced by circumstances, Wang Jianjun had no choice but to have a large batch of Nintendo game cartridges pirated by factories in the mainland, smuggling them to South America, where locals subsequently smuggled them to the U.S., directly striking a blow to Nintendo. These cartridges were only compatible with Umbrella's gaming consoles. Upon hearing this, Nintendo was furious and threatened to sue Umbrella, yet they had no evidence. Just as Umbrella and Nintendo were at an impasse, Sega suddenly emerged with Subrock 3D, stunning the world. Sega launched the world's first arcade game employing color separation 3D glasses technology, requiring players to wear red and blue glasses to experience the 3D visual effects. The game used a dual-screen switching mechanism to simulate aerial and underwater battle scenes, marking an important attempt at early immersive gaming experiences. Despite the high hardware costs, it was regarded as one of the pioneers of 3D gaming. The emergence of this game directly led to a ceasefire between Nintendo and Hanyao, as both rushed to launch their own new games. Fortunately, due to the high technical costs, this game did not truly explode in popularity. However, it did alert Hanyao and Nintendo. Although Umbrella Electronics renamed itself Hanyao Group, its game brand still retained the name Umbrella Games. Notably, during the peak of the conflict between Umbrella and Nintendo, Wang Jianjun executed a clever maneuver. In the conference room of Hanyao Electronics headquarters, Cheng Tianzong had just concluded a transcontinental meeting with the U.S. branch and walked into Wang Jianjun's office at Star River Center, holding the latest market report. Boss, the situation in North America has stabilized for the time being. Cheng Tianzong placed the report on the table, his tone revealing uncontainable excitement. In the 3 months since the launch of Street Fighter, the market share in North American arcades has surged to 28%, grabbing nearly 1/3 of the market from Nintendo and Sega, and the European market is even more astonishing, breaking 35%. Previously, Nintendo's price war has become completely ineffective. Wang Jianjun nodded while flipping through the report. When he was forced to launch Street Fighter ahead of schedule, he was still sweating in anxiety, fearing that it was not polished enough and that it would tarnish their reputation. Unexpectedly, this fighting game, infused with the essence of Chinese martial arts culture and designed with classic characters like Wang Chao from The Legend of the Dragon and the Snake Ting Qing Shan from the Nine Tripod Chronicles and the Snow Girl from Qin's Moon, among others, exploded in the North American market. Young people crowded the arcade halls, waiting in line for hours just to secure a spot to compete. Forget about Nintendo's Donkey Kong, even Sega's newly released 3D arcade game Subrock 3D was overshadowed. What happened with Sega's 3D game? Wang Jianjun asked, looking up. It was more noise than substance. Cheng Tianzong chuckled. The technological concept is fresh, but the hardware costs are too high. The wholesale price of an arcade machine is 3 times that of a regular one. Arcade owners are unwilling to stock it, and ordinary players can't afford it. Outside a few flagship arcades in major North American cities, it simply can't be spread. However, this game has reminded us that 3D gaming is definitely the direction of the future. I've already instructed the RD team to start working on 3D game engine technology. Well done. Wang Jianjun nodded in approval. The money for technological RD should be spent without reservation. What about Nintendo? Have they pulled any stunts? When Nintendo was mentioned, Cheng Tianzong couldn't help but laugh. They're too occupied with their own problems. Your previous move with the pirated cartridges completely stunned them. Pirated Nintendo game cartridges compatible with our handheld consoles flooded South America and the U.S. Players flocked to buy our handhelds, causing Nintendo's sales to plummet by nearly 50%. They want to sue us, but they can't gather any evidence, so they can only stare in disbelief. Also, your film, Mr. Vampire, humiliated Nintendo after its release in Sakura Country. Cheng Tianzong became increasingly amused. Young people in Sakura Country are joking that Nintendo's president is just a jumping zombie. Yamauchi Hiroshi went mad, changing the antagonists in more than a dozen of their games to Umbrella. As a result, they inadvertently provided us with free advertising. Now players in Sakura Country are aware of Umbrella games, and many are specifically asking people to buy our handhelds and game cartridges from Hong Kong. Wang Jianjun couldn't help but laugh. When he filmed Mr. Vampire, it was purely to retaliate against Nintendo for pushing him too hard, testing the waters of the film sector with the original cast Lam, Qingying Qin Suho, and Eric Sang, except for changing the character of Master Rin to Nintendo and adding many comedic segments. For instance, the scene where the 9 uncles opened the coffin, saying that Nintendo was forcefully buying land, and they unexpectedly, the film exploded at the box office after its release in Hong Kong, ranking among the top 3 for the year. When it reached Sakura Country, it became a sensation due to its playful title, even making it into the top 10 foreign films of the year there. Nintendo was furious about Wang Jianjun's brazen approach, sending lawyer letters and cursing, ultimately resorting to renaming their game antagonists as a form of retaliation, which turned into a joke throughout Hong Kong and Asia's gaming circles. Alright, let's put a pause on the feud with Nintendo for now. Wang Jianjun put away his laughter and tapped the table. In the coming period, Hong Kong is going to undergo significant changes. We must stabilize our core business and hold on to cash tightly. It will be of great use. In September 1982, the sea breeze of Victoria Harbor in Hong Kong carried an inexplicable sense of anxiety. In the tea restaurants along the streets, people no longer discussed the next quiz of who wants to be a millionaire or the battle between Hanyao Electronics and Nintendo, but rather the upcoming Sino-British negotiations. The headlines of the newspapers were filled with news of Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher's visit to China, and the Hang Seng Index in Hong Kong plummeted like a roller coaster, causing great alarm. On September 22, 1982, Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher arrived in Beijing riding the wave of victory over Argentina in the Falklands War. All eyes in Hong Kong were focused on the Great Hall of the People in the capital. Phoenix TV unprecedentedly suspended its regular programming, launching a special live broadcast and sending reporters to follow the negotiations in real time. Bringing in renowned scholars and lawyers from Hong Kong and the mainland to interpret every detail of the negotiations became the channel with the highest viewership in the entire region. Wang Jianjun specifically instructed Huang Shijiao that all reports must firmly stand on the nation's stance, objectively conveying the policies and attitudes of the mainland, and must not follow the British media in fanning the flames and creating panic. On September 24th, the formal talks commenced. At the beginning of the talks, Mrs. Thatcher adopted the tough stance of the victor, insisting that the three unequal treaties remain effective, and proposed the plan of exchanging sovereignty for governance, claiming that only if Britain continued to rule Hong Kong could the prosperity and stability of the region be maintained. However, the elder's attitude was even more resolute. In one sentence, he shattered all illusions. The issue of sovereignty is not something that can be discussed. The core point of divergence in the talks, apart from the premise that Hong Kong must return in 1997, was Wang Jianjun's previous proposal: early takeover of Hong Kong's educational rights. According to the British side's thinking, before the return in 1997, Hong Kong's education, media, and judicial systems must be entirely controlled by the colonial government, and the Chinese side must not interfere. Yet the Chinese side's stance was exceptionally firm. Education is a core issue concerning the national identity of Hong Kong's next generation. From the day the negotiations reached an agreement, the Chinese side must intervene early in Hong Kong's educational system, possessing the authority over textbook approval, curriculum design, and teacher training, and must not allow the colonial government to continue instilling colonial ideology in Hong Kong's youth. This point became the greatest deadlock in the negotiations. Mrs. Thatcher refused to budge, viewing it as the Chinese side's early interference in Hong Kong's governance, and resolutely disagreed. The talks went from morning until afternoon with no progress made, and the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. News returned to Hong Kong, and the Hang Seng Index plummeted by 120 points that day. At the banks on the streets, citizens began to line up to exchange their Hong Kong dollars, and the real estate market saw a surge in sell-offs, tripling overnight. Just as the entire region was in a state of unease and the British side thought they could force concessions from the Chinese side through a tough attitude, a shocking piece of news stunned everyone. The Guangzhou military region announced large-scale, live-fire military exercises near the coastal areas of Guangdong and Shikoh lasting a week. With joint operations of the Navy, Army, and Air Force bombers, destroyers, and armored units all made an appearance, and the exercise included coastal landings, urban assaults, and port blockades. It was clear to anyone with insight that this exercise was aimed at the British. China is not Argentina, and Hong Kong is not the Falkland Islands. If we want to talk, we are open to discussions. If we do not want to talk, we have other means to reclaim our territory. Once this message was released, Mrs. Thatcher's tough stance softened immediately. She understood that Britain's victory in the Falklands War was due to Argentina's weakness and the nation's full commitment to the war, which was still a Pyrrhic victory. However, China is not Argentina. The People's Liberation Army's land and air forces could reach Hong Kong in less than an hour, and Britain's military presence there was insufficient to fill the gaps. If the talks truly broke down, the Chinese side could reclaim Hong Kong by force, and Britain would have no means to. On September 27th, after several rounds of urgent consultations, the British side ultimately made concessions, formally agreeing that after the signing of the Sino-British Joint Declaration, the Chinese side would have the right to send educational commissioners to Hong Kong in advance to participate in the management of the educational system, possessing core authority over textbook approval and curriculum setup. This battle over educational rights ended with a complete victory for the Chinese side. After the talks concluded, Mrs. Thatcher exited the Great Hall of the People and unexpectedly stumbled on the steps, a scene captured by reporters and circulated worldwide. Everyone in Hong Kong understood that an era was coming to an end. The moment the results of the Beijing talks returned to Hong Kong, the entire market exploded. In just 3 days, the Hang Seng Index plummeted from 110 points to 700 points, a drop of over 36%. marking the largest decline since the Hong Kong stock market's inception. The real estate market crashed even more dramatically, with premium office buildings in Central and Tsim Sha Tsui halving in price, while residential land in Kowloon and the new territories fell to 20 of their peak, with no one daring to take over. More frightening than the stock and real estate crashes was the wave of immigration sweeping across Hong Kong. Numerous British-funded firms and wealthy Chinese merchants lost confidence in Hong Kong's future, frantically selling off their assets and immigrating to Britain, Canada, and Australia. British giants like Jardine Matheson and Swire Properties led the charge in selling off core property stocks and shares of power companies, stating their intention to relocate their headquarters away from Hong Kong. In the office buildings of Central, nearly everyday companies were listing their assets for sale, while real estate agencies on the streets were plastered with low-priced luxury property shops and land the prices absurdly low, yet few were interested. Everyone was in panic, fleeing and frantically selling their Hong Kong assets, fearing that if they were late, their possessions would turn to worthless paper. Only in the top-floor conference room of the Xinghe Center was there bright light and an exceptionally heated atmosphere, even tinged with an undeniable excitement. Wang Jianjun sat at the head of the table with a map of Hong Kong and a list of assets spread before him, attended by core executives of the Xinghe Group, Hua Jianing, Lin Yaodong, Cheng Tianzong, Huang Shizhao, and Lu Yuehai. Everyone, the opportunity has arrived. Wang Jianjun tapped the asset list on the table, his tone calm, yet powerful. When others are in panic, it is our time to attack. The future of Hong Kong will only get better. The assets that these people are hastily selling now will double, even tenfold in the future. Now is the best time for us to buy at the bottom. Hua Jianing immediately took over the conversation, distributing a thick stack of due diligence materials to everyone, his eyes shining with excitement. I have already led the team to sort through all the assets being sold on the market. The quality assets are mainly divided into 4 categories, perfectly corresponding to our 4 major sectors. The first category includes core commercial real estate and land reserves, comprising 3 Grade A office buildings in Central, 2 shopping malls in Tsim Sha Tsui, 12 residential land plots in Kowloon, and the new territories, and 3 storage dock lands along Victoria Harbour. Now that Jardine Matheson and Swire are eager to flee, their offers are only at 80 of the peak period, or even lower, making them our core targets for bottom buying. The second category includes retail channels and offline outlets. The 3 largest electronics chain supermarkets in Hong Kong are selling as a whole package due to the owner's emigration, which is just right for Han Yao Electronics to establish offline direct sales channels and open up a sales network in Hong Kong and Southeast Asia. The third category consists of film and media assets. Currently, many small cinema owners are eager to flee and are selling off their businesses. There are also 2 record companies in Hong Kong whose owners want to emigrate and are transferring their assets at a low price, which can perfectly complement Phoenix Media's deficiencies in film production and cinema distribution. The fourth category is the automotive support industry. Hong Kong has 2 automotive parts processing plants and 1 automotive dealership group that are now being sold at a low price, which can be used to support the Umbrella Automotive Group in building a sales and after-sales network in Hong Kong. Hua Jianing went through each point, clearly detailing the prices, values, and compatible businesses for each asset, even providing subsequent profit calculations. Wang Jianjun nodded repeatedly, realizing that he had indeed made the right choice by bringing Hua Jianing in. While the market was in chaos, Hua Jianing had already led the team to thoroughly grasp all the quality assets available for bottom buying and even had plans for subsequent arrangements requiring little effort from him. Boss, I suggest we take out 2.5 billion Hong Kong dollars in cash and launch a full-scale assault to buy. Hua Jianing looked at Wang Jianjun with a determined tone. Right now the market is filled with sellers and no buyers. We hold ample cash, possessing absolute bargaining power, and we can even drive prices down to 50 of their peak. Li Ka-shing is still observing, only daring to take small batches. If we are to act, let's go all in and acquire all these core assets. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the conference room gasped in shock. 2.5 billion Hong Kong dollars. In 1982 Hong Kong, this is undoubtedly an astronomical figure. Even veteran Chinese merchants like Li Ka-shing and Pao Yukong wouldn't dare to put out so much cash to frantically buy at the bottom during a market crash. But Wang Jianjun didn't even blink, decisively stating, "All right, we will do as you say. 2.5 billion Hong Kong dollars, I give you full authority. You decide on all asset acquisitions." "Understood, boss." Hua Jianing immediately responded, his eyes filled with excitement. He had waited too long for this opportunity. At Cheung Kong, he could only be an executor, but now Wang Jianjun gave him full authority, letting him wield power in this unprecedented real estate and capital winter in Hong Kong to buy at the bottom and lay out plans. This is an opportunity that many professional managers may never encounter in their lifetime. Cheng Tianzong take the lead in negotiating with those 3 electrical chain retailers. We must secure them to build our own offline direct sales channels. As for the various types of factories for sale, acquire them if possible, and we will integrate resources later. Understood, boss. Cheng Tianzong nodded eagerly. Huang Shizhao, you go connect with those cinema chains and record companies to complete our full chain in film production and distribution. In the future, Phoenix Media aims to become the largest film and entertainment group in Hong Kong. Don't worry, boss. I will ensure the task is completed. Huang Shizhao said, his face filled with excitement. Lu Yuhai conduct due diligence on the automotive parts factories and dealer groups. If suitable, acquire them to prepare for Jaguar's localization and establish channels and supporting resources in advance. Understood, Chairman Wang. Lu Yuhai responded quickly. As the directives were issued, the entire Xinghe Group instantly began to operate at full speed. In the following month, the entire Hong Kong business community was left dumbfounded by the frenzied operations of the Xinghe Group. While others were frantically selling off and fleeing, only the Xinghe Group was sweeping the market with large amounts of cash. Hua Jianing and his team spent every day at the headquarters of British firms like Jardine Matheson and Swire Properties negotiating, signing contracts, and completing it all in one go. The British firms, eager to cash out and escape, lacked the bargaining power and could only watch helplessly as Hua Jianing drove prices down to the floor before tearfully signing the sales agreements. 3 Grade A office buildings in Central, once valued at 1.2 billion Hong Kong dollars, were acquired by Hua Jianing for 520 million Hong Kong dollars in cash. 2 large shopping malls in Tsim Sha Tsui were taken for 280 million Hong Kong dollars. The waterfront storage land at Victoria Harbour was acquired for 150 million Hong Kong dollars, and over a dozen residential plots in the new territories in Kowloon were secured for merely 200 million Hong Kong dollars. Cheng Tianzong successfully acquired the 3 largest electrical chain retailers in Hong Kong, totaling 87 stores spread across the city, along with many factories up for sale, for just 220 million Hong Kong dollars. He instantly established the largest offline direct sales channel and production base for Hanyao Electronics in Hong Kong. Huang Shizhao secured 12 cinema chains for 80 million Hong Kong dollars, along with 2 record companies, transforming Phoenix Media from a television station into a full industry entertainment group covering film production, distribution, cinema, and music. Lu Yuhai also successfully acquired automotive parts factories and dealer groups for less than 50 million Hong Kong dollars, preparing an after-sales center for the Umbrella Automotive Group in Hong Kong. In just a month, Xinghe Group spent over 2 billion Hong Kong dollars acquiring more than half of the most core quality assets in the Hong Kong market. The ferocity of their actions, the magnitude of their investments, and their speed turned the entire Hong Kong business community's heads. Even the ever-observing Li Ka-shing and Pao Yukong did not expect Wang Jianjun to dare to play it this way. They originally thought of waiting for the market to drop a bit more before slowly buying at the bottom, but unexpectedly Wang Jianjun went all in, snatching up all the most quality core assets. By the time they reacted, there was hardly anything good left in the market. At the villa atop Victoria Peak, Wang Jianjun stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at Victoria Harbour, with Zhong Chuhong standing beside him. Everyone outside is saying you're crazy for daring to pull out so much money to buy at the bottom at this time, Zhong Chuhong said, softly leaning against him. For the past month, all of Hong Kong has been discussing Wang Jianjun. Some say he is foolish for buying high, while others claim his risk is too great and he will eventually stumble. Wang Jianjun smiled and wrapped his arm around her waist. They laugh at me for being too insane, while I laugh at them for being unable to see through it. The future of Hong Kong can only get better. The things acquired now will turn into hundreds or even thousands of times the wealth in 10 years. He is very clear about what the assets bought at the bottom will become in the coming decades. By the way, news has come from the mainland. Zhong Chuhong looked up at him and smiled. They specifically sent someone to thank you for your previous suggestions on education rights, saying you have made significant contributions. Additionally, the Automotive Industrial Park and Electronic Factory in Shenzhen have been allocated an extra 2.0 acres of land and are exempt from taxes for 3 years. Wang Jianjun nodded, understanding in his heart. His previous reminders about education rights not only helped the mainland gain key initiative at the negotiating table, but also made the higher-ups recognize his vision and perspective. This time, in buying at the bottom, he did not take advantage of the chaos to disrupt the market. Instead, during the most fearful times, he used real money to stabilize market confidence, further gaining recognition from the mainland higher-ups. What next? Do we continue buying at the bottom? Zhong Chuang asked. No more buying at the bottom. Wang Jianjun smiled. The core assets have already been secured. The rest can be left for those Chinese merchants to split. One person can't eat all the food, otherwise it would provoke public anger. He looked down at Zhong Chuhong in his arms, his eyes filled with tenderness. From now on, I will focus on school and be with you peacefully. The company's affairs can be monitored by Hua Jianing and the others. The sky won't fall down. Let's go to M Country for a while. I heard Uncle Ya's concert is coming to M Country, and we should go join the fun. In October 1982, at Los Angeles International Airport in M Country, a Pan Am Boeing 747 slowly taxied to the terminal. As the cabin door opened, a warm breeze filled with the essence of California's afternoon sunlight rushed into the cabin. Wang Jianjun took off his sunglasses and smiled at the familiar figure on the tarmac. Lu Minxing had been waiting at the foot of the stairs, dressed in a fitted casual suit. He had shed the naivete from when he first arrived in M country, his demeanor now exuding a sense of composure and competence. Behind him were 2 assistants from Hanyao Electronics North American branch along with 8 security personnel standing tall beside him. Big brother. Upon seeing Wang Jianjun descend the stairs, Lu Mixing quickly rushed forward, his voice filled with uncontainable excitement as he embraced Wang Jianjun tightly. Not bad, kid. You've bulked up after nearly a year in M country. Wang Jianjun patted him on the back, smiling as he assessed him. You look much steadier than before. Your time studying here wasn't wasted. Of course. I can't embarrass you, big brother. Lu Mixing chuckled as his gaze turned to Wang Jiangwo, and he Meng, his eyes brightening. Jiangwo. Mengzi. You guys finally made it. Minsheng. Wang Jiangwo sprinted forward, bumping shoulders, with Lu Mixing, his face brimming with excitement. It's great to see you. You've been living it up in M country for nearly a year, and haven't even returned to Hong Kong. I thought you had forgotten about us. Not at all. There's just so much going on here. The North American channels and branch affairs that Big Brother assigned me have kept me extremely busy. Lu Mixing explained with a smile, his gaze landing on He Meng. The 2 shook hands firmly, their unspoken understanding evident. The 4 brothers, once brash youths who ventured into Hong Kong, had each carved their own paths across different places. After more than a year apart, they finally reunited at an airport in a foreign land, exchanging knowing smiles that conveyed a camaraderie only they understood. Zhong Chuhong stood quietly beside Wang Jianjun, watching the brothers reunite with a gentle smile on her. Behind her, a security team of 20 descended from the plane, quickly establishing a perimeter around them. Their movements were crisp and efficient, comprising elite members from the Protect Umbrella security team who had arrived in M country alongside Wang Jianjun. All right, no more standing around. Let's talk back at the house, Wang Jianjun said with a smile, waving his hand. Is the car ready? It's all arranged. Lu Mixing promptly replied. Big brother, sister-in-law, this way please. The villa has already been prepared. It's in Beverly Hills, close to the branch office, and security has been set up in advance. It's absolutely safe. The group boarded the fleet of vehicles that had been waiting nearby, 3 stretch limousines flanked by 2 security vehicles slowly departing the airport towards Beverly Hills. Inside the car, Wang Jiangwo leaned against the window, observing the sights of Los Angeles, and exclaimed, "This place is bustling. It looks way more sophisticated than Hong Kong. By the way, Minxing, are there any fun places here? Once we settle down, take Mengzi and me out to explore," he said. "You should cool it a bit." Wang Jianjun shot him a look. M country isn't like Hong Kong, it's a jungle out there. Always be cautious with everything you do. This trip is supposed to be an escape, but I also want you two to follow Minxing and learn about the business operations here in North America. Stop thinking about racing cars all the time and focus on the important matters. Wang Jiangwo immediately slumped, hanging his head and muttering, "Got it, big brother. They'll definitely focus." Lu Mixing couldn't help but laugh, quickly smoothing things over. "Big brother Jiangwo has come all this way. We should definitely take him out to have some fun. It won't interfere with business matters. By the way, big brother, what made you suddenly decide to come to M country? Did something happen back in Hong Kong?" Wang Jianjun leaned back in his seat, lightly tapping his knee with his fingertips, his tone calm. "Nothing too serious, just avoiding some trouble. The Sino-British negotiations just ended and Hong Kong is in a chaotic state. The Hong Kong British government is keeping an eye on me. If I stay there, I'll be on the hot seat every day." In this round of Sino-British negotiations, his proposal regarding educational rights caused the British to lose this privilege in the future. Given the nature of the Hong Kong British government, they would definitely take action and would not simply give it up. Those of us in business would become the prime candidates for the dirty work. As a well-known tycoon in Hong Kong, Wang Jianjun was certainly being targeted. Although they knew he had connections with the mainland, it didn't matter. They just needed to force him to make a statement. Besides, there wasn't just one candidate for the dirty work. Yuta had just taken office as the governor of Hong Kong and was looking for someone to vent his frustrations on. If Wang Jianjun stayed in Hong Kong, Yuta would have plenty of ways to force him to take a stance. Don't be fooled by how friendly Yuta was with Wang Jianjun before. It was all just to win him over. Now was the perfect time for him to call in that favor. Sometimes one has to admit that when it comes to cunning, the British are truly formidable. Just look at M country now. They seem utterly clueless, relying only on brute force. This probably has to do with their foundation. After all, M country has only been established for a few years. Besides, Wang Jianjun laughed, adding, "Hu Jianing just bottomed out so many industries and needs time to integrate them. If I stay in Hong Kong, he won't be able to work freely. By stepping away for a while, I can give him the space he needs to sort everything out. Once he finishes integrating these industries and has the upstream and downstream channels and employees sorted, we can finally establish a solid foundation in Hong Kong. All the employees rely on us for their livelihoods, and along with their families, that could amount to millions. By that time, with 1 million workers depending on us, not to mention one governor of Hong Kong, even the British government would have to think twice before trying to move against us." Once he said this, the car fell silent. Lu Mixing's eyes brightened as he suddenly understood the key point. Wang Jianjun was not merely avoiding trouble. He was retreating to advance. On the surface, he had fled to M country, but in reality, he was pushing Hua Jianing to the forefront, allowing him to freely integrate assets while dodging the scrutiny of the Hong Kong British government, leaving no opportunity for them to target him. Big brother, that's brilliant. Truly brilliant. Lu Minxing said sincerely. I thought you came just to check on the North American branch, but I didn't realize there was this deeper consideration. What else? You think I'm like Zhang Wo just wanting to come out and play? Wang Jianjun shot a glance at Wang Zhangwo, provoking a round of protests from him. Over an hour later, the convoy slowly entered Beverly Hills, finally stopping in front of a standalone mansion, covering nearly 10,000 square meters. The white European-style building featured front and back gardens, an outdoor swimming pool, a tennis court, and even a small home theater. There was a security booth at the entrance and surveillance cameras were installed all around. The security team had arrived early to set up the defenses. Big brother, sister-in-law, come in and take a look. This villa was purchased by the local branch 3 months ago because I knew you'd eventually come to M country. It has already been prepared for you. All the furniture and appliances are brand new and the servants are also all Chinese who can cook food to suit your taste. Lu Minsheng led everyone inside, introducing the features along the way. As soon as Wang Zhangwo entered, he dashed around the house, while He Meng did not join in the excitement. He first led the security team to thoroughly inspect the villa inside and out, confirming there were no security hazards before returning to stand silently beside Wang Jianjun. Once settled, the servants brought out tea and snacks. The four brothers sat on the sofa in the living room, finally able to have a good chat. The next morning, the aroma of rice porridge wafted through the villa in Beverly Hills. Zhong Chuang got up early and, accompanied by the servants, prepared Cantonese congee steamed shrimp dumplings and siumai, all flavors familiar to a few who had dined in Hong Kong. As Wang Jianjun descended the stairs, he found Wang Zhangwo eagerly devouring shrimp dumplings at the dining table, his mouth glistening with oil, while He Meng sat beside him, his bowl of congee nearly empty. Hey, why are the two young masters up so early today? Wang Jianjun was surprised to see Wang Zhangwo and He Meng up so early, considering that since they had stopped managing the company, they would only rise when called. Big brother, you finally came down. Wang Zhangwo exclaimed, his cheeks stuffed, speaking indistinctly. Sister-in-law's cooking is even more authentic than the tea restaurants in central Hong Kong. You have quite the sweet tongue. Zhong Chuang chuckled, serving him another bowl of porridge. Eat slowly, no one is fighting you for it. Wang Jianjun pulled out a chair and sat down, picking up chopsticks to grab a siumai. He turned to Lu Minxing across from him and said, Minxing, we have no plans today. Take us to the largest electronics market and department store in Los Angeles. Having been to the U.S. so many times, I've never properly visited the local stores here. It's the perfect opportunity to see firsthand what the North American electronic market looks like. No problem, big brother. Lu Minxing immediately replied. The largest in Los Angeles is Sears, along with Circuit City, where you can find all kinds of home appliances and electronic products. It's not far from here, just half an hour's drive. I also want you to see how our products are being distributed here. All right, then we'll go to these two places. Wang Jianjun nodded and then glanced at Wang Zhangwo beside him. What's up with you two? This is quite unusual. Now that we're graduating and saying our goodbyes, I could only risk my life to accompany gentlemen and get wasted with everyone one last time. Is that all? You two aren't kids anymore, Do you really think you can just tag along with me? Wang Jianjun had 100 doubts about their intentions. Wang Zhangwo and He Meng exchanged glances and had no choice but to speak honestly. Big brother, we also want to go out by ourselves. It's just that we came in such a hurry. We didn't bring any money. Could you possibly? Not happening. You two will stick with us today and learn properly. You will eventually need to shoulder responsibilities and stop just thinking about fun. Seeing that there was no chance, the two could only nod helplessly in agreement, thinking Wang Jianjun might have given them some money to go out and have fun. Oh, goodbye, my thoroughbred. Just as Wang Jianjun had arrived in the U.S., thousands of miles away in Hong Kong, chaos had already erupted. At the top floor of the Star River Center in Central, the Secretary for Justice of the Hong Kong government, accompanied by 2 assistants, sat in the reception room, his face looking extremely grim. Hua Jianing sipped his coffee leisurely, wearing an appropriately apologetic expression. Mr. Secretary, I am truly sorry. Our chairman Wang has indeed taken his wife on a world tour. Before leaving, he entrusted me with the daily operations of the group without specifying where he went or leaving any contact information. We also can't reach him. Mr. Hua. The Secretary for Justice suddenly slammed down his coffee cup, his tone laced with suppressed anger. Governor Yud has invited Mr. Wang Jianjun to meet 3 times in a row. As his management team, how could you not contact him? You are deliberately avoiding the governor's office. Mr. Secretary, you are being too harsh. Hua Jianing set down his coffee cup, the smile on his face fading slightly. Our chairman is young and enjoys traveling and exploring. After working hard for so long, it's perfectly normal for him to take a vacation and relax. I can handle all matters of the group. If you have any issues, you can discuss them with me just as easily. Discuss with you? The Secretary for Justice scoffed. What governor wants to meet is Mr. Wang Jianjun himself. He is a representative figure of the Hong Kong business community and at a critical juncture in the Sino-British negotiations, he suddenly disappears. Do you think that is appropriate? Hua Jianing chuckled inwardly, maintaining a composed exterior. Mr. Secretary Chairman Wang is merely on vacation, not missing. The market in Hong Kong is stable and our Star River Group has been diligent in supporting it. During the peak of market panic, we invested over $1 billion Hong Kong dollars to stabilize market confidence. The governor's office should be well aware of this. As for other matters, they are Chairman Wang's private affairs, and we subordinates shouldn't pry too much. His words were soft yet firm, directly countering the Secretary for Justice. The governor's office simply wanted to leverage Wang Jianjun's influence to sway the thoughts of the grassroots citizens. After all, Wang Jianjun held significant sway among the public. If they could bring Wang Jianjun on their side, then the mainland's efforts to smoothly take over education would not be so easy. So whether Wang Jianjun met with them or not while in Hong Kong would pose problems. If he met them, it would go against his own stance. If he didn't, it would be a slight against the governor's office, providing them with a reason to retaliate. Now that Wang Jianjun had gone abroad and was unreachable, even if the governor's office was furious, they had no outlet for their anger. They couldn't force a professional manager to conjure a boss out of thin air, could they? The Secretary for Justice glared at Hua Jianing, who remained unfazed, his face darkening with rage, yet feeling helpless. Hua Jianing was merely the CEO of Star River Group, not a family member, and even if he pressed, he wouldn't extract anything. In the end, he could only stand up abruptly and leave with a harsh remark. Mr. Hua, I hope you think clearly. Hong Kong is still under British governance. When Mr. Wang Jianjun returns, he must go to the governor's office immediately to explain to Governor Yud. After saying this, he left in a huff. Watching them leave, the smile vanished from Hua Jianing's face as he picked up the phone on the table and dialed Wang Jianjun in the U.S. When the call connected, Hua Jianing's tone instantly turned respectful. Boss, the people from the governor's office are back. The Secretary for Justice came personally, still wanting to meet with you. I told them as you instructed that you went on a world tour and cannot be reached, so I sent them away. However, it seems Governor Yud is determined to find you. You should stay in the U.S. a bit longer. I'll keep an eye on things here. There won't be any issues. On the other end of the line, Wang Jianjun, sitting by the poolside of the villa, chuckled at Hua Jianing's report. Good job. Governor Yud wants to meet me, but all he wants is to use me as a front. I won't wade through this murky water. I'll stay in the U.S. a while longer to properly observe the market here. In Hong Kong, proceed with the industry consolidation. You don't need to report every detail to me. If anyone dares to take advantage of my absence to create trouble, they can forget about being polite. Understood, boss. You can rest assured. Hua Jianing immediately responded. By the way, how's the protection umbrella security situation? Nothing went wrong, right? Wang Jianjun asked again. There are no issues on Zhang's side. Hua Jianing smiled. He has taken over the security for all the group's properties, stores, and factories with his security. There have indeed been some attempts to create chaos while you're away, but Zhang's people dealt with them all. The governor's office even tried to contact Zhang to find you, but he firmly stated he only handles security and knows nothing of other matters, sending them back. Wang Jianjun nodded. Although Xiao Dongbei was a bit reckless, he was reliable in his work. With him watching over the security in Hong Kong, he felt completely at ease. After hanging up the phone, Wang Jianjun put down his phone and looked at Wang Jiangwo and He Meng playing in the pool, then glanced at Zhong Chuang watering the flowers nearby, a smile creasing his lips. With Hua Jianing and Xiao Dongbei keeping an eye on the mess in Hong Kong, there would be no trouble. Meanwhile, he was in the U.S., seizing this opportunity to cause some trouble for the enterprises in Japan. Wang Jianjun leaned back in the lounge chair, closed his eyes, and felt immensely relaxed. Avoiding the U.S. was not retreating, but rather a means to advance further. When he returned to Hong Kong, it would be his Star River empire firmly established in Hong Kong, unshakable by it. After having breakfast, the group got ready, and the security team changed into plain clothes to conduct a preliminary route inspection. They set off in a convoy of 3 cars, slowly leaving Beverly Hills and heading towards downtown Los Angeles. In October, Los Angeles, the sun shone perfectly, and the streets outside the car were bustling with traffic. On the billboards by the roadside, half displayed Hollywood movie posters, while the other half showcased advertisements for Japanese electronics featuring Sony's Trinitron televisions, Panasonic's VCRs, and Sharp's tape recorders, dominating most of the space, with very few ads for American local brands. Wang Jianjun glanced at the fleeting billboards outside the window, remaining silent, only lightly tapping his knee with his fingertips. In the 1980s, the consumer electronics market in America was dominated by Japanese brands. Leveraging cost advantages and meticulous quality control, they drove American local brands to retreat continuously, eventually leading to their near obliteration. However, it was unexpected that by 1982, the penetration of Japanese brands had reached such a level. After more than half an hour, the convoy stopped in front of the Sears department store in downtown Los Angeles. This was the largest chain department store in America at the time, and a core channel for appliance sales, bustling with people. The security team exited the vehicle first to establish a perimeter, and only then did Wang Jianjun lead Zhong Chuang and others out of the car, entering the department store. Upon entering the home appliance section greeted them with a vast exhibition hall showcasing televisions from Sony, Panasonic, Toshiba, and Hitachi in perfect alignment in the most prominent spots. Ranging from 12-inch portable models to 26-inch floor models, there was a complete variety, their screens glowing while playing promotional videos on loop as several salespeople enthusiastically introduced the products to customers who paused at the display. As they walked further in, they encountered refrigerators, washing machines, microwave ovens, tape recorders, and audio equipment, almost all adorned with Japanese brand logos. Panasonic's double-door refrigerator, Toshiba's fully automatic washing machine, Sharp's double cassette recorder, and Pioneer's audio systems filled the shelves densely with price tags indicating nearly a 30% lower cost than the nearby American local brands. American local brands like GE, Whirlpool, Maytag, and RCA were all crammed into the farthest corners of the exhibition hall, with very few models on the shelves, their prices significantly higher than Japanese products, leaving their display area desolate, with not a single salesperson present, just a lonely price tag standing in stark contrast. Wang Jianjun and his group slowly walked along the shelves taking in the view. Wang Jiangwo couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, why is it that everything in this American mall is from Japan? I thought American local brands were impressive, yet they can't even secure a display booth." That's reality. Lu Mingxing sighed and explained softly, the labor costs in Japan are much lower than in America, and the level of factory automation is high. The products they produce cost significantly less than American local goods, with better quality control and more innovative designs. On the American side, factories have high wages and unions are always causing trouble, making it impossible to reduce costs. They can't compete on price, and their quality can't keep up, leading to continuous losses. Look here, he pointed at a GE washing machine, and then at a similarly spec'd Toshiba model nearby. Big brother, look, the GE fully automatic washing machine costs $580, while Toshiba's is only $399 and comes with a 1-year warranty. Ordinary folks will definitely choose the cheaper and more practical option. Over the past 2 years, GE's market share in washing machines has nearly halved. Zhong Chuang looked at the Japanese products on the shelves and couldn't help but softly say, "I didn't realize Japanese goods were so prevalent in America. When I was in Hong Kong, I thought there were many Japanese electronics, but it seems even more exaggerated here in America." Wang Jianjun remained silent, reaching out to touch the Panasonic microwave on the shelf, then glancing at the older RCA model nearby. It's only 1982 now, and the offensive from Japanese brands has already become so fierce. In another 2 years, when the yen appreciates and Japanese manufacturers have even more cash, American local brands will suffer even more devastating losses. Before long, aside from Whirlpool, which might barely hold on, other brands will either be acquired or directly exit the market, and the entire white goods market will likely be completely dominated by Japanese brands. Come on, let's move further in and see if we can find our stuff. Wang Jianjun retracted his gaze, smiling as he led. After passing through the major appliance section, they arrived at the portable electronics and audiovisual section, where the situation was finally different. In the most prominent position was the Umbrella brand's dual cassette recorder, digital watches, and portable players, with Sony and Sharp's similar products nearby, priced slightly higher than the Japanese goods. However, the design was more fashionable with more features, and a crowd of young people surrounded the display, eagerly examining the products, while several salespeople were busy attending to them. At the back of the section, a dedicated game experience area had been set up, featuring 4 arcade machines, 2 for Street Fighter and 2 for Hong Kong Tetris, surrounded by a group of young people waiting in line, with bursts of cheers and applause resonating from time to time, creating a lively atmosphere. "Big brother, look." Lu Mingxing's face was filled with excitement as he pointed at the display and said, "Our tape recorder is particularly popular among young people in North America right now, especially the one with the running light from last year. Last month, its sales exceeded 1,000 units, surpassing Sharp and ranking second in the portable tape recorder category, behind only Sony. And the game console. Since Street Fighter launched, it has exploded in popularity. Right now, the hottest game in North American arcades is this one." The sales of handheld consoles are also very stable. Even though Nintendo is engaging in a price war, we are not significantly affected thanks to these games and portable cartridges. Wang Jianjun watched the crowd of young people around the display, listening to the salesperson repeatedly mentioning the brand name Umbrella, and a smile finally appeared on his face. He reached out to pick up a portable player from Umbrella, noting its metallic body and ultra-thin design, which was even lighter and slimmer than Sony's Walkman, with better sound quality. It was a new model just released by Hanyao Electronics this year, selling exceptionally well in the North American market. "Not bad," Wang Jianjun nodded, putting the portable player back on the shelf. "How's the distribution channel? Besides Sears, have we entered other department stores and electronic shops?" "We've got them all covered," Lu Mingxing replied immediately. "Circuit City, Kmart, Walmart, all have signed supply agreements. Now over 80 of the appliance sales channels in the U.S. feature our products." Just then a groan tinged with pain sounded at his ear. Following the voice with his eyes, he saw the man on the opposite bed suddenly sit up, lean forward over the trash bin prepared earlier, open his mouth, and tip his entire upper body downwards. "As for the major appliances section, we haven't entered yet. Firstly, we have no experience with large appliances, and secondly, Japanese brands are too deeply entrenched here. If we rush, and we will certainly struggle to compete. Wang Jianjun nodded without saying anything, leading the group to continue browsing for over half an hour, thoroughly examining the entire home appliance section, including even the corner display of American brands, carefully noting the models, prices, and features of each brand. At noon, a group of people had lunch at an American restaurant in a department store. Wang Jingwo was devouring his steak while muttering, "Brother, I really didn't expect that in M country the Sakura country is so formidable. It has beaten the local brands to the point where they can't even lift their heads. But we are not far behind to our recorders, and game consoles can still compete with them." Wang Jianjun took a sip of cola, set down his cup, and spoke calmly. "What allows us to stand firm now is a few blockbuster games, unique products that others do not have. However, it's different with home appliances. Refrigerators, washing machines, and televisions have a low technical barrier. It's all about costs, supply chains, and channels. Most importantly, it's about the brand, and in that regard we still fall far short compared to giants like Sony and Panasonic." Lu Mingxing nodded in agreement, saying, "Brother is right. The Sakura country manufacturers have been grinding for over a decade in the home appliance sector. Their brand image is deeply ingrained in people's minds, and their supply chains, technology, and channels are all mature. If we rashly enter the home appliance market and confront them head-on, we will surely come to no good. Not to mention us, even GE and Whirlpool, the homegrown brands of M country, are being beaten back one step at a time, let alone us." Wang Jingwo was taken aback, scratching his head. "So we just watch the Sakura country make money here? We can't just let such a big market go, can we?" Wang Jianjun smiled, not responding directly, but he already had a plan in mind. In the afternoon, the group went to the largest electronics chain in Los Angeles, and the situation was similar to that at Sears department store. Sakura country brands held an absolute dominant position, with 80 of the products on the shelves being from Sakura country, while local brands from M country huddled in corners, ignored by all. Only the umbrellas, recorders, and game consoles had carved out a niche among the youth, managing to establish a foothold. As for the umbrellas, watches, they had long been driven out of the market. Faced with the competition from Sakura country watch manufacturers represented by Seiko, the umbrellas watches had no chance to fight back, not even creating a ripple. Of course, Wang Jianjun's mind was not on watches. His lack of understanding of the watch market and the hands-off approach led to the umbrellas' disastrous defeat. Now they were only sold in Xinjiang and the mainland, having lost all other markets. After browsing the electronic city, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. As the sun set, the group drove back to their villa in Beverly Hills. The servants had already prepared tea and fruits. The few of them sat on the sofa in the living room, gazing out at the valley scenery, finally able to calm down and discuss the insights gained from today's market visit. "Brother, after spending the whole day out, you can see that the home appliance market in M country has basically been locked down by Sakura country brands." Lu Mingxing spoke first, his tone tinged with helplessness. "It's too difficult for us to enter the market now." "Difficult does not mean it can't be done." Wang Jianjun leaned back on the sofa, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingertips, his tone firm. "We just can't be too aggressive. We need to change our approach." As soon as he said this, everyone turned to look at him, their eyes filled with curiosity. Wang Jianjun smiled and slowly articulated his thoughts. "If we enter the home appliance market ourselves and compete head-on with Sony and Panasonic, we will surely lose. They have mature technology, supply chains, channels, and decades of brand accumulation. What do we have to compete with them? Going head-to-head is like using an egg to hit a rock. Only a fool would do that. However, just because we don't enter the field ourselves does not mean we cannot profit from it." He paused, looking at the puzzled expressions of those around him, and continued. "You also saw today how difficult it is for GE, Whirlpool, Mattel, and RCA, the local brands of M country, to survive. It's not that they lack technology, brand recognition, or channels. Their biggest problem is that they can't lower their costs. The labor costs in M country are too high and the unions are strict. Operating a factory for a day means losing money for a day. If they can't compete with the prices of Sakura country goods, their market share will shrink more and more. The smaller their market share, the less capacity they have, and the higher their costs become. It's a vicious cycle. At this rate, in no more than 6 months, these local brands from M country will completely lose their market position, either going bankrupt or being acquired." Wang Jingwo listened in confusion and couldn't help but interject. "Brother, what does their struggle have to do with us? We can't just help them, can we? Why can't we help?" Wang Jianjun shot him a glance. "Helping them is helping ourselves. What do they lack? It's the production capacity at low cost, the capital to engage in price wars with Sakura country brands. And that's exactly what we possess." Wang Jianjun straightened up, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he expressed his idea. "Our factory in Shenzhen has a mature electronic manufacturing supply chain, with labor costs only 1/10 of that in M country, even less than 1/3 of that in Sakura country. Our current capacity is only sufficient for our portable electronics and game consoles, leaving a large surplus that can easily take on OEM orders from these M country brands. We can do OEM for brands like GE and Whirlpool, using our factories in the mainland to produce refrigerators, washing machines, and televisions for them, directly cutting their costs by half, allowing them to take our products to compete with Sakura country brands, and reclaim the market. As soon as he said this, the living room fell silent. Lu Mingsheng's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Brother, this is brilliant. When the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. We don't have to enter the fray against Sakura country brands ourselves, nor do we need to spend money on channels or advertising. We just need to earn OEM money. We can also use these orders to fully utilize our factory's capacity, hone our technology, and thoroughly understand the safety standards and production processes of home appliances in M country." "Exactly," Wang Jianjun nodded. "Let the M country brands take our products and fight with Sakura country brands. The more fiercely they fight, the better. The more fiercely they fight, the greater the demand for our OEM orders, and we can rely on OEM to completely nurture the home appliance supply chain in the mainland, perfecting our production technology and quality control system. Once our capacity, technology, and channels are fully developed, and we have enough strength, we can then launch our own home. At that time, whether it's a Sakura country brand or an M country brand, we will have the confidence to compete with them directly." Wang Zhengwo finally understood, grinning widely. "Wow, brother, how did you come up with this? This is too brilliant. Let the M country folks clash fiercely with the Sakura country. We make money from behind while secretly developing. This is simply a scheme of empty hands catching a wolf." "It's not exactly empty-handed catching a wolf," Wang Jianjun chuckled. "We have ready-made factories and mature manufacturing capabilities. That is our capital. These M country brands are already being pushed to the edge of a cliff. They have no reason not to grab the rope we All right, Mingxing, go notify the staff here to arrange a time with General Motors. Just tell them I want to visit them. Also ask someone to notify Yaodong to send over a few of our samples. We are preparing to have a serious talk with them in New York." Wang Jianjun and his team did not linger in Los Angeles. The next morning, he brought along Zhong Chuhong, Lu Mingxing, and the core business and legal teams, chartering a private jet to New York. As for Wang Zhengwo and He Ming, who were unwilling to go, Wang Jianjun gave them some money and then insisted on going to Hollywood to see the world. Wang Jianjun could not be bothered with these two restless individuals. He only instructed the security team to follow them and avoid causing any fatalities, allowing them to go wild. In the cruising altitude of the airplane, Lu Mingxing sat opposite Wang Jianjun, calmly reporting with the freshly organized materials. "Brother, everything has been connected. The president of GE's appliance division, Jack Welch. Oh no, I mean the head of the appliance sector, Roger Arms. We are meeting him tomorrow at 10 a.m. in the conference room at GE's New York headquarters. The relevant factory capacity reports, quality control data, and UL certification qualifications have already been sent to their team in advance." In 1982, Jack Welch had just taken over as CEO of GE Group and was preparing to prune the company with the appliance business, which had been suffering losses for years and was being beaten by Japanese brands at the forefront. As the head of GE Appliances, Roger Arms was being pressured by Welch, constantly monitoring the declining market share and soaring production costs. Wang Jianjun nodded, flipping through the materials in his hand, pausing at the loss data for GE Appliances with his finger. In the second quarter of 1982, GE's major appliance business saw an 18 year-on-year drop in market share, with the operating rate of its 3 North American factories below 40, resulting in a single quarter loss exceeding 120 million. The union was holding daily strikes at the factory gates, demanding wage increases and job security. With unsellable goods on one side and unyielding costs on the other, Roger Arms was already pushed to the brink. Welch has given a death order to the appliance division: either turn a profit within 6 months or the entire business line. Lu Mingxing added, "Arms is like an ant on a hot pan right now. The cooperation plan we proposed is the only lifeline he can grasp at the moment." "Don't speak too confidently." Wang Jianjun put down the materials and took a sip of coffee, his tone calm. "After all, GE is an established giant backed by General Electric. Even a dead camel is bigger than a horse. You should know the standing of General Electric in the U.S. Our negotiation for cooperation is merely about mutual benefit. They want profit, we want the Japanese brands to suffer while also making money. Why not?" He was well aware of the nature of these American companies. No matter how difficult things became, their inherent pride remained. If pushed too hard, they could do anything. To truly grasp them, it would be impossible for now, perhaps in 40 years. More than 3 hours later, the plane landed at New York's Kennedy International Airport. Someone from GE came to pick them up, but the reception was not very high profile. It was just the business director of the appliance department, accompanied by 2 assistants, polite, yet not overly warm. Clearly, even at this point, GE maintained the demeanor of an old giant. Wang Jianjun paid no mind, boarding the prearranged convoy and heading directly to the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in Midtown Manhattan. After settling in, the legal and business teams worked through the night to verify the contract details for the next day, while Lu Mingxing took his team to coordinate with GE and finalize the negotiation process. Wang Jianjun accompanied Zhong Chuhong for a walk in the park downstairs of the hotel, not thinking much about the negotiation. He was well aware that GE was more anxious about this cooperation than he was. Even if he did not engage in appliance manufacturing, he was thriving in the business of gaming consoles and tape recorders. However, if GE Appliances could not find a way to reduce costs, Welch would directly eliminate them within 6 months. From the very beginning, he held the initiative in this negotiation. At 10 a.m. the next day, in the conference room of GE's New York headquarters, personnel from both sides sat on either side of a long table. On the GE side, 6 people attended, led by the president of the appliance division, Roger Arms, a middle-aged man with graying hair and heavy dark circles under his eyes. Accompanying him were the procurement director, the technical director, the financial director, the legal head, and an observer sent by the headquarters, all looking serious, as if they had just come from a struggle session. On Wang Jianjun's side, he sat at the head of the table, flanked by Lu Mingsheng and the heads of business, legal, and technical departments. Though few in number, each was well prepared and composed. After a brief handshake and pleasantries, the negotiation went straight to the point. Mr. Wang, we have reviewed your proposed OEM plan, and to be honest, it is quite attractive. Roger spoke first, his voice slightly hoarse, yet still maintaining the steadiness of a senior executive. However, we have several core questions that require clear answers from your side. Mr. Arms, please go ahead. Wang Jianjun gestured for him to continue, his tone calm. First, the cost. Roger looked towards the financial director beside him, who immediately took over the conversation, presenting a report. The quoted offshore price for your fully automatic washing machine is 210. Our local manufacturing cost for the same specification is 420. It's directly halved. We want to know how you guarantee profit at this price and how you ensure that product quality will not diminish. This was GE's primary concern. The price was far lower than they had imagined, and their first thought was that it would lead to cost-cutting measures as Japanese products initially entered the U.S. market, relying on low prices resulting in poor quality. Wang Jianjun smiled and signaled the technical head to speak. Gentlemen, our cost advantage primarily comes from 3 aspects. The technical head took out a pre-prepared cost breakdown sheet and pushed it across the table. First, labor cost. In our factory in Shenzhen, the monthly salary of frontline workers is only 1/12 of that of local workers in the U.S. And our management costs are only 1/5 of yours. Second, supply chain concentration. Our factory is surrounded by a complete supply chain of electronic components, hardware, and plastics, with all parts sourced locally. Logistics and procurement costs are more than 40 lower than your dispersed global supply chain. Third, capacity utilization. Our factory currently has an operating rate of only 60, with plenty of excess capacity. To take on GE's orders, we do not need to add new buildings or equipment. We just need to increase production lines, significantly diluting fixed costs. As for quality, the technical head paused and presented another report. This is the return rate data for our Protect umbrella brand tape recorder and portable player in the North American market over the past 6 months at 3.2 per thousand, which is lower than Sony's 4.6 per thousand for similar products. Our factory has already obtained UL certification with a complete quality control system for all production processes. For the GE products we manufacture, we will implement the same quality control standards as the original factory, or even stricter. If the return rate exceeds the agreed value, we are willing to bear all after-sales costs and even pay penalty. Upon hearing this, the people from GE bowed their heads to review the report. The technical director's brow twitched slightly, evidently surprised by this return rate data. The second question is about delivery cycles and capacity. The procurement director immediately followed up. Our products need to supply sales channels throughout the U.S. How long does it take to ship from your factory in China to the east coast of the U.S.? The maximum capacity. Can you guarantee that our channels will not run out of stock? Lu Mingsheng immediately responded. From Shenzhen Yantian port to the west coast of the U.S. The shipping cycle is 20 days. To the east coast, it is 35 days. We have our own warehousing centers in Los Angeles and New York, allowing us to stock up in advance. Our safety stock can cover 3 months of sales across the U.S., so there will definitely be no stockouts. In terms of capacity, a single washing machine production line can produce 12000 units per month. We can operate 8 production lines simultaneously with a maximum monthly capacity of 100 units, fully meeting GE's current market demand. The third question, and the most important one, Roger finally spoke again, his gaze sharp as he looked at Wang Jianjun, is intellectual property and market competition. We provide you with product blueprints and patented technology, and you are responsible for production. How can you ensure that these patents will not leak? How can you ensure that you will not use our technology to launch your own appliance brand, turning around to compete with us? This is the core concern of GE. They are not afraid of outsourcing. They fear nurturing a tiger by handing over their core technology, ultimately cultivating a competitor. The conference room fell silent instantly, everyone's gaze fixed on Wang Jianjun. He leaned slightly forward, looking at Roger, his tone calm. Mr. Arms, let's just adhere to market rules. Those who need to sign non-disclosure agreements should do so. Moreover, in my view, your so-called technological patents are nothing special. Otherwise, you wouldn't be facing defeat after defeat against the Sakura nation. Upon hearing Wang Jianjun's words, the faces of GE personnel turned sour. Everyone, you need to understand one thing. The reason I am helping you with outsourcing is not due to a lack of money. I could sell the products in country M myself, or at most I would just sell them at a lower price. Moreover, you have seen the samples I brought. Their quality is no less than yours. If you continue to haggle over trivialities, I believe there is no need to continue this discussion. After all, there are more than just you in the local market of country M. I just want to cause some trouble for the Sakura nation. You all know I am Chinese and naturally at odds with those little people. Wang Jianjun's words calmed down the previously angry crowd. He was correct. Oh, what else could GE Electric possibly leak? If this goes on, the market will be devoured by the Sakura nation, and the quality of Chinese home appliances seems quite good. Once we enter the market in country M, the consequences will only become worse. Wang Jianjun noticed their expressions seemed to soften, so he took the initiative to offer a solution. How about this? I will take a step back. During our cooperation, Hanyao Electronics and Umbrella brand will not introduce similar major appliances to the M country market that compete with GE's outsourced products. We will only do the outsourcing, not compete with our own brand. This can be directly written into the contract. Our core business has always been consumer electronics and gaming devices. Major appliances are not our short-term goal. We are not competing for market share with GE. To put it bluntly, we help you reduce costs, and you take the products to compete with Sony and Panasonic for market share. The more market share you reclaim, the worse it will be for the little Sakura nation, and I can still earn some outsourcing fees. How about this condition? It's quite reasonable, isn't it? Besides, we are a community of shared interests, not competitors. He paused, looking into Roger's eyes, and added, Mr. Arms, right now your biggest enemy is not me, but the home appliance manufacturers of the Sakura nation. Instead of negotiating these rules with me, you should think about how to reclaim your market. Our cooperation is the only opportunity you have at the moment. This statement struck at Roger's soft spot. His expression changed slightly, his fingers gripping the pen tightly, remaining silent for a long time. The conference room immediately split into two factions. The financial director and the procurement director huddled together, whispering, their eyes full of the desire to cut costs in half. This meant their product retail prices could drop to the same level as those of the Sakura nation, or even lower, allowing them to regain a price advantage, solving the issue of losses. However, the technical director and the legal head shook their heads, frequently pointing at the patents and non-disclosure clauses, clearly still worried about the risks of technological leakage. The observers sent by the headquarters remained expressionless, silent, but exerted great pressure on Roger. The standoff lasted a full 10 minutes before Roger finally looked up and said to Wang Jianjun, Mr. Wang, we need to hold an internal meeting to discuss this. We will give you our final answer by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. No problem, Wang Jianjun replied with a smile, standing up and extending his hand. We will wait for your news at the Waldorf Hotel. I hope we can reach a cooperation for a win-win situation. At the moment of the handshake, Wang Jianjun could feel that Roger's palm was sweating. He knew that this negotiation had already been mostly successful. Back at the hotel, Lu Mingxing looked at Wang Jianjun's relaxed demeanor and couldn't help but ask, Big brother, aren't you even a bit worried that they will back out of the deal? There's nothing to worry about, Wang Jianjun replied, sitting on the sofa while peeling an orange for Zhong Chuang. They have no choice. They can either cooperate with us, reduce costs, reclaim the market, and save their jobs, or they can stubbornly resist, and within 6 months the entire home appliance department will be cut by Welch, forcing everyone to pack their bags and leave. As long as they have any sense, they know what choice to make. TCH, you want me to sign a non-disclosure agreement regarding your technological patents? In your dreams. I'm cooperating with you precisely for your technology. Sure enough, at 1:30 in the afternoon, GE called, their tone much warmer than in the morning, inviting Wang Jianjun and his team to return to headquarters at 2 o'clock to finalize the cooperation details. Upon re-entering the conference room, the atmosphere on GE's side was clearly different. Roger's serious expression had lessened significantly, and even the technical and legal personnel were no longer as tense as they were in the morning, evidently having reached a consensus internally. The subsequent negotiations proceeded much more smoothly. The two sides meticulously discussed quality control standards, delivery schedules, order scales, and penalty details, negotiating from 2 in the afternoon until 8 in the evening. Ultimately, both sides finalized the cooperation agreement. 1. Hanyao Electronics will manufacture fully automatic washing machines, double-door refrigerators, and microwave ovens for GE, with the first batch order quantity of 1 units to be delivered over 6 months. 2. The outsourced products must strictly follow GE's original factory technical standards and quality control requirements. Hanyao Electronics guarantees that the product return rate will not exceed 0. 4. Any excess will be fully responsible for after-sales costs. 3. Hanyao Electronics must strictly adhere to the agreement, and during the cooperation period shall not launch similar self-branded major appliances in the M country market. 4. The product's offshore price will be executed as previously agreed, with GE paying the full amount before the products are shipped. Subsequent orders will be placed 3 months in advance based on market sales. At 8:30 in the evening, Wang Jianjun and Roger signed their names on the cooperation agreement, shaking hands and taking photos while applause erupted in the conference room. Roger shook Wang Jianjun's hand, exhaling deeply, a smile finally appearing on his face. Mr. Wang, it's a pleasure to cooperate. I hope we can work together to drive Sakura goods out of the M country market. Pleasure is mine, Mr. Arms, Wang Jianjun responded with a smile. I believe this agreement will yield the results we both desire. As they stepped out of the GE headquarters building, the night in New York had grown deep, with the skyscrapers of Manhattan brightly lit. Lu Mingxing could not help but exclaim, Big brother, we did it. 1200 orders. This is just the beginning, Wang Jianjun chuckled, his tone calm. The door with GE has been opened, and soon Whirlpool, Maytag, and RCA will come knocking. His predictions came even faster than anticipated. Wang Jianjun's predictions came even faster than expected. The news of GE and Hanyao Electronics signing a contract for OEM production spread throughout the home appliance industry and country overnight, as if it had grown wings. The next morning, the front desk of the Waldorf Hotel was piled high with visit letters from various local home appliance. The North American procurement head of Whirlpool was already waiting in the hotel lobby at 7 in the morning, hoping to talk with Wang Jianjun for at least half an hour. The CEO of Mattel flew directly from the headquarters in Iowa, heading straight to the hotel upon landing. The team from RCA's appliance division even brought a complete cooperation plan, only asking for the same OEM terms as GE. These brands were having a tougher time than GE. At least GE had the support of its corporate headquarters. Even if the home appliance business was losing money, the aviation, medical, and power sectors were still profitable. However, brands like Whirlpool and Mattel relied almost entirely on their home appliance business being beaten back by brands from Sakura country. With market share dropping by 30% in just a year, factory operation rates below 30%, and nearly unable to repay bank loans, they were already on the brink of bankruptcy. Now that GE had found a lifeline for cost reduction, they could not afford to sit still. They rushed to knock on doors, fearing that if they were a moment too late, they would be completely eliminated from the market. Wang Jianjun did not put on airs or engage in any hunger marketing. He met with the heads of these brands one by one in the hotel's conference room. He did not treat them differently or raise prices. He made just 3 requests. First, all orders must not be less than 20,000 units per batch. Second, all orders must be prepaid with a 30 deposit, with the remaining balance paid in full before shipment. Third, the brand side must authorize the use of technology. Hanyao Electronics would only be responsible for production according to the blueprints, and quality control would be executed according to the original manufacturer's standards, with the brand side bearing the final market responsibility. As for the OEM price, it would be exactly the same as the quote given to G, uniformly calculated by category with no deception. At school, Li Hang cared for him with meticulous attention. As for Wang Dana, he simply brought Anshin into his own home to live, keeping an eye on him at all times. Such low costs meant that their products could finally compete in price with those from Sakura country, no longer having to watch their market share be eaten away. No longer would they be forced to resign by the board of directors every day, nor face the dire situation of factory closures and worker layoffs. They would be willing to pay in full, even if it meant prepaying. In just 3 days, Wang Jianjun successively signed OEM orders totaling 35,000 units, with Whirlpool, Mattel, and RCA, covering 4 major categories: washing machines, refrigerators, microwave ovens, and color televisions, with a total order value exceeding 120 million. Adding the previous order of 1,000 units with GE, the total volume of the first batch of OEM orders reached 47,000 units, with a total value nearing 180 million. In the conference room, Lu Mingsheng held a thick stack of signed agreements. Brother, these orders can not only fill up all the excess capacity of the Shenzhen factory, but will also require the expansion of 6 more production lines. Moreover, let alone subsequent reorders, as long as the first batch sells, while the orders will come pouring in like snowflakes. Don't just focus on being happy. Wang Jianjun leaned back on the sofa, took a sip of tea, and spoke calmly. Immediately send a message to Cheng Tianzong in Hong Kong, asking Lin Yaodong to bring the core team to Shenzhen factory right away. Expand production lines, establish a dedicated quality control system for home appliances, and recruit and train workers. The first batch of goods must be delivered in 3 months without any mistakes. Quality control is of utmost importance. Even if it means delaying delivery by a few days, we cannot allow a single defective product to leave our hands. We have just entered this market. If our reputation is damaged, we will never recover. Understood. I will take care of it right now. Lu Mingxing immediately responded and turned to make arrangements. The room finally quieted down. Zhong Chuang walked over, replaced Wang Jianjun's cup of tea with a hot one, and smiled. You must be exhausted. I haven't been able to help you much since coming to Country M. Wang Jianjun took the teacup, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her cheek. Don't worry, now that the important matters are settled, having you by my side is the best help. By the way, the last show of Queen's Tour is starting tomorrow. Do you still want to go see it? Zhong Chuang found a comfortable position in his embrace and said vaguely, I'll follow your lead. I've seen all the shows this year, so it doesn't matter to me whether I go or not. Then let's sneak in this time to see if our spokesperson is up to the task. Wang Jianjun said while climbing up the peak. Zhong Chuang wrapped her arms around his neck and said with flirtatious eyes, carry me inside. The evening Madison Square Garden was completely submerged by the fervent crowd. This was the last stop of Queen's North American tour in 1982, with the 20,000-seat venue packed to capacity, and outside the venue hundreds of fans who couldn't buy tickets surrounded it. The deafening cheers and music could be heard clearly even from several blocks away. Wang Jianjun sat in the front row of the inner field with Zhong Chuhong, accompanied by security personnel to shield them from the surrounding crowd. When the stage lights came on and Freddie Mercury walked onto the stage in his iconic outfit, holding the microphone, the entire venue erupted. The roar of the crowd seemed about to lift the dome of the venue. As the familiar melody of Bohemian Rhapsody played, Zheng Chuang immediately grabbed Wang Jianjun's hand, her eyes sparkling as she hummed along with the crowd, her face full of pure joy. Wang Jianjun turned to look at her, a smile on his lips. Freddie on stage continued to shine brightly, delivering classic songs one after another, elevating the atmosphere of the venue to new heights. When they sang, "We Will Rock You," all 20,000 people stomped their feet and clapped in unison, the synchronized rhythm shaking the ground. Zheng Chuang leaned against Wang Jianjun's shoulder, clapping lightly to the rhythm, smiling as she leaned into his ear and shouted, "What do you think Uncle Ye will do to promote our tape recorder? Who knows? These guys will do anything for a little commission." Wang Jianjun laughed, leaning down to respond loudly in her ear. The concert lasted over 3 hours, concluding with the audience singing along to "We Are the Champions." As expected, Queen pulled off another outrageous stunt, surrounding a dozen tape recorders in a large circle, turning on all the lights, and having Uncle Ye perform the horse dance inside. Of course, Wang Jianjun had taught him this dance. The effect was naturally explosive, with constant screams erupting from the audience. As they walked out of Madison Square Garden, the night breeze in New York felt particularly cool. Zheng Chuang was still immersed in the afterglow of the concert, chattering to Wang Jianjun about how funny Freddie's dance was. Wang Jianjun held her hand, patiently listening, occasionally laughing and agreeing, taking off his suit jacket and draping it over her shoulders.